Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the Tiebreakers Day of Western Europe. It is going to be our last day for Tour 2, the Spring Tour here. I'm your host, Nat T, and joining me is exactly what you saw if you joined in for China. It's T, Governor, and Lizard.
No change.
Break the immerse, come on.
Oh.
Make this like a whole nother region.
Oh my god, it's a whole new region, never seen before, new talent too.
Hi!
Oh, you guys are looking fresh. You're looking dapper. How you feeling
Thank
today,
you,
Lizard?
thank you. Just came here for the Western Europe.
Yep.
Didn't do anything else. No other regions. No NA, no China. Just come for the best.
Dedicated
and for the
Western
best
Europe.
series as well.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we've got 3 series today, but very briefly, let's have a quick chat about Sunday. We're not going to see any highlights for it, but OG Entity last night, they played it out. You guys were with me on that one as well. You're not leaving my side here. And it was really down to whoever won was going to be in tiebreakers for a major slot. Oh, we are going to see some quick highlights. And then whoever lost, unfortunately, would now be in tiebreakers for relegation too.
Yeah, I mean, I think OG, they came in swinging. In game 1, we got to see BZM Invoker. He went for the Exhort Invoker, hit multiple Sunstrikes, pretty much carried the early game for his team. And then as it scaled into mid-game, DM and Yuragi kind of stepped up, and of course Chu on his Marcy. A respect ban coming into game 2 after his performance. So I think OG really happy with their game 1, and that confidence they exuded just kind of creeped into game 2 again, and they made it even easier as they did some triple Midas strategy, winning in 34 minutes.
At the same time, very sad for Entity and how they performed, and also very worried for them today because they need to, as you just said, the last series, more or less, right, like quote-unquote series, it's the 3 best of ones. They're going to be in there. They will be fighting for their lives to stay in Division 1, and it's not looking great for them. They lost, what, 5 series?
It's 5 series in a row, yeah.
5 series in a row that went 0-2 for them.
Yep.
That's rough.
Well, look, we've had 28 series over the last 3 weeks, and all we know is Liquid is first. That's literally it. I guess you could also say we know Gaming Gladiators and Tundra are going to the major, but right now they're tied, so they are going to be battling it out for DPC points and a little bit of money. OG Ooredoo Thunder's also tied, and that's 1 last spot left for the major. And then Entity, Manaspa, Enigma, Galaxy tied. 2 wins, 5 losses, which means today,
so good.
Tiebreaker Central. You coined it the gauntlet, T, and it honestly is. It could also be going a lot more than what we see right now, but it is a best of 3 for Tundra and Gaming Gladiators starting in a little bit. It's a rolling schedule, so the hours next to it are a little bit of a guesstimation. We don't know if it's actually going to start then, so I'd suggest staying tuned, staying around for the whole day, because Ooredoo Thunder's OG is a best of 3 for a major slot, and then Enigma Galaxy versus Manaspa for this 3-way best of 1 tiebreaker for 1 slot in Division 1. It starts off with those 2 teams. The winner will be then going up against Entity, and then the loser against Entity. All 3 games have to be played because we want that seeding. Even though we'll find out who will be being relegated, it's still we need to know who's going to be 7th and then who's going to be 8th down there, unfortunately.
Yep.
Yeah, it's rough.
We played for, what, 25-ish days, 3 weeks, basically, just to end up in the last 2 days that decide everything.
Everything.
The only thing that we did know coming in today is that Liquid will be first, and they're going to the major from that pole position. Meanwhile, Tundra and GG, obviously, they have to play it out, like you just said, for DPC points, which is what happened in the Chinese region that we weren't attending.
No, we were
You've only watched it, though. Only watched
And
it.
I can
We're
also-
exclusive for the Western Europe.
Yeah, we can recycle actually what I think some analysts said in the China region though.
Oh,
And
yeah.
it's like Tundra, they're sitting 15th right now, 280 DPC points if they're to lose today. If they win, they get an extra 80. They still won't even be in top 12 after that. So it helps them kind of creep up the leaderboard. I think they might go to like 14th, but they're still like a whole 150 plus points away from getting into the automatic invite. So anything helps Tundra right now, whilst Gladiators, let me just scroll all the way up to the top. They're on 740, so they're sitting top 3. So like 80 points for them, it's like, it's nice, it's cozy,
it's still
but
Liquid at number 1.
it means Tundra a lot of pressure
I
to
heard,
eke out
I
everything.
heard some.
Yeah.
I heard something very similar from a fair-haired, long-bearded Chinese analyst before, but yeah,
Oh yeah, I don't know who that is, yeah.
nice stats, Tiga.
Thank you. I can close that tab now.
Steal anything.
No, not at all. Let me close that one so that doesn't happen again, sorry.
I didn't know where you guys were going with that one there, but it is interesting, right? DPC points are very important here, but I think there's also something to be said about the seeding, about like where you are coming into the major too. And so for Gaming and Tundra, I don't think it's going to be by any means this sit back, hey, we're already going to the major, we don't have to try too hard.
Yeah, like seeding will allow you to have some easier games, perhaps get easier points as well in the major.
Yeah, you got to hit top 8, right, to get those points.
Exactly. So you want to play as well as possible in this series to go there in a better position. That is.
We have our talent predictions.
Oh, we
okay?
do?
We do have it.
Okay.
I want to know where everyone
Let's see.
feels.
Did anyone get griefed?
We were in the green room and everyone was trying to grief each other with
Wow.
predictions here, but pretty split between Tundra, Gaimin. I see some of our lazy talent didn't do their predictions, but Order Thunder's the favorite in that second one, Enigma Galaxy to take the final slot in Division 1. Heavy favorites.
Okay, I haven't-
I mean, production also doesn't think Entity's going to win because they didn't even put their logo on the third slot series. It's like Manaspa versus Nigma.
This is a pre-made graphic. I didn't blame you, production.
No,
I would
no,
never
I
throw
know,
you
I
under
know.
the bus like that. Gosh, T
Beep,
Governor.
beep. I'm coming in, though. So, yeah, it's... For me, I put Entity just because I have this belief that after you get slapped in the face 5 times and it's kind of bruised, you kind of wake up at some point. And best of ones is the best time to
Has
do
that
it.
happened to you? Have you been slapped in the face 10 times?
That happens.
Yeah, in England we have like the slapping competitions.
Oh, yeah.
I was, regional champ,
Playing-
under 6, under 8, under 12. Don't ask about the odd years. A really weird time. But yeah, I'd like to think that Entity can step up. And Nigma, they've not really. They're just understood now in regards to lanes. So there isn't that surprise factor of like, where's Amar gonna go?
So is Entity like you can fool me 10 times in a row, but 11th
Exactly.
time, this
Yep.
Shame on me.
11th game. Yeah.
Exactly that. Yeah.
We're going to be having Gaming Gladiators up against Tundra as our first series very soon. But before that, big shout out to our sponsor, esportsbet.io. If you guys didn't know, they have a new watch to earn platform where you can get 3,000 free tokens, which is roughly $3 per hour, simply by watching your favorite Western Europe DPC games. You can head on over to esportsbet.io, start watching to earn there. You don't even need to bet to start earning those tokens. And now we've got all that information from eSportsBet out of the way. I want to know some information from you guys. Is this a newly formed Tundra? The last time Tundra and Gaimin went up against each other, it was a very quick, nice 2-0 for Tundra. So
I feel like Tundra are definitely a team that is rediscovering some new heroes in the meta that are testing things out once again, aren't necessarily just caged into that TI winning kind of a strat. Aoi was talking about it too. Like they're released finally from the pressure of winning the TI and feeling a little bit complacent. I think they're in a good spot right now. I'm favoring them. That's one of the reasons why. Also, I saw some Night Stalkers that worked out for them on that safe position versus the Beastmaster. Then I've seen some Rickies, some anti-mages as well. Like whatever they experiment with seemingly works. So
yeah, the Gaming Gladiator series was actually the first time that we saw that carry Night Stalker come out. So, it was a little bit of surprise for a lot of people to see it there. They made it work fantastic. And it was also that Vanguard Radiance AMT for that series. So it's not so much cheese, but it was a lot of new things coming out from Tundra that I think caught Gaimin off by surprise.
Yeah, that's why I'm happy we get tiebreakers, honestly. Because like for a team like Gladiators, they'll be kicking themselves because like, why did Tundra bring out all their new tech against us, right? Why did they have to not? Why couldn't they show it a little bit earlier? So potentially, like Beastmaster value for Gladiators could go down a little bit, especially if there's Night Stalker threat. There's the respect now towards Anti-Mage a little bit more in draft, DK a little bit. We're not going to see such early Storm and Puck picks potentially because of that respect. So if anything, this is more on Gladiators to show how they develop after a loss, and we get to see it during the league rather than having to wait for a major where it's like you're losing groups and you hope to play again in the bracket. Like this is the perfect time for Gladiators to kind of showcase their development as a team.
my question right now is this the meta forming series for the major, or is this the meta for the next week and then it doesn't really matter because there's a new patch? Like it's one or the other, right?
That would be. Should we bring that one up again, or should we wait until after?
You can wait until after.
We'll wait until after.
We'll
Yeah,
wait
that's
until
fine.
after. Because the Mirana ban is a first phase ban for Gaming Gladiators. That one taken out right off the back and an Undying. So they're going for this dual support ban. I am going to take a stab in the dark and assume it's because they're first pick. They want to have a lot more open to them. Like right now, you have to either leave a Death Prophet, a Nature's Prophet, or a Beast in the pool.
There's Enchantress as well that they've started playing. So
Drew Celery likes the Ench now. He's not the Undying man that he was pigeonholed into most of this tour.
One of the prophets that you mentioned does go out. That's the Nature's one. There's still Disruptor in the pool. There's Enchantress in the pool if you want to open up with a little bit more of a flex on position 5 or 4. When it comes to the cores, there's still a couple left that are really strong. They go with
Yeah,
it.
nice. I like that.
I feel like it's probably the easiest way to open up your draft right now. Like the Chinese region kind of figured it out first. I've been watching that one a little
You
bit.
have, yeah.
I've seen.
Yeah.
We watched it together.
No, yeah.
Yeah.
We
How many
Hotel.
times have you
Hotel.
seen Enchantress already today?
Today,
two.
2 times.
Yeah, a couple.
Including bans or just played?
Bands, it's been increased like 3. It's high contest rate, it's like 90% or something. But for Gladiators at least, it's like they're already showing the change up where it's like they have Disruptor available and Enchantress available, but they opt to go for the Enchantress. So now for Tundra at least, they go for Beastmaster and they still have one available. It would be cool to see what Gladiators read now is on Beastmaster. Like, I don't know if Nightstalker is like some 8-pick hero that you go, haha, you picked it, and we change it up.
Teams have been losing with Night Stalker.
Exactly,
It's
yeah,
also
it's-
into Tundra, who kind of really, I mean, we talked to Al, and he said he took inspiration from 23 Savage and SEA playing it. So it's not like they're the pioneers of it, but they're bringing it to this region, so they know most of the ins and outs.
71% win rate on
Good.
the edge. Hey, that's quite a good win rate. And you're picking Beastmaster into the Enchantress. Right now, if you're gaming, yeah, you play that Enchantress as 5. You're already pressuring the Beast a little bit. And this hero, one thing that she's got for herself as well is movement speed. Like, you get into that triangle very fast. You can steal one of the creeps, mess up the camps, block the camps, or just farm them if you get the right one. So
It's also crazy. We've gone on quite a number of times in the past how Enchantress isn't the counter to Beast a lot of people might think. Like pre this patch, some people were still picking Ench as a counter for Beast, but now you see Tundra, they're willing to pick Beast into Ench. Like that's just how different the matchup is between these two heroes.
It's just the laning phase. You got this axe spam, you pair it with a really good support that can also spam with you, be it Rubik, be it Snapfire, and you can always have kill threat. Like if you just block the medium, also the hard small camp, make Enchantress have to look deeper into the jungle to find a creep. She kind of locks herself to playing the lane as a right clicker, and yeah, you can die quite easily. For Gladiators at least, their response to it is once again counter aggressive skirmishing heroes, and of course Quinn, he's going to want to pick Pangolier in that scenario.
I'm glad this time they didn't forget the Bloodseeker ban. He admitted that in
it
his
happens.
interview,
Yep.
one of the series,
Yep.
that they kind of forgot about it a little bit.
ban the Bloodseeker, ban maybe the Puck. And we've seen Emo try out the Queen of Pain into the Pango. It didn't really work out for them. You dominate the lane later on, it doesn't really feel that great. So probably won't see that one.
Would have been some other good counter picks in the laning phase T against Pango.
Probably DK and Ember come to mind. Specifically for Tundra, I think DK has higher value here. You know, just CS, you have Dragon Tail against any melee hero. It's just boom, quick stun, get a deny, and suddenly that happens maybe 8-9 times in a laning phase, and you just have a slight
I'll
advantage.
tell you the best one.
Go on, hit me.
Ricky.
You want to see 9 Ricky mid again?
You get Ricky, you buy that Meteor Hammer, later on Sleeping Dart, the smokes, and but in all seriousness, like Smokescreen versus Pango is very annoying. If you get another hero that can rotate on top of that, like there's some kill potential, kill threat too. Like it isn't that bad. And the Meteor Hammer, obviously, you just sit there, invis, taking down one tower after another. Who would have known that Ricky is an amazing objective taker?
Yeah, truly a
that's
great
really
timeline
good.
we live in.
Yeah.
Purely
Simulation.
because Meteor Hammer got buffed and his dart getting a little bit nerfed. We end up in this realm.
Yeah, unfortunate. All right, so Tundra ban-wise, again, you'd be thinking about Naga Siren, Terrorblade, like any of these bigger carries. They're still respecting some Anti-Mage. Even though Gladiators don't have the closing pick in the phase, they're still banning out Anti-Mage, which is maybe some insight towards a later pick down the line for Tundra. Maybe they're forcing certain bans, but it'll be the hero that we look at, you know, in 5-6 minutes time to try and see what was the reason behind it.
We'll take note of the AM now. I'll write
Thank
that
you.
down
Please
for
do.
you.
Thank
Write it down, write it down.
AM.
Yep,
Ask
cool.
later. Yep. All right. Got it. Bloodseeker, Storm. What other bands did you guys say you wanted to see out of Gaming Gladiators to protect them a bit more?
Mentioned DK potentially. There's the Ricky
DK,
that
Ember, Puck perhaps as well. Like these heroes that are decent into the Pango. But like I feel like the Pango's game is already solid the moment you ban out the Bloodseeker, everything else. It's fine. Like you're playing already into a BKB piercing roar. So how much effort can you later on put into defending the Pango? You have to think about the other things for your draft. So maybe these couple of bans will, yeah, there you go. They ban out the Ursa. Maybe it's going to be some melee offlaner. Tide comes to mind. You're playing into Beastmaster. That's an option. Things like that.
One last ban for Tundra, and then they'll open. So I'm going to assume another
open.
support for them.
Gyrocopter. Get ready for it.
Oh, you reckon? I mean, Snayers, Morana, Gyro, Undying. Aberenge IO.
We're on a ban.
Unless there's some like IO pairing where they want to open phase of IO into then the thing, then ooh, Chris, yeah. I mean, I feel like in this slot, it just needs to be a hero that provides something in lane that you have to think about. So it's like I mentioned, Gyro, IO, like they provide. CM does it as well. Like you don't pick heroes here that kind of go, what's your purpose? And here it's just like generic pick that doesn't. It shows obviously that it's a support, but it's just comfortable to pick.
Nice mana sharing for everyone, walking fountain, right? And you get that frostbite to work with. Like frostbite is really nice versus heroes such as Pango as well. So there's that. Versus Enchantress obviously works a little bit in that early game. But you do have these like semi-sideline skirmishers like the CM and the Snap. Like they don't really want to get too close unless you're popping your ulti on the CM, obviously.
I like clock +1 for Gladiators here. Of course, into CM in the laning phase against some Snap and Beastmaster in the game as well. You can mirror the vision. So I wouldn't be opposed to seeing some like clock Drow or clock something. Again, it's kind of free choice based on what Dracho wants.
Yeah, I guess also what CM and Snap are doing is they're protecting Beastmaster in a way. Like you don't necessarily want these illusion-based heroes on game, and that's the Ursa ban that we talked about, instantly into the Tide, plus Hoodwink.
That's Gladiator's response of if you want to go for any of your weird niche picks, you won't be able to lane it. It's like I'm mentioning some like safe lane options, but instead it's like Gladiators preemptively think about Tundra's like Nightstalk on their stuff. It's like if you have Tide Hoodwink, there's no way you can get like these cuter heroes through the laning phase. Like Gush into Bushwhack into the general aggression plus Pango, there wouldn't be really any time for Tundra to get these heroes online, I think.
You can't get anything too cute, but you can get a Slark, you can get them.
Why are we describing it as cute?
Because, okay, so it's an issue with me. Sometimes I say cute, but it's like, I forgot the...
Patronizing cute.
No,
no, not really. When you're trying to be cute, when you're trying to...
Yeah. You're trying to, you know...
You're trying to shimmy your way through the draft with something strange.
Yeah, it's like you pick it and it's like, it's cute because now they're looking at it like, oh, that looks pretty good. How do we deal with it? And now it's like the cute factor's going up. It's I will coin this eventually. Everyone will be using cuteness
and there you
as
go.
a thing. And that's a pretty cute looking rookie, right?
For the mid lane. Probably not for the safe lane. But yeah, still. Like we discussed it earlier, no reason to go back to it. I like the Ricky, gives them objective taking, decent lane, doesn't lose to almost anything at the moment. So yeah, makes a lot.
You feel like the Ricky Pango mid matchup is even?
I don't think that Ricky loses, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, like Pango can push out lane, and Pango can never like perfectly kill Ricky because you have the
and look at that win rate,
double ability.
100%.
I mean, it is undefeated.
One pick.
Hey, don't go into details.
I'm sorry, you have to take in all the account here. All of the numbers. One pick, 100%.
But still though.
But it was 9 who was that one pick, and it was mid for that one pick.
And it's not picked in first phase. So it's actually picked in like good spots. So for here, it's going to be the Meteor Hammer purchase if Pango leaves lane. Once you pick up Meteor Hammer, if you perfectly use it off cooldown, you can take a tower within like a minute and a half. So now Gladiators will always think about that for their mid lane. And yeah, it does put a lot of emphasis on this carry pick being a little bit more of a frontliner. I don't think Tundra, they don't naturally have that, because if Beastmaster's up front, he's not in the perfect position to roar the Pango or the carry. So it's like some Life Stealer style carry that I'm seeing for Tundra, but it will be very much a static game from them. Even Slark was a good ban on top of that.
There's Slark, there's Monkey, right? Like these two, you probably want to get away from the chance of even being picked by Tundra.
I remember you wanted to come back to the AM ban in about 5 minutes time too. I think the time is up. Can you explain the AM ban all the way from second phase a little bit more now?
It's probably because of their desire to do like CM Gyro as support Joes, like low CC heroes, and if they have this like win lane mindset with these two players, then Anti-Mage is always going to feel free.
Do you really think that this was a free AM game? Like there's even a Ricky to scout.
I mean, if you're picking Snap CM, yes, you're going to have issues going into late game. Like, sure, you might concede some early game map pressure and whatnot, but there's that inevitability. And carry players in Europe are getting more confident on the hero.
Last pick meme polo.
Sure.
But it seriously is. Like, Anti-Mage is probably one matchup in which Meepo can work. It's versus AM. But okay, they just ban out those comfort picks for the safe lane with the TB. I expected maybe the Monkey to go out instead, but they ban out the TB.
So far, a draw range banned on the side of Tundra, so Gamer can't pick that one up. Do you think they are looking for ranged, or they're not really pigeonholed by that? Because now it's also Abba ban
That's
coming
a
out.
nice ban, actually. I kind of forgot about that hero, but against Tundra's lineup, it's like against Raw, against this very one-dimensional magic damage from them, it would have done really well. So, yeah, good ban.
And like, are you brave enough to pick something like a Naga into CM and Snap? Probably not, right? Like, you don't want that. It's doable into the Beast. Like, you'd be fine in the lane. Or do you just go into... Okay, I wasn't going to call this. I would have never said Alk, but sure.
Do you see, even though you wouldn't have called it, do you see some reasoning behind the Alk here, the value towards their draft?
I feel like they have a very fast-paced lineup.
Yep.
And this Alchemist fits right into it. Like, when you look at the whole draft as a whole, when you're not isolating just, okay, carry that is good versus Beast, I think Alchemist fits right in.
I'm pretty sure it's still just Lifestealer for Tundra at least. But anyways, back to Gladiators, it's like you pick out because like you see some mid Ricky, it's like he goes Hammer, Manta Diffusal, and the amount of times that like core Ricky can fall off if the game becomes like 5-on-5 at minute like 20, that's where Alk will thrive. And there's plenty of damage behind Alk where there's sometimes games where Alk jumps in or whatever, he's got like BKB, Radiance or Heart or something, it's like AC, it's like, where's my damage actually? But you've got Hoodwink, you've got Panga, you've got Ench. Like these heroes all enable each other to take more damage. So for Tundra, it is going to be a really awkward mid game. I think Gladiators will just be online quicker if their lanes don't go well. And I think Tundra's lanes can be a little bit volatile.
So Cole is a Lifestealer, right?
Yeah, just something to like just stem the bleeding, and you eventually have this matchup. But
I feel like Lifestealer, Monkey as well, still an option, not banned out. With the Monkey, maybe you can itemize Mickey way, right, for a little bit earlier, and then you skirmish constantly.
it's a hard one. I mean, the other option you have is like...
At the same time, think about it. Like Tundra, when it comes to taking objectives, they have so many ways. You'll have Ricky with the Meteor Hammer. You also have Beastmaster pressuring.
Sure.
Like, it won't be that simple for this Alchemist to retreat into the jungle. Like, they will be hunting you down.
This timer is getting incredibly low. All right. They took quite some time, T, to eventually pick up that Lifestealer that you called out. Do you think they were trying to toss up if there's a better option, or what are the downfalls of Lifestealer in this lineup?
I think they're just trying to think of cores that can play into that mid-game timing. And it's like, there's a world where maybe some like Razor could have looked okay, because you just will need to body, and then eventually you have this like Ricky plus the Beastmaster scaling, the damage. But I like Lifestealer the most because you eat the Alchemist throughout the entire game. It gives you something to play around early on. 9 can now play on the correct kind of fights, but it's going to be a very much old school Tundra, which is after lanes, retreat, retreat, wait. You see one fight, bam, then they enter the game.
And speaking of old school, Skitter, I believe, is the player that innovated the Radiance Lifestealer a long time ago as well. Like, so it's fully in his comfort zone. I don't expect this to be a...
I was going to say, is this going to be a Radiance Lifestealer game?
No. You leave the Radiance to the Alchemist. I think you play a normal Lifestealer game in which you are going to skirmish from the beginning until the end, and hopefully you won't lose those mid-game teamfights, because that's where the game, like 25-minute mark, is where the game is going to be made or broken for the Alchemist.
Armlet, Deso, Shard, BKB, kind of Basher, that kind of vibe for Lifestealer. If he goes Radiance, the game will last a little bit longer, and it'll always be waiting for the next time. So itemization is key for Skitter, I feel.
And you talk about it being an old school Tundra play style. Do you have faith in old school Tundra? Do you think that one's going to garner them a win in game one?
It's the opposite of how they beat Gladiators earlier in the tour, so I think this is maybe slightly leaning Gladiators, but I'm a Lifestealer fan, I guess, so yeah, whatever. I'll ride or die with Tundra, I guess.
Ride or die with the damn. He's going all in.
Yeah, fuck it.
Yourself, Blizzard?
That's loyalty right there. I'm not.
Who did I even predict? Who did I predict, actually?
I'm not as loyal, but I'm going.
I did predict Tundra. Yep. No,
Did you?
Yeah.
I remember.
Yeah, sure.
Anyway, quickly, Blizzard, round out this draft for me.
Not as loyal, but going with 9. Ricky.
Okay, so you're both going for Tundra here. Yeah, I mean, look, it's going to be a panel curse, no doubt, but we'll see what our casters think too. It's game on. Gaming Gladiators Tundra with B-Cup and Lacoste.
Thank you very much. It wouldn't be a panel without a panel curse, and we'll see if it's going to hold true, as it's Tundra against Gaming Gladiators. Lacoste, do you want to add to the curse, or are you thinking other than the panel?
This is one of those where I like both drafts, to be honest. I feel that on side of Gaming Gladiators, they can keep them busy until Alchemist gets to his like Radiance BKB timing. They can play with the 4 heroes pretty much. Pango between 10 and 15 minute mark wants to join these fights, gets a Diffusal Blade, starts to be very annoying. Ricky, this is mid-Ricky we're talking about.
Right.
So Meteor Hammer, keep bombing the tower, and then get into Diffusal Blade so you actually scale. You can't just kill your own game. Maybe pick up the Shard. Maybe not. We'll see how things are going to go. Looking at the Ricky and how he's going to be able to play into certain heroes here. Into Tidehunter, Cloud, this is one way to try to kill him. Like maybe Frostbite, layer a Cookie, get a Beastmaster Roar, Slow Flow Meister, keep him inside this Cloud. So eventually the 4 staffs on Gaming Gladiators are going to come out. Great defensive item, great offensive item, like great item overall. And yeah, like even against Pango, he does not like to play into the Cloud, so that's going to be super annoying early on. We see both offlaners on their signature heroes. 33 playing Beastmaster, Ace, Tidehunter, probably, if not his best hero, I would even dare to say, besides Lycan. And Smoke now, both teams.
Saksa going to be the one who breaks the smoke. They're charging up the stun. Crystal Maiden left to the back. That's not great. Stun hit snaking as well. Saksa the followed up with a Bushwhack. Scatterblast out of 4 heroes, but Celery with the Impetus level 1 gets first blood.
Good start. We've seen Enchantress time and time again what this hero can do if she's off to a great start. We'll bring some extra tangos, extra mangoes to the lane as well. Dyrachyo. He wants another one.
Yeah, he's trying to get another kill. Scatterblast throwing the stun, Impetus from a range, and Sox is getting chased at the moment. They've got 9 over to the side. These Axis and Dyrachyo, and now is he in too far? Bushwhack, tree cut, charging up the stun again, and Crystal Maiden from the low ground will get the kill on Dyrachyo. That's not the trade you really want to be making.
That's a bit too aggressive from Dyrachyo. He, madman mode, he decided to go in. No region left on him. I mean, they shared 1 tangos, and now Ace. It's the battle. Can he body block him? Yes, he can.
Starting to right-click away. They've also got Snake King coming by.
Goal Frenzy.
He's got Crystal Nova, so if he can get in range, just wants to slow him, but the Ace is just a little bit too quick for this Crystal Maiden. So 1 kill apiece before the Horn. You talked about Meteor Hammer mid Ricky. It worries me. The last Ricky with Meteor Hammer that I saw was Beyond in the Chinese region. And he went Meteor Hammer, and then his game was over.
I think from mid-Ricky, it's fine, because it's good stats, good region. You don't buy into a bottle. You also like start to put some pressure onto towers, onto side lanes as well. Seems like that's going to be the same build for Ace. He is going into 1 himself. I'm mostly looking at this top lane, Hoodwink plus Tidehunter. You put the point in Gush. You have level 2 on Hoodwink, Acorn Shot, minus armor from the Blightstone as well. Snaking, if he's anywhere on the side, if he's playing away from the Lifestealer, I think he just straight up dies.
Right, Crystal Maiden could be food in that lane if they're not too careful. Positioning very key. Looking over at this bottom lane, and Celery's kind of sitting a little bit low. He's only level 1. Of course, he just has that Impetus. So it's not exactly survivability being the name of the game right now for this Enchantress. And you can see Scatterblast in a couple right clicks. All of a sudden, he really needs to rely on those tangos to survive bottom.
A bit low on HP. Dyrachyo has Healing Salve of his own. Maybe they're trying to go snipe him. Oh, Cookie, but 33 turns himself away. Also, this is the lane where you don't want to put points in early boar, so Inner Beast, you are playing into Enchantress. After all, long duration stun.
Impetus and the Axis flying in. Scatterblast. Dyrachyo trying to get a kill on a Saksa, who's got Cookie in a second. If they want to go that way, and Saksa just standing his ground. Impetus shot doesn't kill off Saksa. Stun thrown on a 33 again, and Saksa's playing through these trees really well. He forced Dyrachyo to stun himself earlier in the lane, and he's making sure that he can kind of keep himself on the edge of vision just when Dyrachyo charges up that stun.
33 doing a good job harassing them, keeping them very low, so Dyrachyo is forced to bring some extra healing for himself, bringing another healing salve, bringing Boots of Speed as well. While Celery also needs to use the Courier, so every single time they get close. And also 33, he's going to rush mana boots in this lane. Oh, Quinn.
Getting low, 9. Doing some damage here already with this Ring of Health. So for him in the lane, it should be pretty calm at 12.8 regen on his HP. So feeling pretty confident right now at 15-3. We'll see how quickly this Meteor Hammer shows up for this Riki.
9 CSing nicely underneath the tower. Every single time Blink Strike is up.
Talked about snaking. Maybe dying if he's in the wrong position by the trees is certainly a tough one to be in. That almost guarantees a bushwhack.
This is also a lane where Ace shouldn't die unless there's a rotation from Riki. Like, his damage output also early on is not going to be as much. This is physical damage plus some magical from Blink Strike. It's not that great, so Ace should be super safe at this lane. Forcing them to use the healing salves, use everything in this top lane. Same goes for bottom. Doraccio down back to half HP, has a healing salve to work with.
Yeah, bottom lane. Scatterblast, Doraccio getting low. Quinn still sitting here pretty low in the mid lane as 9. He's about to hit that level 5. Should crash on top of this Riki, and it's just living on the teetering edge of a cliff for Quinn if he ends up dying. Strike onto the high ground.
No mana for Tricks of the Trade. I don't think it would be enough. The damage is very limited. You also have extra armor from the tower. So now Quinn needs to pick up Water Rune, and this is what we talked about. Snaking, if he steps way too close, they're just going to burst him. This heavy physical damage. And Tofu, I think we can even say that this is his signature hero.
Look at, so you see that Quinn's low, and he wants to grab the Water Rune so badly. But every time he starts edging towards one of the Water Runes, 9's going that way as well. He's like, all right, you want to try it with that little amount of health? I'm going to make you try it really hard. You might die.
So he's CSing in the mid lane, and as you said, as soon as he moves, they also have vision on the high ground. So Quinn, he tries to get in there. We'll have a Blink Strike. We'll have 2 Blink Strikes available soon, but no mana for both.
Yeah, only 60 mana, but if, say, he does try to commit to the Water Rune, gets Blink Striked on, and then he swipes the Water Rune, all of a sudden I think Quinn might just die.
He's going back. He's like, yeah. I give up, guys.
Forget this, I'm out.
2 Water Runes against hero who doesn't even want to pick up Water Rune. 9 might pick up 1 in the end.
Just Snaking just came back, and look at his health. Already down under half. Frostbite, a couple right clicks from Skitter, but that's all he can really produce. It's not really much of a deterrent against this Tidehunter, especially when you've got the Hoodwink who's ready to get the control and kill these heroes.
Lifestealer, very interactive gameplay. Not just the laning stage, but throughout the whole game. Needs the right click, use a rage, that's about it. Even more aggression now from this bottom lane. Mana boots completed, so every single time Alchemist gets close, shotgun to his face, 2 points in Scatterblast, axes.
Yeah, very fun lane for him now. And 9's going to hit that level 6, so we'll see if he can stay aggressive in this lane. Both Water Runes are going to be picked up by Quinn after he TPs back over. So he'll put that bottle at 2 charges again with a Water Rune in it.
Also, interesting build. I don't know if Quinn wants to commit to it. He doesn't have mana boots, no raindrop, nothing in his quick bite, just straight up Diffusal Blade. I have not seen this build. Because hero consumes so much mana. For a second, I thought, you know, because they love the combo, maybe there's a Keeper of the Light in this game. There isn't, so we'll need that mana sustain. Let's see if he decides to actually go for it. He's going. All right, he's committing. So this is going to be even earlier timing on that Diffusal. You use 1 Swashbuckle, you burn 160 mana on a hero like Riki, who's currently sitting at 340, so that's his half mana pool gone.
Yeah, not fun to have all your mana depleted pretty much instantly. Doraccio pushing in to this bottom tier 1 tower, throwing that stun and having that acid spray on the ground. See what he can make out of this lane as... Took a look there. It's Ag's first item queued for 33.
I just saw it.
Drums of Slop. Okay. Impetus, Scatterblast, Nature's Attendance, and, well, they will get the kill there on to Saksa. They have this Harpy Stormcrafter being very annoying.
If Beastmaster said, guys, I'm building drums, I would say that's okay.
Oh.
Gets the solo kill. 9. 33 even gives him the applause. So Meteor Hammer lands. Rolling Thunder was not there. And the Blink Strike, like, Blink Strike once it's maxed out early on, this is 7 minutes we're talking about. It's a lot of damage. And let's see, Meteor Hammer on tower, if he's going to use it or not.
Would leave him with not a lot of mana to work with. He needs a little bit more mana regen here and sustainability for it. And it, like you said, with the Diffusal first, it's going to be tough for him to have mana in some of these fights, especially when mana pool max is not great. 100 mana being used for Meteor Hammer. Rough.
Extra help, Arcane Aura, 0.4.
Okay.
It's something,
High
okay.
number. Soxa Snake King and 33 going after this out. Hurricane brings Sox out of the tower, and Rachu's going to survive. They actually don't even get the kill there. Sox ends up being the one who falls. Middle lane again, Quinn thinking about the Rolling Thunder. Tofu coming over, 9. Bounced up into the air, and Tofu.
9. Very nice sidestep.
Yep, not connecting everything. And
Moves
Snake
to the
King's
bottom.
in trouble again. Impetus, Acid Spray, and will tick down to Duraccio. So after almost dying, he gets a kill.
Duraccio off to a good start. Like, they did pressure him a lot, but he's also getting some assist gold as well. Level 6 survives there with the raindrop, and now pushing himself closer to the Radiance.
Ace also has Meteor Hammer. Cookie, Ace, he's got to run. Scatter Blast, and this should be a kill for Skinner and Wilby. So, yeah, he gets the tower. He ends up trading his life for it. I don't think that's too awful. Have a 2K lead right now. Of course, that's with an Alchemist in the game. Is he still committing to the Ags? Yeah, he still has it queued up. I'm watching 33 the entire time. We've not talked much about Drums of Slum, but I feel like the one time I talked about it, it was not high up in the tier ratings of Ags.
Definitely not. I believe it got some kind of a buff in the previous patch. Let me just double check. Yeah, damage per hit increased from 110 to 115. I don't know if it's good. Like, I literally never saw this in action. I tested it out. Looked kind of wonky. Gave up on it. I'm like, gave it a little more time. Maybe the pros will pick it up. And let's see if he commits to it. Seems like he might go for it. And also, speaking of the item pickups, 9 minutes 30 seconds. Diffusal Blade, Swashbuckle maxed out.
Meteor Hammer down on the Tofu, but there's the Swashbuckle in 9. Well,
No
like
mana.
you see, he's got no mana and goes into the tricks of the trade. They have Sentry down, Swashbuckle not landing onto 9. They got the kill on the Tofu. Rolling Thunder to stop the TP. Ace is coming over and should help to get this kill with a Gush and a right click.
This has to be one of the earliest Diffusal Blade pickups. Oh my god, this hurts so much. Reason Rune bottom, that's going to be extra mana for him. He also found a good substitution for mana boots. Ricky.
Picks up the regen rune and then that's it.
So Arcane Ring, gonna come in very handy for some kind of a mana until he gets to his mana boots.
So 33, you can see he picked up the Ogre Axe first. Leaves it open for what he's going to get if he does commit to the Drums of Slum.
Also, he just banged onto those drums, even
Doesn't
without
even have
Ags
yet.
So if Beastmaster told me I'm going drums, I would assume he's going, you know, drums as item.
Dust, 9. Ooh, cuts the
it down.
tree, and Impetus still slowed thanks to the Diffusal. Shield crash, 9 will die under the tier 2 tower. Nobody here to help.
I think the reason why he's going for the Diffusal Blade early before mana boots is something that I mentioned before the game started, but he wants to keep them busy while Alchemist is farming. So he wants to hit like this earlier timing because he understands that he's not the real carry in this game. Eventually, he'll get his items, but it's all about the Alchemist. Relieve some of the pressure so they can't go on him. Soxa, level 6, ulti available. Same goes for Roar. But Duraccio, Radiance is finished. Needs another minute.
TPing over mid. Bringing the Ricky in, and he'll infest into the Invis 9. Tofu coming over. Snake King's dead immediately. They're going to Blink Strike onto him. They've got the silence. Can they get the kill on a Quinn before he's able to Rolling Thunder? Ooh, Primal Roar, and there is a trade. So Snake King falls for Quinn. Not a bad trade. But again, you said it. It's leaving space open for the Alk.
It's all about that space. Whenever you use Roar, Mortimer's Kisses, any of these big ultis, it means that Alchemist cannot die. And something so satisfying about watching Alchemist farm. This is Radiance. 12-minute Radiance. Ace, Meteor Hammer. He has full hood on his courier that is being delivered.
Tricks the trade, and there's a kill on Ace. He's going to Meteor Hammer this bottom tier 1. They've smoked up. They want to go for more. 33 now has 1,300 gold, so I'm definitely wondering what he wants to buy if he's just holding the gold for now. But they'll come around. They'll find themselves sorry. They'll get a boar and is just trying to extend what seems to be inevitable, his death. Skitter now on a killing spree. So not bad for this lifestealer, all things considered. He's had a good lane, and bottom tier 1's going to go down. Nine's just here solo, throwing these Meteor Hammers onto the tower. Life is going well.
Ricky going into the Fusel, wants to be able to scale. Does not want to kill his own game. Also has Lance of Pursuit, so whenever he strikes from the back, extra damage, extra slow. Like, this is the item. Like, this is literally Ricky item.
Okay, point booster purchased. 33, the little drummer boy. So he's gonna have the, I don't know what it is. Is Slam a lore thing?
I have no idea what it is.
Somebody message me. I'd like to know what Slam is, or is it a Slam? Sharpshooter, tricks of the trade, trying to run, blinks over.
Cookie.
Oh, swashbuckle, they've got the dust, but Nine.
As
No
another
way
blink
he
strike.
survives, right? Oh, Cookie away. Ace chasing, rolling thunder, defusal. Oh, Nine juking, but the silence with the smoke cloud, and eventually he still dies. Saksa, the damage. Oh, second for Gaming Gladiators.
Quinn is not getting fooled. Like, it was a nice play from Nine, using those blink strike. Saksa runs away for another blink strike, cookies him in, but the rolling thunder finishes him off. And then Duraccio, Radiance is done. 5k gold lead, 14 minutes into the game. Going into Heart next. He does not feel like he needs a BKB yet, at least. Might change his mind.
Ooh, Duraccio charging up that stun, Primal Roar. That'll keep him locked down, and he'll stun himself, but they've got the dust again on a 9. Smoke cloud is down, the right clicks are in, the tricks of the trade, the damage, the kill. They'll take the Alchemist. 9 getting a lot of gold, and the assist gold's pretty nice too.
Yeah, let's see if he decides maybe to swap things around. The classic, the standard Alchemist build with the BKB. You're also playing into Lifestealer, so yeah, the Feast is going to be a problem. More HP you have means more damage. Tofu.
Tofu, Sharpshooter, but do they have the range? Snake Kings there with the Frostbite and Skitter. Typical hard carry contribution. 1 right click, 1 kill.
Nice play there from Tofu. Almost managed to get out. Skeeter still looking good, you know. He's playing into Alchemist. It's a good matchup for him. I'm really glad that he's not going for any weird build, just a standard armlet into Deso. His next item could be like any of the 3, like either a BKB, maybe he wants to have Heaven's Halberd, Basher. There's multiple choices, but the first 2 are gonna look really good. Then it also opens up the Roche for the team.
Tricks the trade, avoiding the stun. Hachi actually gets the creeps in the neutral camp with that stun that hit the tricks of the trade circle. Yeah, you're happy like the panel, right? They said no Radiance, please, on Lifestealer if you want to compete.
Not a game for Radiance by any means, and this is what we mentioned. Cloud
Ravage
against Pango.
Quinn, not going to be able to get out. Saksa, though, on the run from Ace. And behind them, though, is Celery getting the kill on a Snake King. They'll get the kill on a Saksa, and the Meteor Hammer doesn't land. 9 now. He sees Duraccio, but not much he can do. He's going for the Shard next. So he's going to want that Sleeping Dart.
And this is it.
Oh, the Drums of Song.
I'm really hyped about this ability. Damage per hit.
Oh, let's see it.
115.
Getting the Drums of Slom, and if everybody wants to join along and drum at home, why not?
All right, like the sound. Still needs to see it in action a couple more times.
With ever increasing speed. Okay. So let's take a look. 4K net worth lead. As I have been given lore information. Slom was a kingdom. It was a society. Hold on. Information. It has to wait. Because Quinn is going to go down to 9 again. 9 is doing a lot of work here with the smoke screen.
It's such an annoying ability for both Pango and also Tidehunter.
Duraccio, Mortimer's Kiss is, he's just dead. Look at the damage coming in from the drums of Slom.
Yeah, you can continue with what Slum is. I'm really interested.
Okay, so Slom was a kingdom. It was a society divided into castes, with families like the House of Ambry making up part of the important landed caste. A royal menagerie of wondrous beasts was kept by its king.
Okay, a lot of fancy words.
Yeah, menagerie and caste system was in there. I'm happy I read all those words right. I was embarrassed for a second. Kraken Shell. Bushwhack doesn't land. By the way, Mech picked up here for the Snapfire, so you'll have sustainability coming in from your Snapfire, not your offlaner, which we've seen time and time again, depending on the lineups. Sometimes your offlaner goes into these auras, the sustain.
Sometimes he gets this
Drum
cool
song.
new Ags. I'm really glad that Quinn is understanding where the real threat is coming from. Oh,
Oh. Roll. Pig pull. Primal Roar. The roll is not going to be able to connect, but the Bushwhack goes, and now the roll hits. Impetus shots. Cookie to get some space. Stunning him up. Ravage on a 2. Meteor Hammer to follow it up, and that's going to be extra lockdown. 33 and Saksa. They both fall, and that's 2 more kills for Gaming Gladiators.
I talked about his itemization. 4 staff on Pangolier. This might be the first one. Maybe someone in Herald bracket did buy it by accident, but he needs to get out of this cloud. It's either this or he gets a BKB for himself. Still not enough. The damage from 9 with that Diffusal Blade, Snaking, Meteor.
Hammer. Oh, on the edge. But he's still on the run. The stun. I don't think they're going to have the vision. But Snaking still running. This is a Crystal Maiden for their lives. Escaping. Cookie, which is attendance, charging up the stun again. Pig pull, anchor smash, and there's another kill on Asaxa. But the blink with the infest, they should be able to at least get Celery. Now they'll look over as the sleeping dart hits on a Duraccio. Goes into the ult. Meteor Hammer from Ace, not gonna land. Right clicks in. 33 with the drums of Slom from the high ground. He is just the drummer boy up and, well, supporting his team. He's cheering. He's telling them to try and win this fight as the freezing field comes in on from Snaking on a Duraccio. Meteor Hammer from 9, drop down right on top of the Alchemist, but it's taking a lot
Another
to kill
rage.
him. Going to the Rage, and they'll get the kill onto the Alch, and now that net worth lead has been cut down to 1K.
I don't know if this Heart was a good pickup. He definitely needs a BKB in that fight. Sure, you're playing into Beastmaster's Roar, so something you don't like to play into. Maybe he thought that he can get away with it. With the Heart, he's going to be unkillable, reset multiple times. That region kicks in. Same goes with the Chemical Rage. Ace?
Primal Roar onto the Rolling Thunder. Now the mech pop by Saksa. Continued control, and they'll survive. Ooh, Rolling Thunder actually hit on a Skitter who's going to pop the Rage. They've got the Frostbite through onto Tofu. They get the kill there onto the Hoodwink. By the way, they got themselves drums on Crystal Maiden, so...
She wants to join the band.
Yeah. Mom, can we get drums? We have drums at Slom at home. There you go. Drums of Endurance. It's interesting. You know, the drums of Slom, it's like getting an iPad. The drums of Endurance now feel like a Toshiba Handybook.
Pretty much. Oh, no, they're going to catch the Ratio one more time. Where's the combo?
Sleeping Dart, Infest, and the smoke screen down. Duracio's going to die here to 9.
Oh, man, this is looking really rough for Gaming Gladiators. They did have an extremely good start on the Ratio.
Yeah.
Radiance, 12 minutes into the game, 21 minutes, he only managed to farm 1 item with Radiance. So, still on top of the net worth, but every single time he dies with all that net worth, he feeds a lot of gold to the enemy team.
Ricky going Manta next. Speaking of item progression, 10 charges already on this Deso for Lifestealer. And he is just the recipe gold away from getting BKB. 9 tricks of the trade, avoiding the bushwhack, gets hit with the gush. Now the meteor hammer, blink strike over to Celery, and sleeping dart onto Quinn. But with the sharpshooter and 4 heroes here, they have enough to sustain the damage and get the kill.
Unfortunately, not the to blink to Crystal Maiden, not close enough. Next big timing for Tundra. BKB on Lifestealer so he can rage. BKB, another rage. Gonna be extremely difficult to kill. They have no abilities that go through magic immunity, so he could do whatever he wants. They need some Force Staffs. They need to kite this Lifestealer. And into the Roche Pit they go.
With no Riki for 25, this is definitely a solid play. Tundra not looking like they're going to contest this at all. And this will be Aegis for the side of Gaming Gladiators, a big take for them to get.
Seems like Doraccio does not want to pick it up. They've shown 5 times already throughout this game that they can kill him.
Eggs being built for Quinn. He's got the gold for 2 components in the moment. There's that BKB for 33, so he'll BKB, he'll drum, and just try to cheer on his squad.
Game's pretty even. Alchemist plus Aegis. If you don't have the, like, if you're not 5k gold ahead with Alchemist, you're actually behind.
So they've got the Aegis for 4.5 minutes. I mean, that's to try and help the Alch get the item progression going, right? Like you said, you'd only gotten 1 item with that Radiance initially. After that great start, now you're using this Aegis. You're trying to at least open up some time and space by using this with Quinn, but now this is a bit of an issue. You've got Skitter, you've got 9 coming over. The sharpshooter doesn't land. They get the kill on a Tofu. The smoke does nothing. And Tundra, despite the fact that the Aegis is on the other team, well, they're still going to look to fight.
Skeeter and 9, they're playing it together. Cookie.
Start again. Cookie's going to be over this Tidehunter, but the smoke screen's so large that they continue to chase, and Skitter eventually has the damage to get the kill onto the Tidehunter. 4 staff out of the pit. Celery, he'll get away from the side of Tundra.
Skeeter having a blast of a game on this Lifestealer. Level 19. Like, where are these levels coming from? About to crack level 20, 25 minutes into the game. That's pretty impressive.
That's kind of wild. The XP per minute is up there for sure.
Also picked up the shard, so extra slow. We'll just go for the tower. With that BKB, 9-second BKB into Basher next, he can lock onto a target. There's going to need to be a lot of kiting, and the issue is still going to persist that they can't really stop him. He can do whatever he wants in these fights. Can't really stun him unless they get some kind of a blink initiation from Tidehunter and try to burst him down.
33 putting some pressure on the bottom lane and using these boars to push out and hopefully get some damage onto the tier 2. More than what they've already got. Sox is nearby too, so Primal Roar into Kisses could be a bit of an issue. You see the shard for Soxa, so Cookie's going to help clean up some creeps. Shard for Ace, Tendrils of the Deep, popping Soxa up into the air. They've got Tofu and Quinn joining with Doraccio, but Doraccio is not fast enough, and he's going to end up stunning himself.
That's okay. Has a BKB coming for him. And also Quinn, adjusting his item build, was thinking about Aghanim Scepter, wanting to scale, but something that I mentioned is nothing that goes through magic immunity, so this Basher is going to be very helpful dealing with the Lifestealer.
Or at least trying to. Right now he seems to stand tall in a lot of these fights. Quinn, he's near, but they've been moving around as a group, so not immediately going for these heroes. 9 spots Ace. And there's the Infest pop, smoke screen down. Force Staff to get out of the smoke screen. Frostbite now on a Quinn to stop him from using that Rolling Thunder. And now they're under a Sentry. 9 he needs to get out, but the Tendrils of the Deep coming in from Ace. Blink Strike away. Can he find and escape the tricks of the trade? No, not going to get to the low ground. They've dusted him up. They'll kill him off, and they'll get the kill into the Riki.
Maybe with the Manta style, having extra HP and also the spell mechanic could have made the difference there. And seems like they are itemizing. Skeeter understands that he does not want to get kited going into Nullifier next. Changes his mind instead of Basher after seeing the Force Staff. So keep things in the cloud. Keep like either Riki, either Tidehunter or Pangolier inside that cloud and looking at talent tree from Ricky. Smokescreen radius, smokescreen cooldown, and then also Octarine core. So he will have it permanently. You have only 1 second downtime with the Octarine or just any CDR item. You can just keep them inside with the nullifier and kill them.
That's rough.
So they will always have something to play with. So far, Nine and Skeeter have played together this Infest Bomb. Not the usual combo you see like Ricky Lifestealer, but it's doing the job.
Level 20 there for Skitter, so he is now got the plus 15% Infest target move speed health.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And like you said, still working on that nullifier. AC for Dyrachyo next. He's been killed a bunch of times as we saw previously. They don't know what's behind him. And it's a lot of the team actually going from behind. Looking for Ace. Mortimer's Kisses. That will land onto the Tide. He's trying to run. He's got Ravage, forced to use it, but the rage of the BKB coming up from Skitter. And now looking over at Celery. They get the kill on Snake King. 33, marching to the beat of his own drum of Slam, as Dyrachyo's coming in with the BKB of his own. Primal Roar, charging up the stun. There's the smoke screen. Bushwhack on a 2 coming out from Tofu, as well as the Acorn shot. They get the kill on Asaxa. Tricks of the trade. Ace over to the side. He doesn't have Ravage anymore, but they just don't have the damage on Tundra to get these kills.
Tundra getting completely kited. These multiple Force Staffs, like Panga with a Force Staff, you don't expect to see it. You have another Force Staff from the Enchanters. They try to lock onto a Tidehunter, but the damage is slightly lacking there. Nullifier definitely needed. Skeeter, next fight, probably going to have it, so things are going to be much easier for them. Now a 3k gold lead for Gaimin.
Yeah, inflated a little bit by the Alchemist, but
A little bit, yeah.
not by too much, truthfully. What's crazy to me is these 4 positions are getting a lot of farm, both of them. Both at 7,400 net worth. A lot of gold. So, you see the Enchantress, 7,400. 7,400 there for the Snapfire.
Let's get started.
So this goes for Gaming Gladiators, Celery really the 5. Let's switch him back and forth. Support's getting good gold.
Next Roshan. Potentially spawn in a minute and 30 seconds. With this Nullifier pickup, I want to see another smoke bomb. Maybe even smoke the whole team. Try to go for a play. For now, it's just going to be 9. And also, look at his move speed. 550 while infested and smoked.
Running out there like the Flash. AC finish there for the Alk. Trying to wrap around, but there's a smoke from Gaming Gladiators themselves, and they're heading towards the Roche Pit area. Smoke breaks, Regen Rune, it's down to the ground. They see the Courier, they'll get the kill on it, but there's the Blink Strike in as well as the Infest. He's already in the middle, the Tendrils of the Deep. Oh, 9 in some trouble. They go to the back lines, they get the kill to Quinn, so they'll take out the Pangolier to start. There's going to be no Rolling Thunder, no disruption in this fight. Celery's next on the list, and 9 with a Blink Strike gets the kill. Primal Roar was used on Dyrachyo. Do they want to reinitiate on this? Scatterblast misses. Stun charged up, going over to the side, and Skitter, he can just pop that rage, make sure that Dyrachyo stuns himself. Saxa with the cookie from the low ground onto the high ground. Ace comes in with a Ravage, but Skitter's still hitting away. He's got that BKB. They'll go to the Meteor Hammer. It's still not going to land on a Skitter. He'll chase him down. The stun's not going to matter. They'll get the kill to the Alchemist. Now they look over at Ace. The Ogre Seal told him to get some space. Oh, man. A 3-man Tendrils in the Deep and a TP out.
That was nicely done by Ace, but Skitter can do whatever the hell he wants in these. I think he dealt like 10,000 damage in the previous fight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
I'm not wrong. It's he locks onto a target, finds Quinn, can't use the Force Staff, gets nullified. Roshan, let's see the respawn timer, minute and 15 seconds. But Lifestealer, pretty free game for him. They're going to find another one.
Yeah, Tofu very dead. And all of a sudden, this game starts to shake up towards Tundra once again.
Radiant structures are fortified.
We have really kept this game close considering the Alchemist lineup and how much farm Dyrachyo's got.
My vigor was never in question.
Can we see the damage dealt by the heroes? I don't think Dyrachyo managed to like pop off completely in this game. 18,000, you know, playing around the acid spray, but considering the amount of network that he has and also compared to Lifestealer, 30,000. Going into Aghanim Scepter next, at least that's what's queued up on Skeeter. So lowering the cooldown on Infest, and also you disarm enemies if you infest them, amplifying your self-regen. I love that he picked up BKB as his third item. It's just rage into BKB, rage again, never get stunned.
Gosh. Roche up in 10. Tundra controlling the positioning here for this next Aegis. But Gaming Gladiators, I feel like feeling the need to have to go, and that's exactly what they're going to do. 5-man smoke. Tied, though, without Ravage for another 33 seconds. So they really need that control.
9 is zooming, 550 again, and look at his cast range. Ether Lens, Psychic Headband, Blink Strike across the whole screen, half a screen for Sleeping Dart.
Yeah, this is going to be tough for Gaming Gladiators. They're waiting. I think they know that they're going to need Ravage, waiting for Tundra to come over towards Roche. 9 also going for Ags, by the way. More Ags being built on Tundra than Gaming Gladiators, with an Alk on their team.
Let's see how they approach it. They do have vision in the enemy triangle, keeping the entrance just for a potential smoke. And now Gaming, they do the same thing. Playing around their vision on the high ground. Bottom lane is pushing in. Celery with the Swarpine Raider. Not the most effective split push happening.
Here's Blink Dagger for Dyrachyo, so he's going to try and not stun himself, close the gap. Hoping to get something done. So, tricks of the trade, Pocket Ricky strat maybe coming out. You check your pockets recently?
Yeah, there's nothing inside of them.
No Ricky in there?
Nothing.
Okay. Octarine Core for Quinn next. This game is kind of quieted up. Nobody really willing to make that first move, knowing that Roche is a big objective of contention.
So they can hide inside. Like, I want to see Snapfire, Ags, Ricky with the Aghanim Scepter, Infest, just meme it up completely.
And then in the back, just 33 drums of Slom. All the way back behind him.
Another smoke from Gaiman.
Smoke from both teams. 9. Breaking the smoke, tricks of the trade, up into the high ground. Both these teams really hesitant on making that jump. They got the Blink Dagger on Dyrachyo, so now he's going to blink in. They got the BKB coming out from 33. Saksa, Mech running. Radiance burning him. Snake King not even going to die here to Dyrachyo. They've got the Riki up into the high ground, and with that jump, well, that's a little bit of trouble here. Ravage coming in, but it only hits one. It hits the Riki, I believe. That was not really what they wanted, though. They go to the Mortar of Tisses from the high ground. Tofu gets to the low ground with the sharpshooter, but they still get the kill onto the Hoodwink. Buyback comes out. Ace Dyrachyo on the high ground. Snake King, he's going to die here. He'll fall to Dyrachyo. Skitter's going to now move back in. He's got the Rage, and now the Nullifier onto Ace. But looking over, they're going for the Snapfire. Dyrachyo trying to get the kill as the Cookie to jump away. Quinn, Celery, and Dyrachyo will follow him. Get the kill on Saksa. They end up losing Ace. So Godlike for Skitter, charging up the stun once again. That's going to be thrown over onto the Lifestealer. It actually does land this time with the Freezing Field. Celery running.
No Force Staff for you.
No Force Staff. There's the Nullifier. Skitter right-clicking away, trying to beat these heals of the Nature's Attendants. And with some help from 33, they'll get that kill, and maybe they could go in towards Roche.
2 buybacks, 2 supports from Tundra. And Pangolier is missing. It's being pinged out. They know that Rolling Thunder is still available, but Skeeter, again, does whatever he wants in these fights. Doesn't get locked down. No bash, nothing on him. Saksa keeping the distance. They also have vision from the Hawk.
Seeing Tofu, Rolling Thunder. Ooh, bumps the Riki into the air. Now they've got a Bushwhack. They dusted him up. And Dyrachyo's going in looking for Snake King. Scatterblast, Frostbite, they've got the Nullifier. It's going to be onto the Alchemist. 9's already going to be dead. They go to the Primal War. It's coming out from 33. He's marching and drumming on that Slom, and they'll get the kill to Dyrachyo. Nullifier thrown over onto Tofu once again. Open wounds, killing him off, and getting another kill. 4 heroes dead on Gaming Gladiators, and back over to Roche.
The game looks even in terms of net worth, but it's Tundra who are controlling these fights. I don't like. You need some kind of an instant stun, some kind of a hex. Not sure who's gonna buy it. This Basher from Pangolier is not doing enough against the Skeeter. He has free reign, and this is gonna be Aghanim Scepter picked up on him at the moment. 20-second cooldown on Infest, so he can save his allies. He can also be inside Riki, like use it multiple times. Does have a shard, so let's see who picks up the shard. Riki bought 1. Snapfire has 1. There's 2 heroes who don't have it on side of Tundra. That's Crystal Maiden and Beastmaster.
Does Beastmaster end up taking it? Drumming away, I think Ags is good enough. But I'm always a big fan of the Shard there. Gives you the dive bomb ability on your Hawks.
That was a stun before.
Yeah.
Celery.
33, drums of Psalm once again. Mortimer's Kisses with the primal roar. Quinn, the percussion, it's too loud.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Oh no. Skitter getting another kill.
They
He is
lost the
beyond
gem.
godlike. Yeah, that gem's gone too.
How many Octarine cores do we have in this game? There's 1 on Tidehunter, 1 on Quinn, 1 on Beastmaster. Eventually, Ricky will get it.
Carry the 1.
Yeah, there's way too many for a 37-minute game, I would say.
This feels like a farm frenzy. And a lot of kills. A lot of gold in this game at the moment.
Lifestealer, level 25. Extra 1.5 second rage duration. So, 7.5.
I mean, 38 minutes into the game. Level 25.
7 from Black King Bar, and then again, 7.5.
His XP per minute is 983.
Not even 1,000.
Radiant's bottom tower.
I
is
can't get
under
away with
attack.
saying that. 33. The chase. Ooh.
Force staff on Baraccio. Will get out of the trouble.
Frostbite. Crystal Nova. Silenced. And dead. Chopping up some tofu. They're going to TP right down to the outpost. They want to be on the other side of the map. They'll go immediately. Dyrachio's going to show himself in the lane. And honestly, he might just die for this. Sweeping dart. They're bringing over Skitter. They've got the smoke screen. Now BKB forced out. No fire on him. But he has to run.
Another smoke screen.
Always up. Always up.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
9 has been very annoying this game from start to finish. Played
Super
the,
active.
yeah, played the lane really well. Kind of dominated the matchup, and then proceeded to bomb the towers. Caused a lot of problems with the smoke screen, especially against Tide. Pango, like forcing him to get an item that he does not want to buy ever. So, 2,000 gold. I'm gonna say down the drain, but also an item you don't want to have in your inventory. You want to go for different items. 9 again, 550 move speed. Zoom in.
So fast. TP, Celery, out of there. And 9. He'll have the gold in just a second for Pocket Ricky. We're getting drums of Psalm. We're getting Pocket Ricky. All the things that we want to see all season long on this last day here for Western Europe. I'm a big fan of this game right now.
And they thought this patch is boring. Look at it where we are right now.
Dire's
So many different heroes. Draccio. Radiance turned off. Ninja Gear smoked. Wants to get something that might kill the courier here.
Does he follow it? That's what he's trying to do. Oh, the fog. Snaking, wrapping back over, Frostbite, and forcing a BKB. That's super value. Meanwhile, Skitter's getting a kill on a Quinn with that help from 9. That little infest bomb.
Draccio feels like he needs to play a bit of a different game. Can't really square up and fight against the Lifestealer, so going for the Pickoss, Glyph, plus a TP, 33. Knows that there is no BKB on Draccio, but he is very speedy. I don't know what to think about this drums. It doesn't feel like it did much. Sure, it's like damage over time. You're sitting there getting some heals as well, but I feel like if he went for just a standard item build, the outcome would be the same.
Right. Outcome just feels like it's consistent. Skitter on the high ground. We'll walk away, or well, breakdance away. So how do they hold the high ground? 18 seconds left on this Aegis.
Radiant's
They are close to breaking the high ground, and now 9's close to breaking Draccio. He's on him.
No BKB
And,
for 15.
And this is a while till he doesn't have the BKB. Skitter's here with an nullifier. The right-click damage coming in. Where do you go? Ravage on a 3. Can they turn this one around? The
Aegis just expired.
Tendrils of the Deep pops Skitter up into the air. He goes to the range. They've got themselves the Primal Roar. Can they get the damage onto the Alchemist? The Rolling Thunder coming in. Is it going to be in time? No, it's not. Jirachi ends up dying. He's dead for 90 seconds. Meteor Hammer from Ace. That lands there on Asaxa, but he's still going to survive. The Drums of Swan, they're being beat, but Saxa, he finally falls to Ace. Ace is looking like he's going to die to 9. As 33 falls, the numbers are going by the wayside. Double kill there for Ace, but now he has to watch as the rest of the team is trying to hold on. Tofu falling, Skitter going after Celery. This is an Enchantress that he'll break through eventually. There's an Nullifier. He actually says, forget the Enchantress.
He wants
I'm
Bango.
going for the Pangolier. Buyback coming out from Ace. Tendrils of the Deep misses. Stormcraft.
Celery's going ham in this fight.
They get the kill onto the Enchantress back
Well, not
over.
anymore.
He's in the focus once again, and they'll take him out for 70 seconds without buyback.
And Celery did one hell of a lot of damage. Most damage in the team, 4,000 those impetus shots, but forcing some really big buybacks. 33 buys back on his own. Same goes for Ace. And now Lifestealer. That looked very close. Maybe they can like bring him down because his BKB was in the backpack. Aegis just expired. Gaming Gladiators timed it nicely, but again, not enough damage. And now Ricky finishing off Octarine Core. Permanent Cloud. Let's see.
Sleep, Cloud, Roar, Nullifier dead.
Realize we had started.
Quinn straight up not having a good time in this game. How many deaths? 9 deaths. A bit of a difficult one. Ricky causing the problems, and maybe they want to stay for another fight, but this game looks really over. There is range barracks on the top, and they can play around the Mega Creeps then, wait for another Roche to respawn.
Radiant's bottom barracks.
This is 80 DPC points we're talking about.
A lot on the line. I mean, you saw last year. 1 DPC point could be the difference. Is he going to smoke Cloud him again?
Radiant's top barracks
Just get the Mega Creeps.
now have mega creeps.
This is 44 minutes into the game. 20,000 net worth lead for Tundra. So, what do you do here if you're Gaming Gladiators?
Shift enter. GG enter, I think. I don't think there's a comeback in this game. They can try to play it one more time, maybe surprise Lifestealer. But Skitter's so farmed that he will have buyback in the next like 30 seconds. Finished off Eye of Scotty, so even more slow. Penta Edge Sword slow as well. The heroes are not gonna move. Octarine Core on Crystal, like where's this coming from?
Where's the gold coming from? It does feel like there's a lot of gold in the game, right?
Yeah, for sure. And 20 attack speed as well on Crystal Maiden with the talent.
200, yeah. It's
Snaking wants to carry the game on his own.
So Quinn gonna try and hold. He's looking for the shard. I mean, that kind of holds him still, right? For another smoke cloud.
Yeah. Now Daedalus and Ricky. Items are just getting there. Quinn, can he get out?
Rolling
This
Thunder,
time, yes he can.
able to run away. Dust, 9. Stormcrafter, Blink Strike away. Tendrils of the Deep misses. Gush, Primal Roar from such a distance. You will hear me roar as Duraccio now with the BKB and the Nullifier on him. He's starting to run. But the BKB was used. Tricks of the trade, the Infest. Into the Ricky. He'll jump in, pop the Infest, and they should be able to get the kill on a Celery. He's gone as Ace is going to be the next one on the list. Meteor Hammer lands down on the Crystal Maiden. Duraccio coming in, trying to get a kill here on Asaxa, but he's going to four-step onto the high ground. And they've got control. They have the lockdown. There's the Nullifier. They'll call GG, and Tundra will take game number 1 over Gaming Gladiators.
Man, Skeeter, what a performance on this Lifestealer. I know it's just the right clicks, but it's also itemization, some infest. He played with Ricky, and also not dying a single time, finishing the game with 14-0-15. Both him and 9 were all over the place, just playing together. 9 dominated this matchup. Mid-Ricky, we might see more of it.
Yeah, it looks really good. And the combination with the Lifestealer, that was kind of fun. I'm always down for fun drafts, especially when they're as strong as this one. And, I mean, it was certainly strong. I think people thought, oh, Drums of Slom, Tundra aren't taking this seriously. But when you drum as well as 33 did, you get a victory like this, right? Like, what else can you ask for?
Yeah. Again, value from the Cloud. through the roof in this game. They couldn't deal with it. Also, having no BKB piercing ability was something that kind of opened up the game for Skitter, where he knows that his entry to the fight, as long as he has BKB or Rage, not going to get hit by Ravage. He was really quick on the fingers. I don't think he got clipped more than once by Ravage in this whole game.
Yeah, the game was on point here for Tundra. They play a little bit of an unconventional draft and some item pickups, but the gold was there for them. They make it work. They take game number 1. To break it down, we've got the panel. Take it away.
A very fantastic game number 1 for Tundra, and a little bit of a contested point between our talent in the green room was the build that the Beastmaster went here for this game and for Tundra. So we're going to talk about it. The Aghanim's rush on Beast.
I think there's legs to it. I think for this game at least, it was not the most important aspect of the game. Like 9 popped off, Lifestealer popped off. But I think there will be a world where an Ags buying Beastmaster that can go BKB, Blink, like Octarine E-Blade. You do 1600 damage if you lock onto a hero with drums and they don't have any silences, stuns, or slows to prevent the drums popping. And then if you actually get to buy the E-Blade plus Axes on top of that, like this, you become an assassin. And I can see legs to it. There'll always be arguments on Overlord just being a lot better. But potentially against Night Stalkers in the future, this could be the new build that players start doing.
That's what they're demonstrating, right? Like if you pick Night Stalker into our Beast, we're just going to go drums.
Exactly, yeah.
If you leave the Beast, we'll pick it and go drums anyway against you. So I don't think that any team can do this. I don't think that it was that impactful. Like, it was good, but not super impactful. What it did allow them to do is to play around the offlane a little bit, right? Like the Beastmaster had a decent lane, got the attacks quite early on, and then they played the map. Like the 3 cores were active from the get-go. It was the Infest Bomb with the Desolator in a Riki that had a really good start, and the Beastmaster was just like cherry on top, pretty much.
Yeah, let's talk about the mid Riki again. I mean, it's only been picked once. It has been 9 in the past here in Western Europe, and he picks it up again. This time, oh my gosh, it went insane. Like, I can already see 18, 5, 16 that this Riki went, and it's not that I didn't have faith. I was like, how many times can you pick a mid Riki without it being punished? And
yeah, he got a solo kill on.
He destroyed
as
mid
well.
lane. Like
It's fantastic.
This mid lane, it's like he forced Quinn to walk to base. He kills him solo. He forces Quinn to go like second item 4 stuff. Like, this was like Quinn just didn't have a game this entire time.
How many forces did they have? Celery had 1, Tofu had 1, Quinn had 1.
They had 3, I believe.
3 4 staffs overall on the Gaming Gladiators. It wasn't only because of Riki, obviously. You're playing into a live stealer, so 4 staffs have a ton of value. But yeah, you have to respect this Riki. Also, the diffusal that he built instantly afterwards allowed him to set up these infest bombs, right? Like, you infest with the live stealer, you get on top of a hero, smoke screen, diffusal, bam, you're dead.
I think for Tundra at least, this was just a refreshing game from them. Like, of course, 9 just, again, crushes mid, opens the game. You got to see Skitter. He was actually smoking and making a lot of active plays on Lifestealer. Like, he didn't have Deso, but he was still, like, poking his head in to take these fights. And he goes unkillable as well. And, yeah, unkillable as well. It's 14-0-15. Beautiful itemization. I like the fact that he goes Armlet Deso. He doesn't do this, like, Radiance meme grief build. Goes Shard, BKB, Skadi, Nullify. Like,
he had, like, 10k damage in that one fight.
Just slow and steady, chips damage.
But that was basically because Lifestealer couldn't move. Well, he couldn't move in the next fight. Alchemist couldn't move in that one. He was just stun locked.
They played the complete opposite on Gaming Gladiators. I mean, they didn't have that mid lane success, and then Alk was just farming. Like, it really did show that Gaming Gladiators were struggling to be active with the lineup they had and the start that they had there. But MVP for Tundra, the standout.
Skitter or 9, like one or the other.
Has to be 9 in my
I was going to say, I think it has to be 9 here.
Yep.
I think the Riki did so much, and definitely the core component to lifesteal being able to be as active
Yeah, definitely.
as he is.
Like, his mid lane was a significant success versus Quinn's Pango. He did well there, took the tower, started rotating across the map. At the same time, I really think that Skitter did a really, really nice job on the Lifestealer.
Yeah, 100%. And the other thing as well, which Tundra just exceeded at, was knowing when to take their fights. There were some times where Dyrachyo and his Alk, he'd be blinking into the middle of the engagement, and then you look towards like Saxter and Snaking with their 4 staff, the Boots of Bearing, the Grooves and Saxter, like they had so much utility that they could decide when to take the fights. So I think Tundra just really understood how Gaming Gladiators could get back into this game after they hit that kind of mid-game timing and beautiful stuff. And
realistically, it wasn't really a bad start from Gaming Gladiators as well. Quinn suffered, but the other lanes went fairly decent. Like Ace also took the tower very early on with the Meteor Hammer. Then afterwards you had like a 12-minute Radiance on the Alchemist. Like he had a free farm game as well. It's just that team fights were played much better in the mid game by Tundra. Like they just performed much better in this game 1.
You could also argue outgoing second item.
Okay,
Heart was also not the vibe. That didn't pass the vibe check against a Lifestealer who just eats you naturally. You could argue AC's better, BKB, but again, by BKB too early, then you don't have good charges for that to do the game winning fights. But
it's like I guess the reasoning. Look, 100% I agree. Maybe the Heart of Tarask was not the best pick, but if you were getting a BKB, you're also playing into a Beastmaster, so it's like
Catch-22. No matter what you do, there's going to be a downfall.
exactly.
yeah.
It was a tough game for Gaming Gladiators, despite the fact that they were able to get that free farm. They don't get the win. It is Tundra. Game 1 win for them. Game 2 happening after this break.
BKB Alk, guys. No BKB Alk.
Good fight, good fight. Kill everyone.
Do you have another infest?
No.
Alk's
Look
coming.
at Alk, Alk.
He's gonna stun himself.
Yeah, there's still a Ravage coming up.
Pick one and finish the Alk.
Right. Moving.
Do we pick up the gem from him?
We're in the middle of our first tiebreaker, best of 3. Gaming Gladiators up against Tundra. And we saw Tundra take game number 1. It was a really nice game from them. They had the mid Ricky, they had the carry Lifestealer. There was some good stuff coming out from Tundra. Gaming though, a little bit back to the drawing board. Feels like maybe Quinn's a little bit off his game when it comes up against Tundra. It feels like all 3 times they've versed this tour, Quinn has been struggling. Tundra have done a phenomenal job of shutting it down.
It seems like 3 games in a row they're innovating, they're doing something different, and still making Gaming Gladiators' life completely miserable every
Putting them
single
on the
time.
back foot.
Exactly. Like even this time around, they are picking Beastmaster into Enchantress, and they're going this drums of Slom build. So Ench is just an Ench. Doesn't really help in the lane because of the Axis build. Later on as well, you have these drums around her that do damage her in the end. Like even though you can't breach the untouchable, you can still damage over time with the Aghanims.
Yeah, I think draft-wise, well, Tundra just understand how to punish Quinn, I feel. Like in this game, you get Ricky versus Pango in mid lane.
You just kill him one-on-one.
Sure, you can kill him one-on-one. In previous series, you have, DK versus Puck. On top of that, you have anti-mage as well, so this Puck never feels great. And in another game, you have Night Stalker versus Puck. Of course, the silence getting on top of you. So the 3 games that Gladiators have played against Tundra, it has felt like Tundra have gone, okay, if we just counter Quinn in some capacity, then mid-game will struggle a little bit. Let's get a nice little close-up zoom. Hi.
Oh, I thought you were going to
Very
say more to
nice,
the camera.
very
I thought you were going to say more to the chat.
No,
you just want to say hi.
Now, we're in sync. We know. Like, we know when to, like, cut away.
All right, cut away. Yeah, it does make me worried because Quinn has been quite a big win condition at points. Do we want to see Doratu then on a hero that can be a little bit more active, that can help in that middle part of the game? Because, again, in game 1, we saw Alk had that free farm. He had a great time,
Look,
but when it came to some of the fights...
The lane was a little bit difficult for Quinn. Like later on in the game, they could still play it out properly. I don't think that they were completely shut down. It wasn't a game in which you're losing all 3 lanes, you're losing the game. No, it was basically Tundra Esports outperforming, outplaying them in every single mid-game fight. Not every single gaming Gladiators, they had 1 or 2 good engagements, but even the ones in which they engage very well, like Alchemist jumps in the backlines on the 2 supports, they managed to force each other out, they managed to get away from him, restart the fight afterwards. So Tundra just playing realistically a little bit better. Ace, even though he had a really good lane, later on his presence with the Ravages wasn't necessarily felt a lot.
We are going to see the same pick order when it comes to this draft. Do you think the Gaming Gladiators are going to double down and run it back with a 2 support first phase ban? Well, last time it was the Mirana Undying taken out of the pool.
I think Mirana you keep. Undying could be the option that you flex away. The reason why you'd keep Mirana is because, of course, Mirana Shaker or something that...
You mean keep her as a ban, right?
Yeah, if you keep Mirana as a ban, and Undying is the one that you can maybe change up. Maybe you respect this Beastmaster because there is this depth of play now. Just take it away.
Layers on layers.
Exactly.
Master, yeah.
Again, I don't know if you need to overact too much. I think the Beastmaster, but then picking it out, allowing them to go lifestealers, many more things later in the draft, that was an issue. But no, they are going to keep it the same way.
They do the same thing.
I mean, the other option as well is you just the exact same draft opening where it's like Ench into Beast Snap into Pango, maybe respect ban the Ricky, and the game will be completely different as well. So
you played the same draft completely, you just itemize differently on the Alchemist.
Also,
You can just run it back all over again,
Just run everything back and itemize differently. Like, that's doable. And Quinn maybe has a little bit of a better time on the mid lane.
Ench, alright, go on. Beast Snapfire.
Tundra also have a draft penalty, by the way. I just noticed that one.
Oh.
Gosh,
Yeah.
these teams are not following admin instructions, I tell you.
Christ, just
If they
rebels, aren't they?
if they do have the penalty, just pick the same thing again. You don't have to think about
Oh,
it.
think
too
about
much.
it.
Oh, changing
Never
it up
mind.
though. Oh, that's a shame.
No, I like it. I want to see 3-3 on this Doom again. I've brought it up a couple of times. Win rate for Doom was absolutely abysmal last tour, not just for 33, but a lot of people picking him up. Now we've seen it work on 33 earlier this tour. OG picked it up last night on DM. It looked fantastic, and we're seeing it again. I mean, 33 is just known for how phenomenal he plays Doom.
Yeah, we'll see which item build he decides to go for. Is it
And the laning build I want to know as well, actually. Because last time I think he maxed Scorched Earth.
Yep.
And so I want to see if he feels that that's the same thing to run again in this game.
Yeah, I mean, because you're going for the Meteor Hammer, you can go Scorched Earth to have more like fight in you. It's pretty good to chase down heroes and go to them. And Gladiators now take the Beastmaster themselves, which is, perfectly fine. Probably going to have to respect ban.
Night
There it is
Stalker?
already, yep.
Instantly, you gotta get it out of the game. Night
Naga
Stalker,
Siren.
Naga Siren as
Yep.
well. Is there anything else? I think those two are probably the biggest issues.
Up there, yeah. There's
After
always
that,
like some CK can be annoying in laning phase. Ursa, of course, with the enraged status resistance, can be annoying.
My question then is, do you make the third ban potentially the Ricky? You don't want to come up against it for 9? Or do you just hold Quinn's hero to be picked up last for them?
I think you can hold a little bit. Again, the 9 hero in the previous game was picked on slot 18 because they already knew the Pangolier. So if, like you mentioned, they hold it a little bit longer, it can work. And yeah, I guess we'll have to see. I don't know if you respect ban it that much. Again,
It feels in
Ricky,
a weird zone. You're
it's
like,
Ricky into Pango though.
Yeah.
That's the main thing. If they go Pango, then yes, you respect ban it. But
if you don't
See.
go Pango, you still respect ban because it owned you on the mid lane, and you don't want the same
Quinn wants
thing
to beat it. After what happened, he's like, no,
he's
guys,
got a point to prove.
Yeah, exactly. I need to prove that I can beat this hero.
Like usually, I'd completely agree with you, but I don't think. However, I don't believe that hero has been figured out by anyone so far. Like every time I see Ricky mid, he gets to do what Ricky does on the mid lane. He kind of does well in the CS department. Maybe he even pressures you out of the lane. Plus, he does complete that meteor hammer very early on.
CK banned it already from Gladiators. The only thing that might mean Gladiators don't ban it out is they already have double pushing heroes. And it's like some mid Ricky. You're talking about the punishment, like what happens if you lose your tower? If you lose top tower, mid tower by like minute 15, there's no map to farm this up. Doom's going to be greeding, so I could maybe see them not caring about it. Griefing, same thing, yeah.
And if you do have Doom already, do you want 2 meteor hammers on your side? You know, like maybe that's a question as well. Maybe you don't want both of your cores to be going that route.
Pretty sure there's a stat on more than one hammer is like, I'm pretty sure it's like less than 20% win rate. I don't even argue it hasn't even won a game. That's going to be my gut feel. 2 hammers is kind of grief. I'm sure there's some region out there where it doesn't really matter the matchup between Team A, Team B, and Team A's laughing at it and doing it, but in like a real game, more than one hammer is like,
Okay, yeah. For gaming right now, CK completely... Okay. Completely in Skitter's comfort zone, right? Like they banned that out. Maybe a Naga as well. I wouldn't mind seeing Tundra's Naga. It's one of those heroes that they accomplished the TI victory with, so... Also in Season 1, they had some really good Naga performances.
This is a cool ban from Gladiators just because of the value Tundra has here. The Bloodseeker ban into Pangolier, they would then block it away from Gladiators if they wanted it, etc., etc. So Gladiators preemptively banning out, but what we've just mentioned, Naga is still available, Ursa is still available. Some of these bigger laners against Beastmaster are in play.
You also have an option of going clock plus one of these ranged cores, right? Like that's also a thing.
Yep.
Into an Enchantress, it can be a little bit scary in the laning stage itself, but overall, it's possible. Let's see what they ban out last. 2 supports. So
yeah, I was going to say, it's a Rubik and a Disruptor, and now Shadow Demon. Gyro, let's go! Snaking Gyrocopter. I'm excited for this one.
CM or Gyro? You know, previous game it was like they flipped the coin, they went for magic damage CM. Now this time it's magic damage Gyro.
Yeah.
And
interesting they opt not to go for CM. You're playing into an Ench and a Beast. Like I think there's a lot of value on that position 5, but okay. Gyro as well. Really strong laner.
IO Lash.
Hello.
There we go.
There it is.
I mean, to be fair, it's like you pick IO Lash, that will prevent this potential Naga Siren that we were mentioning. But there is a Doom still in play. Like the Doom, all he has to do is blink, jump on Lash, and you know he's now going to be on mode retreat, mode relocate out. It's Gladiators are basically drafting themselves. You get like Bloodstone, Helm, and Beastmaster, sorry, and then it's go. If you tank a Doom and reset, you crush the fight after. So.
And you have ways of resetting, right? Like you
Yes.
have BKB piercing stun from the Beastmaster to prevent any follow-up. At the same time, you have IO to relocate you out. So overall, it doesn't look that bad.
I mean, Anti-Mage kind of looks a little bit baller here. I mean, it's an issue with Beastmaster for Tundra. It's like Beastmaster is good against Anti-Mage for like the laning phase aspect, but relying on Raw when he has the spell shield could be an issue. On top of that, you have the bomb on Leshrac, and there it is.
They go for it. Was banned out in the last game as well. They snatched it up this time around.
It's
the only thing
clean.
It's clean. The only thing that I'm worried is like there's a lot of tempo on gaming.
Yes.
And you're going anti-mage. Like you most likely will be going for the same build that we've seen before.
I was going to say, Gaming Gladiators have come up against Tundra picking AM. They went that Vanguard Radiance build. So
they lost as well.
Yeah, Tundra won with it and Gaming lost against it, but they've done it. They played against it before, so I'm going to assume that there have been takeaways for them. They know what tempo to try and hit or what timings to try and shut this AM down.
Yeah, in this game, it should be Fury into Manta for the anti-mage, because then you can Manta and annoy the Beastmaster with the raw aspect. Of course, you want to drain the mana as quick as possible on Leshrac. I think Vanguard Radiance will stall you out too long and just doesn't enable you too much. But if anything, now the last pick for 9, it could be some Zeus-type mid-hero that's just like push lanes, you know, just prevent Lesh from easily coming up. You pop one ult, everyone's half HP, you see everything. I think they just need delay tactics, because Tundra in the first game, their draft was, you know, it needed a little bit of scaling, a little bit of time, then they should crush. Same thing should happen here. If they can just weather the storm, weather the time it needs for them to come online.
Anti-mage eventually wins.
It should be, it's like 1v9, like technically.
Unless there's a Meepo game.
Sure, unless there's a Meepo. Yes, there's a. You got this, buddy, okay? It's coming in.
He's 2 for 2 on
yeah.
mentioning
Look.
drafts.
It has been picked in SEA into an anti-mage, and it did win. Like right now,
Some Ace Meepo.
Ace Meepo
You
come
put
back.
Dyrachyo on
Let's go.
carry Beastmaster.
Of course, let's go.
Yep.
Hopefully in Beastmaster, safe lane Meepo or something like that. Mid lane Meepo, whatever.
If
Doesn't-
Gladiators had last pick, I'd ride or die with you know what I'm saying? But like,
They don't have.
They can be counted.
they don't have last pick, so
Unfortunate.
it's very rough.
One day, last day, I could have seen the Meepo. But anyways, Monkey King probably would have been better. In the lane, it's solid versus the Doom. Like, comes online very fast, can find the anti-mage, scout him out together with the Hawks, relocate in. I really wouldn't mind that pick whatsoever. I think another one that they have to consider banning on Tundra is Ursa. That's a
Sure.
hero that will just play the tempo on, game inside. You take Aegis very early on, and you just hunt down the AM.
For Tundra, I like potentially getting their last pick, so they'll see everything. But if there's an opportunity for something like Keeper or Light or something, just anything to push out lanes, have high move speed to punish the lack of lockdown, will work out really well. So, and the Zeus that I mentioned earlier is now banned out from Gladiators. And yeah, what was it? Gaming. What's the Dyrachyo hero here? Someone they really need a carry that happily just fights early.
Abaddon was an option.
Sure.
Fighting early and Ursa, I think that's another one.
I was going to say, Ursa
Yeah,
just keeps
maybe.
coming to mind. Oh, Slark.
Into AM.
I mean, it's Slark Pounce can be really disruptive. It's a setup, and there's counterplay potential with your Depth Shroud, your Shard. If you throw it on your Leshrac, now Anti-Mage can't do the big mana bomb. There's reset potential. I can Tether in and Soul Ring. It's cool. It's very tempo-based, but still for Tundra, I think.
If I could choose between Ursa, Slark, and maybe something else that's active, I think Slark would have been my last option. But okay, maybe the matchup has changed a little bit with the Shard. But as anti-mage, you don't mind that matchup historically.
Yeah, I think give me some. I still mentioned Coddle already. Like, I don't care about the lack of CC, but
Oh, damn.
I would have
Lena.
not mentioned Lena once. If you asked me to list like 5 heroes,
You wouldn't, but like before she became only this right-clicker glass cannon from the mid lane,
Yeah.
she used to be picked into Lash because it was a really decent matchup against him. So out of all the heroes, they go back to the most broken one in the last season, but I don't believe it's going to be built the same. Like this will be a different Lena.
Yeah. How is the Lesh-Lena matchup historically, though? You say it has favored Lena, but why? Like, what gives her the advantage?
You outrange him, you just right-click him.
Okay.
Like, it's very difficult. You also outpush the lane very easily, so it's hard for him to just dominate the lane the way he does versus many other heroes on the mid lane.
Right. Okay, 2-0. Do you like Tundra? Do you like the cannons that they've picked up for themselves? Do you like in the whole lineup?
yeah, I think if Gladiators haven't got like second Roshan around like minute 25 and they're occupying all game, I don't see their draft having a nice time as it goes later. And I think Tundra will just be able to replicate game 1. And I think Anti-Mage has got a relatively free game. So yeah, AM should just kind of clean sweep the game.
I feel they're continuing to innovate on Tundra, like another draft in which they find something different, like this Lena on the mid lane. This time around, I think I'm leaning Gaming though. I think their draft is stable. They have this IO Lash combo. Quinn playing Lash. I don't think he'll be dying 1v1 on the mid lane.
I mean, look, last time we
true. That
saw
is
the
true.
IO Lash, though, it did get beaten. So Gaiman did lose last time they played the IO Lash. We'll see if they can redeem themselves on this pairing, redeem themselves in game number 2 as Gaiman Gladiators and Tundra are fighting it out for 2nd and 3rd here in Western Europe. It's game 2 with Bcop and Lacoste.
Thank you very much. Coming into this one, game number 2 between Gaming Gladiators and Tundra. Tundra made that first game look pretty easy. What are you thinking about this draft? Do you think it's going to be more of the same?
Different draft. I don't think we've seen like drafts like this. 5 gyro, mid Lena, safe lane anti-mage. Tundra always like cooking something. They are always up to some shenanigans. And yeah, I do like what they got. I think anti-mage 30, 35 minutes into the game should be able to take over. Like the longer the game lasts, the better the time he's gonna have, because he's playing into Leshrac. There's literally no control other than like Lesh stun, Beastmaster stun. That one he can, you know, use his ability, bounce it back to him. Slark with the pounce, Aghanim Scepter, 2 leash mechanics. This is gonna be their best tool dealing with the anti-mage, but also a lot of healing on Gaming Gladiators, Bloodstone, IO, Enchantress might get to, you know, later down the line some defensive items as well, and also the Wisps. But yeah, Skitter Also, this could be, we've seen different builds because we've seen some of the anti-mage pop off in the last couple of days, couple of weeks as well. Radiance type of a build, probably not gonna be it, but I see Vanguard, which does give him like immunity to being ganked, like because the damage inside of Gaming Gladiators is very limited early on. This is Beastmaster Axis we're talking about. IO Enchantress, they don't really provide you with much, so you need Leshrac to rotate. So if he gets a good timing on Vanguard, I think Skitter is gonna be unkillable for like 15 minutes.
So we also have 9 on the Lina. A little bit of a blast from the past there. Only 1 pick, 0% win rate. What are your thoughts on Lina?
As a mid, this hero can still be played. I think people just forget how good it is. Stun.
Yeah, stun
No,
on the
IO
celery.
Celery. Right click.
Tether.
What miss?
Scorched Earth.
Was that a miss uphill? Never mind. 33 is going to finish him off.
Yeah, still getting that kill, taking him out, getting that first blood into the hands of Tundra. So 33, kind of starting where he left off, just Sans Drums of Psalm. So we'll see how this matchup goes over mid. Quinn on this Leshrac, and we've seen the stun usually used to get that range creep. That's exactly what he does there. No surprise, and Quinn versus 9, they played each other a lot. Kind of know each other, especially with their signature heroes. Quinn especially on this Leshrac. So kind of seeing a lot of what we've seen before, and what do you think about the matchup?
I think Lina should have a slight upper hand here in the matchup. Panel did mention it, like throughout the Dota history, outranges, you have a burst damage. Also, in terms of heroes that can rotate to the mid lane, Beastmaster's not that hero. He wants to sit in the lane. IO also might play with Leshrac a bit later, just to get him that mana. And then Enchantress could be that hero. Rotate, 1 creep. If he lands a stun, which is not that easy to do on Lina. So she can keep the distance. So far, so good for 9. 6-1. Same goes for Leshrac.
Yeah, so going and getting that bottle that's getting shipped out right now. And 9, we'll see who gets rune control and which supports are going to rotate over. Gyro, one of the supports here for Tundra. What do you think about this hero as a support right now?
Not the strongest position 5. I think he might struggle here dealing with the boar. Ace once he gets level 2, wild axes. I think this is where he dies actually on snaking. Let's see. Wild axes, another impetus shot is available, but if Tofu was level 2 with the enchant slow, they should be able to get him.
Right. No, he actually also denied the board, so snaking didn't even get that, what he was really hoping for. Blink in for a second from Skitter with a right click on a Tofu. Impetus shot on a snaking once again, so he needs to be careful about where he's going to be positioning himself because he is, down to his last bit of Tango regen.
This is the
And
worst.
now he's got a South.
Yeah, this is the kind of a worst feeling you have for your carry because you can't really contribute much. You are trying to take him away some pressure, and it seems like snaking that he kind of wants to die. Try to take off the pressure until Anti-Mage farms his ring, and he's doing a good job. Like, even if he dies here, I think it's still worth it because no mana. You already used everything, so
no
snaking.
Oh.
Let's see. Okay, nicely done.
Dies to the tower, and I could always TP mid and refill the bottle for 9. But we'll see if he goes top or mid up in 2 seconds. Bottom lane, we're seeing the Slark 11-3 to the Dooms 12-1. And 33 going 1-1 so far. We've seen a lot of Dooms actually liking Infernal Blade as well.
Gives them that extra kill potential, but 33, he does love that Devour. On level 2, you will get the Scorched Earth, of course, to have that extra damage. And if there's one player you don't want to give First Blood to, that's definitely 33. If he's off to a good start, things are going to be much more difficult. This Rocket Barrage not really dealing damage.
Draccio bottom. He's going to die here to 33. Like you said, don't give him First Blood. And, well, he's also going to get himself Third Blood.
Great start for 33. But at this top lane, Rocket, snaking, trying to harass as much as possible. Cookie will land.
Celery's going to go down.
Double.
Now they're picking up boots on socks. This lane's going really well. Pounce, leash, but is that really worth it? Not really doing much of anything there.
2 picks. Doesn't matter if it's Radiant or Dire. 33 will get the kills, will get the dubs. And now Again, Scorched Earth is available. Dyrachyo needs to be careful. One, if Cookie lands, and there's gonna be constant harassment on him. We've seen him also struggle in the laning stage a bit.
There's the Cookie
bottom.
landing. Dark Pack Pounce leashing onto the Doom. He's trying to survive on 33. Tower shots. Oh, surviving with just 20 health. That feels real bad as they kill this Slark again. He does not have TP, so this is a long walk back.
It comes down to his itemization, because he got the first blood. Snaking.
Yeah, trying to Rocket Barrage when you've got this enchanted creep kind of soaking up most of the damage. It's a bit of an issue. Rocket Barrage again, but will die to Tofu.
He tried. Little ring around the rosy, but Tofu do experience the fall for that trick. To go back to my point, 33, he got the first blood, started with the magic wand, then picks up 2 gauntlets, which does give him damage to kill the Slark, and also gives him survivability.
And of course, he's going into the Midas, as you do on Doom. And with the extra bit of gold, he is already off to a great start.
Again, bottom. It's going to be another kill.
Yeah, Celery's dead here, and it is just this combination of Cookie with Scorched Earth, and he took that 1 point in the Infernal Blade. So we'll see how that works out as the enchant slows down Snake King. They've got the Centaur War Stomp, and Snake King's looking pretty dead as Tofu gets another kill. He's on a killing spree, so these side lanes are bloodbaths right now.
They are, but the good thing is he is dying. Skeeter's getting the free farm, sitting at top of the CS at the moment. About to finish off his Vanguard, needs another 250 gold. We see Celery after dying bottom. TP's mid, plays with the Quinn a little bit more. Rune's going to respawn, 9. Seems like he's not going to be able to pick it up. Already knows that Enchantress is wrapping around.
Oh, Scorched Earth, burning him out again. 33's on a mega kill streak. They've just shut down this Slark. It's just not equivalent exchange. You're getting kills on the Gyro, but you're losing your Slark. This would be a big kill. Hurricane, and that's the kill on a 9. That's something they really need for Gaming Gladiators.
They need to be active with those supports, rotating both of them. Tofu with the full wraparound. This is going to be a tower. No points in Diabolic Edict, but 3 heroes hitting it, plus Enchanted Creep, also providing extra armor. This is big. Like, this is the type of a play that's going to get back you into the game, because the bottom lane is a disaster. Slark 0-3-0, sitting at 20 CS.
He's also sitting at level 4, which he just got. It's so
Doom is
tough.
6. After this one creep, Doom is going to be level 6, and he can run him down.
Yeah, so you just Cookie, Doom, Scorched Earth, go, right? No reason to do anything other than that. Just continue to shut down the Slark. But they've got Quinn coming over. Pounce doesn't even land on a 33. He's on the run.
Cookie.
Not level 6. Cookie onto the high ground. They're going to need some rotations if they look to keep him alive. But Infernal Blade and 33 still dealing with the Pulse Nova damage coming in. 9's rotating over. And now Quinn with the haste on the run. He's going the other direction, and they'll keep 33 alive.
That was nicely done by both Saksa and 33. Finds the right angle, gets him to the high ground. So this haste rotation from Quinn, not successful. Oh man, Dyrachyo level 4. Doom just got that level 6.
Oh dear. This is just, where do you farm? You're going to try and go to the jungle, but I don't know. It's a little surprising that Anti-Mage only has 200 more gold than him. Because Slark has died 3 times. Anti-Mage has died no times.
They killed the tower on the mid lane.
Yeah, I
so
guess that
some
gold
extra
there.
gold from that. Maybe they picked up more bounty runes. I'm not sure. Just making stuff up.
Could be true, though. Just because you're guessing doesn't mean it's wrong. That's what I used to do in math class all the time. So 9, Aether Lens. It's going to be the next item for him. Dyrachyo does hit that level 5, but 33 is about to hit 7. And if they find this Slark, the idea is just to doom and go, but they've got the scan. They know somebody's under the tower, and Slark is just kind of hiding away, looking to get some experience where he can. Saksa coming over, Dark Pack used, and Dyrachyo now needs to run into the trees. Pulling the creep wave the other direction, while Snake King top lane. They've got Ace, they've got Quinn and Celery, and they'll get another kill out of the Gyro, continuing to make his life a living hell.
This is also going to be another tower for Gaming Gladiators. These rotations are paying off. Soon Celery will be level 6. For now, just going to be playing with Quinn, getting the most out of the map, and also good timing on mech. On position 5, 12, 13 minutes into the game. Considering that he got doomed so early on, got that level 6, they still couldn't find a kill on it. So Dyrachyo is doing an okay job considering how his lane went. He is recovering. 2 towers, extra gold from that. Didn't talk too much about 9, but he could be rotated on pretty soon.
They bring Saksa over. So he's level 8. Snake King here as well, only level 4. And Quinn looking for that Bloodstone. Things are still the same with these Lashraks. And Cookie, no creep. Quinn now running with the homing missile on him. But these heroes from the side of Tundra are not going to follow this up. And now they've used the Doom. They're going to relocate in on this. They should get the kill there on a Dyrachyo. 33 is going to die. That's a lot of gold given to Quinn. And he's going to lose his courier. So that Midas isn't going to be in his inventory. And he gives up a lot of gold to a Lashrak doing real well.
That's a big one. That's mental damage right there. Because you don't have Hand of Midas for minute and 30 seconds. You were supposed to use it. And also Quinn, you mentioned big chunk of gold for him. 450, which will push him closer to Bloodstone. Now inside the enemy triangle, sitting underneath the vision.
Moving over and kisses from a distance
Let's
just to
see if
slow
he can
him
land
down. They go to the Laguna Blade, Dragon Slave, but Tofu's here, so they do not get the kill on a Quinn, despite starting with those Mortimer's kisses, and they're going to heal him up with a Nature's Attendance.
This is one thing that Tundra doesn't really have. They don't have that hero that runs in and starts the fight until Doom gets a BKB Blink Dagger. Another potential rotation. Celery. Mech is already available.
They also fed a book over to Quinn, so he's looking to just stay smart. 1K net worth lead for Gaming Gladiators. You know, all in spite of the fact that Dyrachyo's lane kind of went really bad.
Yeah, we talked about the Radiance.
Ooh.
It seems like it's gotta be it. Just a farming tool. You do sometimes have mana issues when you're playing Anti-Mage with no mana item. You might find a neutral item that's gonna replenish that, like you find Pupil's Gift. Here you go.
He's running forward. Now has the mana for Primal Roar. Could also pull him in with Hurricane if they wanted, if Skitter's not too careful, but he'll blink away. Quinn and Seller are going to move into the jungle once again, looking for Snake King. And they've got the Lightning Storm. They'll take care of the homing missile and slow him down again. Stun lands just on the edge. Skitter
no mana on Quinn. That's 1K pool mana.
Can they get this kill? No. He's going to relocate out.
Maybe there was a play with Mana Void, because Mana Void now like stuns AoE. It also stuns people around, but we'll see. Celery will drop. Give the last hit to Skeeter.
Thinking about going to the ult, but I don't think he really needs it.
Such a satisfying sound. And Celery will tip him.
Quinn going after 33 again. Dyrachyo gets the pounce, the leash, the kill. That is another kill on a 33, slowing down his item progression. He's got this Midas now. He's looking for the BKB, something he's looking to have as quickly as possible. And stacks are going to be taken by Quinn as well.
This has been their bread and butter, pretty much. Io, Leshrak, Keeper of the Light, Pango. This is how Gaming Gladiators play. This is their strong combo, and Quinn on probably his best hero, I would even say. Sure, there's Ember Spirit, there's Pango, but now, and also playing around him so many times, refilling his bottle, has Fairy's Trinket. I think he's also bringing a Casual Cloak, something that he does on Leshrak, just to be able to reduce the damage from Lina, Gyro, AM. Haven't seen too much of 9, like kind of a slow game for him.
Yeah, he's right there with the Slark. Again, just Dyrachyo recovering. So much gold here for the Enchantress, too.
Next couple of minutes, Thunder will need to play a farm game. Maybe try to get like a pick-off with Lina, Snapfire, ulti. They tried it once, didn't do it, and this is the smoke. Let's see if they can get a pick-off. But they want to delay the game until Doom gets the BKB, until AM gets his Radiance.
It really feels like this is going to be a long road to Radiance. Like, not exactly the fastest farm coming out for Skitter. He's got Vanguard. That's really it. 2,400 gold. Ooh, LSA. Call down Quinn. He's got the tether. They'll relocate away. Really relocating. Just like a step back.
Radiant's top
And that's
tower
it.
is under attack.
And so far, so good for Gaming Gladiators. Despite the bad lane for bottom, like, everything else has kind of gone real well for them.
Duraccio, even though he had a horrible start, level 4, like almost 10 minutes into the game, did manage to recover. Keeping the up with the farm, has observer wards, has sentries of his own, wants to be able to get some extra gold from that going into the Fusel Blade next, and knows that he has like this protection from Io, relocate mech. Maybe that's going to be enough for him to use his ulti, and now we'll start to play a bit more aggressive.
Well, lands a stun, Pounce leashing, 9 on the run, but goes into the ult, and he's trying to get out of here, but there's nowhere for him to go except in a body bag. Duraccio getting the kill on a 9, and this is just not feeling like a good Lina game. It's not the Lina of old, that's for sure.
A bit of a rough one. They need to play the long game. It's just how much map advantage you're going to lose, because Quinn on Leshrac, he is taking over. Look at how aggressive they're playing. Ace also very close to tier 2 tower. Ace has been pretty silent, I would say. Some kills from the laning stage, but that's about it. Continues to farm up. Level 11, about to crack level 12 on the Beastmaster, and Helm of the Overlord about to be finished. That means that there is not a single hero that can deal with him until Devour level 15 talent from Doom comes in.
So much ease they were able to kill Duraccio earlier. They just have not been able to catch him since. The Doom that they used over bottom to try and kill him once before. It's just, there's no more of that really going on at the moment as 33 just more focused on getting this BKB.
Oh yeah, Snaking very happy about this one. Gets in, kills the tower, 3-4 hits. We'll push him closer to his shard. This is very greedy position 5. Like, if you're dominating, if you're getting the trades in the lane, I feel Gyro works out so well. And speaking of shard, Lina picked up the shard of her own. So that means
Dire's top
extra damage coming out from the spells.
Cleaning up a little bit. Let's see what they can do here. It looks like they're grouping up, but they see the Centaur. Saksa have himself smoke? He does, so maybe they'll smoke and make a move. But Gaming Gladiators kind of aware of the fact that they are grouped together. And finally, Skitter getting enough for the Sacred Relic. But
It's gotta be a slower one.
Yeah, this seems really slow to getting this Radiance. And meanwhile, Aegis is picked up for Gaming Gladiators. So they've got a 5k lead. They're going to smoke. They've got a second life on Quinn. It's not the flashiest of gameplay here, but it is working out real well for Gaming Gladiators. And 33 with the War Stomp.
Midas,
Dark Pact
before you die.
And now, Doom with the Laguna Blade, but the BKB's been popped by 33. They're turning this around. He's trying to TP out, but the damage is not going to be enough. He just escapes. But that is now Doom down.
And Saksa, he's in trouble unless they help him out. Like, even Anti-Mage blinks in. 250. Ooh, no one gets it.
That's unfortunate.
Skeeter would definitely love to pick
Diffusal.
that one up. Duraccio.
Cookie, LSA, Duraccio, call down, and he goes into the ult. He's trying to survive, but he'll end up dying to Snake King's call down. Just in too far.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Not really worth it. We haven't seen Mana Void being used. We saw it fake pumping a couple of times. Ooh, that's a big stun.
Yeah, going after Quinn. Quinn uses that illusion rune, gets himself some space, looking for the stun. There's the relocate out. And Ace is waiting on the high ground with that Ancient Thunderhide.
So they need to go to the top, try to take the outpost back and also farm up. You see also Slark showing on the minimap how they're going to move and where he wants to go. Potentially go for that Anti-Mage. It's a slow game for Tundra.
Yeah, trying to get this Radiance to formulate some sort of comeback, but they'll lose Snake King to Quinn. And this Leshrac IO combo still strong for Gaming Gladiators. It's a long road to this Radiance. Vanguard Radiance with treads. Just don't see it being worth it at the end of the day, but always ready to be proven wrong. Ace getting a kill there on Asaxa. They see 33 again. He turns around, throws a War Stomp out. Stood in the Diabolic Edict and has that Scorched Earth to run to the high ground and get out of harm's way finally.
Could have popped a BKB, but does not want to waste a charge on it. And
Primal Roar on a Snake King. He just respawned. So, Homing Missile, Rocket Barrage, call down.
you see that Tundra is struggling to find the farm. Both Skeeter and 9 farming at the same spot. So 9 needs to leave, understands that Skeeter needs to get priority. This is Radiance about to be finished.
Meanwhile, the esportsbet.io odds, Tundra 4.03 to the 1.23 of Gaming Gladiators. Does Radiance, in your eyes, really change anything in this game at the moment?
It's going to be way too much pressure. They already lost so much map advantage. 33, again with the War Stomp, keeping Slark away. This game could really end quickly. It's like they get a pick off, maybe 2, go for the high ground, take one side. There's so much sustain. This is Io with Mech, Quinn. Like I don't know where he's getting the farm from. This is getting ridiculous.
Skitter, he's safe. TP's back to the team, and they are sitting as 5. They'll smoke up as 4. While Skitter pushes the top lane out with this Radiance. Going into the Manta next. We've seen players get time with Anti-Mage. Lou being one of them. Saving a game from being so far behind. Just spent the entire first 35-40 minutes farming. Which did end up working out. But we'll see if the same can be said for the Anti-Mage on the side for Tundra.
It's all about buying time without losing too much. This Anti-Mage, he can still take over the game. All he needs is 3-4 items. Tofu, kind of in a no man's land.
Nature's Attendants, though, and these kisses are just doing literally no damage. And Tofu's going to survive. Homing Missile's not even going to go off, and these heroes on Tundra need to start to run. LSA lands on 2. Doom used on Slark. So Sox is coming over, but they've got Quinn for some help. They get the kill on a Snake King. There's the ult from Skitter. They'll take out Duraccio, but they lose 33 for it. 9 can't really commit to these fights. He doesn't really output that much damage at the moment. Axe is thrown over on Asaxa. Quinn will miss the stun, and it's just Snapfire trying to make some space, and they're done with this. They'll use the Primal Roar. They get the lockdown of the kill.
Tundra will take whatever kill they can get, try to split up the map as much as possible. They need those items. AM shows in the lane. Quinn TPs immediately into his face, and it's like, yeah, you're not getting the farm here.
It's just such a different style of Lina that I think maybe everybody's accustomed to seeing, right? You know, you're going 4-4 in your first 2. You're not Maelstrom, Lina. You're not right-clicking. Like, it just doesn't feel like a damage dealer like it used to be.
Definitely. This is more spell damage Lina, so it's gonna take time to build things up. Lane didn't go too well. He lost an early tower, so a bit of a difficult game for 9. And also having Anti-Mage on the team doesn't really help. He's the one getting priority. He's the one farming the easy spots. Same goes for Doom. This hero also takes a lot of space on the map, wants to play for himself, especially when 33 plays it. He's that player that also almost always has like top 3, top 4 net worth, no matter what.
Seems super greedy from the cores. The Overlord having that Ancient Black Dragon. Pipe finished off for Tofu.
You've seen the power of it. In the previous fight, he had Hood, 21 charges. They committed with the kisses. Didn't even bring him down to half HP.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Drums being built by Snake King, BKB for Ace. No Drums of Slom this time. There's the Ags for Duraccio, so he'll have that second charge on Pounce to leash on these heroes. Or even to just get away. And you can see 9 starting to clean up and get some gold under his belt, but he is still really far behind, and it's not really like we're seeing Anti-Mage up there as well. He's still middle of the pack. We saw that Axe is being built for the Lina. So, trying to pick up that Flame Cloak. The name Cloak of Flames was already taken.
Flame of Cloak, yeah.
Boots of Bearing next for Tofu. No surprise on that one.
This has been I'd say one of the most popular, if not the most popular item, the breakout item of the patch, since we removed the charges every 30 seconds. You can use it. Dyrachyo, also Aghanim Scepter finished on him. And going into Mage Slayer, I think that's also finished coming on to Courier. So Lina's damage output, Snapfire.
Oh!
Wow.
Dyrachyo. Ooh, doesn't have the mana to blink. Now he does with that wand. 3 seconds till he can blink again. Skitter gets north, trying to run. Doesn't have mana for blink anymore.
Another pounce. Let's see. Plus Diffusal Blade. He's going to burn him.
Skitter. He's got 4 stacks on the wand. Can he get away? Meanwhile, they got a kill and a 9. They'll take out Skitter. 2 heroes down on the side of Tundra. Ace. Solo?
Yeah, but Dyrachyo, that leap was pretty amazing. Landing it, then landing another one. Usually when you play against Anti-Mage, you're the one who does not have mana, but this time around with the Diffusal Blade, he burned his mana, and now Tundra in full control of this game. 11k. Map is getting smaller and smaller with each
pounces,
minute.
The leashes, the damage, the kills. It's all going right for the Slark now.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
You are all just lower on the food chain at the moment. And this is going to be Slark taking advantage. Doom. Nobody really here to follow it up. They'll have the Lina coming forward. Maybe they could get this kill. The Infernal Blade moving in. Quinn's here looking for the stun. Laguna Blade onto Ace. 9 dies, 33's gone, and
I don't know,
you might be right.
If it was a different hero other than Anti-Mage, I would say they call GG right now, but they might want to try to fight it one more time. Maybe, I don't know if he didn't catch Dyrachyo with Laguna Blade, if he was not in range to cast it. But yeah, they're going for the high ground.
Skitter trying to fight. His Radiance doesn't do as much as the Pulse Nova. This is a very expensive item against an ult. And the victory is there for Celery and Quinn.
This one was fun to watch. He tried to blink out. Quinn already prepping. Some big smiles on camera. Dyrachyo, he's hitting the fountain.
He is in. There goes the tier 3 mid, and the Racks are going to follow suit soon enough. Call down not really doing anything. Primal Roar used on Snake King. Quinn's in. Cookie out. They've got the stun. They'll have the Hurricane to pull him back into the leash. Pounce from Dyrachyo to get another kill on a Snake King. They've got 15 seconds without the Anti-Mage. Still holding the double G call. As they leash another one, they get the buyback out from the Gyrocopter. 45 seconds without Saksa. And they're going to go for the top tier 3 again. And take it out with ease. So Anti-Mage back into the fight, but who do you go for? Nobody really of easy target. As Tundra just hiding in the trees.
If they want to take this safe, wait for Roshan. It's going to respawn in 30 seconds. Put it on Quinn. And just hit the barracks every single time Edict is up. Tundra, they can't fight back. They don't have the damage. This damage mitigation, Guardian Greaves, Pipe, Boots of Bearing as well. You have auras from Helm of the Overlord creep. Like Ace, he's been pretty silent throughout the whole game, I would say. Getting some, like, just on the, playing on a different side of the map, going for the solo pickoffs, having a perfect game. 5-0-10, level 20, almost Beastmaster.
Is this... I just don't even know if this Ags is going to do anything here for 9. They're just too far behind. I don't really see one item being the difference maker in this game. Especially when another Aegis is going to be in the hands of Gaming Gladiators. So Depth Shroud for Dyrachyo as he picks up that shard. And he's going into the Bloodthorn, so this hero's really in danger for Tundra. Trying to find Skitter. He's also himself looking at shard.
Wants to reduce spell damage from Leshrac. Like, it's 30%, it's a lot.
The fight is on. Depth Shroud, Pounce, Leashing, Relocate, and Skitter, blinking. Oh, gosh,
Another
he's got to hide
pounce.
again.
Let's see.
But they're sending Quinn north. Oh. Hides in the trees.
He's also not getting the farm on AM. He's split pushing, trying to get something.
Hurricane to push.
Great play.
Ace to the low ground, and they'll get the kill into 33. They are just continuing to kill off these heroes. They are more than doubling the kill count of Tundra. And they'll have that silence, the pounce, the leash, the right clicks. Do they have enough to get the kill? The Cookie's not bringing them anywhere with that leash as they focus their attention on a Snake King who drops down the ult. The Laguna Blade, the Mana Void, the right clicks. Dyrachyo still surviving, and they will take out the Anti-Mage. Skitter tries to fight. They'll call GG, and Gaming Gladiators make this one look as easy as them against, well, most of the opponents they've had so far.
Yeah, this one was very one-sided. Tundra, greedy build, you know, they love to farm Gyro 5 with Anti-Mage. This complete free farm for the Beastmaster. He went for Vanguard, didn't die. Like, he didn't die for a long time on Anti-Mage, but he also couldn't find the farm, so that was a big thing. Doom and Snapfire dominated. This Slark couldn't get anything done pretty much at the first couple of... first 15 minutes of the game. Then he finds an opening. He recovers nicely. They take the towers. It was like the two supports also making a sandwich on the tier 1 tower mid lane.
Yeah.
They take the tower. Lina has really nowhere to go. She doesn't have a hero to play with. Maybe with a different position 5, like, you know, some melee 4 that can go in and start a fight. But they didn't have that, so they needed to like try to delay the game as much as possible. Never happened. Quinn on his signature Leshrac, just running around the map with Io. They play around him, refill his bottle multiple times. Easy taking the towers. They take the first Roche, and just, yeah, this game felt pretty not close at all. And in the end, it's just like, okay, we gotta call it. So Tundra needs to figure something out in game 3. They need to be less greedy, I would say.
Yeah, the greed, it really bit them in the butt, or as my grandmother would say, the tuchus. And, well, to break down this game, we've got the panel. Take it away.
Gaming Gladiators not going to go down without a fight here. They don't want to take third place, and they do take game number 2, though. And I have to say, Lina, there's a reason why she's not really getting picked up. I'm not going to say it's completely on the shoulders of Nine at all, but it didn't help that he is on a hero that was lowest net worth at the end there when it comes to the cause, and just really struggled even in the laning phase. Quinn had a much, much better game. He was actually able to play Dota this time.
Congrats, Quinn. Great job, buddy. Yeah, I think for Gladiators, this was a lineup where they needed to control the game from the get-go, and that they did. They controlled the map beautifully. I think Ace, again, secretly having an insane game. The safe lane of Gladiators was pretty atrocious. The Slark died so many times, but as soon as that happens, Io pairs with Leshrac, they move around the map. Beastmaster naturally progresses the top side of this map as well. They force Tundra to overlap their farm, and when you have a Doom, an Anti-Mage, and a Lina, if you're not progressing the game yourself, there's going to be someone not really farming. So Lina, of course, has to take the L.
Yeah, I'm watching the highlights. I want to know if Lina ever changes position when it comes to the core's net worth here, but I'm very impressed with the way Dyrachyo was able to come back into this, because I thought, oh no, Dyrachyo laning phase, maybe he's going to really struggle again, but he did fantastic to really utilize what map he was given.
Yeah, he wasn't given a lot. Like the laning stage itself, like the Doom had a mega kill, like 6 kill streak or something like that. And then still, most of those kills were on the Slark, who was left alone against him. And then Slark still comes back and has as much farm as the Anti-Mage, or even more in that mid-game. Like, he was hunting down 9. And I truly believe that 9 was the biggest problem for them. Tundra, they're innovative. They're trying to break the meta, figure something new, different approaches, different counters, like Night Stalker for the Beastmaster. This time they tried and that one worked. This time they tried Lina for the Leshrac. This one definitely did not work out. It was abysmal. Like, Nine just couldn't find a footing in this game at all.
I think we also need to talk about the AM and the build he went for, because we had a bit of discussion of how the tempo for AM could have been, how he could have been more involved than what was going to lead to success. He did end up going for that Vanguard Radiance for him, and you guys just weren't really big fans of that one before game, and obviously now also after.
Yeah, so during draft, I preferred the Fury Manta. That was before the Slark pick. When Slark comes into play, I can then respect Vanguard Radiance, because there's an onslaught of fight, Beastmaster Slark in your face. I can see the Radiance gives him some reason to join fights earlier. If he went Battle Fury, especially with how Gladiators played, I think they would have no map. So due to the fact there was a Slark, I think it probably was the only build he could go to try and get in, especially because 9 was somewhat non-existent in this game. Like, he wasn't playing forwards. 9, when he plays the best Dodo, is when he's across the river doing weird shit, and then behind you, it's like...
You have some Ricky,
Exactly.
your hammer, some Pango,
Anything,
some Kotal, whatever, as long as he can have a game. He didn't have a game. That's the biggest issue. When it comes to the Radiance build, honestly, for me, the Fury and Manta, or just the Manta into a Slark early on, getting some... perhaps active kind of an item build, a different one, would have worked. Like, it's not that bad. Like, the moment you hit that, Slark's game becomes a bit more difficult, and the IO needs to be tethered to him. Like, even though he had a much better game than Anti-Mage, every time he was a little bit deep in the fights, they'd still find the AoE necessary to take him down, even through his ulti. But he was just still hunting down everyone across the map.
Yeah. Enough about Tundra and the issues that they had. I also want to build up Gaming Gladiators, okay? Because they played fantastic. We've already talked about how Quinn had a much better mid lane for himself. Duracho was able to come back despite a bit of a rough lane. And I mean, Tofu on Enchantress, this man was unkillable. It was fantastic.
I loved his build. He goes for max enchant and max nature's attendance. He then goes for the pipe and then the Guardian Greaves. And he uses his hero as a fight starter, basically, because they don't have the, like, outside of Brawl, they don't have this natural way of like, this is where we take the fight. So all he was doing was, let me walk into the middle of the engagement. I'll tank a couple spells, and then it's like, we'll have the perfect Brawl, or Dracho will find the perfect pounce. So I like the fact that he didn't go for Hurricane Pike and all this like Pos 4 stuff. It's nice to see bench players know when to go tanky over damage, and this was
a different approach.
The perfect game.
This is more like a position 5 edge that Puppy would play or Kuro would play.
Not Puppy. Puppy would go Dragonlance, Moonshard. Yeah, you know him. Come on, man.
Come on, man. If Puppy, knowing Puppy, he'd buy Vanguard and just run it somehow. Like, get as tanky as possible. Yeah, played.
Big praise to Tofu and
Big praise to him. Also,
5-0-15.
Exactly. Very nicely done on the Enchantress. Unsung hero probably as well on the offlane. Like, the Beastmaster did his work, pressured the map. One of the reasons why they were able to get all of these pickoffs is the vision that he was providing, plus the fact that he was constantly taking objectives.
So it's actually quite tough to pick an MVP. I know we have given it to Tofu, but everyone really doing the work that they needed to do. Amazing synergy across the team here. When we do look towards Game 3, how do you guys feel? You know, Tundra had a great performance in Game 1, fall a bit short here in Game 2, and now the inverse for Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah.
I'd argue just the last pick. I think their first 4 picks were quite nice. I think they'd pick Anti-Mage again in this position. I just feel like they need a hero that connects the Doom farming with the Anti-Mage farming. You need that person in the middle that's like, okay, I can make it feel nice. But when you have 3 farming, the bridge, yeah, exactly. And Lino just wasn't the one. And yeah, we might see running this one back a little bit, but... Oh.
Scrap the Lina, put it back to the drawing board there. I don't know what Lizard's doing, but I do know we're going to jump to a break. Second and third tiebreaker continues with a game number 3 very soon.
Watch more. Earn more. Full TV.
Welcome back. It is game number 3 between Gaming Gladiators and Tundra. Neither of these teams want to be complacent with third place. They do want to take that second place spot here in Western Europe Div 1. For game 3, T Lizard. Do you think we're going to see some, as T coined it, some cute pics again from Tundra? That's
Some uwu.
Ugh, what the hell, Lizard? What
gee.
the hell?
Oh my god.
Unexpected.
Isn't
right?
your whole brand to be against all this?
It
What's
is.
happened to you? Why are you now doing
Is it? Is that your brand, Lizard?
Yeah, it was.
I mean,
Last year.
it's not a brand. I just don't like anime. I don't like weebs.
Oh my gosh.
That has nothing to do with
It,
brand.
it stems
No
from
wonder you and Alex beef all the time. I mean, sheep.
I mean, sheep is great,
but
but
But however,
oh no.
she does watch a little bit too many animes.
that's a lie. That's a lie. Never too many. Gaming Gladiators and Tundra, though, we do want to come back around and talk about this draft, this game, this series, because there is going to be a change up in pick order. In game 3, we'll finally be seeing Gaming Gladiators with second, and so they went double support bands in game 1, the same bands again in game 2. But with this pick order change, are they still comfortable in going a double support band for game 3?
So against Gladiators, it will then be like Brood plus Natures, right?
Are you going against?
Oh no,
or
sorry,
for?
sorry. No,
Okay,
Gladiators
what
will
would-
start have to ban the Brood themselves.
Yes.
Tundra, of course, because they've been doing the supports. Yeah. No, yeah, it's Brood, and then there'll be a different hero. You won't be able to do double supports. I was trying to like keep track of what you were saying, and I was like, yes, Gladiators have to ban Brood +1. There you go. TLDR.
Perfect. Thank you so much, T.
Yep.
There will be a
Beastmaster.
first phase ban
That
change.
was rough. That is rough.
A Beastmaster will be perhaps picked up this time around instantly, first phase. So,
For either team, do you have a?
do I have a
inkling?
preference?
Not a preference. An
I do
inkling.
enjoy a 33 Beastmaster.
Yep.
So maybe that's something that we'll enjoy
Yep.
in this game. Perhaps not the drums of Slom, perhaps a normal Beastmaster.
Now that would be hype though. Game 3, you get the 33 Beastmaster. He goes for the Ags into E-Blade, Octarine. He's solo killing everyone. And then it's like, why didn't I just go Helm of the Overlord and win the game at 20? But then he could look like a star at 45. Thoughts?
No.
Okay, fair enough. Happens.
Yeah. Sorry.
Nice idea though. Nice.
But when it does happen, you're now on the panel and be like, oh my god, this Ags was insane. What a cool build.
And you'll be like, yeah, I knew it.
Yeah,
I know it.
The
I
problem
always
is
knew
we have seen the Aghanims already in this series.
True.
It did win the game. Well, the team,
It wasn't the game winner, but it
The team won
was in
the
a game that won.
The stats
It wasn't the
technically-
winning side.
It will, statistically, Ags Beastmaster is undefeated.
just like
in the
Riki was, right?
DPC, Western Europe, Tour 1, Tour 2.
I was like 2-1. Hold on.
It's been one of those days, you know. I'm just, yeah. I have to
January
recover.
is melded into April now.
Yeah. TI's tomorrow, I guess.
That would be a weird timeline, but outside of the Beast, because it could also be first phase banned, right? Do you think they have confidence in the Doom, or actually, why do you think the Doom struggled in that last game?
I don't think the Doom struggled overall as a hero. That guy was on point. 33 was dominating. Like, he had a mega kill in the lane later on as well. He just had no one to play with. I think the Lina was the biggest issue. We discussed it a little bit. We touched on it a little bit, and I think the Lina should be left alone. Let her have some hibernation.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's going to be turning eyes towards her, but it just makes me wonder then if Doom could potentially also be first phase banned, and you're kind of in this weird zone where you want to take out Brood, but you want to take out the 3 Doom, you want to take out the Beastmaster still as well. Luckily, Tundra banned the Nature's Prophet for you, so you don't really have to worry about that one.
Like, you might even ban out the Doom after that game. Like, he was just way too strong.
Again, Tundra respecting the IO. Of course, they just played an IO Lesh game where they countered with Anti-Mage, weren't able to win. Sure, there are other factors to it, but some opening phase IO Lesh, you can't
You don't
Anti-Mage you can't Anti-Mage first phase, so
And you don't want to lose versus the same draft.
True.
2 games in a row.
That's very true, yeah.
Versus an IO.
I mean, Quinn from game 1 to Quinn from game 2. It's, you know, Quinn sad, Quinn happy. So you don't want to have him see him happy again, like the IO ban. And they go for Beastmaster. Sure. I don't mind that ban, especially because I don't think Gladiators will want to pick it in this slot, because Tundra are the team that would Night Stalker instantly if they could.
What's left? There's a Mirana, there's a Disruptor. Out of those...
Undying is back in the pool
Undying as well. Out of these 3 heroes that are... There we go. Out of these 3 that are easy to open up with, but you are leaving this Disruptor, you are leaving Doom in the pool for gaming as well.
You're also still leaving Ench. That's a pretty good option to Undying, so some Ench +1 combination could work for Gladiators.
Did they go for the Ench or the Snap? Do they flex Snap? They do, so Snap could be pretty good as well.
It's a
Not too
decent
sure
option.
if you're confident in opening with it.
I believe you should be because it's also decent into the Undying.
They can also monkey Rubik that they've done before, some nice flexibility.
Rubik.
There's the Rubik. Please hold.
Please hold. We'll see if T goes right here.
Holding, holding.
Rubik is also flexed for them as well, which is quite nice. Tofu is the one that mainly plays it, but obviously Celery can pick it up for himself as well. What have you seen before?
10 seconds remaining.
Anything else you'd like to see come with the Rubik?
They have no reserve time as well. I don't know
Yeah, look, I was going to bring it up, and I don't know, it's just...
Rubik Monkey.
There it
Let's
is.
go.
Yeah, overall very nice because if it's a monkey 4 position, you can obviously pick any offlane to deal with it. You can put Rubik 5. If it is a core, Monkey King, whatever, you're an Undying. You put Tombstone, our Wukong, we can kill a Tomb. If you're inside the Wukong, you'll die. So yeah, very nice opening to Undying. And Tundra still, they can go for some, like if they really wanted to, some like random... This is uncomfortable because you can't just do like first phase drought here.
Yeah.
Because it's like, this could just be double supports, 3 cores now counter you.
Yeah, that's the problem. When you hit them with the monkey this early on, you're kind of messing with all their strategies. Like right now, you're thinking Doom offlane. Yeah, we can pick Doom, but then the monkey is a core, and sure, let's see. Doom is picked. If I was gaming, like just rotate the monkey onto that safe lane, make a lane easy for him with another position 5 such as Ench, dominate the Doom completely. I think it's solid option for them. Or still, another option is do put the monkey on the position 4 that they've done before and pick another carry that's good into the Doom.
Yeah, if you're Tundra, I think you might even need to look at supports a lot in the second phase. Some Disruptor ban that we mentioned already. The, I mean, not really Snapfire, but like Disruptor needs to be banned here for sure. There was another hero that I was thinking about, but I've kind of already lost track of it. It's fine, might come back to me.
Eventually, if we keep talking, because potential support opening, right, for Gaming Gladiators, and the advantage is they're going to have overall last pick too, so they can hold this monkey flex for as long as possible. But let's say they want to shift it into safe. What is the laning matchup against Doom? Does it handle itself well?
What,
there?
monkey?
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Like he versus the Doom, he should do quite all right for himself. It also depends on the position 4 and position 5 that you get on the monkey.
We're seeing that there with the ban from Gladiators, right? Like we just saw a Slark lane get completely slaughtered by a Doom plus Snap. I think Doom plus any high damage 4 can lane against these Slark Ursa's Monkey Kings if you get the right neutral creep, if you get the mana boots early, if you get that kind of the position or level advantage, it can work out. And especially against Tundra, they're going to be able to find these ways to do it. So yeah, Gladiators respecting the... If they want to flex Monkey King away, they're going to need to ban out Snap. And also, when they enter the next phase, if they want to keep Monkey King as a flex, they kind of need to sacrifice Quinn, so potentially that standard Bloodseeker and Topango ban could be happening. Maybe Tundra bans out themselves. You already see Tundra banning out Puck because these are the type of heroes that you want to open the phase with.
Where's the Ricky?
Ricky? I don't see it.
You don't see him?
No.
Nice. It's gonna get picked though.
Surely not. I think...
No.
No?
I was going to try and make a squeak, but I think it wouldn't sound good on stream.
We
But
did a little bit of squeak.
did it come through?
I heard it.
I panicked. I did it for like a microsecond. I was like, maybe we shouldn't do that.
But everyone's just got the volume turned up.
He's like, what the hell just happened in my ears?
It was good enough. Like, if your Doom is not buying a Meteor Hammer, maybe a Ricky for Tundra once again is possible. Gaming, like you talked about, the Pangolier, that's an option for them once again. So
Gaming actually banned out the Disruptor themselves.
It's because of that flex that I mentioned with Monkey King. It's like they can't open the phase with Disruptor because then it's like Monkey is carry, and then there's no reason to be picking Monkey here. So this drafting pattern, yeah, should have realized it earlier. Like you need to pick your mid pretty much, and they rarely pick offlane here just because of the value that Ace has in the drafts when he gets to do this like last phase Underlord, not Ember. Christ, that'd be horrible. Like last phase Underlord or something.
Yeah, which was banned out, by the way. Like they are very aware of the fact that Ace likes the Underlord and the impact that he's been able to have on it too.
yeah, we've had some Underlords. The one he won with was versus Watson's SF, right?
Didn't he win both Underlords he picked up?
What was the second one? I forgot.
The second one?
They
That one's
won two
testing me.
Underlords, yeah. But overall, like, it was usually picked into these summons as well, right? Like the
Galaxy.
Lycans.
There you
Yeah. Versus these heroes that want to just constantly push.
It's definitely a great candidate to split push, but
Yeah, not only because of the ultimate Pit of Malice, obviously, put the Lycan in a cage, Firestorm. But Yeah.
It's pretty funny, this pick situation here, because Tundra, they don't need to ban Pango technically, because Gladiators have one more ban, and it's like they ban Bloodseeker, Tundra can just pick Ricky as a response. If they don't ban Bloodseeker and they ban Ricky, they got the Bloodseeker as a response. So
The only question
True.
is, do they play Ricky on the mid lane gaming? That is right.
I
What
wouldn't
if they
want to see
pick up
that.
the Pango and then move it to off lane and then end the phase with a Quinn hero
We won't
as
see
a
the
counter
Pango.
to the Ricky?
No.
I'm just okay.
It's an option.
It's banned.
It's
I
an
was
option.
just trying to,
Oh, okay,
to
they just
counter
ban
what
it.
T's
Sure.
argument
No, that's
was
fair.
about leaving something in a pool.
Yeah, it would have been cool if they left it in, just because they had multiple options, but maybe they don't want to pigeonhole themselves down like some obvious picks. Maybe they want to go a different route, and clearly they do, so they respect Quinn on it, and now we get to see Coddle again.
This is the thing, right? Like you can pick a 4 that you don't really know. Is it a 4? Is it offlane ace? Is it mid lane as well? And if you do it like that, the Monkey King is still kind of hidden.
For sure.
Yeah, you're not showing your cards at the moment, at least. But for gaming, I'd still like this to be some offlane Keeper of the Light. You can follow up with the Monkey 4 there.
I'm
love
pretty
this
sure
as well.
majority of the time it's been off
been
lane,
ace,
right?
right?
Like
Yeah.
I know that they have been able to flex it and they have flexed it in past tours and stuff, but I feel like there is very high confidence that it will go there.
That's where
Unless it's the perfect Monkey King game.
That's where it
Carry.
looked the best, right? I mean, even if the Monkey King is the perfect carry, like you can still put it on the carry and the offlane Kotl and follow up with another support. So that's doable.
A hoodwink for Tundra there, so now we know that Snaking is going to be on Undying. There's going to be Saxer on Hood, and then Dragonite coming out. Probably, most likely a 9.
They can play it carry if they want to, but realistically it is just making sure their draft is stable. When Gladiators have this response pick, you know, DK goes mid. If Coddle flexes there, DK will have a fine time in
Preparing
the
for an
game
Ember
now.
as well. That's a possibility.
Against
with the
Storm,
Kotl,
should
yeah.
do well, yep. So this DK now, it just gives them insurance against a potential Quinn hero. Sure, some like Bat Ride or something can still be pretty annoying, but then Gladiators have Coddle offlane, Bat mid, Monkey support. Like that, it looks a little bit skirmishing, so
Too
Tundra
funky,
will
right?
just need to chill and farm once again. Yeah, I think
One
they're
hero
pretty
when I
happy.
see Doom and DK always comes to my mind is a Timbersaw. Like we've seen it today, it didn't really work out that well. I don't think it would fit Gaiman's draft that
not
well as
really.
well, but
Why not? Why don't you think it would fit into it?
They just need a bit more, I think, out of their mid or offlane. Some initiation, some different sort of a front line. What did we see in the Chinese region? You have this Timbersaw and suddenly like your whole team fight is falling apart. But
There's
Bat,
Bat Rider. Yep.
like, why is it different at least? Like Timber, he goes in and you kind of can ignore him. You can just do whatever you want with everyone else and skip the Timber. Bat Rider, you cannot... You can't ignore him. If he goes in, lassos the target, you need to respond to that initiation by him. So that makes it maybe a little bit better.
I think Gaiman need to ban out Spectre here, just because some early blade mail into Ags play will give Tundra multiple forms of just entry to game. It's like if you Doom a guy, Spectre's there. If you Dragon Tail a guy, Spectre's there. You have to follow up damage with Hoodwink. And yeah, I think Tundra, they have a lot of damage amp, be it with Flesh Golem, Hoodwink, and then the follow-up of Doom or DK is pretty good. So yeah, I think Spectre's a really important ban for Gladiators, at least right now.
By the way, not great stats on Bat Rider.
It's
4
pretty
pickups,
atrocious.
25.
One win.
Only 1 win. Although a really big ban rate, so maybe it's just teams forcing Bat, maybe trying to have a bit of a gotcha pick, not really getting it. That's all I could really get from those statistics.
Possible. Like gaming, they are protecting the Bat Rider a little bit, banning out the Quap, perhaps the Storm as well. T. What do you think?
I mean, Quap's just the good old-fashioned Quap destroys Bat Rider.
Yep.
And right now his Bat pick is meant to be the hero that dictates the entire game early on, gives Kotl entry to the fights, you buy bots BKB. A Quap, 1 dagger, boom, no slow, no play.
There's Puck as well, right? If Skitter is playing that safe lane, Abaddon was a nice ban too. Like I think they probably banned out the 2 best heroes versus everything that gaming have got. With the Abba and with the Quap, not only are you good versus the Bat Rider, the Aphotic Shield, amazing versus all of them. Plus it's pretty good position 1 at the moment.
Oh, yeah.
If you want to roll the DK mid, that is.
They got 17 seconds to pick their carry here. Not a lot of time.
It can be a Puck mid.
I was going to say,
They're good with the
could,
Storm, yeah.
I was going to say, it could be a 9 because they 50-50'd the bans, right? Like, they did a Quap,
Sure.
which is normally mid, and then an Abba, which is normally carry. So they weren't even sure where the Dragonite was.
That's fair.
My first guess was Storm instead of the Abaddon ban, but when they banned the Abba, I was like, okay, sure. I think Storm is still good. One of better laners into the Bat Rider. He has been buffed since the last time I've seen this matchup as well. Like, the Storm is, I believe, better here. Plus, you have a hero that jumps on top of the Kotl. If Monkey King is a carry as well, you can follow him through the trees.
Yeah, where do you want to... Okay, I was going to say, where do you want to see the Monkey King? Like, are we going to have a gotcha carry?
There you go.
Is the Naga Siren, though, that impact, that oomph? This is our final overall last pick, and it's going to win us the game?
We've seen this matchup, though.
I don't know if it is, though. Like, DK Manta Axe, you can really punish Naga late game. So there's like the window where some Manta Orchid with the aggression of gaming, Naga will feel good. As the game goes later and Dragon Knight as a carry scales, honestly, I don't think it's like the... Okay, Naga will 1v9 this game. Don't worry, guys. If we get to X minute, it will be easy. So this will be a hard game, I think. And for Gladiators, they need to break the map again to feel good in this game.
There is going to be a lot of healing and a lot of sustain from Ace on Kotl, though. We've seen it before. He's done an insane amount of healing. Is that enough? Like, is he going to scale to the point where they can counteract the damage and the scalability of...
I think it's pretty solid what he brings to the table, but it's not a free Kotl game. Like, you have Hoodwink from distance bursting you down together with the Storm Spirit. Will he be able to constantly sustain you when your whole HP on the Kotl can disappear in a second?
Yeah, he could just be jumped on, gone, and then you don't have that sustain anymore. That's very true.
Yeah, I think Quinn needs to be like 4-0 in like the first 15 or so minutes to feel good in this game. I think he needs to crush because Doom will passively farm against Naga, DK will passively farm against Kotl, and there isn't natural tower damage. They kind of play backwards after taking good lanes. So I'm a little bit afraid that Gladiators don't have the exact play, like heroes to play like they did in last game, but they want to do the same thing. So it's kind of difficult. So I prefer Tundra's lineup, honestly, and yeah, we'll just see. It's a lot.
You ride or die with Tundra. You said that at the start of the series,
I am ride or die
and
with
I'm pretty
Tundra.
sure you've picked Tundra every game as well.
To be fair, yeah, I had misaligned ideas with Lina. I just kind of thought that'd be more stable. That's kind of shit. But now I believe in Tundra game 3. There you go.
Lizard, are you sticking through with Gaming Gladiators like you did last game?
No, I'm going with Tundra. I completely believe in this lineup, in this draft. Like, even the Doom later on, he can get it. Not the conventional build, but pretty good into the Ratio's Naga Siren. DK, we've seen this matchup before. It can work out fairly well for the DK.
He was a menace in game number 2, and now he's got potentially some bridging heroes for himself. But it's game 3 for second and third place between Gaming Gladiators and Tundra, with our casters B-Cop and Lacoste.
Thank you very much. Coming into game number 3, Tundra Gaming Gladiators. Game 1, all Tundra. Game 2, all Gaming Gladiators. What will we see in game number 3? Naga Siren coming out here. Safe lane DK. Lacoste, I need your thoughts.
They've done it before. Like Skeeter has been playing this Dragon Knight on the safe lane a couple of times. Looks really good. I think Batrider needs to be super active again. One of Quinn's better heroes, and he knows how to play it. Maybe like what I want to see is try to invade some of his stacks. Maybe put down a sentry ward, 2 sentry wards in the triangle, so he doesn't get the farm. Because they're very experienced Batrider team, and they know how to utilize the hero. So I want to see something, maybe try to shut him down a bit more. I gotta agree with T. Like, in terms of side lanes, Skeeter, I don't think is gonna get too much pressured in this bottom lane against Keeper of the Light. With Monkey King, it's not that much damage. He also has sustain from Undying, like if he decides to put a point in Soul Rip. Also, when it comes down to heroes who can kill the Tombstone later on, they don't really have that hero. Most likely gonna be Naga Siren, but she also wants to focus different things in a fight. And same goes for Doom. Doom into Naga Siren. Doom is not really threatened. This hero has 6 armor, starting with the 6 stats that he decided to build.
Taking a look at the bounties as Jingu. Oh, 1 away. Finally gets it. Skitter chasing Tofu. 2 for 2 on the bounty runes. And kind of fighting as more decays are being thrown. Right now he's got himself 12 stolen strength, and he will start to hit away on Ace for a second. I want to ask you about the Naga Siren, just because of the performance we saw in the lane in the previous game for the Sark.
Oh, gets to deny.
Ooh, Tofu. Jingu again, but these decays starting to really pile on and starting to hurt. Chases on, and another decay, leaving him at 19 health.
So he's going to come with 81 damage on top of Ace. Ace starting with Boots of Speed. Let's see.
Tofu kind of has to be careful. Gets it with another decay. Just Jingu's about to run out here. And at that point, Snake King, he's got another Mango. You just decay and kind of run at him potentially, but you don't have those Boots of Speed, so
I
Can't
love
exactly
this
keep
lane.
up.
Decay and DK together. Ace keeping the distance with the boots of speed. Wants to be able to run away, not get stunned by Dragon Knight. Snaking still sitting on those 12 decays. Needs to be slightly more careful once they hit that level 2.
Top lane, Celery. So yeah, I was going to ask you, how does the Naga feel in this lane compared to the Sark in the last game? Because Sark got destroyed, but ended up recovering really well. Do you have that option as a Naga Siren?
I think Rubik is going to be the one dying in this
Tofu.
lane. And Snaking gets the first blood.
Low on health and mana, so I'm wondering if Snake King's going to maybe walk all the way out and around and sacrifice himself to the tier 2 tower, but...
He is going for the neutrals, it seems. And
all the way up. Looking around. Horn shot. And Celery burned out thanks to Scorched Earth. We've seen this plenty of times from these Dooms early on. And this is a little bit of a different build because he went Devour Scorched Earth last time. Now it's Scorched Earth into the Infernal Blade. And yeah, there's Snake King killing himself to the tower.
wants to have a bit more kill presence in the lane. 33 now. Dropping low. Lift is available.
Bushwhack helping to keep 33 alive. And will be passed over that Tango. So just trying to keep the Doom healthy until they have that Scorched Earth back up again. And so far, so good for Tundra in this off lane. And truthfully, down bottom, too.
Both side lanes doing really well. Skitter, I don't think they can get a kill on him. Once he starts to put like another point in Dragon Blood, it's just going to be so much sustained. Snaking, Tombstone is available if they want to commit.
Yeah, they do throw it down. Tofu now on the run, but there's the Dragon Tail from Skitter. Another decay onto this Monkey King. And Ace trying to get himself some gold, but they'll get the deny.
Keeper of the Light hero that doesn't have too much attack speed. You sometimes need to hit it at the same time, so no 125 gold for him. Mid lane, pretty even, I would say. It's a decent matchup for Storm Spirit. Like, he can't be pressured too much by a Batrider. You try to dive him, he pulls you with the Vortex underneath the tower with the Static Remnant. The damage is going to be there, and also he did adjust his item build, going for Boots of Speed and Magic Stick. Then he will go for Bottle later down the line. It's unplayable if you don't have Bottle on Storm, pretty much, but wants to build into these earlier items.
So we see 9 just stacks Sticky Napalm onto him for a moment. Nobody rotating over just yet. 4-minute rune. Or 4-minute runes. Maybe we'll see some heroes come over once it's that 6-minute power rune that shows up. Things kind of sitting a little bit quiet. Not really that easy to kill someone like the DK, especially he's gone 0, 1, 2. So he's got that level 2 in the Dragon's Blood, that extra regen and armor. I'm not really sure how you break through that if you're gaming Gladiators. And meanwhile, Tofu still running. Illuminate hits. They'll chase under the tower. They've got the Decay to hit again, and Skitter will get a kill there onto the Monkey King, while Duraccio, he is sitting low under the tier 1 tower.
Does have 10 stick charges, bringing in a healing cell for himself. So we'll go back to full HP, almost full HP. But a lot of pressure. Both side lanes doing really well, and now 9 taking over in terms of CS.
I did hit the tree.
Yeah, 22 and 3. But kind of keeping it close. Acorn shot again. This is just a big problem. Telekinesis throwing Saksa under the tower. But Duraccio is just constantly sitting here with no health.
You don't need to kill him. You only need to stop him from getting the last hits. But, you know, kill will do. I didn't mean not to kill him if there's no opportunity. But also, if he's sitting at 20% HP, he's not going to get close and try to last hit. So, great start on these side lanes. Storm Spirit try to get level 6 before he joins back to the mid lane.
A lot of lockdown here because he cut that tree that Tofu jumped to. Decay hits, and Skitter's going to chase down Tofu towards the tower, and he's got that Breathe Fire to get the kill.
Another Dragon Tail stun, but yeah, there's a bunch of creeps near the tower. Skitter will have Power Treads available once his courier respawns. Great start for Tundra.
So he's burning. He's standing tall, but standing tall in a Scorched Earth. Now they've landed the Bushwhack. Duraccio again, he is constantly under half health in this lane.
Did he use Ogre Smash, or am I tripping? On Doom? I don't think I've seen a successful Ogre Smash being delivered. It's I mean, you could maybe with the Bushwhack. It's level 2 Bushwhack, so that's 1.8 seconds. Ogre Smash.
Lasso mid. And 9. Ooh, can he survive? Ball Lightning all the way away. So he will survive there.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Do not get that kill with that first lasso.
They needed a bit of extra something. Man, 33 is destroying this matchup. Level 5 now puts another point in Scorched Earth, so that's going to be even more damage. Doraccio needs some kind of a sustain. This time, ooh, there's a lot of bounty runes there. Celery picking up one, picking up second. Was thinking about maybe giving both of those to Quinn, but Quinn is like, I don't need them. I have a decent amount of farm, so we at 40 CS. We'll hit that 7 to 8 minute boots of travel timing, so he can help out the side lanes then.
While this is going well for 33 in the top lane, he's also dropped down Meteor Hammers onto the tower, so he really just wants to put the pressure onto the tier 1 tower and shut down Doraccio's lane. And, I mean, for the most part, you said stopping him from CSing is enough, and that's exactly what they're doing. He's got just as much net worth as the Undying. Meteor Hammer again.
Dodges Meteor Hammer, but also dodges some of the CS. 9. Ready with the TP if they decide to dive. Now sitting in the mid lane. Still 30 seconds cooldown on that lasso.
No. He got rid of the stun. And he went for the speed aura. It's pretty sad. Wanted to see him use more of it. So they've got some vision. They do see 9. They do see this Undying. Tofu coming over. And up in the trees, he's going to continue to spot them as well. So Quinn doesn't have lasso for the moment. But 9 looking to pick up the haste rune, and Celery's going to deny that.
So, I mean, the Gaming Gladiators, they bring 2 supports every single time. 6, 8 minutes into the game, they want to secure the runes for Quinn. They know that he can pop off easily. Bottom lane, Dragon Knight CSing nicely. Not really threatened unless there's going to be a rotation from Batrider. Lasso available. Boots of Travel being delivered. So we could see him TP bot after pushing out the wave and try to get a kill on Dragon Knight.
So he's got those bots. Meanwhile, Tread's Wand bottle here for 9. As he sits behind Quinn by about 700 gold. Felt like 9 got a really good lane for himself, but ultimately at the end of the day, lane successful for Quinn, and with those boots of travel, he's coming through towards bot. Lasso, Illuminate, Primal Spring, down on Skitter, Dragon Tail with a flame break. He's trying to survive, Soul Rip, and eventually they will get this kill.
Yeah, the first good rotation for Batrider. Kind of difficult to defend against that unless you have a deep observer ward, and Gaming Gladiators, they already prepped for it. They have a sentry to scout things out, so this makes Quinn's rotations much easier.
Problem is now, while that's happening, it's a little bit of the same. Doraccio's lane has gone not to plan. They're going to need a bailout here from Quinn and Ace.
Still sitting underneath this ward. They're gonna, seems like, get the full duration. Tofu, steal CS. 9, not too happy about it.
Yeah, we'll see if they recognize that there's a ward just keeping vision on them. 33 is going to move over towards Mix. They've got this Meteor Hammer, though. Use the Elder Dragon form and drop down some damage.
If they use it one more Meteor, a couple more right clicks from Dragon Knight, that's a dead tower.
Yeah, they need to defend this. Otherwise, it leaves their whole jungle open with Doraccio already not having a lane. That's a bit of an issue, so they will start to come over. They'll charge up the Illuminate. And Meteor Hammer again will drop down.
Doesn't stop it.
And that will be the tower gone. Soxa getting credit for that. Meanwhile, top lane, 9 with a solo kill on a Celery, so Tundra, they're getting towers, they're getting kills. It's a 3k net worth lead, despite the fact that 9 didn't exactly have the perfect start, but he is right back to even with Quinn.
Quinn, if he uses Firefly, that's a kill here on Snaking. Snaking, try to buy time as much as possible. There is no song available yet.
25 gold there. Soxa comes in, Sharpshooter. And now Snake King will die to Quinn eventually, but they brought over 33. They get 9. Now looking over for the Batrider. But Song hits him, and he doesn't have a lot of mana to work with. So Telekinesis lifting him up into the lasso. Bushwhack on a 2. Looking for the Meteor Hammer. That lands on the Rubik. So Celery low on health. But again, not a lot of mana, not a lot of health. 9 gets blown up by Ace, and now they're on the retreat. Primal Spring down in between Soxa as well as 33. We're going to get that Jingu to go off. 33 on the run, but the Blinding Light pushes him back towards these heroes on the side of Gaming Gladiators. And while 33 tries to run, well, there's nothing he can do but die as Duraccio, a recovery kill for himself.
Good moves from Gaming Gladiators. They bring numbers. They bring all 5 heroes. Skeeter did not want to participate in this fight. Finished off his Hand of Midas. And also, no point in Doom. He did have 1 point available, but did not want to skill it. There was no real follow-up damage there, so can't understand it. Keeper of the Light is that type of a hero, like the offlane one that builds into auras. This is Guardian Greaves that's going to be picked up by him. So that's going to be their sustain. In terms of ganking, Gaming Gladiators will need to utilize the lasso. Quinn making some stacks for himself in the triangle. Trying to get to that BKB timing. That's a big one.
Meanwhile, by the way, Rubik stole level 4 Scorched Earth. So that could be potentially a good amount of damage coming into the next fight if he's able to survive.
It's a great spell.
So 9. Going into the Witchblade. And we'll see if he's able to activate after that, because you could see in terms of cores, he's at the bottom of the list. And that's despite the fact that, you know, Duraccio didn't really have a lane, but things have kind of opened up for him top. Sharpshooter hits, but the Bushwhack misses. So not much Soxa can get done, as he's just going to farm these creeps with the Acorn shot and continue to up his gold. He's got 3K under his belt. And 33, the Meteor Hammer and the Scorched Earth is farming Ancient stacks to try and get Boots of Travel.
What an item, Meteor Hammer. You can farm, kill the stacks, kill the towers, good stats, good region overall. Hand of Midas is now completed.
With Tombstone, but nobody else is here. Snake King's dead. They're also going to get the Ward gold and the Tombstone gold.
Gaming Gladiators.
That's a lot of gold.
Last 2-3 minutes, the rotations have been on point. Now Quinn, he's searching. Lasso is available.
Skinner. Here was Soxa. Blinding Light was used. Soxa in the trees, but Quinn burning them down. Bushwhack onto 2 of these heroes. They've got the Telekinesis. Balance Strike. They've got a ward placed on that Tinker Cliff. And Ace will get the kill on the Soxa. So Gaming Gladiators are rough. First 7-8 minutes, but everything since feels to be falling right into place.
Yeah, definitely. I want to see Hoodwink play with Storm Spirit, try to go for these pickoffs, find Monkey King who's on the trees, maybe go for Rubik. I don't know if they can kill like Puro like a Batrider, because he's really tanky, and Snake King gonna drop one more time.
And Duraccio is not afraid to get involved early on.
He's close to the team. If they use Doom, he's there to pop Song of the Siren. They drop the Tombstone, Song, kill it. Very good tools to disengage, and now they feel like they're much stronger because they do have aura compared to the enemy offlaner who only has Midas. I mean, not only. He's on top of the net worth, but still.
Sharpshooter! Shooting straight, and Soxa catching strays here. Quinn getting that kill. Celery's kind of been on it with these spell steals, with the control. You know, sometimes I feel like Rubik's kind of lack if they don't get the levels that they require, and he's level 8 right now. Things are going great for him.
There's some really good spells to steal as well, whether he steals Devour, like Zip from Storm Spirit to set things up, Tombstone, of course, Sharpshooter, Bushwhack,
Ball
Meteor.
Lightning, Vortex, but the Meteor Hammer is not going to land. It didn't pull him the right direction. Ace coming in with the Illuminate. They've got the Tombstone down. They're looking over at Snake King. Ball Lightning on top of Ace, so they'll end up trading. Don't really want to give up this Tombstone, but it will be 125 gold there for Celery, and Tofu's in the trees. He knows where Skitter's at, and they'll retreat off the gank.
Finally, 33 gets Doom online. 15 minutes, 40 seconds. I don't think I've seen Doom that... Like, I guess he just doesn't need it. He feels like they're taking a different fight with the Scorched Earth. He also wants to have Devour maxed out. Monkey King did disconnect. Game pretty even in terms of net worth. And I see Doom trying to go for Boots of Travel. If they feel that they need to split the map a little bit more, play with the Storm Spirit, you zip, you TP, hoodwink from the trees, then you can go for any kind of pickup with these 3 heroes. Any hero will die. Pre-BKB. Batrider still getting closer to it. 1,000 gold away.
Reconnect to the game. So, yep, just 1,000 gold on that BKB. Hex for Ace next. Ooh. Esportsbet.io odds 1.60 for Gaming Gladiators. They're the favorites, while the underdogs at the moment 2.34 for Tundra. So, what do you think? Is it that favored towards Gaming Gladiators with where they're at the game right now?
I still do like Tundra's draft. I mean, this is Naga Siren, who's in the middle of the pack, slowly taking over. Manta Style now finished, but I do like the Dragon Knight. Just overall, how this hero scales, like even against Naga Siren and the illusions, once he gets to his items, definitely can't keep up with the farm of Naga Siren. Maybe with Hand of Midas you can be up there, but we'll have to see. And what does Dota Plus think? They think this is Tundra favored.
Dota Plus and esportsbet.io clashing heads right now. About the same implied odds. So, Ace, I believe, moving off that Hex Q to an Octarine. We'll see if he keeps it that way. Kind of expecting a little bit of a change in items at times. Quinn not working with Lasso yet, as Nine's going to Ball Lightning and TP away from the side of Gaming Gladiators in this bottom lane. Doom, Midas on cooldown, going into the BKB. DK, he's also going into the BKB, so timings, we'll see if they line up here for the side of Tundra, because they've got triple BKB being built right now.
Now, triple BKB, double Midas, so this lineup is going to scale nicely. Smoke, they can also TP with Boots of Travel if there's something to TP to. Jump, and jump out.
But they caught him. Telekinesis for a second. Solarbind, Boundless Strike, avoiding it. Saxa, though. Ooh, the Flame Break pushing him away from the Sharpshooter of Celery. So nothing doing just yet. Meanwhile, Skitter, his Cellar Dragon form still has about half the duration remaining on it. There's that Aether one. So it looks like it will be that commitment into the Octarine core there for Ace.
I'm just thinking about the hero that Keeper of the Light plays with Chakra Magic this time around. There's no Terror Blade, no Pango, no Ember Spirit, nothing that kind of gives, like, Batrider's okay-ish with the Flame Break and Firefly, but it's not like wow or anything. And Smoke from Gaming Gladiators, they want this big chunk of gold, 33. Let's see how he reads this one.
I don't know if he's gotten enough north. Oh! Gosh!
Beautiful. He's like not even close to
never
Scrubs.
in doubt. That was close, though, in my eyes. Man. I thought he did not go and walk far enough north, but he TP'd at the right time, the exact right moment. Celery, Doraccio, and the Boots of Travel. He needs to kill that creep. Oh, no! They will find themselves 33, but now he's on the run. Bushwhack for the save. Song's there. They've got both. So now,
another War Song.
Setting up, trying to get a lasso. Ball Lightning into the Song. Boundless Strike. Sock's in some trouble. He's in the Wukong's command. They've got the Doom. It's on a Quinn. But Snake King 33 standing in the Wukong's command. Skitter doing the same. And now they got to try and get the kill on a Quinn, though. Throw the Illuminate out with the Doomstone down. Celery dies. Soxa falls. Quinn drops. Second dead on the side of Gaming Gladiators with the Vortex pulling in Ace. Blinding Light. But they still get themselves a third. Double kill for 9. He's on the run. He doesn't have a lot of mana to work with. So with the Primal Spring and the damage from Doraccio, it ends up being a 3 for 2.
Good trade for Tundra. If that zip comes in like half seconds later, they would be able to catch Batrider. Song would not connect, and then they would need to commit inside the Wukong's command. Like, this is not the biggest, like, Wukong's, it's only position 4 Monkey, but nice War Stomp. Gets him out of the trouble. And then Bushwhack as well, just keeping things alive. Dragonite, this is his first usage of the BKB, comes into a fight, but still, like, you see that he's gonna be dropping relatively low, fighting inside Wukongs, Naga Siren with the illusions.
And the displacement of Flame Break and Blinding Light is going to be annoying. This is not going to be fun. You can see this fight. 9 without Automata also still gets this kill on Ace. It's all done by him, even though he dies there. Just about short of that BKB. So, see what he can accomplish.
There's a lot of Spell Amp on side of Tundra. You have Boomerang now. You have Flash Golem as well, and then you can play with Storm Spirit or just Scorched Earth is gonna deal a ton of damage. Tofu
Fade
pops
Bolt.
that hood.
Balance Strike. Nobody else is here. So, nobody to help 9. Meanwhile, still sitting on the top of the net worth right now is 33 as he's in the top lane using this Meteor Hammer, continuing to farm. And there's the BKB for Quinn.
BKB for 33 as well. So it seems like both teams would want to try to take a fight right now. So we might see the full 5-on-5 engagement.
Skinner's got his BKB and 9. 30 gold short. So, triple BKB timing here for Tundra. As it's a 5-man smoke. They'll go for Celery, Boundless Strike, Bushwhack controlling him. And they've also got that Hunter's Boomerang. Solar Bind, really annoying. But not when nobody's following it up. There's the Boots of Bearing here for the Undying too. Like you said, this item has found a lot of popularity.
It's relatively expensive item. I don't know where he's getting. This is like 4,000 gold. Snaking had a couple of extra deaths in the lane, but seeing this item being able to provide movement speed, attack speed in a fight every 30 seconds, this is going to be massive. And now with 3 BKBs online, are there any more smokes available? They have none on side of Tundra. But could still be looking for the kills. Saxa will play some vision on the high ground, potentially prepare for Roche.
He's still going for this Octarine core. About 600 gold away from that. Full pipe for Tofu soon. Ooh, Bushwhack missing, but they still have the Hunter's Boomerang, so they'll use the Vortex with the Sharpshooter. They get the kill on a Celery. 33 is nearby. Quinn, he's got BKB,
and
he's trying to just find a lasso here. But 9, Ball Lightning, Balance Strike, Meteor Hammer. And it's not enough of a deterrent, but Sox is Solar Bound and running slow. Skitter comes in with the Dragon Tail. They drop down the Wukong's command. The Hunter's Boomerang again. There's the Tombstone. Guardian Greaves are popped by Ace. They go to the back lines. They've got the lasso. It's on a 9 into the hands of Arachio, and they should get themselves a trade. But do Tundra want to fight anymore? They still have Doom. They'll go to the Song. 33, Solar Bound as well. Anybody here to follow up?
Dragonite ready with the Blink Stun.
Yeah, looking for it. Draccio, Bushwhacked, and now they've got a Doom. It's onto the Naga Siren. This goes horribly for Gaming Gladiators after the Song. That's not what you want to be giving up.
Lasso was already used, and they don't have anything that goes through Magic Immunity. After the Lasso is down, both BKBs on Doom and Dragonite were available, and 33 immediately TP's bottom, goes back to farming. Now he has another Blink Dagger for himself, so that means another tool of initiation with the War Stomp. This is a big kill.
Yeah.
Because Naga Siren just died, and he's trying to go for the Butterfly next. Let's see how they're going to itemize, whether there's going to be some kind of a MKB later down the line, coming out from Dragonite. For now, opting to go for Aghanim Scepter. Manta style most likely be very annoying against this Keeper of the Light, both supports as well.
Skitter 4, 1, and 5. Really not dying this game, and they will find Quinn again. Bushwhack, Hunter's Boomerang, and a Sharpshooter. That all combines for a kill for Saxa on a Quinn. Just without that BKB for 5 more seconds, and maybe the team would have followed up if he had that, but without it, it's as good as dead. And 33 still bottom.
I think he used Meteor Hammer like 25 times in this game so far.
Saxa not dead. Tofu, ooh, Acorn Shot follows him. Yeah, I'm wondering, full creep wave, what's like, you know how Midas, you need to use it X amount of times to get yourself the investment back. Meteor Hammer, how many full creep waves do you need to hit in towers? get the full investment back in under your belt, and you know, he's using it like 30, 35 times already. It's definitely there.
Used it on tier 2 tower, forces a glyph.
They've smoked. Quinn now has that BKB again. But who can they find? They're kind of grouped together. Doom's got Boots of Travel. You have the zip in from 9. He doesn't have a bottle to work with, so he's only got about 600 mana in play. Telekinesis into the lasso, but this is an Undying. Snake King won't survive. Sharpshooter hits the Ratio, and I don't think Tundra really want to follow that up.
It seems like they want to go for Roche. Didn't commit with a BKB, just lasso for now. There is no buyback on Undying available. Snaking is pinging it out.
They've got the scan. They know it's happening. And the scan from Gaming Gladiators lands on Asaxa. They also see him. So look into the trees, but coming from the top is Doom. 33 looking
9,
for the opportunity.
Preparing for a jump steal.
Song. Oh, that'll be the Aegis into the hands of Duraccio. So
I was watching 9. He made the slot. Rune gonna spawn. It's gonna be top. Another Invis rune for Quinn. So with that,
they see 9.
Oh, 9 has
no
nothing.
mana.
BKB TP out. It's the safest one.
Oh, no BKB,
All
just
right,
TP.
What a Chad move there.
Wow.
That could have been risky. That could have been a disaster. Like, you die, and people would be like, he had a BKB. Why didn't he use it? But it's also a 9-second BKB. It's his own BKB, so did not want to, you know, waste it.
Yeah, you say people would say he's got BKB, why didn't he use it? It would have been me.
Yeah, I'm part of the people as well.
I'm a man of the people. I would have asked questions. So Quinn, here with an Invis rune. Top lane Skitter is with 33, so going on for this fight. Actually, 4 heroes up here, and 9 coming and walking over, so he's got a full mana kit to play with. They know there's no song. They're going to go after Tofu. Blink, Dragon Tail, right-clicks, Blinding Light with the Illuminate. Tofu, he's surviving for now, and the Sharpshooter comes in. They're also getting Duraccio on the other side of the fight. They've got themselves the Meteor Hammer down, and they'll get the Aegis out of his hands. They killed off Tofu. Solarbine's going to be over. Celery right on top of Duraccio as he respawns. And look at the damage coming in right after he respawns with this Aegis. They'll get both kills on him. Sox is still trying to chase, maybe getting a bushwhack down. Can he catch any of these heroes? Not fast enough to keep up, but they already got 2, and that works out in their favor quite a bit.
Uh-oh, Duraccio isolated. The rest of the team not there to back him up. They used everything to try to save Tofu. Mech, Guardian Greaves, Pipe coming out from him, and then he's in no man's land, kind of alone, gets stunned, and dies. There was no song available because he already used it. This Butterfly, you know, it's great against physical damage, but you're not tanky enough. This is 1700 HP we're talking about.
Lasso onto the Undying, but that leaves 9 to do whatever he wants. The Wukong's command is going to be dropped down. The look over as the Hunter Boomerang hits Celery, so it's a trade for supports, but a lasso used by Quinn. 33, he's got Doom available. Blinding Light pushing him back. Do they still want to go for this? Axe is also picked up by Skitter, so has that
100
extra
move
level
speed.
up. BKB.
Quinn saving the Firefly in case he gets Doom, can run over the cliff, and then there's not going to be chase. So 33 does not want to waste it.
So 3K lead here for Tundra. Seems like they kind of have control of the game in the moment by more than just their net worth margin. Schwack lands on Ace. Are they going to have anybody follow it up? No mana on 9, so he can't get there. They've got the song. It's on a 33, and you got to remember he used that BKB to run away from Quinn. So Quinn's here, no lasso, but 33 able to blink away. Ball Lightning Quinn now doomed. The turnaround, the Dragon Tail, the kill. They'll get the Batrider, and now they're going to look over at the Naga Siren, the Tombstone onto the high ground, and Duraccio's gone. They're looking for more. Celery, not a lot to work with, just Ace for some help. Tofu, Boundless Strike on a 2, 33's in, Blink, Dragon Tail on Ace. They don't really need to get Celery if they get themselves the Keeper of the Light, but they could just get both. Sharpshooter lands, they'll take out Akata, they'll look over for the Rubik. He's trying to get away, but Skitter with a blink in 3, 2, 1. No.
No,
they'll let him go.
Those 2 creeps, they did not want to kill them too hard this time. Yeah, Naga Siren again dies. No HP, can't get anything done. This Butterfly pickup might have been something different. I would prefer if that's hard, just to be able to like tank up with the illusions. Those illusions died. Breathe Fire, now splash damage, level 3 from Dragonite as well. Sharpshooter always finds the right target. You have so much damage amplification with the Boomerang, with the Flash Golem that we talked about. So illusions disappear. Celery.
Might still just die. Yeah, 9 coming in. Dead. So 6K lead for Tundra. Things are starting to get out of control, and you can see 33. He has so much farm on this Doom.
I've seen
Gets an
it.
Octarine core.
Seen it time and time again. Him being on top of the network, kind of carrying the game for Tundra whenever he plays Doom. About to crack that level 20. I think we say that quite a lot. Octarine, of course, minus 35 seconds on Doom cooldown.
Yeah, 33 and Doom at the top of the net worth. Name a more iconic duo. Skitter going MKB. He's level 20 now, too. So he picked up the 175 Elder Dragon form attack range. And with that level 4 Dragon, that's going to be atrocious to deal with for Gaming Gladiators.
Wait until he gets Manta Style. For now, wants to be able to deal with this evasion from Butterfly. And also, Storm is holding on to Enchanted Quiver and going for Revenant's Brooch. So that's going to be a way to pierce through the evasion. Oh no, Ace, not again.
Yeah, standing still with the Illuminate, and he is very dead.
It's a bit of a difficult game for Keeper of the Light. Like, you're playing into so many gap closers. Storm Spirit on top of it. 33 has Doom available.
Silence, Song, TP, and that'll be it.
Ooh.
BKB from 33.
It's gonna TP bottom. Storm Spirit could have maybe tried to go for the play BKB Zip. Maybe he did better math calculation than I did, so would not have enough for Zip. Now 33 finds another one.
Bushwhack connects, and this is another kill here for the side of Tundra. They are just getting them one after the other. Really just not great for Gaming Gladiators in the situation they're in at the moment.
Skeeter killing his younger brothers, those two Drakes. And MKB about to be finished, just a 500 gold away. I'm really worried for Gaming Gladiators now.
All three of these games have been, for the most part, very one-sided.
83% win rate, Gaben says. I would even push it maybe more.
90.
90, 91, 92.
Revenant's Brooch for 9. I don't know see too often.
True Strike. And also gives him like great solo kill ability. And what's the cooldown on it? 25 seconds, so... You also have True Strike from Enchanted Quiver, that like one hit. Maybe they decide to swap things around now that the Doom picked up the Shard. So he could be the one like also initiating with the Infernal Blade, so you have guaranteed blink stun on Naga Siren. For now, he is keeping the Ogre Shield Totem. Wants to get out of the trouble. Can't really blame him. This item is way too powerful.
Love seeing it in action. Trying to come back here, and Quinn boots travel, BKB Octarine. But the one you're worried about is Duraccio. Ooh, they go to the lasso. They've got themselves the connection on a 9, and they blow him up real fast. Boundless Strike, Primal Spring. This is going to be a second for sure. And Snake King's dead. Sox and 33 need to get way out of town.
I was looking at their cameras while this was happening. A bit of a beard scratch from 9. Snake King is like, oh, no, not again. So this type of a kill puts him back into the game. Duraccio finally finishes off his heart. There's going to be Hex on the menu for Keeper of the Light. So that's going to be their instant initiation other than the Batrider.
Sox is top. Roche is up in a minute and 30. Gaming Gladiators kind of control the tempo of the game while they took out 9 and as well as this Undying. I have to see it as Refresher's next on the list for 33. And, okay.
That's it. Sells the Meteor Hammer. It has done the job.
Served its purpose.
Slightly used item. I think like considering how many times he used the item, you should get less than 50% gold for it.
What, give him the Pawn Stars treatment?
Yeah.
Hey, I'm going to have my my Meteor Hammer expert come in. You know, this thing's been used. It's actually a forgery.
Best I can do is 20.
How much were you looking for? Oh, 15,000. Tofu going down, 33 getting the kill. Yeah, best I can offer is $5. Hex next on the agenda.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Who's that for? That was for 9.
Might need to get a different item if he like dies one more time. If he's not holding the Aegis in the next fight, like might consider Eon this because they can burst him. We've seen it already a couple of times. Lasso with the Hex pickup. That is getting close. This is going to be another layer of control for him.
Radiant's middle
Are they?
tower is
Oh,
under attack.
snaking. Oh, he spots it. Just on the edge. And here they go. To commit for this Roche, but Gaming Gladiators... I think they kind of have to respond to this, but... I don't know if they're going to be quick enough. Ooh, Arcane Rune for 33. Oh, dear. That is doom.
57-second cooldown.
Okay. So nothing. 33 is also going to pause the game after they pick up that Aegis and the Shard. So
Someone needs to deal with the bottom lane. 2 catapults. There was Naga Siren Illusion there. Tower already down to half HP. Duraccio in the last couple of minutes has
there
been
we go.
doing a good job.
Lucky they got this pause, because if you're looking, 9 just pinged out the Aegis. Both 9 and Skitter are walking out of the pit.
No rush. We'll pick it up. Take it slowly. They don't even have the slots, so maybe 9 thinking Skitter's going to pick it up, but I think I would prefer if Storm is the one getting it, because he's much more easily bursted in these fights.
And a bit of a better Aegis carrier, right? If you die with Elder Dragon form on cooldown, you're not coming back.
Depends what they want to do. If they want to siege the high ground, then maybe Dragonite is the better carrier. You siege with the Elden Dragon form, then you don't need to care too much about being jumped on.
Trying to figure out what the issue is. Got some lag going on. 4K lead for Tundra. They're actually finally about to eclipse the top of the net worth. But it has been a long and arduous road towards the top there. And truthfully, they've been able to deal with this Naga a couple times. And really make it feel like, oh, okay, you songed, we'll reset and go.
She wasn't tanky enough with just a butterfly. Now with Heart. And also going for the Hex. So that's going to be like a second Hex. He might swap things around. Decide to get a bit more tanky on himself and the illusions. Pick up the Bloodthorn. It's a bit of a lag situation, it seems.
Yeah, so we'll see when everybody's ready, when the lag dissipates. Take a look at the Naga Siren win rate, and 3 for 3. 100%. Radiant Dire, no advantage. Just winning all the time with this hero. 3 times a charm, maybe 4th's a party. We'll have to see. So what's the game plan right now for Tundra? Pick up this Aegis. Are they going to just go and fight? Do they want to reset, wait for Elder Dragon form again, even though they still have about half the duration, 60% of it left?
They could. Also, 33, he would definitely love to take a fight with this Arcane Rune. 57 seconds cooldown on Doom. 47 seconds on his BKB. Also pops the refresher. Minute and a half on it.
Ancient Black Dragon or Skitter. Can you tell the difference?
He needs to refresh his VMix as well. And he's going to be good to go. Yeah, this one's bigger.
Big fan of it. It's the Red Eyes Black Dragon. If we're going to go back to some Yu-Gi-Oh talk.
I think we squeezed every centimeter of it.
Out of the juice that we had. Out of the fruit of our Yu-Gi-Oh jokes. That's fair enough. But looking at these net worths, 9, he's participating quite a bit. He's found himself 8, 4, and 8, but not like he's got a lot of gold. I guess compared to Quinn, they're both kind of in that bottom realm of cores. More of it on 33 and Skitter. I guess 9's kind of just taking a back seat in terms of farm priority in this game.
Yeah, kind of hard to find the farm if you have Doom taking over the map. Same goes for Skitter, so someone needs to sacrifice a bit of their own farm. Let's see the Aegis. It's still there. Someone needs to pick it up. It's going to be Skitter in the end.
So there they go. Blink in. But the silence. Oh, no. That is overzealous. 33. You can see him giggling to himself. Maybe a little bit too far.
He knows that there's vision. This was pre-casted Sight of Wise from Ace, and he's going to get another one. Hoodwink will also drop.
So not the best fight out of the pit, out of the pause, and that works out for Gaming Gladiators. So now they're going to have to wait for both these heroes to come back up to utilize this Aegis, and we were saying it during the pause. Dyrachyo now top of the net worth.
Yeah, that pause definitely helped out with how the things are going to be played out. If he jumps in, going to use that sight immediately. We have a glimpse of vision on him. Quinn trying to get some farm for himself. Level 20 Batrider, 2 Flame Break charges, Blinding Light, so they can reposition them, like choose how they want to take a fight. If the BKBs are down, Dyrachyo's still alive with Song of the Siren. And of course, Quinn going for a bit more of a scaling build as a Batrider. Witchblade finished. Shard being delivered.
Yep. So, Sticky Napalm upgrade, Flaming Lasso no longer disarms you. Every other attack applies a stack. BKB next for Dyrachyo to try and survive when the onslaught comes in. And it was just a second ago a 4K net worth lead for the side of Tundra. And that is gone. And a lot of gold in the last minute or so. Just completely picked up for this Naga Siren. Looking for Tofu jumping through the trees. And unable to be contained.
Also try to scout him out with the courier. Look at Snaking. He is the boar himself. The flying one.
So Gaming Gladiators kind of dropping the ball off that Aegis. Do they still want to play aggressive with this? Kind of feel like maybe there's some hesitancy, especially after 33 kind of getting blown up in that last fight. Real fast, too.
Might consider also getting Eon Disc for himself. Replenish that Hand of Midas. There's still room to grow. Aghanim Scepter as well. Overwhelming Blink. Can't be farmed enough ever on Doom. There's just way too many items you can buy.
Gaming Gladiators with the stall and time right now. Just continuing to up that net worth lead. Ace is going for the Aeon Disc. He's a little ways out of that. They finally get themselves this Wraith Pact for Monkey King. Tofu's been farming this bottom lane a lot. But he's still behind the Undying. Still behind his own Rubik as well. As Celery's just been sitting top too. So looking to take the 2-2 tower over mid. Hard to fight into Dragonite with the Aegis. As he's building into the Satanic through backdoor protection, they'll get the tower. So only one outer tower remains here for the side of Gaming Gladiators, and Dyrachyo will also get himself a tower in the top lane, and that's going to be the tier 2 gone for Tundra.
Dyrachyo again, split pushing the map every single time. There's 2 lanes pushed in by him. Sitting on 30,000 at the moment, has Witchbane for himself. Great item against Storm. Like even Dragonite has decent amount of mana. Even Doom 1.5k at the moment, so great item pickup, great way of dispelling things as well. Remove that Breathe Fire. Skeeter.
Would have been nervous. That Elder Dragon form's running out in a second.
Still holding the Aegis for another minute or so.
Celery's just been parked here. He hasn't moved in a while. Maybe they could spot him. They are starting to pincer. They'll take up the
Courier
vision
maybe on the way back.
Until TP.
Never mind. He'll get out of the trouble.
Tofu, like we've been saying, he's been here bottom too. So they now both surpass the supports of Tundra, who really haven't been able to farm. They're looking for the Aeon Disc on the Undying, and the Hoodwink wants Force Staff. But the farm priority is certainly on 33 and Skitter for the moment, and nobody else.
9 again does not get priority. He farms pretty dangerous spots, I would say. Like, doesn't even want to show in the mid lane at the moment. Easy zip and immediately goes out. Does not want to finish the wave. Way too scared.
Spell Prism. So, Skitter will hold that. He's got the Spell Prism. That'll put the Elder Dragon form on an 88-second cooldown with a 60-second duration. So, not 100% uptime, but getting there. With the Aegis expiring, Tundra have stalled out. There's been a 10,000 net worth shift since that Roche.
10,000 gold is just not that much if you think about the items. When you just split it across 5 players, it's not that big of a difference. 40 minutes into the game, it's 2,000. That's like, I don't know, half of Boots of Bearing.
It's more so the shift. It's signaling that Tundra's getting not nearly as much out of the map.
Tundra's not playing aggressively in the last 5-10 minutes. They're not going for these pickoffs. Again, Naga and the Illusions split pushing constantly. Look at the top lane. Gonna get immediately killed, so someone needs to address it. Even though they have bots too on Doom, it's still not enough. He's too afraid to show in the lane.
This Elder Dragon form now used in conjunction with a smoke. Illusions aplenty. Sign of Gaming Gladiators quietly in the jungle as they're heading towards top. As Tofu's in the trees, he's in the front end of this team. But the back is Quinn. The back is Quinn, and this Bat Rider, Tombstone to the high ground. They're going to get a kill here immediately onto the Bat Rider. Sharpshooter doesn't land. Celery on the run. Quinn does not want to buy back. And 33 searching. War Stomp, blink in. There's the Dragon Tail. They'll get themselves a second. So Tundra fight, Tundra win that exchange by getting 2. Tofu TP's out, but again, still pressure coming into the top tier 3.
33 not afraid to use Doom. It's on 80-second cooldown at the moment, holding the Ascetic Cap. You talked about the Spell Prism. That Skeeter is holding. Finally going into Manta Style. This is the big one. So you can dispel Bloodthorn, dispel Ensnare, and also...
Level 25?
Yeah, just put those dragons in the middle of a fight. Navigate, slow down, find where Ace is standing, try to get a jump with the Storm Spirit and Ace. Also, he was thinking about getting the Aeon Disc, buys Glimmer Cape for himself.
Thinking about the Ags next. Ooh, 33 Boots of Travel in, goes to the Refresher. They've got themselves the Wukong's Command. They're trying to find themselves the Naga. They'll do so. Doom, it's on to Dyrachyo. Saksa is going to be the casualty here, but he'll be the sacrificial lamb to get this kill onto the Naga. And now looking over at Tofu. The Wukong's runs out, and so does his HP. As Celery comes in, Ace also here, Blink, Dragon Tail reflected with the Lotus Orb. They've got a Tombstone down and Blinding Light trying to keep this Rubik alive. As Quinn, they'll TP to the bottom tier 2, and they do a good job of getting the Rubik out of harm's way.
I was looking at Ace throughout the entirety of the fight. He manages to deal with the Storm Spirit, Hex, Guardian Greaves. If he gets dusted, pops the Guardian Greaves. Glimmer Cape hides, has a Ascetic Cap as well. Kind of a difficult one for Storm to jump on top of him. Might need a gem to be able to keep the constant vision. Otherwise, it's going to be dispelled. And 33 uses that Refresher. One more Doom. Now they're chasing. Or they're finding another one.
Bots 2 with 33. There's the Lotus Orb reflecting, stuns, and lasso onto 33. But he's got that Aeon Disc that he just put together. So even if he's starting to get locked down, he'll have a little bit of extra time. They go to the Hex. They'll flame break him towards the rest of his team and steal the Scorched Earth, but I don't think he really cares. He's getting out with his life.
Another flame break. Roshan, good respawn. He's got a respawn, yeah, in 50. Storm running low on mana. He does have like Witchblade upgrade, Revenant's Brooch. BKB doesn't provide him with mana. Kaya, Lincoln Sphere. It's not much. Like, his mana pool is relatively limited.
Ace committing to the Ags, by the way, and that will mean he's got no buyback going into the next fight, especially with Roche coming up. That's a very risky move. Tofu, Boundless Strike onto Quinn coming in with a Flame Break. They're going to focus their attention on the Undying, but there's the Dragon Tail. That's going to be the AoE with a level 25. Wukong's down, Quinn's dead. He's got buyback. He's dead for 90 seconds. They're also going to buy back on Snake King. Tombstone's going to be taken out by Tofu. They've got the Will-O-Wisp. They'll go to the Song. Skitter, well, it's going to be the focus of attention at the moment. They'll buy back on Quinn. They've got themselves the Bushwhack. There's the Lotus Orb on Adoraccio. They've got the Vortex 9 trying to do the damage with the Boundless Strike hitting on him as well as Skitter, but they've got their attention on the Naga. They should be able to get the kill to take him out. He's got buyback as well.
He's thinking about the buyback, but I'm not sure it's worth it at the moment. Roshan is respawning. They got Undying. He bought back.
And they're going to buy back on Doraccio. Now they're going in 9. Not a lot of mana to work with the Will-O-Wisp. Once again, Doraccio is going to try and get this kill onto the Storm. And he's so low and will fall. They get the kill on a Snake King too. These heroes don't have buyback.
Ooh,
He's 40 gold short.
Undying already bought back. There is Bounty Rune. I mean, he will get it eventually with that extra gold that you get. But yeah, they probably need to buy it. Doom is ready to take a fight. Refresher has been used, has Doom, has BKB available.
They're in a Roche. This is big.
Storm. How's he looking?
4, 3, 1. He's got it, but it's just too late. Big play here. Doraccio buff back, so he's going to be holding onto an Aegis, and that means second life. And an Ags picked up for Quinn. So he's got the double lasso.
Not a bad one, if you get it for free. Doraccio has been holding on to that buyback, waiting for something to happen. Some kind of an initiation. Quinn finds it on Undying. He knows that he does not have buyback available. And 33 will disconnect.
Yeah, long gone are the days, though, of this Ags lasso working with Courier. Those were the fun times. And what, putting it on a 20-second cooldown or something stupid like that?
Yeah, it was pretty wild.
It just made no sense, but it stayed in the game for so long.
Also, if he can find the farm, get Refresher, double lasso, make it 4 lassos in one fight, that's going to be massive.
It would be a lot of control for sure. So, even game. Now that Ag's Blessing, that gold gets calculated. Aegis actually for Quinn. I spoke a little too soon. I thought Doraccio was going to take it. With his buyback on cooldown.
Both of them did buyback. I guess Doraccio is tankier, but also maybe he did not want to get rid of bots or whatever. Not sure what the thinking here was. He can also save people with the song, so if he's holding the Aegis... Interesting. We'll see how it pans out.
Yeah, because they've been able to easily kill Doraccio at times, which is very scary. So we'll see what they can do. Ready? G. 3, 2, 1. Back into the game. 32-23.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
48-minute game on our hands right now.
33. AoE Doom now available. Eats that Aghanim Scepter. Still has buyback. His buyback is very costly. Almost 3,000 just to be able to get back into the game. Storm also looking for Aghanim Scepter himself. So that Lotus Orb is not going to reflect anything on him. And with the AoE pull, AoE Doom, AoE Dragon Tail stun. Is there anything else AoE that they need to have in this game?
Why not make it all AoE? So we'll see if they're willing to fight. Buyback not available on Storm for 100 gold. Just a little bit short. He's also looking for that level 25. But yeah, like you said, he really wants this Ags. So we'll see if he buys out on that. That would be a bit risky, but might be worth it if the Vortex can control a lot of these heroes. Skitter looking for the overwhelming blink. Swift blink for Doraccio next. So here come the upgraded blinks. Here comes the smoke from Gaming Gladiators. They're not working with buyback on Naratio, but let's see if it's even going to matter. They go to the lasso, and now they've got the BKB from Quinn. The Willis is going to be down. They're trying to get the control. The boundless strike. There's the Andis popped on 33. Skitter with the Glimmer Cape on him starts to run, and that is lasso now on cooldown for 70 seconds.
Smoke from Tundra. Let's see if they can get initiation.
Oh, Tofu. Deep wards, but... Ooh.
Skitter's chasing with this Ancient Black Dragon, level 4. Naratio TP stop.
You talked about that Manta. You see those illusions doing work. Tough for Gaming Gladiators, right? You've got to hold off now while you wait for BKB to be back up here for Quinn and the lasso.
4 minutes, and Aegis is going to run out in 2 minutes. So if they want to time it perfectly, you wait until Aegis runs out, and then you have like 2 minutes to take a fight and maybe even like end the game. But the lanes again pushed in, bottom,
X.
top.
Telekinesis, Boundless Strike, Will-O-Wisp, the control. He's not really losing much health. He's not even worried. Not popping that BKB, and the Flame Break pushes him out of the Will-O-Wisp.
It's a lot of slow. This is 6 sticky napalm charges with all these talents. Skitter forced to use Satanic to try to lifesteal off of it, but it's not enough yet. Soul Rip comes in, and this is where the heal's coming from. So Batrider, level 25, Flame Break applies 2 sticky napalm stacks. You also have sticky napalm from the shard. Then you have Enchanted Quiver, Witchblade. There's just so much slow, so much overtime damage.
So Naratio, he had Swift Blink queued up. He doesn't have buyback because he bought back earlier, didn't get the Aegis, and now he's got Ags and Shard at the same time. So he wants to reel in. He wants to heal up with Song.
He thinks that he's going to be able to farm buyback in 3 minutes. So getting all the items that he can for potential next fight. Buyback on cooldown.
Yeah, Axe Blessing, so like a full buyout there.
That's the big one. Like Aghanim Scepter, where you can use it on magic immune units. So Storm zips in. You use it on him if you proc the Lincolns before that. Or just Doom running in. Oh, we're looking 51 minutes. Still far away from tier 5 items.
But with the way the pacing of the game is gone, we might end up seeing it. Aegis is looking like it's not going to be used to play aggressive to finish the game. Instead, it is going to expire in the next 30 seconds. We'll see if Tundra are willing to play aggressive knowing the timing of this Aegis. They want
I
to
want to
catch
see
it
them smoke.
as it expires.
There is none available at the moment. Maybe there's something on the courier, but both supports not holding it. Okay, so the courier got one delivered as we were talking. So let's try to see if they can time it. Aegis just expired.
Quinn's top.
They should know something is up.
TPing back to base.
No one is defending the tier 3 tower. Naga Siren with the illusions. That's a lot of damage. Someone needs to take care of this.
Nobody will. Naratio, though. Oh! He's spotted. Dragon Tail. They're going to have 33 TP in with the Boots of Travel level 2, and they get such a quick kill. He bought out. Now he's dead for 2 minutes.
And Dragonite will TP back. He knew exactly that he messed up. Like, instant camera. He's like, oh no. They caught me. Can't do anything about it. He gets jumped. One stun. He's dead.
Oh, they found themselves another Bushwhack, and Tofu's dead. He's got buyback.
This is the timing that we were talking about. Those 2 minutes when they're not going to have buyback. They smoke, they get a kill. Now you need to play onto the high ground. 2 flame breaks, blinding light, illuminate, fate bolt. They're going to throw everything at you.
On disc for the Undying. So they're going to try and hold the high ground. This is pressure coming in from Tundra. 53.5 minutes into the game, we're even on net worth, but the pressure coming through from the Radiant side, trying to finish this one off, or at least break the high ground. Ball Lightning looking for a target. Lincoln's popped. He has to run, but the Will-O-Wisp finally killed as it was pulling in a bunch of these heroes. Quinn needs an opportunity to maybe get a blink in with a double lasso, but nobody drawing the higher of his vision yet.
These constant bounces. They're gonna pop the glyph.
Tombstone still down. Skitter blinking in. Dragon Tail on two of these heroes. And now the look forward is the Doom. Just kills off Quinn. 2 minutes got buyback. But straight to the tier 4s.
AoE Doom still running. Does have Refresher available. 15 seconds without Naga Siren. This is going to be tier 4 tower. And let's see if they decide to focus the barracks instead. Another glyph. That's the last one.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Now that Naga's up, we'll see if Quinn buys back, and we'll see if they are able to defend. Tofu over to the side. Quinn holding the buyback. They've got themselves the Hex. It's going to be onto the Doom. Now they're looking over as that's going to be the Vortex, the AoE one with the Ags. The buyback comes out from Quinn with a bounce strike.
Has no
missing.
mana.
And now 9. No mana, but the lasso comes in on a Skitter. They've got the control. Can they get the kill into this? DK, yes they can. He's gone for 100 seconds, but he's got buyback. They're not finding anybody else as 9 TPs out. The Hex just in time as the TP was used by Saksa, and they've got themselves a second. He does not have buyback. 400 gold short.
Did not want to assemble his E on this. Understands that there is no way he's getting out of the trouble. Let's see the Roshan respawn. If it's the fast one, 33 already with his illusions inside the... Oh, no.
10 seconds.
It's the best one for Gaming Gladiators. Let's see if they want to commit. Buyback available on Dragon Knight. No buyback on Hoodwink. Needs another 300 gold.
The illusion, I think it was killed right before this Roche actually got the respawn out. There's going to be all 4 items available. Tundra, can you let this go? They don't even have a choice.
It's going down way too quickly.
And just like that, they've got an Aegis. They've got everything in their arsenal. Another cheese, refresher shard, refresher orb, another Ags.
Gaben Gladiators, they have been blessed. You know, this early Roshan respawn is keeping them in the game. 56 minutes. Getting closer to those tier 5 items. It's going to be Quinn, who will hold Aegis. Who got the Ags?
Monkey King.
They gave it to Monkey? Okay. Doesn't deal that much damage, but could cancel the Blink Dagger with his Orb of Corrosion as well. Puts it on the cooldown.
Tombstone commitment. Look at how far away he's able to use this axe. Just never in frame.
Ace going for an item. My favorite item in the game. It's always hard to find farm for it, but Wind Waker can change how the fight works. You get the initiation. He gets the save with it. Rubik also with the shard, so they could reposition them if they're in any kind of trouble.
If Tundra could successfully wait out this Aegis that's on Quinn, they'll be going into the tier 5 items, but it's an 8,000 net worth lead that's inflated thanks to the Ags that was picked up in that Roche. Snaking, spotting Quinn as well as Celery. They go to the Telekinesis. It's going to be on the Undying. They've got the Lotus Orb, but that's the AoE Vortex, so that Lotus Orb is going to be ignored. They've got the Sons of Doom. It's going to be on a Quinn. He's got the Aegis. Can he survive? The Wukong's command is going to be down as well as the Guardian agrees to go to the Song, and he's healing up. The buyback, or the BKB is going to be used here by Quinn to run away. 33 with the Doom around him still, and they go to the Vortex. It's going to be on to 2 of these heroes. They're looking over at Ace as well as Celery. Boundless Strike, not a lot of mana left on 9, but now with the BKB as well as the Refresher from 33, they get the kill on Celery as well as Ace. Both heroes do have buyback.
Yeah, but look at the base.
Yeah, the base is being taken.
And top, he's going for the range barracks. Same goes for the mid lane. This is a rat game for Gaming Gladiators. They do have buybacks available on both of these heroes.
The rat game, you start to hear the squeaks just gnawing through your base.
33. Whew. He did get his Blink Dagger canceled by those monkey Wukongs. And so many hexes on their side. This is 3rd hex that has been picked up by Tofu. I want to see what the next item from him is going to be.
Finally, Doraccio gets to that level 25, by the way. Took him this long to get that minus 10 seconds on the mirror image cooldown. Level differences are pretty massive as Skitter's got level 28. He's filling up that talent tree.
Snaking got level 25 in the previous fight. Has free Aegis.
Why kill Roche when you could just get to level 25? Easy. 9! Uh-oh! That's a problem! They're going to lose this Storm, and now they're going to go to the Doom AoE, but it's going to be on to 2 of these heroes. Can they get the control? They've got themselves a Bushwhack. Tofu dropping low, Sharpshooter in. Doraccio in trouble. He's gone.
Does have buyback. Storm used his buyback as well. Was thinking about TPing. Finally TPs. Maybe it was on cooldown. I think it's time to go and try to end this game. 1 minute left until tier 5 items. If they want to occupy, maybe their triangle, or if they want to go for the high ground push. Let's see. Still going to be a difficult task against the Batrider, Blinding Light, again Flame Breaks.
Deep Obs is pretty cool.
Quinn used the refresher, puts it in the backpack.
So they have a Deep Obs. They have vision. They know where these heroes are. But going that far into the base when somebody has Aegis double lasso, that is a risk. We'll see if it's one they're willing to take. It will be. Hex, Queen, lasso. Can he get it into the throne? They're going to look over. They get the kill on Ace, so they'll take the Kano. It's going to be buyback on 3 of these heroes. They'll look over Accelerate. They'll take out the Rubik, and now they've got the Hex. It's going to be on to Skitter. They're trying to chase, but he is in the Elder Dragon form, so has that free flight to go down to the low ground. Everybody's buybacks were used. And 52 seconds left on this Aegis. As we are now into the tier 5s, we'll see what drops. If anything, Ball Lightning Vortex on the 3! Do they have the control? Can they get the kill? They've got the AoE Doom to follow it up. They've got the kill. It's on Ace. Tarachio's gone. Nobody has buyback. The Aegis was used by Quinn, but they get the kill on Tofu. They'll look over as he's going to be doomed up, going back with Celery. And this is looking like it's all Tundra, as they've got the Doom burning out Quinn while he's in the base. Godlike for 33. GG is called, and Tundra take the 2-1 at the 60-minute mark of Game 3.
Tundra. AoE team. AoE Doom, AoE Dragon Tail Stun, AoE Vortex. In the end, it really pays off. With this win, Tundra secures themselves another 80 DPC points, secures themselves second place in the DPC overall. Tough region. It's a very rough one. You know, Western European competition is super strong. But yeah, boy, what a game. This third game has been back and forth. It was pretty much anyone games to take. A little bit of a rat Dota coming out from Gaming Gladiators. They almost made it. All they did was like one extra fight. How many Roshans did we kill? Like 5 of them or what? 4?
4 or 5? It was a lot. It was a lot of Roshas. It was a lot of Aegis and cheese and gnawing and biting and fighting and AoE, all AoE. And it is an AoE victory for Tundra as they get the 2-1 over Gaming Gladiators to break down this series. We've got the panel. Back over to you guys.
Massive congratulations on second place for Tundra there. Gaming Gladiators picking up third for themselves in this tiebreaker. This game was the closest we'd seen in this series. I mean, Game 1, stomp for Tundra. Game 2, a bit of a stomp for Gaming Gladiators. But this time, these guys were even so pretty much the whole time in this game.
Closest series we've seen in a while, I think, in all the regions.
Yeah, that's kind of true.
First game goes one way, the second the other, third very, very even. Like you can't make these ganks when you have Boots of Travel 2 on almost everyone on the other side. You go for a gank, you get one hero, but 2 are TPing at the same time. And I was thinking, okay, that's just Doom, and then no. There's Doom, there's DK as well, counterplay you, get you. Like the game could have ended this way, by the way, in the first 30 minutes. We had to go for 20-minute stretch because of some ratting shenanigans, but it is what it is.
Yeah, it felt like at any one point, one team was doing well on the farm, but the opposite team was doing great in team fights. Then it would roll reversal T. It just felt like no one, either team could get a bit of a break in this game.
Yeah, I think Gladiators realized the scaling potential of Tundra, and then the game basically became like, who can pick off who first, right? Is Quinn, is some Monkey King in the trees going to find some hero, be quick, explosive with their itemization and pick-off potential? On the flip side for Tundra, it's like, are they going to hit some big Vortex, some weird Brooch build from Storm, so you always have kill threat on the evasion of the Naga? On top of that, you get MKB, no man to build on DK for the first half of the game. So it's like both teams are really just trying to find that edge, find that pick-off, get themselves over the line. And for, we had a couple pauses as well when 33 unfortunately was positioned underneath high ground vision during the pause, and then he died straight after, and that kind of gave Gladiators a little lease of life. But yeah, no, props to both teams. They made this an entertaining hour-long game where, honestly, at any point, whoever made the jump first could have maybe, taken it over the line.
There were a few times, though, we saw Gaming Gladiators take the initiation for a team fight and didn't really go too well for them. Is it a little bit of a miscommunication, or just they weren't expecting the explosiveness back from Tundra?
I would quickly answer and just say Naga just doesn't scale that well. I think early on the Orchid timing felt pretty cool, but when you get later down the line, Skitter's got what, overwhelming blink. You've got another overwhelming blink on 33. You've got some AoE
Storm
vortex
as well.
on Storm.
There's just too many heroes that are scaling way too well. On one side you have full pick off from the Bat Rider and a little bit of damage and scaling from the Naga. On the other side you have 3 cores that are just scaling forever, really.
Yeah, we saw that final fight there. All the buybacks coming out from Gaming Gladiators that were available. 2-1 for Tundra and some interesting KDAs. I'm going to put it this way, okay? Because Tundra, they obviously won, but it was in a manner that wasn't what's the one I'm looking for? Conventional. That's the one I was looking for. It was very conventional.
Convincing, maybe. Conventional, definitely not.
Yeah.
Especially in the first 2 games.
And Doom 33 had, what was it, a 14-9 scoreline there, so...
I mean, he had 14 kills, 19 assists, that equals
19.
33, so in an hour-long game, he was able to equal his own name.
So you
That's
should get
pretty
MVP
impressive.
off that one,
Yeah,
right?
let's give it to him, sure, go for it.
The fact he was able to add it up. I mean, he played fantastic. I actually don't know who you would give
I
MVP
think
to.
we were supposed to play it. It's all scripted, obviously, and we were playing until he got to the score.
Yeah, I mean, look at it. It just goes so nicely.
I don't know
Really
what
does.
we're gonna do with those 2 deaths, but
Forget about 'em.
It is what it is, yeah.
It would have been cool if he had...
Deaths don't matter in this game.
one
Didn't
death
you
would
know
have
that,
been good for
Lizard?
KDA.
It would be too obvious, you know,
Yeah.
if that was 0.
Great net worth, hero damage, kill participation as well, but he went for the Ags. He ended up getting Ags as well, and I thought it was a great use with the Bushwhack as well in one of the bottom lane fights that we saw play out. It was just great, the synergy coming out from this lineup.
Yeah, it was really good synergy, especially in the late game. You've got some the Ags on Storm Spirit as well. So as soon as you get 2 or 3 of these heroes together, clumped up, Doom's going to feel even nicer. And we mentioned the overwhelming blinks. Any form of move slow is going to make it difficult. Even a Tombstone on top, like there's these small little things that amplify the Doom's entry. And for Gladiators, again, it's like you look at their heroes. Other than Naga Siren, they don't have a physical damage scaling hero. So it's like...
What do you have? You have some
It's
Keeper of
difficult.
the Light, like...
Yeah.
Illuminate is going to be Illuminates no
Yeah.
matter what part of the game. You're just going to do it more often because of Octarine and whatnot, but it won't really scale that much.
Just because, it's tiebreakers doesn't mean we're going to deviate from what we do. Normally into it, we do have our winners interview. Snaking is going to be joining us here. Snaking, congratulations. You guys get second here in Tour 2. So how does it feel? You guys had a bit of a rough start, but clearly you fixed most of the issues that were present back then.
I think it feels, of course, very amazing, and I'm very happy that we were able to pull through, because I think in the middle of the season, as Tundra S style, we kind of fumble a little bit. We start off strong, 3-0, almost every season, and then suddenly one loss, suddenly sets us back a lot, and then the next loss, and then it's like, holy crap, now we're 3-2. Now it's time to step up, or like we might even be in contention for relegation, because it's a kind of a wake-up call, and I don't know why, but every season we kind of need to do this, and then we ended up finishing pretty strong.
Yeah, that thing to get you out of the rut was also the series against Gaming Gladiators during the regular season. So what happened? Like, what's the talks in the chat, in the team to be able to sort of come back from that one?
I think after our initial loss, it was like we just kind of messed up the small mistakes. We still have a lot of faith in our strategies and our hero pool. We just chalked it up as whatever, and then we just had to refocus and play on for our next game, and that's exactly what we did.
Perfect.
All right, congratulations on the win, Snaking. All right, this might be a dumb question, but I'll ask anyway. Today, were you playing for regional pride of finishing second, or were you playing for the motivation of getting DPC points? Or was there option C? Like, what was the motivator, the pre-series team talk to get you through this and get the win?
I hate to break it to you, but I think the only thing that matters in this league season is DPC points, right? Especially when we're already going to the majors, so the only thing on the line here is 80 DPC points. And obviously, winning is also a quite prideful thing, so we take pride in doing well. And we hope that we can carry that on forward in the Berlin Major and as well as the ESL League coming up.
Sure.
Snaking, congrats once again. Nat buggers us every single day on the panel with a question at the end, like, what did you learn today? I'm going to ask you, what did you learn from this season?
Ooh.
What did I learn from this season? I feel like the meta always goes full circle. I think at the beginning of TI, Undying was broken during the group stage, and everyone was picking it. And then in the playoffs, since we didn't play it, no one else played it. And then now, not much change after the patch. Now people start picking it again, and it just keeps going around. I think that's just the kind of history of Dota. If a lot of heroes kind of get forgotten, and then it takes a certain team or player to kind of bring it back, and then the cycle continues.
All right, rapid fire question. Do you want really, 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 really big patch, pre-major, post-major? Go.
I think it'll be pre-major, because I feel like we'll be practically playing 2 patches on the same, I mean 2 majors at the same patch, and I think that'll be quite stale. So hopefully we will have a patch sooner rather than later.
All right, Spice Major it is. Thanks.
I also have one more question. I want to know a little bit about the Lina very quickly and why you guys picked it up in game number 2.
Lina, we just thought it was a good lane versus Leshrac mid, and also kind of provided a lot of damage. Unfortunately, like the Leshrac IO tempo was too fast, so then we ended up not being able to shine on the Lina, and it was just a execution and draft mistake on our part, but we will learn from that.
For sure. Well, Snaking, congratulations again at 2nd place here in Western Europe for the Spring Tour, and good luck for the Dream League coming up and also the Major.
Thank you so much, guys. See you guys next time.
See ya. Thanks for joining us.
Congrats. Rapid fire interviews are really kind of spooky, honestly. I feel
know.
the tension.
I had like production in my ear and like, make this quick, and you're like fumbling over the questions there. But
it was pretty
Please
good.
give me an answer quickly.
I enjoyed it. We got a lot of nice answers from him.
We did. And I would love to break it down a little bit more with you guys, but we are already behind a schedule that was only our first best of 3 tiebreaker. We still have our second one. It's OG up against Ooredoo Thunders to decide our last major slot happening after this break. Welcome back. If you are just tuning in, we had our first best of 3 tiebreaker before. It was Gaming Gladiators up against Tundra. Tundra secured second place, but now we have the major tiebreaker, and I mean literally major. It is going to be OG up against Ooredoo Thunders for the last slot at the major. I'm going to be joined by Sheep and Lizard. Sheep's the other team. We changed one Brit for the other Brit.
Yay, the better Brit now prevails.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. You guys are going to beef it out in the green room after this one. After T hears that one.
Yeah. Think it's going to be much of a contest? You think I'm afraid of T, Governor?
I don't think you're afraid of much, honestly, and that scares me.
Donkey guy with his mustache.
She's really doubling down. But OG up against Ooredoo Thunders. We've seen this matchup before. We had our 78-minute AM comeback between these two teams. It was a 2-0 the previous series for OG. Do you think that, one, OG are in better form now, Lizard? And do you think it's going to be another 2-0?
I'm expecting a 3-game series here. Like all of these teams, it looks like they saved the best for last. OG versus Ooredoo Thunder. Like Ooredoo, everyone is praising them. Every single team that plays against them thinks that they might be the one that do take that last spot. At the same time, most of these teams have talked about Ooredoo Thunder before they saw OG in the last couple of days. Like OG so far has been, like in the last couple of series at least, have been on fire.
We could just say week 3, right? We could just say week 3, OG has been a different beast. But Ooredoo Thunders, they've been very hit and miss. We've seen them take down the Giants, Sheep, like Gaming Gladiators, Tundra, Entity. So they've beat a lot of formidable opponents, unfortunately falling to OG previously in the regular season.
Yeah, I mean, they lost to like what looked to be the bottom of the bracket. But you know what? You didn't name Liquid because, yeah, they lost to Liquid, but they still took a game from them. So, I mean, really, these guys are like, they've definitely got the skills to do it. I fully believe in them. If they come in today on like, if they're feeling good, obviously they haven't played in like 3 days. So maybe OG has the momentum factor.
From last night.
Yeah, like 2 wins into a feels good, man. I don't know.
I think it even might benefit them that they haven't played for 3 days. Because this is a team that you need to prepare for. I feel like Ooredoo Thunder, they're a team that they don't have too many strategies, and that's why it might feel like it's hit or miss. Because the strategies they do have, they win versus anyone with them. So maybe they took these 3 days, innovated a little bit.
I have something to add on to that. But before I do, I want to give a shout out to esportsbet.io. They are our sponsor for Western Europe DPC, and they have a new Watch to Earn platform where you guys can get 3,000 free tokens, which is roughly $3 per hour, simply by watching your favorite DPC matches. You can head on over to esportsbet.io and get those tokens now. You don't even need to bet to get the tokens. Now, what I was going to add on to that is Ooredoo Thunders might have had 3 days to prepare, but they didn't know who they were coming up against until last night. So they didn't know if it was going to be OG or Entity. And there is something to be said that you've had 3 days. You could have prepared for both, but really there wasn't a definite preparation for OG until last night when they competed.
When I was saying preparing, I was thinking more of cooking something new for themselves. Not necessarily preparing.
Oh, so it's like doesn't matter who we come up against, we're ready.
Yeah, you just make another very solid strategy for yourself, and perhaps because you know what these teams are banning already versus TA 2000. Like his heroes are going away. OG isn't gonna let him have his what is it, Drow Ranger that he plays.
His Nature's Prophet. We've got all them ranged boys.
So maybe suddenly he picks something different.
You reckon there's just a whole new carry hero there?
Maybe for one game. Maybe for one game. Just like we saw in that last series, it was a tiebreaker as well. And we saw a couple of pretty damn wonky item builds and heroes.
I mean, that's actually a good point. In the game they won against Liquid, he was playing a ranged hero. In the 2 he lost, he was playing a melee hero. So if he can learn how to win with melee heroes, that's...
Or if he just picks up another ranged hero.
Another ranged hero.
Just keep adding more
Venno is
ranged
on its way.
Can't wait to see it. I think there's also something to be said. You don't have the pressure that you're going to drop down to Div 2. Even if you lose this, you get to stay in Division 1, which is already a massive congratulations to Ooredoo Thunders. You come up from Div 2. A lot of people see you as the underdogs. People see you as a team that's going to probably fall back down to Division 2. But they've secured themselves a spot in Division 1. So I think already massive congrats to them. Now they're fighting for the chance against OG for the chance to go to the Berlin Major.
Yeah.
I'm ready. I think what I'm most happy about is that because OG have looked better now, then this series will be competitive. And I was that's what we're looking for continually in Europe, and it feels good, and that's why we're going to keep pressing for 8 slots at every major for Europe West. Let's go.
There's a
Guys, first, I just want to point out, how many times have you seen Tommy play, or Tiger play Dota without his glasses?
What do you mean? Oh, what, his like little sports glass thing?
Yeah. I don't know. I don't
game
remember the
hasn't started.
last time. I don't remember the last time. Normally he still wears them during draft.
You're right.
This is
actually, yeah.
weird. I don't remember the last time we haven't seen Tiger play with the glasses.
Wow, you know the players'
No,
names?
that's
They're
not
so cool.
shut up.
Just kidding.
It'd be funny if you knew the copy pasta.
maybe that's
Yeah.
why they picked Ogre that first game.
Oh, he wasn't wearing them?
He wasn't wearing the glasses. Yeah, misclick.
Yeah.
Misclick.
It has happened before. But yeah, like what you said about Ooredoo, they're happy to stay in Division 1. At the same time, I really think it would be a shame not to see this team on a major.
I think we're going to be absolutely spoilt no matter which team ends up going out of these two. I think we're going to be spoilt today in our tiebreakers. Game 1 draft on the screen. Brood taking out Doom, Tiny, Pango. So it leaves the Nature's Prophet, Death Prophet, Disruptor, Undying. What are you giggling at?
Liz's phone is rumbling.
Wow, so unprofessional is it?
What can I do? It's Starbucks. Or something like that. I don't know. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Completely unbranded coffee shop.
Let's go.
called-
Unbranded. We're not sponsored by a coffee shop. It doesn't matter. All right. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Enchantress, cool hero. Seeing it pick up a little bit more steam here in this region, which I'm very happy to see. It is. They chose this over the Disruptor and Undying, which I do think is like the cool part, because I feel like Disruptor has opened up a lot more like pick-off style drafts, and Undying is something that like Ooredoo really like because they compare it with their like Drow Rangers and stuff that they want to play on the safe lane. So it does give them the option to take it if they want.
They can still do that. I believe Enchantress is strong, but if you want to, you can open up now with. We've seen what Beastmaster today and Rubik, like Disruptor, as well is an option.
Yeah.
There's just Ench for me is definitely at the moment the best opener. Like if you have the first pick, first phase, you just pick the Ench and then you can literally move your draft in any direction. Plus she's a very solid 4 or a 5, like she can lane anywhere. Disruptor is a flavor of the patch when it comes to the supports, but I like him more in a 5.
Okay.
You do? I like him more as a 4.
You do?
I do. You want to open
You
a
do?
discussion about that?
No, I mean, it's player preference, right?
Yeah.
Doesn't really matter.
It sure is. I just like it as a 4 because he's just another one of those range heroes that can stack the triangle, and I think like
Gets a fast Axe as well on a 4.
yeah, and you often have like kill threat as well from the off lane, and I think like Glimpse really lets you take advantage of that in the lane.
With some heroes, I guess. Like if you have Enigma and all these Eidolons are hitting in, or the
Yeah.
Boars from the Beastmaster, a lot of units, then I can see the Glimpse kinetic field working really well.
Yeah.
Look, you probably won't see it as a 4 this game.
What do you mean? We don't know.
We don't know. Like,
TA
I know,
2000
I know,
loves
it's-
playing ranged carries. This is probably a clock 5.
It could be.
And it's
It
also
could be the
Redo
4
Thunder.
player playing it in safe lane.
They
knows?
play Clockwork on 4 and on 5 extremely well. So
Same with their Disruptor. It's been 4 and 5 too.
Man, these guys are great.
Wow.
What a great
so
opening.
versatile.
Yeah.
Holy based.
OG, meanwhile, they literally go the China way, right? Like the Enchantress plus Beastmaster opener.
Yeah.
They're not messing about, like just two summons, two heroes that bring a lot of creeps into the game, a lot of map pressure and presence early on. One thing that they might think about banning is the Night Stalker, but then again, it's TA 2000. Is he gonna play the Night Stalker?
Guys, I just want
Probably
to
not.
interrupt. It doesn't matter what the draft is or how it plays out. OG have a draft penalty, so you know they're going to win.
They do?
They do have a
How do
draft
they have
penalty.
another draft penalty? How does this happen every time?
Yuragi did bring it up last night in the interview. He said, pretty sure we already have a draft penalty coming into today's series. And yeah, they do. So,
Wait, so you can earn a penalty for the series that is in the
so
future?
they would have done something last series, like broken one of the admin rules or whatever, or disobeyed instructions, and the penalty gets added to the series they next play, which is their
So it's like when you
tiebreaker right
get a
now.
red card in football, it goes on. Yeah, okay, I get it.
Yeah, so they got penalized last night, and it
Yeah, but these
rolls.
penalties are weak, like 30 seconds off of reserve time, stuff like that.
Yeah, OG, come in playing with no reserve time, bro.
No reserve time.
Prove it. Prove that you meant to be at the major.
Play with one hand, I don't know, something like that. Play without a player. You get 10% less mana.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Dude, could you imagine? Anyway, whatever.
Would be cool. Yeah.
It'd be
Darkseer banned out by OG. They're banning out a hero that's like the combo with the Clockwork, good in the lane, with the Disruptor later on, right? Like the Static Storm Vacuum would be pretty solid.
Yeah, I guess it's weird. No, it's weird because you're playing with an Ench, so usually you like to play into Darkseer
That's
because
true as well.
the enchant purges the Darkseer's everything.
And
so,
you can take the illusion later on, right?
yeah, so you can like super kill him and punish him. And it's like the only time I ever saw this handled was by 33, like, and I'm talking like 2 years ago maybe or something plus. Otherwise, I don't, and I feel like even then people moved away from like Orchid Darkseer build.
It did lose though, like Ench lost versus.
A Darkseer?
Did she lose in the Chinese region or did she win?
I
think the lane was lost, but the game was won in the end.
I guess if you're banning Darkseer, like for me, this reads as more of a we want to pick because they don't have second pick, right? So they're gonna have the option to get countered. So I'm guessing they want some like super agi hero carry that they want to pick next phase or something that Darkseer would just like hard counter. That's what that reads to me as a ban.
And probably that the Ench isn't as flexible for them. Maybe they want it no matter what in 4, right?
Yeah,
like
maybe.
Yeah.
Alright.
What does a Darkseer really dominate? Like there are some melee heroes.
Like your Terrorblades and Lunas and stuff like that. Like if they want to run some Deathball Luna strat, that might be why they don't want to play against Darkseer.
Yeah. But instead, for the next couple of bans, they just remove the TA2000. Drow is the first.
Yeah.
What's the next one? What else is there? Okay, a Puck instead.
So we ban a little bit of everything.
BZM Storm maybe, BZM Pango maybe. Like these are the options for the mid lane. Like now that you've banned out the Puck.
Whereas on the side of Ordu Thunders, they take out the Ember, they take out TA here. Why these bans, and what could the third one possibly be?
I feel like it's just something that OG, like even in first season, when you think of OG, you think about these super fast-paced tempo controlling.
TA? Ember, I would say, yeah, TA.
TA, they played on the safe lane, if you remember, quite a bit.
Clearly I don't.
Yeah. Well, they
I have a bad memory.
They played TA quite a lot on the safe lane, and they would dominate a couple of games that way. And maybe the Puck is banned because of the TA ban too. Like maybe it's in a response. It's not really looking into depth, just like, okay, they banned out the TA, maybe they want the Puck, let's ban out the Puck.
Yeah. I feel like if OG wanted something like the Terrorblade, now's a pretty good game for it because you're picking a DP which doesn't like playing into the long range Scotty builders, playing into 2 supports that really struggle to deal with illusions/summons.
What about an NP as well?
NP, yeah.
Probably the best laner into her as well.
Yeah.
Okay, they go with the Rubik first. We'll see. Like, I don't know if I had an option at the moment, like maybe a month ago, DP would always be the preferred one for me over the Beastmaster. Right now, I'd rather have the Beast. I don't know.
You would?
Yeah, you just take the objectives a little bit easier. You rotate across the map. You have that instant disable in the game. Like, DP kind of... Well, she doesn't have the roar. She doesn't have the amazing drums of Slum.
The drums.
The drums.
Yeah. I feel like it depends on... Weirdly, it's like skill level. Like when you see like Div 2 games or you see like the worst teams in Div 1, I love seeing DP for them because I think it just makes the game much easier for them to execute.
Easier for them to play around.
Yeah. But like at a high level, this Beastmaster just seems like way too good. Just everything, like you said, that he gives. OG really stuck on this pick. Bat Rider.
The Puck ban
makes
a bit more sense now, yeah.
Does this deter Death Prophet for wanting to go mid, so it maybe might remove some of the flex as well, and so you're better off with a lane matchup now for Yuragi?
There's Quap, there's Storm, right? And you put DP with a clock on the offlane. You pick one of these two on the mid lane versus the Bat. I think that's maybe an option for them.
I would prefer the Storm. I really, really love Storm and Disruptor. I think it's one of my favorite combos I've been watching throughout the DPC. Especially with a Clockwork as well, because it just means that these 3 heroes together can go and kill literally, like any hero on OG's side right now dies to that combo. You just go in with your hook, you're zipping in, there's like a Disruptor that's been hiding in trees for the last like 3 minutes, he comes out with an ult and just like, so easy to play that way. And I mean, it also creates multiple sets of combos because DP can also go around and set up stuff. I would love that. I would love to see that.
Let's see, one or the other, or maybe something completely different from Ordu Thunders. Like, they have their own style, and conventional counter picks do not have to be what they pick up here. Noob for them is... They first address the Beastmaster, I guess.
Interesting.
That's it, right?
Yeah. When you play with second pick, something that's nice is that this pick can sometimes be more impactful than the last overall pick. Because like, let's just say they take a mid matchup that they think is nice, right? Then Naga plus another carry will get banned out, and then maybe your carry is no longer like the best matchup it could possibly be. Like you want to pick, you can sometimes pick here your biggest win condition, which for Oridu they've decided Naga will be.
They also have the overall last pick, so they can save that last pick for the mid lane.
Do you think there's a lot more counters towards bat as well than waiting for knowing what your quarter core matchup is? Because that's the other thing about picking your carry here is you don't know OG's carry. You're not going to know that quarter core and if they're going to have a faster tempo than what your Naga can come online with.
It's possible that there are more counters to her than to the bat. I'm not really sure. Like when I'm looking at these 4 heroes on OG and 4 on Oridu, I'd rather be on the OG side playing and drafting this last pick. I feel like anything at the moment with the Radiance can be decent into the Naga. Anything that plays the tempo together with the Beast as well can be decent. Like you can get some melee into DP, yeah, sure, but you could get something like a Nursa or a Monkey and just play really fast with the Beast, take early rush. Dragon Knight we've seen as well. Perhaps not the best DK game, but we've seen it do quite all right, like quite well versus the Naga in the last series as well.
With the Zeus and a Storm ban does leave Quap still in the pool though as that mid matchup. There is a realm as well that they're fine. They want to run DP mid. There is a realm. I don't think it's probably gonna happen.
You don't like that realm, but
I don't like it so much, but it does exist.
Yeah, there's Quap. There's what, like Pango's fine. Mid against bat.
It's banned.
Oh, is it? Where?
Yep, first phase.
Oh, first phase.
Literally first.
My bad. Sorry.
All good.
And they still got the natures.
So we waited all this time and they go all the way back.
They just drop it.
Cycle back to
we
the
literally
profit.
just interviewed Snaking and he said it's just a full circle for Dota and this feels
It
it.
always is, right? Every meta, I feel like, is just Dota. The meta of Dota, it just goes in circles.
I'm not gonna lie though. I think like Naga's pretty happy in this game. I think she has like really good matchups against all 3 cores on OG. So you talked about like upping the pace against them. So if they can do that on OG, then sure, maybe they can be out Naga's timings. But it looks kind of hard. Like if they pick some mid right now or an offlaner that's good at stalling the game, like let's say they play Underlord or like a mid that can just go fight. Like I know Storm's banned, but a Storm-esque hero. It's I think they can take fights pretty easily around the map with the other 4.
The only question is what's left remaining that's also good into the bat, doesn't get crushed.
Yeah.
Like that's perhaps my only problem that I'm seeing at the moment.
Is Tiny? Oh, Tiny's gone.
Tiny's gone. I see the Quap. Like that's probably the easiest one to go for.
I was going to ask this when you said an offlaner that could stall like Underlord, maybe a Tide Hunter as well. Just a nice big body in front of everyone.
Yeah.
It's also pretty nice. Like, why is this Tide also good? It's versus DEM and the Ench. Like, you get a hero that can put his watermelon ass in front of the towers, defend against all these creeps. Like, that's nice, right? At the same time, I still feel that OG have maybe a bit of an easier draft to play. Like it is on a faster tempo.
You don't feel like they're on a timer at all? That if it goes past, let's say 40 minutes, it's very much all in favor of Oridu?
No, I don't think they're on a timer. When you're playing with like 2 BKB piercing disables, you're like never really on a timer. Like there's ways for you to play.
Yep.
Yeah, and like nature scales really, really well into late game. So I'm like fine with their lineup, honestly. It's just more like when Naga hits her timing, I think Oridu will have then like the way to win the game. Maybe Tide is a little bit too slow. Like maybe their mobility between like DP and Tide and how they're like ult reliant could be pretty punished. That's probably my biggest weakness.
Yeah.
The playmaking on the side of Oridu Thunder is literally pop Exorcism, pop Ravage, and then wait for 2 minutes, do absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, for OG, it's fight, 24/7.
Just go.
Yeah.
Press the W key and keep running forward. We'll keep running forward into game number 1. It's OG up against Oridu Thunders, and our casters are Lyrical and Kazu.
Thank you so much, Nat. I cannot tell you how excited I am to watch this game. We've got a solid one. We're blessed today. A single best of 3.
Yep.
Winner goes to the major. The other team cries.
Sadly.
It has to happen. Somebody crying, but it's also going to be freaking hype for the people that win. Can you believe it?
I can. As OT, I've been watching them like come up from Division 2.
Right.
Honest, they're very impressive, and they're so close to going to the major. OG kind of bouncing back right now. I do like what OG have going for them. There's a lot of tempo coming out with, playing fast on the map. Panel already mentioned, you have Tide, DP. Can be very slow-ish and sluggish type heroes. So if OG get off to a good start, I think this map for OT, it could be very hard to play.
And they have the perfect hero with their last pick, at least, to come up under those timings in the Nature's Prophet. And they just went for another one in the Tidehunter. It does keep those towers alive, like you're talking about. Those are some good parts about it, but could also be a little bit scary when we get to those later stages. And as we have seen in the first series, sometimes when people get nervous, these games get dragged out a little bit. So I think we're already into the game now. Game number 1, Ooredoo Thunder facing off against OG. Lots of good lucks, lots of have funs, and the team's ready to pause.
Little pause. What do you know? You know, we didn't have enough in the last series, but we only had like 2 or 3 later on. We have some more good lucks coming out as, I'm sure these teams are well aware and well accustomed. They've scrimmed each other a lot. Should all be very happy to be in this position, to be playing for the major. So I'm sure that they're all very, excited for this game to come out, as we're going to get right back into it.
And the thing that I think is super interesting about that, too, is sort of the pathway that these two teams have taken to get here, where they both feel like they've gotten a lot better as the season has gone on. And that's kind of been the story of this tour, I feel like, is that there's been a ton of teams that sort of struggled initially. Ooredoo Thunder's obviously getting that early win against Gaming and all these other things that were going on. There is a huge wraparound going on. 10 heroes on the top side of the map. We will see if they run into each other. Ooredoo, though, underneath a ward now. So OG know what's happening.
Okay, some big old 5v5 early on as Yuragi just spawning his Treant's going to run to his lane later on, as they're still waiting around on OT. They're just hiding.
And TA2000.
Okay.
Going to get scouted there. They see him going on the side, and they're going for another wraparound of their own. So they're going to try and hold this, but coming in from the other side, Chu is there. Runs right into a couple of them. Can they chase him down? Woiter, he's in very far. Going to get blocked in by a couple of these Treants. The body blocks, they are solid, but will it be enough? It doesn't quite look like it. So OT, they are going to get away, it looks like, with maybe 3 bounty runes?
1, 2. Yep, should be 3.
Well done.
Could maybe think, okay, there could be some more pressure, but it's just people looking at each other. But OT, they do grab themselves 3 bounty rooms, which of course is very good for them. I have my eyes in this early game a little bit on Chu. I feel like this Bad Rider mid, they should really try to help him out. And with Nature's Prophet in a safe lane, perhaps he's going to be able to be freed up a little bit. Maybe you can gank mid around the 3, 4, 5 minute mark. So that's something that I'm looking for.
Well, and that is something I wanted to ask you about a little bit, was this Bat Rider versus Death Prophet matchup. We saw so much talking. The panel was speaking about, are they going to switch this up? Is this going to be a DP mid, or is it going to be switched to the off lane? What do you like about DP out of the mid in this game, and how do you think his matchup goes against BZM?
Death Prophet really doesn't like Bat. It's annoying in the lane. It's also annoying in the game because you get like pulled into a team and then you can get bursted. You don't really want to like randomly pop your BKB. For them, they shoved it into the mid lane in order to get this Tidehunter, which is very good against the OG's heroes. Tide against Beast is great. You can't really get lassoed. You'll always break free. You're good against the Natures, but as we mentioned before, it is very slow with your own draft. So they need to get to this timing nicely, and then their draft will be A-okay.
Well, right now, getting right onto Taiga, but they turn and try and find Kaori. Going to be able to find and pull him back. Another couple of punches is all they need.
Access.
And
they got
first blood. Taiga picks it up.
Right, level 1 lift. This is why you don't always go for the same skill build, my friends. Be creative.
Nice little bit of flame. I love that.
Has to be.
Yeah, it's good stuff. I also have been griefed at times with sadness. But let's see. TA2000 already down to half HP, and DM will be able to get that deny there as Kaori tries to get a little bit of punishment. Runs right back into the lane. And it's going to put the hurt to Taiga a bit as they're pulling the creep way back.
He just wants to continue to body in this lane. I love that DM has a Ring of Basilius down here to just spam out the Naga. Top lane, I think, should be good for OG. You have a lot of harass coming out with the Impetus. You have Treants. So early on, this is a lane where Tidehunter can struggle. It's a lot about how you get to this level 4 like pretty nicely, maybe with a Ring of Health. And then you're just going to be chilling in this lane.
He can get off to that hot start there and sort of sit in front of these towers. Yuragi's going to be much less effective with his movements around the map. We can peek back in briefly onto mid and what's going on there. 11-6 on the Death Prophet versus the 5-2. So the early laning at least going very much into Noob's favor.
This is definitely what you want to see happen, and it is fairly normal. As Batrider's early damage, it's really dumpster tier. It's like 40 base damage. So Noob doing a good job. You can always out-trade. You just stand your ground and you hit. But level 4, 5, 6, every minute that goes on, Batrider's matchup just keeps getting better and better against DP.
Right now, at least, Ordu Thunder having a very good time across all of the lanes. Taiga, again, runs right into Kaori, going to be able to trade some hits pretty effectively with him, actually, there, and forces back the clockwork. So Rubik still standing tall in this lane. As are able to get the TP out, but that is going to mean our Tidehunters left alone for a little while in this lane against Chu and Yuragi.
Yep, he should be okay. I really like the skill build on the Tide with the 2 levels in Kraken Shell against these Treants, maybe the Summons. Just 2 range heroes. You can just be a-okay in this lane. Just tank it up. You can see that he doesn't really care. This could also free up your Disruptor to stack some Ancients, maybe go to mid, help there, as Kaori in a bit more trouble. Just going to cog away Taiga for the time being.
Farming up these illusions, too, on the Rubik afterwards. And a courier kill from Chu.
Easy snipe.
Well done, well done. Yeah, at least at this early going, everything seems to be going kind of okay. Taiga, again, trading hits here, looking for a finish. Kaori in some trouble. Will they be able to find anything else? Doesn't look like it. I mean, already used up those spells. Taiga, nothing left in the tank.
Just going to farm a single cog, get himself some more gold. As DM, yeah, this bottom lane, once you get these arcanes on Beast, we've seen a big shift of these Beast methods. You don't just rush the helm anymore. You can buy these arcanes with the pause 4-second spam, the waves, and you can really start to create a lot of problems for these illusion heroes, like your Naga Sirens, your Terror Blades, and yeah, it could be very annoying. Only 100 gold away.
As Omar gonna get found in the river too. The lane up there, a little bit better for him. Oh, miss a pill. Oh, able to survive through that one. But Yuragi trying to find him. Can't quite get in range.
Okay.
So teleportation used early here. It's a 60-second cooldown. Well, down bottom, talked about those arcanes and the pressure they can put on. Taiga is going to have to back away from Kaori and TA2000 as TM will back out of there. Doesn't quite have him yet, just the Bassi for the moment.
Big fan also when you skill net on these Naga Sirens, you can pressure early on in the lanes. And I do wonder if Chu wants to eventually look to perhaps leave this lane, because we talked about the Tide. He has 2 levels on Kraken Shell. He's doing pretty fine, and this is around the timing where you can really look to play around BZM, especially when the enemy mid is a Death Prophet, something that is more volatile.
Right, so much potential there. But he's also maybe thinking about trying to shut down this Disruptor, which he is chasing him out right now with the creep, trying to put a little bit of pressure back on the waiter there, but not really able to do all that much. As DM spams out the axes, Annette moving in, Taiga trying to keep him away, does have that lift if he needs to use it here, but saving it for the moment, instead wanting to go for the all-in play for the kill. Are they going to be able to do it, though? Another round of axes in just a couple of seconds. DM finds the finish. And Taiga, again, living through it as DM survives.
Just very nice man up as mid. Oh, hello.
That is a big play. BZM gets brought down a little bit too late with that rotation from Chu.
Ooh, that is big from Noob. Like, you get this level 6, you communicate with Omar, yo bro, commit. Also, look at his build, the double crown. He's gonna go for the Atos again with the Magic Wand and the Siphons. He just baited BZM, and now their mid tower is taking quite a bit of pressure here.
Yeah, gonna try and hurricane them back into it. It's not doing that much, but maybe with numbers.
Oh, hello, Taiga's here, and Yuragi.
Yeah, they brought everybody. Chewy gets glimpsed back in, but that is going to be Noob fully healing off of everybody. They've already killed off Chew, but, well, they have enough damage to bring him down through a second regen life.
Really, really nice rotation by OG. You can just see why DP really hates these heroes. It's Taiga.
Oh, in some trouble. Kairi looks like he is going to be able to finally find him and try and bring him down, but no, gets away again. The battery assault not able to chase down that Rubik, and a bottle charge passed over from BZM. Glimpse, flame break, pushback, but it looks like with stick charges, he's going to be alive. Action-packed.
Yeah, everyone just saving each other, TPing around. Yuragi's already TP'd twice on this map around, ended up being mid. Very nice move there. As Wooter on the Tide, he's just kind of chilling, has his arcane boots, pulling his side camp, gonna have more farm in the lane. So, yeah, I would say that OT, in terms of the laning stage, they're doing a very good job.
Ooh,
Kaori.
He keeps on finding. Those two have just been having like a fisticuffs battle, going at each other constantly.
They really don't want a man down. They're just gonna continue to fight. As Kaori, the more lucky one this time around. Doesn't even go back to base, gets himself a salve. He wants to instantly just run back out on the map on this clock.
Yeah, it feels like there's very much a sort of who's going to back down first mentality coming out from these teams. Ward taken away there in the mid lane, and almost that Atos completed, while at the same time NP sort of juggling, maybe worried about the rotations that could come out with Tide having 6.
Okay, Noob fishing a little bit. I'm a big fan of this double sentry ward in mid that OT is going for here. You really want to play through your DP here. Like this mid matchup is so important in this game because whoever wins it is going to dictate the entire game. It's either the bat or the DP. They're helping him out. You can play around him. And once they have this Atos, this could be such a big deal for OT.
Right. Last time that we saw this, it didn't end up working out that well, but I think it's because what you're talking about, the enemy mid sort of got off to a hot start and Noob was never able to really make it work. Now, wondering if it's going to be the other way around. Kaori heads on in, going to get roared, chased down, and with the axes and a couple more hits, they will kill the clock.
Okay, DM getting himself some more gold, some stacks, hero gold. TA2000 is probably also okay with this. He's like, okay, tank the roar for me. I can continue to play in this lane. As DM is getting closer to this Dominator. I would say once they have this, they can, try and start to slowly kick out TA2000 from this bottom area.
He's already sort of retreating back a bit at least to go and farm up the jungle slightly. It looks like those 2 mud golems getting pushed back.
What happened? Flame break?
I guess so.
They're just chilling, having a good time.
Dude, they're going to come and try and deward that. And
you're never going to figure it out.
Oh my God.
At it. They're just always going to... You're like, how does this keep being blocked?
Dude, how much... Oh, and yeah, he goes there to farm it. And he's like, guys, they're blocking camps. Come on, deward it.
It's new meta on Bad Rider. You just run around and figure out all the shenanigans of where to push the creeps. That'll be hilarious.
That's really interesting. Okay. Well, for now at least, 9 minutes in, you can see it's very even between these 2 teams.
Mid lane once more.
Trying to go on this. Omar has the glimpse and so many rotations towards mid, but BZM get a little bit of separation. It's not enough. The Spirit Siphon was there the whole time through. Taiga onto Kaori. They also have a Chew creep on him. He's going to die, but Noob willing to dive behind the tower. Even the Tide Hunter running on in. Witter tries to find something. Chew is going to be there to soak up some of the damage as they lose another, and then the glimpse pullback again. So much value out of these exorcisms in terms of kills and with that Atos done, but they still haven't gotten the tower. It's probably not going to be for that much longer, though.
This is textbook gameplay from OT of how to really play around your mid laner when it's super important, as Yuragi is here. He's going to steal the rune away this time around. BZM is struggling. They need to help him out a little bit. He's getting close to his Boots of Travels, but what OT are doing right now is... it's leading them into a really, really good mid-game.
And I mean, the other struggle thing is oftentimes we've seen Bat Riders make this play. Oh, are they going to go for him again? Oh, this would be really bad if they catch him here. And won't commit the glimpse yet. Uses it now. BZM decides to walk back in aggressively, finding Omar, able to connect onto him. And Taiga out with the Spirit Siphon damage. Takes down 1.
Taiga can tank a couple heroes, level 4 Spirit Siphon this early on in the game. We know how good it is. You don't have too much burst on OT. So next time around, maybe with a Static Storm or the Hookshot, probably want to try and kill Taiga. Otherwise, I think you can leave this little magic man alone because he ain't gonna die that easy.
He had a really good game the other day on Rubik too, where he saw some Spirit Siphons get stolen as OG, after having a good fight in towards mid, are going to start taking this bottom tower. So in spite of Bat Rider having a bit of a struggle sesh, it is the Beastmaster that, takes out those Ancients, some of them at least, and are taking the tower.
Yeah, they're doing good. If Yuragi and DM can pressure the map so that BZM can, either recover or B, look for 1 or 2 small pickups in between, because I don't know how comfortable he's going to feel on this bat to just run around now that Noob is so farmed on this DP already.
Yeah. That is a pretty big problem for them. And also you've got the natural tankiness coming out from a Tide Hunter building into, the pipe soon, going for Greaves first. Like, they're going to be hard to kill.
Yeah, I wonder how OG want to continue to play the next couple minutes. I would say one of the best things they can do is to try and push out the map a bit with your summons, go for a quick smoke pickoff with maybe the Roar or the Lasso, but OT are pretty well equipped. Like, they picked Naga Siren for a reason into this Bat Rider and Beastmaster just to be able to play the map more nicely. That's around mid. Well, that's a Roar.
Very well played.
He's definitely dead.
Well, you can't play the map if it's getting sucked up like this, although maybe if they bring numbers, you can. Good stomp onto the Tide, and all of the Spirit Siphons going out. Taiga just standing his ground amongst all of them. It's going to be a glimpse away from the Batrider, but they were not able to kill Taiga there. That's Exorcism used.
He baited Exo 80% HP and some TPs with just having Spirit Siphon.
How much damage did he do in that fight? He did 2,000 damage on
and
the
probably
Rubik.
healed like 1,200 at the same time. So yeah, OT gonna try to get the mid tower with this Exo that is being used.
And that is Glyph back up and used now, so they won't have it available. Maybe they can find some punish here as Exorcism wears
Ravage.
off, but the Ravage, the TP into Ravage,
Static.
not what you want to see at all if you're an OG fan, as they start to fall quickly, but Taiga steals Static Storm, throws it back against them. Needs to get away from
BZM.
Death Prophet, while BZM finds the Clockwork away from the rest of the team, starts to bring him down low, and almost enough for the kill, will finally die. Taiga still alive, but finally brought down, as Oradu Thunder brought numbers. And Song to catch, DM all alone off to the side. He is also going to be in some trouble. Liking what they're seeing from their carry is OT. They're going to take down 4.
Oh, he deserves the tip. The fact that he doesn't run.
Omar, he's dying.
Oh, Nature's ult. He got it. Easy snipe with the Treants and the Nature's ult. I love the fact how TA2000 ran with the Song that he just stutter step to the right to get like just close to the edge there, gets the Song on the Beastmaster, and OT very happy with that fight as OG Yuragi just kind of TPs into the, the last seconds of the Exo and the Ravage. So yeah, OT just happily gonna take that one.
You can see esportsbet.io 1.3 to 2.9. Things feeling pretty good for Oradu Thunder with this Naga Siren. They're making space for her. She's top of the net worth. There is maybe some worry about like the tempo that could come out later. You've got this Midas on Nature's Prophet. If they can make those moves that you're talking about of like a TP onto a lane and trying to find kills, but it's not easy.
It's definitely not. It's not working out too well right now. I would say that OG scaling is not that bad at all. Like Naga, we've seen this hero struggle the later the game goes, and you have Nature's Prophet with the Beast Auras and the Lasso, and they will still always be able to find pickups with the bat around the map. But OT gonna look for a smoke themselves. They have the Atos and Hookshot available.
Right.
Yuragi.
Hookshot it in, finds him with the Atos after, and no salvation here.
Nice
oh my god.
That was a very nice try.
Yeah, not able to do that.
Move into Roche with this?
Well, they're going to see the Treant. TA2000, Song of the Siren still on cooldown for 70. Now, they will know about that. But OG, I don't know if they're feeling comfortable going in to try and fight this. They're all on the other side of the map trying to take a tier 2 tower at the same time.
Yeah, I'm okay with them giving this up. I don't really think you need to defend this. You're getting farm on your heroes. You try to get this Overlord. BZM is going to try to work on the BKB. Yuragi is going to need to have a good couple minutes, because if he doesn't finish his BKB by the time OG want to fight, I don't think they can.
Well, and when we were looking at the last round of heroes to pick, we were both talking about what we wanted to see out of a last pick. And one was like overwhelming damage that could sort of take down this Death Prophet in the Exo. She has had a really, really clean game. Only 1 death, and next going into the Shiva's Guard with Blink Dagger. I'm worried that she just might not die.
I mean, Nuba's having a crazy performance on this DP. I really like his items, his tankiness, his Tigers being rocket flared for now. Tries to TP. Can he block that? Very nice play.
Oh, blocking the vision. That was good.
Taiga is a gamer.
But again, when the highlights are you not dying to a Naga Siren, it's maybe a testament to some other issues going on.
I mean, there is going to be a couple of things for OT where in the next minutes they're very strong. They have the Hood completed. They nearly have Greaves on the Tide. They can play the map with the Naga. OG need to get through this, try to get to their BKBs, and then aim for fights where, yeah, they're going to have to play a little more around the Batrider. I feel like BZM has had a little bit of a silent game, but that's more because OT has just been playing very well.
Yeah, they've been playing very fast, bringing a bunch of heroes there mid to try and enable Noob. So for Oradu then, do you think that you sort of try and send heroes back to deal with this bottom tower? We're seeing Tidehunter around here a lot, or do they just try and shove it down in and take tier 2s?
I'm okay with Tide doing this. As long they should do this until DP has Exo, and I think then you can look for a tower more aggressively. As TA2000, he's chipping down top, but there's no way OT should give up the bot tower. If OG stay here, you should just go here, sweep across the map, and kill them.
Right. Yeah, they cannot fight them right now, is what it feels like for sure. And a 2,000 gold lead as Greaves are now done. This is a really good timing for Oradu. Chu I don't believe is going to be able to solo take down or do anything to where even with the
Yeah.
TP in coming from Yuragi.
I mean, this Tide is a huge problem. Wherever this guy is, it's OG cannot fight in that area whatsoever. At least for them, they're kind of keeping him here. Maybe at some point, OT would prefer to have just Naga illusions to deal with waves and then play together with their team. But they're smoking up, they're drawing down bottom, and I love this move from OT.
See what they end up finding here. Of course, Vision down, finding that Tide Hunter, coming back into the lane. With the Treants, they will run into Chu, and that will be a kill that they will happily take. Don't even have to worry about the heal, because Chu hasn't skilled
there. Yeah, so he wants to deal the damage later on, which I'm pretty much okay with that sentiment. You're playing into this DP, into the Tide as well, so having pure damage in another source, especially with the Beast Aura. Let's not disrespect Eng Beast together, because they can be very strong.
And now TA2000 making the move into the Dire Ancients, and this is a really oppressive play because you're not left with that many places to farm as Taiga tries to TP out, but the glimpse is going to be there. So they managed to kick him out of his own jungle, the whole team out of the jungle, and OG left scratching their heads. Where the hell are we supposed to be? Yuragi knows.
Enemy Ancients, baby. Yeah, it's dodge time. You cannot fight them. Look at BZM hiding top, DM trying to run down bottom, Yuragi TPing into the enemy Ancients to farm there. So you can tell that it doesn't feel too easy. But for OT, they didn't get a tier 2 yet with this EXO. They're going to be... I feel like they should be looking for it more. They can use TA2000 because he is so strong. His heart is flying out right now.
Jeez.
There's 2 heroes that OG cannot kill right now. Both Naga and Tide. Maybe even DP, I'm not sure.
If they'd add a third.
Yeah.
Depending on how this goes. Now, Batrider does have BKB if he needs
Yuragi.
it. They've caught him.
That's BKB.
Do they want to use this now? He just turns and actually fights, brings down Kaori. Okay. TA2000, though, catches everybody in the song and will be able to TP out of that one. So a fight that could have gone well for OG will be denied to them, and Oridu going to recollect themselves.
Okay. I like the little switch up from Noob to go for the Lotus Orb. He may still go for the Shivas after, but Lotus against the Bat, against the Roar, just to purge it from yourself. Because it looks like he wants to play without BKB, but then you still need to address the Bat, which you do with the Purge, so I like the switch up.
It is a little bit interesting, though. You know, sort of almost looking more like the off-lane Death Prophet build. I guess there's also the Atos in there, so all this looks a little funky, but however it looks, it's working right now for him.
Ooh, they have Bongo Boots already on Omar. My man's having a good time. It's only 20 minutes, so that's very big, especially against these heroes from OG. There's like some random slows from the Eng, the sticky napalms, just to be able to reach as BZM gets Atos.
We'll be able to walk away from that one. The glimpse, holding on to that BKB. That is a lot of value to be able to keep yourself alive without having to pop that.
Oh, some big balls from BZM for sure. He must have been watching the Tide very closely. He tried pump faking it once, still didn't fall for it. So yeah, I would say OG are doing a good job at holding the map. I would like to see OT split up a little more. Let Naga deal with the lanes, run around with your clock, kind of as they are doing now.
They will find one, wanting to get two, but it's the TP out already for the Beastmaster. Leaves his creeps behind. Don't know if they're going to be able to do quite enough damage to take down the tower, though, here. Wants to push the creep wave in so it can backdoor, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen. Maybe in towards mid, though. Finding that Disruptor, or Disruptor finding BZM. The hook shot to follow. Good damage with the pushback, and BZM ends up dying. No reason to pop that BKB as he was already gone.
OT are doing a lot of good things. And in the last couple of minutes, even though OG have done a good job at kind of holding the map, I don't really see what they're playing towards right now. I was thinking maybe they want to wait for the BKB blink on the bat to then go for pickoffs, because right now they have double BKBs completed, and they're still not really showing me that they want to fight.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure what they're waiting for or what they're communicating right now, because BZM, he's not having a good game. They're not helping him at all.
No, it's been a tough one for sure. And right now, you can see that even though this net worth is like 5,000 gold, not a huge issue, when you can't kill heroes, it becomes a pretty serious problem in terms of re-establishing yourself on the map. And this is going to be that tier 2 tower dropping very low. BZM thinking about running out there, but won't go for it.
Okay, so they're looking now with a smoke. The problem is the Tide, you can't really go on him until later if you have a Silver Edge. That's going to be a very big win condition that is something they could talk about and play for. But for now, their catch isn't really that good on OG. You don't have a Blink Dagger.
and he has a pipe
They
too.
are so tanky.
This is really hard to do, but if they find Kaori, this is a decent one to start with. The Roar immediately bringing him down with the Ancient Creep. So they find 1 kill. Can they get more? BZM still not wanting to pop that BKB. TA2000 catches him with the net, extending this fight a little bit longer. OT, it looks like they're going to retreat back and won't take this fight. And of course, with OG, they don't really have a lineup that can force it.
Well, definitely not. Luckily for them, they still haven't lost a tier 2 tower yet. I would say that's going to be on top of the list for OT to try and check it off. Take a tier 2, take this outpost. It's going to help you tremendously to play the map because you're in such a good position. Like, if I'm this tied, I feel like I have freed real estate. If I'm Naga Siren, I feel like I can go anywhere and nothing can happen to me.
Do you think, though, that with the items that start to come out on OG, like, do we need to see Oridu start to keep this pressure on and actually sort of convert it into towers? Or are they comfortable just sitting back as Kaori, well, Taiga actually catches himself in the cogs, and now TA2000 goes with the song. What are they going to try and do here with the Static Storm down? Saves it, pops that BKB, walks away, still have that Ravage ready to go. Silence on the Taiga, and the TP out from everybody else. Hook shot in, not going to connect. So they only lose 1 for Static Storm being dropped down. Keep a hold of that Ravage, though.
Yeah, good job by OT to try and push OG out of here. The 2 BKBs being popped, that's definitely a big deal. And to talk again about, sure, OG are going to have some items coming out that will help them, but I feel like no matter what for OT, you're so strong, you should feel like you can go nearly wherever. Like OG, they don't deserve much, so you should keep wanting to just keep on pressing forward.
Keep that aggression going. TA2000 takes the first tier 2 tower of this game. While down bottom, NP Treants are pushing it out, but the 4-staff TM, it's a little bit of separation there, but eventually they will have his number, although TP's out. He barely gets out of there. Oh my god, he lives. And on the other side, Kaori goes down.
Okay.
Miragi tries to back away. Is going to get that Sprout on to Noob. And, well, blink away. Taiga keeps himself alive. Chews in no man's land, but does have a 4-staff. Down bottom, they're taking that tower.
Noob
take the tier 2, and he's stuck there for the moment. Tries to TP out, and he will manage to. Chew still looking for the chase down. Somehow, OG are grinding this fight down a little bit into their favor. But I actually don't know if it is or not. The Static Storm drops, not a ton of damage to follow it up yet, but their lift back keeps them away for the moment from BZM. Now the Roar finally used. Yuragi turns, wants to fight, punching away at the TA2000 and onto this Tidehunter. They have enough damage. The BKB held for so long, and finally TA2000, the unkillable, gets brought down.
Okay.
What the hell was that fight, man?
What even... Okay, so there was some stuff going on mid. Kaori was in a triangle. He already died. The Noob ends up getting cliffed. OG did a very good job at kiting this fight and holding their BKBs for like 20+ seconds.
Yeah, that was really impressive to see. And again, it felt that grinding out action almost, where it's just nothing happening for a long time, but eventually they outlasted, which I didn't think was going to happen against like Pipe Greaves.
I guess OT, they ran a little bit out of steam. They need Noob to be in these fights with the EXO, but once he was cliffed, as he's looking for BZM, who doesn't have a BKB, Kaori is coming.
Gotta back out, gotta get away, hook shot, ooh!
Easy dodge.
Swing away and a miss. And BZM looks to be escaping from here, although the glimpse gets vision. BZM, he's not gonna get pulled back in. Omar's just a little bit late to the party while OG are taking Roach. Oh my god.
They're back, baby.
The old switcheroo. They pop the flare with scouts it, and oh, wait a minute now.
Hold up.
Can they do anything here? EXO still on cooldown for 20 seconds. I mean, this is a little bit scary. They're going to pop the net on the creep, and, well, Taiga, he's going to be glimpsed and killed off. So another support sacrificed as Kaori dies to BZM. This game is absolutely wild.
Oh, this game just flipped right on its head. OG won a fight and get the second Roche. They got Aegis, they got the Shard as well. Yuragi's about to have a Satanic finish up. And the next item, Silver Edge, it's going to make a big difference. Suddenly, you can kill the Tide. You can break him, you can bring him in with the lasso. OT, there might be too many defensive items coming out. Lotus, Halberd, your Naga has Hard, Butterfly. The last minutes have not been good for OT. They need to try to reset right now because OG's tempo and momentum is really big. He has the bongo queued up.
Oh, the bongo.
The bongo man.
Let's go. DM, he saw him last series. He's like, 33 knows what's up. I got to play some some drums.
He was like, I saw that shit, and that's good. I better do it too.
Dude, against the Naga Siren, he's just going to drum those little illusions away.
I mean, we'll see how good it is. Naga has hard, and there's a Pyth and Grease, but okay. I'm down to, again, be surprised.
See, this is the thing. You're memeing, and I'm serious. This is a problem.
No, this is great. Don't worry, this is great.
All right, well, 2,000 gold lead right now for OG, and at the next couple of minutes, it really does feel like it's going to be DM caught for a moment there. Oh, needs to be careful. Oh, the silence right on that Ravage before he got it out in time. And now DM trying to stay alive, backs away, TP out. Oh, that could have been tragic, but they get away with all of their heroes.
Clock
and it was
buyback.
a buyback on Clock.
And Exo.
Oh, the glimpse back, though.
He has BKB,
Yuragi.
and Satanic, and Aegis. Oh.
Turns, wants to fight this.
Oh, that was not good.
But do they have enough to sort of turn this again? Ravage is out
Great
immediately.
Ravage.
They try and chase this down. In trouble. Taiga going to get pulled in by the Clockwork. And Ordu Thunders, they're not done with them yet. They take down 2 heroes, maybe going to find a third even.
As well.
As Chu in some trouble. Ooh, a good stomp though as he 4-staffs down to the low ground to get away from trouble. And will they be able to find him? Just a little out of vision.
Sproink, run!
Sproinking away. He gets up to the north as they go down south.
Okay, huge fight for OT. Great buyback from Kaori. He understands, okay, Yuragi's in a weird spot. I'm going to buy back. I can come back in. And it definitely a mistake, popping the Satanic and BKB before he died there. Perhaps, you know, you die with the Aegis, you come back up. But OT, they use it, win the fight, run down mid, and get to tier 2. And now it's Outpost time.
Time to head on in there. And you can see this Dota Plus win probability, 78% right now. Feeling very full of themselves. And it's hard not to see why. I mean, after the early good start that we've seen from this team and having the Naga Siren closing down these lanes, the fights just feel a lot harder for OG to win because they can't outlast the Exorcism, whereas that's kind of what happened in that first big skirmish.
They need to either outlast it or try to create a win condition with some of these items, as we touched with maybe the Silver Edge or a Blink on Bad, which BZM doesn't seem like he has any intention of building that yet as DM.
Ooh, tries to get around the creeps. DM TP's out. His creeps are keeping him alive. Does he get the angle on it? No, he blocks it. All right, DM able to escape. Does cost the bounty of 250 gold, but a good play.
Pretty nice getaway with his micro, forcing like 3-4 TP, showing his team everyone on the entire map. BZM gonna pick up another active rune. He's doing pretty well for himself now. He has recovered, and the Blink Dagger is queued up for later on. I wonder if DM is gonna swap his item build, because I feel like you should look to help your Nature's Prophet.
Okay.
Maybe you go the other bongos. You buy an actual drums, or you buy an AC for your Nature's Prophet. Some stuff like that, but let's wait.
This is new tech.
It is new tech.
Interested to see how it goes, because the other thing is like maybe it's that extra bit of damage that takes Death Prophet down that much quicker or something. It all depends on how he tries to play it, I guess.
He might just kill everyone.
Yeah, that's
it could happen.
Too. Yeah, sure.
Oh, Chu?
Oh, God. And that's the Hex reveal of TA2000 as the Static Storm is down. And the Enchantress going to pass away. But you look at this sort of ball-up group of energy coming from Oradu Thunder and how strong they can be. You start to get worried, making sure that all of your heroes have buyback at the ready in case you get brought down. Could be buildings gone very quickly.
I like the later items right now from TA2000. The Hex to help you play the map, get these pickups. He also has the Shard queued up. Because I would say eventually, he kind of knows that they're not going to kill him first. They're going to try to kill this Tide, kill the DP. When they do that, you can try to song quickly, you know, sleep some of the OG heroes who aren't BKB, but also heal the person that they're going on. So right now, I think TA2000 is kind of nailing what he has to do. Noob wants to buy a Blink. Would also like to see that the overwhelming, like, just go in once Naga does find the Hex.
If they can do that and just sort of focus down one of these core heroes, it feels like that would be quite solid. And sets up on him. That's an easy bring down. Omar in trouble, but Hex now onto Taiga. TA2000 showing up to this one. Will try and force staff and stay alive, but not going to happen. And the hook shot from downtown finds him. Does have the BKB at the ready. Saving it for the moment as he gets ready to BKB and then TP out. And that was Exo used too.
Ooh, that was very close. Kaori, he sniffed him out with the rocket. That's cancels TP, but Yuragi patiently waits with the BK and the secondary TP. Luckily, he's playing the one here that can still get out. after you do get cancelled.
DM trying to get away, does not want to get caught by this clockwork. Hook shot still on cooldown for 15 more seconds. And less than 1,000 gold separating these two teams with, what, 39 kills in
they're looking on Noob.
32 minutes. They get him, looking for that flame break, push back. A little bit scary, though. And Order thought about it.
Well, hello. Just like saying hello. Maybe he can find them with the tendrils of the deep.
Trying to get a BKB charge.
Yeah. Very easy with Tide. Just get in there on 5 heroes. Hope they pop it.
Right, exactly. So, like we said, very even game right now in terms of the net worth, but the game state, it feels like everywhere TA2000 go, people just die. And speaking of which, not quite quick enough on the Hex there. Taiga able to dodge away from the trouble.
BZM did swap up his build from not finishing the Octarine to actually getting this Blink Dagger, and they need that. The way that they need to fight is you blink in, you grab a guy, and you need to try and kill him, especially when Roche is, you know, starting to respawn from 50 seconds from now. You need to start talking about these win conditions, how you want to play the fight, and at the same time, Yuragi is going to have the Silver Edge. So if you can combine these two timings on the Tide, it could really break the next fight.
And of course, the biggest timing.
Which
the
is that
drums
the
of Schlom almost coming online.
Gonna Schlom all over them.
They got 400 more gold for the Beastmaster, and DM is going to be ready to go. I mean, in the Roche pit, that's a crazy amount of damage. If everybody's grouped together and you get all of the drum actives on them,
you're dealing a lot of damage, and you're healing at the same time.
Oh, yeah. And the other thing is that on this team for Ooredoo, not a single hero with BKBs. That's something to consider. They're going to take all of that damage.
Yeah, you only have the pipe. So there's going to be some type of, help. But yeah, there's no BKB there. And there's going to be an even bigger timing later when you can double bongo as Chu is queuing up the drums into the bongo boots himself. I feel like that was the real timing Tundra had in their game.
The bongo.
The double bongo.
Oh
Just start a band in the mid game.
Nobody knows what we're talking about anymore.
That's good. That's good enough.
Okay, sounds
we
good.
We have 2 other people that kind of know, maybe.
That's fair.
Shout out to you 2 people out there.
Well, the Roche, 35 seconds till it's capable of respawning, as OG still splitting half of the map. And TA2000 does buy a BKB now. So that does solve some of those issues at the very least. But we'll have to watch and wait and see if indeed these fights go the way that they want. Also, an Aghanim Scepter being built for Disruptor, 1,200 gold away for the Disruptor Ags.
That's also very big. We've seen this so many times. This hero is just so good at all stages of the game. Always has something to play for, people to play with. So Omar just trying to make his way there as Schlom has been completed. And for OT, this next Roche fight, I hope that they're talking about buybacks, because if we look at how OG want to take the fight, said it before, they need to blow everything on one guy, kill him, and try to keep the fight going. If you have buybacks, that is a big deal against that.
Okay, so one thing to keep in mind here, Ooredoo do not know about the drums yet. They don't know about this Beastmaster Aghanims. He's in a smoke, and they're heading on into this area. This is also the pivotal fight in terms of which way this game could go. If they get a good initiation off, it could be rough for them. Already popping that Wrath of Nature, but Ooredoo likewise, they are in an incredibly strong situation. Taiga up on the cliff, breaks the smoke there.
That's a really good ward.
Does he manage to get in there? Smoke broken on Noob. They catch vision for just a moment. And now backing away. Can OT find the right initiation on him? It looks like they won't quite be able to connect. They have a couple of really interesting wards too down here inside the Dire base. So they even see the Enchantress.
Yeah. I like this TP from Yuragi. When there is this standoff where Roche is up, you can use the fact that you're so global in Nature's Prophet, TP bottom, try to push in the lane, force some reactions, and then maybe take back your own jungle as OT. I think they know. You need to make a decision soon. Maybe you have a jump mid, because otherwise you soon have to go down bottom. They're already pinging it.
Thinking about that. They're heading down. Will send Omar, so no Static Storm in this potential fight. As the rest of the team grouping together.
Look at the ward they have.
Can they catch him? Getting vision, see everybody. DM thinks about going. TA2000, he's in the pit right now. They throw out the rocket flare. BZM revealed for a moment. Maybe they try and catch the Disruptor off guard on the other side. But no, they're just going to take the tier 1 tower. So continuing to take these objectives as Omar is stuck bottom.
these wards for OG are a big deal. I mean, even for both teams around this area. There's 4 wards around this Roach Pit. I would really like to see Yuragi buy out the Silver Edge because it gives you this next win condition in the fight where you then suddenly can kill the Tide first. I mean, he's holding a lot of gold, so, you know, you can spend some of it.
Yeah, he's ready to go with this one. And, of course, like we talked about, having this Nature's Prophet, it creates this other weird dynamic where Omar just has to stay down bottom. Now, that being said, he is farming up towards his Aghanim Scepter and almost has it done. And that could also make the difference in these fights.
Roche is up. OG do see it. They have a Hawk there.
Hookshot in. Looking for one. Lift after from Taiga. DM turns, pops. Ravage though, connects onto all of them. Where's the follow-up damage? They don't quite have enough yet. Taiga stolen hookshot, backs away. They have Disruptor Aghanims. DM going to BKB, TP out, manages to escape. But with Exorcism popped, OT, you got to imagine they're thinking about the pit.
Okay, Silver Edge has been purchased.
No
Yuragi.
Ravage.
Halfway Exo still.
DM got his BKB used. Omar has this Ags. They see it though. Of course, with these wards in the area, they see everything that's going on OG. Can they come in and contest this? Roche down to about a 3rd HP. Taiga starts spamming things out. They find 1 kill, but that's going to be the song. What's the follow-up, though? Do they have any way to get out of this? They're going to find BZM. He is caught in trouble with the lift out. Taiga, no! He's getting brought down low, but BZM able to survive through it. The save was there. Yuragi force-step to the other side. It's his BKB off, and there's the turnaround. OG find a couple more, but TA2000, does he do too much damage? Can Yuragi stand tall? Coyote finds him there to the side.
Roar.
Still the roar is there for the save. And OG, they're going to take this fight. They're going to take Roshan. What a rundown.
Another one.
The saves coming out from Taiga, and OG come out on top with no buybacks needed.
Order and another, just a classic DD after you win the Roche fight. It spawns right there. Yuragi can easily take that. They can look for more dispel usage in these fights of how they saved each other. Continuous roars with the lifts out from Taiga as well. Beautiful.
And that is the danger, right? Of course, you've got this Song into Static Storm combo, but Rubik is still broken.
I mean, Taiga just showing why it's so damn good.
Oh, caught out of there. And then, of course, the Force Staff on the other side right before that kinetic field gets up.
He barely gets off the BKB. So, like, look at how low HP they are when they continuously save each other.
Absolutely insane. And at the 37-minute mark, having taken that Aegis, and you see just the eventual beatdown that commenced, a triple kill for Yuragi. OG, they come out on top with this Aegis. Where does this leave us for Ooredoo Thunder? I mean, it still feels like they've got such great, strong heroes that are hard to bring down.
The problem is for them, it's maybe hard to kill their heroes, but their damage is starting to really taper off. Like, if we look at their items, it's very defensive. There's not so much damage coming out, whereas for OG, they are scaling so well. Yuragi has a DD bottled up for the next fight. He's going to finish up an AC. He has a Rapier queued up. I don't know if we're going to see that one come out. But yeah, OG scaling right now is crazy, and they just keep getting more answers, whereas OT, some of their item and hero timings, they're definitely falling off.
Maybe missed a couple of chances in there, and now with a 14,000 gold lead on OG after that last fight, things have turned, and that is just what happened.
Yeah.
I mean, holy moly, man.
Your map is so hard to play now as OT, and that is even though you have the Naga. Every lane is getting pushed in. BZM he's smoked up. He has a refresher shard. Yeah, he does have a ninja gear, so he's always going to be smoked up. And whoever he drags in, that person's going to die, even the Tidehunter.
I mean, the sort of benefit, of course, of this Ooredoo Thunder lineup is that I feel like they punish mistakes really well with this Disruptor Aghanims, with this Naga Siren being able to sort of reset the fight potentially. But it does require OG to make a mistake. And to be fair, in these high-stakes matches, when emotions are going high...
they think it's real?
Oh, no.
They think it's real?
No, not like this. BZM gives the Avo Ratata. Your dad is the chase down is there. TA2000 going to TP away. They find and kill that Disruptor, and now looking for more. A hook shot comes on out from Taiga. A double kill for Yuragi. What a brilliant bait.
BZM doing them dirty. Gets 2 kills without even using Lasso. Now he still has 1 available, has a refresher shard. If you're OT, you better think twice about how you're defending this base, because this is not easy.
And Enchantress taking over the Naga Siren illusions, even helping to beat down these buildings. As OG look to close this at least early part out if they can take this set of racks here. Naga Siren can send out illusions as much as she wants, but this push is so hard to deal with.
You can even maybe go for a second set. No, you're so strong right now.
Absolutely. And Static Storm still on cooldown for 20 seconds. In that time, it is going to be a second set of racks going down. OG doing insane damage to Oridu.
21,000 gold lead now. DZM.
Well, thought about going for that one. A little bit scary. Might have to sacrifice one of his creeps on the way out of there.
Yeah, OT, they're gonna need to make some really good plays right now. You have to use this Omar Aghanims to try and get kills, but don't overplay into buybacks either, because OG, they're so mobile on the heroes. If BZM dies, he might be able to travel back, getting himself a tome as well to get closer to 25. But I like that OT, they're setting themselves up for a potential fight. They're already warding around the area, and they're playing together.
I mean, that is the thing, as we take a look at the swing that we've experienced here, this Dota Plus win probability. If they do manage to, like, catch multiple heroes and not illusions in the Static Storm, it will just win them the fight. But that sort of requires OG to be out of position and in a bit of a tough situation. It's a really very hard game for Oridu Thunder at this point.
It is. They need to go in together at the same time, because if Kayori does like some solo hookshot in, you're going to get lifted by Taiga or the guy's going to get saved. So that's not really going to work. Right now is the time where you talk about, okay, how do we actually take the next fight? Is it with buybacks? Do we need to smoke around? And for OG, it's pretty smooth sailing. Yuragi, you're in the front. You have Aegis for a little more. And the rest of us, we chill.
It almost feels as if like TA2000 is going to have to do some crazy like micro illusion play where he sends in like himself in one illusion and makes it look like a fake and then catch a song or something.
They need some creative stuff right now. You always do, especially when you're this far behind. I mean, this game just completely bing-bonged in the other way. Now OG, what, 24k gold lead? Making it look easy at this point.
All right, TA2000 actually doing that a little bit right now, sending out an illusion of himself.
The artist.
We'll see if he can find somebody. Now, okay, I thought he was going to go for it.
Oh, Butterfly on Yuragi. Okay, for now that's going to be very good. I like it against the Naga. Naga's kind of full-slotted. Probably wants to buy a Bloodthorn later on. But for right now, pretty good itemization. Doesn't need the boots, right? Who needs boots? Boots is for noobs.
True. Well, and it's probably better than a rapier, which is the other thing.
That's also very good. I like that point. I'm glad he doesn't. He doesn't need it.
Oh, TA2000, he's doing it.
Oh,
sending illusions out, and there it is, the song. But it's not going to catch them both. He needs the reel in. You have to have it.
Reel him in.
Static Storm down onto DM, but the save is there, and the BKB turnaround roared up. If you only catch one, Taiga's going to be there to salvage
He's
it.
slamming them.
DM is slamming all over him as Whiter drops out that Ravage, seeing if they can bring down TA2000, stunned for a very long time. TM actually gets a little bit of separation, but finally goes down to Noob. Wait a minute, Oridu living through this. Maybe it might end up working. BCM gets pushed back by the Cogs. They do take down Noob as TA2000 able to separate and get out of there. Omar,
oh, he's just out.
barely able to escape, but with no DP, with no EXO, OG might finally have this last set of racks ready to go down.
I mean, they use all their spells. I think Yuragi can just stand his ground and laugh in their face. Chu is here, more drums.
Jumps
Tendrils.
in, catches onto
Hex.
one. The Hex for the follow-up, trying to bring down Yuragi. Obviously no Aegis at this point. Whiter finding control over him, but the turn and BZM, the burn down. Yuragi survives through at least that first salvo, and now as the rest of the team groups together, OG, they are going to take game number one, trying to go to the major.
Ooh, they really punched back in this game. I like that they were patient. You know, I was questioning, are they being too patient? What are they waiting for? But they were just waiting for the right opportunity, correct items. OT might be hitting themselves a little bit. I think they had a great timing in this mid-game.
I mean, they were so strong. Like, you had this Heart Naga Siren at such an early timing. We saw that, like, precipitous drop-off in the graph. It just felt like it was all there for Oridu to take. And as we've seen a lot of times, these teams that are, like, on the verge of making it to the major just slip through their fingers.
They need to make sure that this loss doesn't hurt them too much. They should know we were in a good position. You know, the coach maybe now and the players as well. We had a good we had a good time running. Next game, let's try and use it a little bit more. It's all good.
Right. I mean, that is, I think, one of the hallmarks of a team that's sort of ready to go to a major, too, is the ability to reset after a devastating loss. Because when you go to tournaments, things don't always go right.
Yeah.
You need to be able to reset.
Yeah, you need to be able to also win games that aren't easy. This time around, maybe it was easier than it should be. Just make sure you use your timings. Don't overreact too much to it. This team is great. They had a good draft. Next game, they just need to show a bit more.
Well, you also said win games that maybe aren't easy, and that was definitely OG in this one as they took the win over Ooredoo Thunders. Still, at least one more game. We'll see if we go to a third again as we head on back to the panel.
I'm going to have a chat about OG here. They are another step closer to heading to the major with this game number 1 win. And it was a nice win. I think it was very convincing. It was the fact that they were able to even things out when it felt that Ooredoo Thunders might have had the advantage when it came to team fights or how farmed some of the cores were.
Yeah, that's the main thing you said. They managed to even things out, right? Because the beginning, let's be honest, wasn't that great. Like Uragi TPing in that first Ravage around minute 13, all the lanes, yeah, perfect.
This was the worst thing I've ever seen in my life.
Thank you, highlights, thank you, production. Instantly into that, like DP already took a really good fight before this one on the mid lane, now another one.
I want to point out, by the way, Wooter on his Tide held Ravage in like 8 situations pre that moment. Like, he was so patient. Every time a hero touched him, I was like, yo, go Ravage, and he never did it. Yeah. And that's why he had it for that fight. Like, my man was playing good on that Tide.
So are you saying they forgot he even has Ravage?
I don't know. Maybe they did. They should have known, though. That TP was illegally bad.
And it's huge, right? Like, this kind of team fight victory at this stage in the game completely shifts how the mid game should be played. Yeah. Like, you expect OG to be the ones dictating the tempo. You have this Prophet, you have the Bat, you have the Beast. They can be picking off, they can be taking objectives. Instead, it was Ooredoo Thunder until very later on when Nature's Prophet just came online, got all of his items.
Didn't it take like 36 minutes for OG to take mid tower or something mid, like the tier 1? That was insane. So you're right, like their pacing was well off.
Yeah, this is one of the fights that we're talking about. Despite there was really good early tempo and early pacing from Ooredoo Thunders, we get this turnaround in this team fight. We all thought it was going to be going the way of Ooredoo Thunders here. Thought it was a nice initiation for them, but OG, they hit their timings and they looked fantastic from there on out. There wasn't too much Ooredoo could do after this.
Yeah, I feel like one big thing that we discussed during the drafting stage is that OG's draft has a little bit more finesse to it. Like they can play the map in a different way. They're not as telegraphed. Meanwhile, on Ooredoo Thunders, like you have this Exorcism, Ravage, and Static Storm. That's what you're playing for. You're playing for this one big team fight that you're gonna execute perfectly. Meanwhile, you have this one Rubik with the shard just chilling. Yeah, do your shit, man. I'm gonna lift the target out of the Static Storm and that's it. Like, it doesn't matter. It's kind of stupid. Like you guys were talking about the kinetic field and lift. The interaction is...
Is it the only one? Because I was trying to think about it. What else can you push outside of like an OD shard? What else can you do in a hero's normal toolkit to sort of make that kinetic field useless?
I have no idea.
Is there anything?
There's so many heroes.
There's probably something that bugs out, like when you're on the edge of the kinetic field.
There used to be you could put the Iron Branch on the ground to push yourself out.
You could push yourself out that way.
Yeah.
I mean, outside of bugs, more just like what a hero.
Hey, it was possible. But yeah, no, it's stupid. I hate it. And I do think that they had lots of problems this game on Ooredoo with how they dealt with the way OG was playing, because if you look at the way the map is, it's like, okay, Ooredoo, they've taken the first Aegis, they are trying to occupy OG side of the map, they're in their triangle, they're farming their Ancients, but you look on the map, you see Beastmaster's playing bot with an Ench trying to like front for him and break smokes, you see top, there's just like a support or someone there trying to push that wave out, you have the Beastmaster summons, like you look at where Ooredoo are and you think, oh, they have the advantage, but then the camera pans bot and like 3/4 of the tier 2 tower have been like health has been taken, and instead of Ooredoo playing more like I want to say smart, but like that sounds insulting, but it's like basically they would just run bot, right? Hit the support.
Proactive. That's the word you're...
Not proactive. It's like
smart.
I don't know what the word.
It's like, what would you like to
let me just describe the thing. It's like they, instead of being set up and ready for them and being like they're gonna move here, we should get them. You know, maybe we put a deep ward down so we see them going down there. Like maybe we have a support ready so that someone can TP in and kill. It's like, okay, let's just try and run from like here and here and try and chase people around. And then they don't get anything.
It's because maybe, like with what we discussed before, their draft is in nature like that. It's just like very telegraphed. Everything that they're doing on the map is like they need to ball up and go together and make these moves. Maybe Naga can split push a little bit with illusions, and that's the only thing that you can do to just make the map a little bit easier for yourself. Meanwhile, on OG side, there's so many things. Prophet TPing everywhere, Enchantress sending creeps everywhere, Beastmaster as well.
Yeah.
It's much, much harder to play against.
Do you have an MVP, though, for the side of OG that you'd like to say stood out more than the rest of the players?
Did anyone really stand out?
They were all S tier.
I mean, there were a couple of mistakes from everyone.
yeah.
Yuragi in the end did carry, but
it's like when I saw
couple of hiccups.
that TP mid annoyed me, and then that bot fight where he had the Aegis and he like got glimpsed back in, and then BKB's on 10% health and dies. That made me angry too. So I refuse to give him the MVP.
Okay, so what about BZM or DM? Chew on Ench?
I'll give it.
Are we not going to give anyone the
Tiger.
MVP?
I'll give it a Tiger. Let's give it a Tiger. My man.
I literally had to list all 4 other players before he got that. Okay, so giving it to Tiger on Rubik. I mean, he was there. He was always in a great position. The telekinesis outside of kinetic field we talked about too. So
there's that cool live mid where he had the siphon. He was just like pow pow, baiting all the TPs in.
Are we giving it to Tiger or are we giving it to Rubik's Shard?
I'm giving it to Tiger and his Shard. It's
Okay.
How he utilized the Shard.
Yeah, he utilized it very, very damn well. And to utilize it, you need to be in the proper positions at proper timings. So he didn't get caught by any static storm and sleep together with his cores. At the end of the game, he was the one saving the day for the boys on OG.
Nice.
Yeah, it was honestly a pretty damn nice game overall from OG though. Like we're memeing on their mistakes. Overall, they played a really nice game. Like when BZM's running bot, making heroes run after him, they're taking Roche. Like they were very fast, they were very smart. They just played a good game.
Again, it feels very different. They felt a little bit like OG used to be lost on the map. Now in the last few series that we've watched them play, and especially in that game 1, they know what they want to do. I think they are just so much more decisive in how they play. We'll see if the decisiveness stays through to game number 2, though, between OG and OT happening after this break.
Thank guys. Yeah. On me.
Cleaner.
Lip in 2 seconds. Disruptor. Actually, Raptor. Yeah. I got Raptor. I got him, bro. Dude, I'm so fucking good at this game. Nice. You don't know what I did. You make it for contact, bro.
I the ward is order of
OG versus OT. This is our second best of 3 tiebreaker. This one for the fourth slot going to the Berlin Major, and OG are already 1 game up. So game number 2, if they get another win here, they will be going to the Major. I'm very excited for that opportunity, but OT also have an opportunity to bring it back now. I felt like I was going to start singing then to bring it back. But for game 2... Thanks, Lizard. At least someone has me. When you bring it back for this second game, a lot's going to have to change. I feel like they're not playing with the same aggression that we've seen them have in other series before.
Yeah, like from OT.
Yes.
Something that they played before is a different approach, like a puck on mid lane and some Dawn Breaker on the off lane, these kind of combos that have some global presence. I wouldn't mind seeing something like that from them. And then you can give your boy TA2000 any one of these ranged cores that benefits from having this puck that sets up the control in front of you, plus the offlaner that can follow up straight in. Like I would like to see something like that from them.
Yeah, I think the point that you made about the ranged versus the carry call, you right, Sheep?
Yep.
You struggling with it? You got it?
I'm good.
Perfect. Do we want to pick up a TA2000 hero a little bit earlier? This time around for the draft, OG are going to have second pick. So I'm not too sure what sort of priority is going to be placed for TA2000 here if OG do try and target ban him and make his carry pool a little bit smaller.
Maybe I would say I didn't so much like the DP from mid. It was like fine, he went Atos, but maybe something with like a little bit more catch would have paired more nicely with the support duo. I think like Disrupted Clockwork, I was thinking they would just pair that with a mid that like even I know Void Spirit's like a dead hero, but this type of stuff. And then it's much easier for you when Beastmaster is like pushing bot and you have a net worth advantage. You can just go punish him. It's very easy. It's so much harder with DP, even though he went for the booster travel. So I think maybe the tide at the end was maybe the wrong idea, and they should have just tried the DP offlane and picked something better.
I completely agree with Sheep. Like I believe that if you get one of these real playmakers on the mid lane, you'll match up better against OG because these players, all of them, they're so talented. And when I see them playing these heroes like that, just press R, run into battle, right? Like it's I don't know, it's a disservice to your team. I think they can do more if you give them a little bit of flair.
Yeah. Game 2 draft here. Main change up for me that I see is Ember Spirit is a first phase ban. It's taken out of the pool. Order Thunder's having a lot of priority for that one to not be in the pool, and they pick up Rubik themselves.
We've had a lot of like debates over on the China panel about Rubik because there are still teams picking it first. And it's like, oh, how does it fare versus like Undying, Disruptor, Enchantress, and so on. I guess like seeing last game, I do like it as like the Disruptor answer, but they haven't picked Disruptor yet. They could just pick some other strong support.
They can go Ench Beast, right?
Yeah.
On the side of OG. That's what they did in the last game. Why not do it again? Like get the Ench Beast, like pretty damn solid.
I would be so down for that.
Yeah, like it worked out before. It's decent into the Rubik. I believe there's nothing really big that you're giving away. Okay, then Ench Beast, they'll go Beast Ench, whatever.
Damn. Well, maybe they won't even go Ench. Whoa.
Oh. No Ench. They're not running it back for that one.
Okay.
All right. It's I mean it's still good. Obviously like we'd like to see some heroes next phase that pair well with the Mirana. The Ember's already gone, but you've seen like Clockworks and Tinies and other heroes like that just set up nicely for arrow combos. Something from mid as well, so she's able to roam well.
Any sort of a setup for those arrows on the mid lane. And it doesn't take a lot. Like Syrian chains that we won't see, but Storm with the pull, anything really. And that arrow can follow up. It can be a 5 Mirana as well that we've seen from Snaking.
True, yeah.
Before, that's also doable. But yeah, we'll see. Oridu, there we go. Like completely different instantly. Go into that puck. I think it's one of those heroes as well that can easily deal with the Mirana, even though that's not obviously why you pick it. You now have to protect it, like some DK, perhaps some TA bans.
I was already thinking when we saw Mirana, I was like, what combos have we seen, right? Like Dragon Knight Mirana is definitely one of them, Tiny as well. And then when the puck came out, I'm like, wow, this makes the Dragon Knight even more valuable. But obviously already Thunders are well and truly over that one. And the Tiny too, actually.
Yeah, Tiny is one of my favorites. So I'm sad to see that one go down. I think Clockwork also loses some value now for OG. Obviously, like it still works because I think it's hard for Puck to react to like a hook shot from Fog, but it's less it's less reliable in general, and you're less threatened on mid. by this combination of heroes. So the response will have to come from either like the mid hero itself or just a support with more stuns. If this was China, I'd be like, yeah, let's get some lions going. We've seen some lions and Nyx assassins and stuff like that over there. But I think, this region's not super keen.
Some lion caca.
The thing that worries me now is last time we saw OG pick up Mirana, they were willing to put it in the safe lane. They were willing to put it in the carry.
I forgot about that. Yeah.
And it was with the Marcy,
right.
and the Marcy isn't banned here. It's also let through, and Chu has outperformed on Marcy. Like, he has almost made Marcy feel like a broken support.
That's a really good
She's
point.
not, but
That's a super good point.
I completely forgot about their Marcy. Was it touched in game 1?
Nope.
It wasn't banned, right?
Nope.
Okay, so there's a small chance, not the big one, but a small chance that Mirana actually is a carry with the Marcy on position 5. I would love
I'm
to
sure
see that.
Tiger's willing to play it as well. Like,
Yeah, I mean, sure, but it just looked much nicer on that position 1.
I'm glad I could refresh your memory on that little
Thank you. Yeah,
enjoyable game we had.
I mean, it's the only Mirana core we've seen.
Yeah.
We've seen in a really long time. Like, Secret did try it out a little bit on the offlane. Didn't really work out. But
Oh yeah, I hear that.
yeah, yeah, those times.
The only thing I will say though is I didn't see that series with the Mirana carry, but I've quickly pulled up the Doa buff. It was picked in the second phase when it seemed like they intended it for it to be a core because it was like, I'm assuming, a good Mirana game. I don't know what makes a good Mirana carry game because I
tried to ask Yuragi last night too. It wasn't a crazy in-depth answer. It was just a very similar thing about just the way that he felt that the game was going to go, having the confidence for it.
He just liked it.
Yeah.
That's it. Yeah. Oh, I mean, he doesn't want to share that. That's what. It is.
Which I get.
I mean, it's nice if you can play a hero with like high physical damage versus like a puck where he doesn't feel comfortable jumping in on you because you'll just kill him. I don't feel like I have that confidence of Mirana. I mean, it's okay, but I don't feel like I have the confidence of Mirana, especially early. Puck rotations can kind of slaughter her.
That's definitely one of the worries. Like, when they picked the puck, I was like, yeah, it's good into the Mirana, but it doesn't matter because Mirana is a support.
Oh, Pog.
What?
All right, I want to see now. Mirana carry, Techies 4, Chuvash on Marcy, position 5. Let's go. Just make it wild, OG. I don't care anymore.
Hey, they want to try and win game 2 and secure a slot to the major in style, apparently.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I think their support duo becomes a little bit weird now. It's
If it's Mirana Techies, right?
Yeah. I still don't really want to see Mirana carry, but I am happy to see Techies. I think this hero is underpicked in general. I think the major, it finally started to see a little bit of shining from Hellraisers, and even other teams saw Hellraisers picking it and then started picking it themselves. And then we come into DPC, and no one really cares anymore. I don't understand why. The hero is so good.
Because no one wants to see Techies in their game.
Well, I don't care about what they
simple as
think.
that.
I think the hero is super fun since the rework. And I will say I like obviously having a hero with a silence versus like puck and stuff, but it's a very telegraphed silence. So I'm uncertain of how it will go. Maybe they just want to like use Mirana Arrow plus some other setup to like try and force the phase shift.
The fog. You
I don't
walk
know.
between behind the trees.
Yeah, it could work.
Blast off in.
It's a lot of damage. It's like if puck is ever not like on it and it gets hit, it's like over for this guy.
Damn, they go with the Naga Phoenix. So again, Ooredoo Thunder's all into this kind of telegraphed style of a team fight. You have Dream Call into the egg, perhaps a setup from the sleep earlier. But another reason why Naga is good versus the Techies, I suppose, right? Like, you can send out the illusions a little bit for that. Not necessarily early on, but later on once he gets those mines.
Yeah, I suppose it's... I feel like I never really see techies mining anymore, though. Like, you can put stuff down, but most of the time they usually just play with Shard with their team and just do more like active team fighting or like pushing out lanes and stuff, which Naga doesn't really deal with anymore. It's whatever. I do think the stonks of Mirana potentially went up though, because if you buy like, you can buy like a Mjolnir, you can you'll be able to deal with this egg. I mean, as a support, she's still able to deal with the egg, so I think Mirana in general looks bit
Phoenix,
better.
it doesn't strike me like a great Phoenix game, to be honest. Like, not only are you playing into Mirana that has a lot of attack speed, you're playing into Beast that's buffing everyone up. So even the techies from distance is gonna hit that tag. So it doesn't feel that
Apparently,
great.
China and Western Europe are the only regions that haven't played techies yet this DPC. Everyone else got treated to a techies game, but we haven't.
I saw one game of techies in NA. I think it was Dogchamp versus TSM.
Yeah, they played POS 4 techies in that game, but it was like they were lane swapping. They were like they were dogging
They
on
lost,
them.
basically.
Yeah, no, that was funny. That was like some mid Ari Ricky, I think, that game.
Oh, interesting.
Interesting that they banned out the TA, but when you have the puck, I suppose you want to get rid of these 3 matchups that are the strongest against him, right? Like the Tiny, the TA, the DK. There isn't really anything big left in the pool. The Zeus has been picked up by OG, so.
Yeah.
I feel like OG really trying to hold on. They have overall last pick, right? They're really trying to hold on potentially to what they want to do with the Mirana. See maybe what other carries get banned out and if it's a good shift for that Mirana to be put into a quarter-core matchup.
Yeah, I think it's also just like the Zeus is really good, and they should just pick it up here. I don't think a carry there looks as good as Zeus does, because now you're answering the Naga, your Mirana and stuff are still able to help deal with the Phoenix. Like I think as well, Zeus's magical output, damage output, is hard for Puck to deal with. He's quite squishy. Like you buy a Witchblade, right? That gives you armor and stuff, but it doesn't protect you from Zeus. So his game becomes harder. I like it a lot.
Yeah, whatever is on the offlane must bring utility to Oridu, like some pipe, something like that, right?
Yeah.
Like you want to be able to sustain yourself at least a little bit versus the Zeus, and you can't really count on the super late game anymore. Like even in that last game, you couldn't. Naga isn't necessarily the hero that scales better than a lot of heroes. She has that, I don't know, 30 to 40 minute mark in which she takes over. Yeah. If you don't win in that time span, usually even a Prophet, like we've seen in the last game, just becomes stronger. Yeah. And in this game, you already are playing versus the Zeus, even the Mirana, like you mentioned. Some Mjolnirs, MKBs, whatever Daedalus later on, you can deal with the illusions and the Naga itself.
I guess what I see though is like the team fighting from Oridu looks way stronger in a sense because you can whoever OG go on with like Roar and they want to burst, but you're gonna have a lot of healing from the Phoenix. You're gonna get that shot on Rubik later. Like I think there's a lot of nice save, and you can even song if necessary to sort of reset the fight. And like they also have a lot of really good split pushing, like Puck with like bots, whatever, plus Naga. They're gonna be playing maybe the way OG played last game. And I think OG this time kind of maybe don't have the best tools necessary to deal with that.
They ban out the Dawnbreaker that we've already seen it from OT, right? Like they picked the Puck and the Dawn, plus the Phoenix Sag. Like the team fight very early on would be difficult to deal with.
I like OG's like matchups right now, I guess, with like the Zeus, like to cause. I think I like that more. But I think Oridu still have a lot of stuff available.
Veno.
Oh,
okay.
I think this team single-handedly popularized Veno.
Oh, for sure. They love it. They love it. Wuta loves playing Veno.
Yeah.
Is it a Veno game, though? Are you like, oh, yeah, this pick, I can see the reason.
There's Zeus, there's techies from distance. That you will be hit by all of the creeps from Beast as well. Mirana, if she is a core, she's very squishy. So it can be a little bit of a problem for her to sustain herself versus all the Gale and all the poison that this guy is bringing. Venom, sorry, that this guy is bringing.
So there's going to be a support Mirana. Yeah. We're not going to be treated to another +1 Mirana, unfortunately.
I think that's fair. I do like the Lifestealer. Like yeah, I mean, you're playing into a bunch of like magical. I think TA 2000 maybe needs an Orchid to deal with him, and then he has to buy like a BKB, and then he's kind of okay again.
Mm-hmm. Do you think this is going to be like some... I'm thinking, what's Yuragi doing here with the item build? Is it like a normal standard, you're with Beastmaster so you can play the game really fast early on, right? Like some Dezo Armlet? Or are you going for a Radiance into the Naga, which is also like not that bad versus all the illusions?
Yeah. I mean, the only thing is, do you think OG can end this game in the right time? Because I'm looking at Oridu and like Venomancer is so annoying because he gets the shard, and then Lifestealer, when he rages, he's just going to get stunned by that, which is really hard. And they're just, there's like so much split push from Oridu. I actually really like Oridu's lineup this game. I think it's better, personally. I
think the problem for Oridu, for OG, is that they have no ways of easily getting on top of Venomancer. Like usually I want to see any sort of a playmaker like a Storm Spirit, Void Spirit, Ember, whatever that gets on top of him easily eliminates him. They don't have, they have a Zeus on the mid lane, Nikes on the safe lane, Beastmaster off lane, not very mobile.
Yeah, there's no like real proper playmaking on OG. There's no like...
that Techie's blast off, guys. What are you on about?
I mean, yeah, like Lifestealer has to use Techies. Yeah, like that's their only play. It looks like super awkward for me. I don't like it.
Looks rough, right?
Yeah.
We'll see if OT are able to take this small draft advantage into a win. But it's going to be game number 2 between OG and OT with Lyrical and Ketsu.
Thank you so much, Nat, and the panel, and we're back again for another hopefully fabulous game number 2. We are getting some more spicy stuff from OG. They're feeling themselves. You saw Taiga and that little listen in there at the end. I'm so good at Dota. It was pretty good. They looked solid. But what do you think about this Ordu Thunder draft? I mean, Venomancer, it's their special sauce.
Well, once again, this team picks Venomancer, and I would have never in any game thought that I would want to play it there. But, you know, they are the team that have made this hero look like it's playable, and they actually win with it. So I'll say OT's draft is pretty good. There's a lot of potential for some particular players, I would say, to pop off. Noob, if I'm playing Puck this game, I feel like I would feel pretty good. And Yuragi on Nakes. I feel like Nakes has a very good matchup nowadays against Naga Siren. So I feel like even though he doesn't have this clear get into the fight, unless they do the go into techies and blast off in the middle of them.
Right.
Feel like he can maybe just stand his ground on his own with the auras.
Right, yeah, that's an interesting dynamic there. And I think that, of course, you're still going to run into some of those issues. They talked about the latent toxicity coming from the Veno later on, which just immediately completely disrupts his rage shenanigans. But I would imagine if you, like, infest inside of an ally, it probably won't matter. I don't know. Regardless, you can take a look at the esportsbet.io odds, 1.7 to 2.0, feeling themselves on the side of Oradu again as the axes get spammed out, and it looks like it's going to be 2 bounty runes apiece.
I mean, the top lane could be a little awkward. I mean, Techie's Lifestealer against a double range of Veno Rubik. I would say one cool thing about this Veno pick was a lot of the heroes OG wanted were likely melee heroes, maybe an Ursa, or even the Lifestealer here, where sure, you're good in the game against the Venomancer, but the laning stage could be really rough, especially when your 5 is a 49 damage hero.
No, it's not a great lane. That's something to be said. Techies obviously does have that spam capability coming out with the sticky bombs and all the rest of it, but it's very much like an all-in type of thing. As we take a look at all 3 of these lanes, BZM facing off against Noob in the mid yet again, and TA2000 again playing Naga Siren. I gotta say, I just kind of hate this hero nowadays. I don't know what it is. I just, you know, not a fan.
I'm not surprised. I think it's like the 4th time I hear you say it this week, so I kind of saw it. And also,
I think it's lost every game.
I mean, I'm not too surprised. I also feel like TA2000, when he plays a range hero, this guy looks like, I don't know, the next best carry in the world.
Right.
We're sure his Naga is still very good, but I would agree with you. It's not looked as good.
But still has been willing to go back to it and feeling comfortable on it, and to some extent for good reason, because he was taking over that game. He was in a really solid position, and in the end, it kind of fell apart. You can see there, at least overall wins to 66% win rate, but has, again, been a little bit rough every now and then.
Yeah, and once again, I like... well, actually, I love the fact that they have this Ring of Basilius again in the lane bottom. They put the Mirana there, so you have double AoE clear against the Naga. So I feel like DM, once again, gonna be up to just a very good start.
Dare we say it? We might see the drums again.
He will be schlomming all over them once again. Why not?
Chu and Omar up top sort of facing off against each other as well, trying to zone him out of this area and make sure that he can deny out any creeps from spawning there, keeping that pressure on, while simultaneously Yuragi's going to run back in. So things to watch for, of course, is Chu gets Galed, is going to actually take reactive taser.
I mean, this man knows his techies, so I ain't going to question it. So yeah, a little bit of movement speed bonus and disarming them, maybe to get away from this Gale into slows. Yeah, why not?
That's kind of interesting. So again, that one disarms when they right-click you and it's active, but then a second disarm once it runs out. A bit of a strange spell, as he's going to keep on plinking Omar there.
Maybe some creative way to get through this lane, right? As they are pinging out Omar. Chu wants to be a little aggressive, but looks like Yuragi, he's just very happy and content to just get some creeps.
Well, he dumps at him, and there it is. The disarm
Double
on the
disarm,
boat.
baby.
Sick. Dude, look at that.
He's going to be a healing bot in this lane, I feel like, for Yuragi. So if he can soak up the pressure, which he has been doing, then I think he's doing a great job up here.
Keeping him farming on Yuragi. With that said, still going to probably be a bit of an issue for him to keep that farm going. While down bottom, TA2000 14-3. And Kairi, it's a little bit low down here. Trading hits with Taiga. Does get hit by another one of those fire spirits. And still trying to find some purchase with a stacked up small camp. Taiga gonna redraw aggro. Has to just leap away again. And even a third leap. And now he's in trouble. Does have that fairy fire. The net comes out at level 3. And TA2000, he's going to draw first blood.
Nice job there by TA2000. This is just a very nice play. You have the stack camp. So even though, like, Taiga feels very forced to stop it, which he does, but you can sometimes force your enemies into a small mistake. It happens. They get the net. First blood. Great start.
We'll see if he decides to go for a bottle refill. Looks like he is in towards mid. Passes that one back over to Mr. BZM. And then maybe can get another round with the water runes. We'll see if actually... He might actually be able to take away the other water rune too. So Noob, off the back of that, is not going to get a refill.
Yeah, Taiga definitely made the most out of that situation. Now BZM can look to play a bit more aggressive as Noob. His HP levels are dropping a little bit with the bottle refill and them not being able to get the rune. Uragi up top. A little bit of pressure, but just going to rage it off.
Gives one tap to each of them before he goes back towards his lane, and a stacked up camp will be able to connect there as Kairi comes back to lane. So Techies gets a good pull off on the top side while trying to contest this one by DM, even just clearing out those stacks now.
Omar getting clicked down, but looks like he's going to be okay. Zeus ult is going to be something we have to watch for in, like, you know, around the 530 mark and so on. People are going to drop low. Get some raindrops, my bros. Stay alive.
As Chu is being chased down here, we'll get pulled back in while DM down bottom getting ran down by TA2000. Chu backs away as that little movement speed and reactive taser run out as Uragi makes the move and now can maybe find something here onto Omar, but will manage to TP away as Witter backs out, keeps the pressure onto Chu with the Plague Wards, and does have stick charges. Chu being brought lower and lower by this Veno. Underneath the tower, does he stay alive? No. So they managed to find the kill solo with the Veno.
Okay. I still feel like Chu's doing a pretty good job, even though you end up dying there. Uragi having a good time in this lane, just kind of, you know, chilling away against his two range heroes. He's pretty much getting through the roughest time of the lane. As TA2000, they're doing an incredible job down here. They're up by 900 gold over the Beastmaster.
TA2000 is really at a hot start, as DM did die that one time while we were watching the stuff coming in top. So both offlaners not in the best of situations. Veno actually is doing quite well.
Yeah.
Taiga trading hits. Leaps away from that net. Still trying to stay on him. Another leap charge use and does get out of harm's way.
Just probably trying to play around for this Zeus ult. Whenever you do have the zero mid, you really want to... You're more inclined to take these trades in your side lane, but not really happening too much, right? Techies, Chu doesn't have too much playability up top. Taiga is looking for it.
Trying to find it. Zeus ult, and the arrow does ring around the Rosie, but not enough damage. Oh, Kaori making the solid play.
Ooh, he played him. He was very early on the stick chargers. He knows he has the stick chargers, the raindrop. Gets a little dive around, swoops around him, and gets the kill. That's not only just a solo kill, that's also Zeus ult baited out.
Yeah, really good stuff. And that means that, you know, top lane, they're a little bit more free to make these plays. Taiga refills that bottle. But feeling more comfortable for Ordu Thunder across the board. They're off to a 4-0 start right now.
Doing great.
A very good game.
And again, with the double sentry ward in the mid lane, I feel like this is... It's just really good. Whenever you have these two sentries mid, you will nearly... always find the enemy mid ward. It's going to help you with the room control. You can also now play around Noob again. They did a great job at doing that in the last game. They can look to do that again in this game on like the next active rune.
And you look at this, we're taking a look at down bottom. That active rune, it could even be to maybe try and see if they can sneak away some of these stacks, which are being built up by OG. Not easy with their lineup, it must be said. Yeah. But at the very least, they can maybe come and contest them if they feel the need. As Uragi passed over more regen, just constantly getting that fed into him by Chu.
Yeah, Chu's not going to have the greatest early game as, Seeds of Serenity is definitely a very good item to be getting in this lane. As Uragi just going to keep on being chipped down.
Pops the seeds, eats the ward, back to farming.
Missed the CS.
These things happen.
Hate to see it. And a deny, Omar, just chatting it up.
Messing with Uragi for all their worth. Well, they actually are going to go in. TA2000 realizing that these stacks were being made, comes in to steal away a couple of those big creeps. I think got all three of them there.
Omar's coming, Noob is coming around.
And Kaori there too. DM in a world of hurt. The coil is down, going to connect onto both. Can't get that roar off. And Noob with a double kill, 6-0 at 8 minutes.
Ooh, OT. I like what I'm seeing. They're pressuring up top. They scout out the triangle. They go there's two. The fight continues a little bit. And now it's very easy for Noob to just, okay, I run over, press a two-man coil, get the kills, get the stacks. pretty damn good.
And this is exactly what we wanted to see from this Ordu Thunder lineup, right? They sort of really got this like heartbreaking loss in game number 1.
Yeah.
Were able to sort of come back into this one, you know, not be that concerned about it, and are absolutely slaying at this early stage.
Noob is with an Invis rune here.
Yeah, an Invis rune, and that one's going to be enough of a punish. The lift afterwards, they managed to find another kill. Everybody on OG is dying.
Just gotta love seeing these fast plays. You pick up the Invis, he instantly uses it, TP's top, gets the vision on Yuragi, who he's just always getting chipped down, so he's half HP, easy kill as Noob runs into the enemy jungle.
Silence is there for a while. BZM,
Just
the
walks
only
it off.
one that's yet to die on his team, who does not manage to find enough to bring down Noob. Still sitting very pretty, tries to get some of that last little bit to farm there. Chu contesting the Puck's farm. But yeah, game looking incredibly hard, and they've almost lost their tier 1 tower up top too for OG. Ordu Thunder, they're doing everything right.
Yeah, everything on the entire map is going perfectly. You have Phoenix who's taking over the bottom lane because he's just defending, he's chilling, he's not really gonna die. TA 2000 farms the jungle. In the meantime, you have your 2 range guys making Yuragi's lane a living hell. And Noob, he just has an easy time. He rotates in between, and looks like for OG, there's no real answer, at least right now.
Right. No, there are very few places that they can go where it feels like they can set up for a kill or do anything. It's like what the panel was talking about, just not a ton of playmakers.
You need to kick out this Phoenix eventually. We see this a lot in these games, these Treants, these Phoenixes. Kaori is very happy. I would say overall OT, if the map continues like this, they're super happy. So for OG, it's on them to break it and, you know, just make OT respond to you in some capacity.
Right. They need to not just be able to free farm literally the entire map.
Yeah.
I mean, they're even farming the Dyers, Ancients, and regular jungle. So a smoke up comes out now. Taiga, Chu playing together, heading down south towards the area where TA 2000 is, and they will see illusions pass by, but not going to find the real Naga Siren. So this smoke, it's not going to connect.
I mean, can you even kill the Naga? If they they would have to find him in a really nice place. So they'll still try to kick out Kaori in this bottom lane, which is definitely long overdue. Let's see if it's going to work out.
Level 7
on
this
guy
Phoenix.
Is living life.
Yeah, the axes come out, tries to dodge away. Can they get vision?
Oh, they got him.
They pull him back in, but the egg, that is not going to work.
He nearly got the hawk, though. I think he wanted this hawk on the right. He nearly got the gold.
I see. That makes sense. Very good, very good. Okay, so first kill on the board for OG. Still, Ordu Thunder looking great.
Oh, they're looking amazing. Even with this kill, it may not be enough yet. They're going to be forced to linger around. Otherwise, Kaori might just TP there and, use some Fire Spirits again and delay it. Whereas OT, super happy with how the map is looking right now.
Right. They do have that Helm of the Dominator coming out for DM. As they are also on Ordu Thunder, though, taking the mid tower. Kaori does come back. He's not afraid about it. He's like, hey, you can't roar me again. Taiga gonna die in mid. As everywhere you look, they're chasing these heroes down one by one, although Kaori might have overstayed there. So they do manage to find that finish. And in towards mid.
Okay, looks like Yuragi's coming. I mean, I'm A-okay with Kaori going down here. He kept 2 more heroes here. He defended the tower. In the meantime, they just go mid, they kill the Mirana, and now they just take the mid tower.
Everything going good right now. 8-2. Both
and
of
now
those
Puck
kills on the
TP's bottom.
Phoenix.
It's someone else's turn to go and defend the bot lane.
And that one a much harder kill to get.
Yeah.
Particularly with the Haste Rune in hand.
Yeah, he has Witchblade, level 10, Haste Rune, Arcane Ring. This map feeling pretty damn easy to play for OT right now.
Man, this is what happens for OG. You win a match, you're feeling good, and suddenly you're like, hey guys, let's techies. Right?
Yeah. Techies is good here, right? Guys, let's go.
Wait, this is the initiation.
Oh, there it is.
The leap into Infest. We didn't think about that one. They wanted away. Lizard was saying getting on top of that Venomancer, and they found it.
They have 3 different, weird jumps. You can even jump into Zeus. He does a little Mario pop into the fight, initiating Zeus. Who was it? Dawn Gaming, Season 1. They were ahead of everyone else.
They knew. They knew.
They knew that Zeus is a goddamn initiator.
We should have known.
God. They knew. I didn't. I'm just too stupid.
No. Well, you know what? As Yuragi backs away, some signs of life as they take down the Venomancer. But Ordu Thunder, what do you see them wanting to do? Because I feel like before you were just saying keep the map as it was and they're happy. Is that still the case right now?
I would say step 1, allow TA2000 to play the map, and you allow your Naga and Phoenix to play the map, and if they do it properly, your Rubik, Puck, and Veno, they can kind of go together in a group and look to make aggressive plays. But I think the aggressive plays should come from you having a good map position.
Okay. And naturally running into the OG heroes.
Yeah.
Okay. That makes sense.
And they're holding their map beautifully. Like Kaori, again, sure, they did kill him once, and then they killed him a second time, but then nicely done by OT. They put a different hero to delay the tower once more, and now Kaori, he's stationed in the bottom lane once again.
And very comfortable there, getting those levels. I mean, he is incredibly farmed. He's almost on par in terms of levels with the Lifestealer. This is a really farmed Phoenix for these early goings. Ragi trying to build into this Radiance, it looks like, as he's already finished off the armlet.
I mean, we've seen before what a Phoenix can do, not only Chu, looking with the silence. They have Zeus ult.
Doing what they can. Mines drop down.
It's not enough.
Low, but can't get the finish. And TA2000
now he's dead.
Shows up and cleans up the kill. And now, Invis, do they see these heroes, though? DM wanting to find it. Here. This is a good initiation if they can find enough damage in time, trying to kill him off. TA2000, he Manta dodged it! What? He Manta dodged the Zeus ult! Insane!
Stolen Infest.
And now trying to live through it. The stun is out. All right, call. Y'all are done. You can't come back from that. He Manta dodged the Zeus ult. As that is going to be the rundown onto BZM.
Uh-oh.
Oh, my goodness. Stolen Thunder God's Wrath.
Call the police, because that was definitely illegal for him to stay alive in this fight. Now, they had the Stolen Infest, they just heal him up, they get off the Egg Song, Stolen Zeus ult for the next fight coming up. Yeah, I mean, OT, making it look a little too easy. Also, I love the casual cloak for now on the Naga.
I was going to talk about
him live.
That.
He gets to turn it into the Mage Slayer later. Just all these little things coming together.
Ordu Thunder playing some damn good Dota here in game number 2, wanting to push us to another 3-game series. And, oh my god, Omar, he wants it. Does he drop down? Oh no, I don't know if he saw him there or not, but there's a chance he could have maybe find Yuragi slipping off to the side, as, of course, he does still have that Thunder God's Wrath, so a massive amount of damage can come out very rapidly.
Okay. TA2000 just protecting his own jungle. I like for now that he has the Orchid queued up. I think in game 1 they were too passive. Going this Orchid to give yourself more kills, suddenly you can kill the Mirana, you can pressure the Zeus, even against Lifestealer as well. If this hero doesn't have Rage, he's just food.
Right. If he does not have a way out, and we'll take a look at this replay again, the freaking timing.
He just got the Manta too. He's on Strength Treads with the Cloak, and it's coming soon.
Brought down lower and lower and just gets away from it. Oh, man. That might have been enough.
Yeah, it was definitely enough. It was like 170 HP, I think, even with the Cloak. Very likely to die there.
Could see the very unexpressive face afterwards. He's just like, yeah, no, this is all the time. Don't worry about it.
This bot tower is still alive. Noob's having a laugh.
As speaking of, that is a good chunk of damage out. Taiga tries to get away, but they won't quite be able to do it. And in fact, on Chu over here to the side, he will be brought down. TA2000 getting that kill and finding another. DM tries to get away in the roar and run. As does look like Noob won't be able to chase him all the way out of there. But OT, they want to keep this momentum going. They're going to take this bottom tower. 10,000 net worth at 16 minutes for TA2000.
OT might be one of the best Phoenix teams, at least in Europe. So Mar just grabs himself a little freebie.
And another one, too, the
And
Courier.
Like, there's these heroes that love to defend towers and take fights around a Phoenix. He can hide in the trees, continuously get... You can see OG, for the last 7 minutes, they just keep running at this tower, and it's just giving OT more gold, more fights, which is totally in their favor. Yuragi just getting kicked out by a Phoenix for now.
And forced to use Rage. Yeah, I mean, he's gotten so much. It's a serious problem. And as we've seen from OT before, this build that he goes for, it's into a Hex.
Yeah, they've got a lot of big items coming out later. The Hex to play the map better, the Orchid. OG looking with a Moonlight.
Trying to set up there, gets the silence onto the Veno, trying to bring him down in time, and they will.
Oh,
Noob also dies to it.
Where'd he go?
Okay, maybe a little bit of salvation there as they're going to leap forward, find that egg kill. And don't look now, but they got 3 kills on OG.
All right, good stuff. OG, OT, it's time to take a deep breath, not do that again.
I mean, so this is something I wanted to ask you earlier, but these kills kept happening. How much are you concerned about a similar situation to what we had last game? Do you think OG still have that comeback potential that we saw in game number 1?
They do. There's, again, like some timings coming up with the Beast. He's going to help enable his Lifestealer to get into the game later. I still think that Lifestealer does pretty well against Naga later, but if it stays like this, OT are going to be really good off with the Orchid, the potential Hex, and some silences. But if this happens once more, we're definitely in for a very even and spicy game.
I mean, look at that. Dota Plus win probability. It's actually less than it was at this point last time, and the net worth lead cut down to 3,000. Those couple of important kills right there. And again, setting it up off of the Moonlight Shadow, Oridu need to come up with answers for that.
Okay, currently going into the OG's jungle.
Find Chu, Lifestealer, he's in a Mud Golem, he's ready to brawl. And DM with Helm of the Overlord does have a creep now, and Yuragi getting closer to Radiance. Oh my god, is he gonna do the Radiance Infest, the BSJ? Is it coming back? Running around in a dragon?
I hope not. I don't want to see it. That stuff gave me nightmares back in the day. Maybe you go in a Hawk and you just AFK in it. Don't you think that's better?
That sounds good. Very, very good. Well, time will tell. Back up to 5k gold lead, and with all of the tier 1 towers taken for Oridu and none taken for OG, they don't have that same hero like the Nature's Prophet that can split push the other side of the map as easily.
Yeah, I mean, when you're this far ahead now, as OT, you know that OG don't really want to fight you. I'm not a big fan of how OT are positioning currently, where you're AFKing with 3 heroes mid. This is the hardest lane to like get pickoffs on. OG are just going to put 1 hero here, push it out, and they're going to keep farming the side lane. So for OT, I would like to see them soon spread out a little bit more. As looks like we might have a fight here around the jungle.
Trying to go in for the D ward
Arrow
now.
connects.
Does connect there. It's chasing forward for more, but the back away and stolen Moonlight Shadow. That's interesting. Coil down. DM. Silence for the moment. Witchblade onto him, as well as all that damage coming out from Kaori. They jump in though, and look at it with the shard. It's so much damage out on all of them. OT falling down quick. They lose Beastmaster, but immediately have to back out. Holy moly, was that a big hit.
This is why you pick techies, bros. I've seen this guy do the same thing again. Like, he did it like last year at some Malaysia tournament. I remember they walk up the high ground. He gets his 3-man blast off. Suddenly, they all turn it around. You drop your mines on them. Zeus suddenly deals 10 billion damage. Beautiful teamfight from OG.
I mean, that was crazy. I have not seen that one in a little while there. And the shard showing its value. Again, these little moments for Oridu where it's like you can see how strong they are, you can see how sort of confident they are in their positioning, but if you take one step too far, you only have so many times to learn that mistake before the game's out of hand.
Okay, smoking up. They do have Orchid and Mage Slayer on TA 2000.
Well, down bottom, Taiga is showing on the lane, but they want to go for the bigger kill. And heading off to the side is Zeus. BZM just passing right by them. Now, there is Yuragi and Chu over here. If they jump on Yuragi first, I don't know if they can bring him down in time. So another smoke that doesn't really quite connect in the way that they want it to. But did pop out the rage for the Lifestealer. He jumps out, and Noob forced to jump back to join the rest of his team.
I think that OT right now, they're skipping some steps. They're ahead in the net worth, but this map movement is not inspiring me too much. There's a lot of farm down bottom, up top. They need to create the plays for themselves. Push in bottom, get this gold going, force someone there. Then you can take over the jungle, maybe force Roche, because OG, these last couple minutes, they should be feeling very good about this.
I mean, and I think for Oridu too, maybe some memories about what happened in the last game and how this all went so poorly for them. If it could happen again, the pressure starts to mount for these teams for sure, on the verge of being denied a major entry spot. And now DM, he's pushing down mid. You can see they are spread out now, going to push out those other side lanes, but that gives opening for OG to take that mid tower and get down some deep wards.
Yeah, mid tier 1 is slowly falling. I mean, they just literally got it for free. As TA 2000, he wants to build into a BKB now. Okay. Well, I would like to see them play more on these side lanes and get pickoffs there. You have Puck, you have Naga to get these pickoffs. You also have the Orchid, because you could see them lingering around mid. It hasn't given them anything in the last couple of minutes.
And went for the full Bloodthorn, as a matter of fact.
Huh. Okay. Well, just the silence and the Matriarch, I guess. Also has the Vambrace to help him out a bit more with the magic resistance as OG coming back to the jungle.
Finding one. Kaori there. Chases forward. Arrow. And didn't connect, but it doesn't matter. It's enough to take him down. This lead being cut into by OG Now, Noob is still down bottom, farming out that area himself, as going to block the Ancients. And Yuragi, he's still farming away too, keeping that net worth up. They're starting to catch up in a big way.
Oh, they really, like, OG with their items and what's going on, they're scaling really nicely. It's a little similar to last game, BZM. The more gold and stuff he gets, Zeus is going to output a lot of damage. Like, their damage is not limited, whereas OT, Venno, his item build is going to taper off a bit. Yeah, he has Greaves, Force Staff, Kayori. He's been sitting on his Mystic Staff, but if he doesn't finish it into a Hex, this entire net worth is just, it's worthless until you finish the entire item.
Right, that's a good point. Yeah, 2,700 or whatever gold sunk into nothing. Needs to finish that one off as soon as possible. Also haven't really been able to take that Roshan, which allows you to keep the map state pushing forward into their favor. Noob runs into Taiga here with Yuragi. Jump, silence, backs away. Can't really do that much. And up top, Voidert just going to back away again. So they're holding off again, and every minute that passes while this gold lead remains constant, it becomes less and less important.
Yeah, this next Roche fight, perhaps something they're talking about at this moment is, okay, we want TA2000 to get this BKB and then go force a Roshan fight to then get the Aegis, as Kayori is playing with fire. Nearly got roared there by DM.
Thought about it. Didn't end up going for it, though. Creeps with him, too. So do you like this decision from Oridu to basically just be chilling over the last couple of minutes here? I know earlier you weren't a fan of their map movements. Is there anything you're seeing from them that you like a little bit more now?
They're doing better now with how they're slowly setting up the map, but they're losing a lot of tempo. Judging from how they're moving around the map, they're waiting for some of these item timings.
Okay.
The BKB on TA2000, maybe for the Phoenix Hex as well. He's only 1k away now, but it is a pulse 5 Phoenix. That means another 1 or 2 minutes of him hitting these creeps, and this next Roche fight, I feel like it has got to work out for them.
And I mean, the other thing to sort of keep in mind is with this Phoenix, one of the best neutral items that you can get, they didn't get it this time. No Philly Stone. So that Hex coming that much less quickly. Still top of the net worth in terms of the supports, and they're still holding on to this 5k gold lead.
Yeah, they're doing better now. You see Puck in this bottom lane, Noob getting pressured.
Silence, long duration. The Glimmer Cape's going to be there to keep him out of trouble.
Yeah, I like this more right now. So now you have Noob who got a lot of gold bottom, pushed in the lane. In the meantime, you have Venno got to push in top, and now you can go for a play. This is now where they gather up mid, and I like that.
Oridu Thunder's resetting themselves. We'll see if they find anything, though. It is the big creep in towards mid. DM keeping it alive as he backs away. And probably is going to need to grab another one pretty soon. But they go into Roche. So this is what they feel like is going to be their strong suit. But likewise, need to be careful. Mirana, Moonlight Shadow ready, and they have Greaves good to go on that Mirana.
OG did scan them out. They know they're not fully hitting Roche, or at least someone is eating the scan. Let's see how they go about it. Scouting with an arrow.
Reveals themselves, taking out that ward for a moment. That was just
Chu is looking.
They have good vision here, looks for it, and finds the puck at the start. He's gone! Just like that, TA2000 finds the control, but there's the Greaves and the runaway. With the leap out, Taiga doesn't have another arrow. It connects! They find him, TA2000, not willing to go for it though.
Okay.
After the buyback from Puck, they just want to sit back and relax for a second.
Just respecting the buyback. Yeah, why not? I'm a fan of that. Chu, again, with a great catch, gives the spell amp onto the Puck for the Zeus. So BZM, just cleaning house. Scaling as well, has a Bloodstone completed, building into more. Another smoke coming up.
It's going to come a little bit late this time, though. Roche down to very low HP, trying to move in with the Lifestealer. They throw the lift. The arrow is there, but there's going to be the arrow follow-up. They take the Aegis on Noob after the buyback, and now thinking that they've caught the real Lifestealer, trying to bring him down, but it's not him. It is not him at all. So the Supernova used, and OG, now in spite of that Aegis, I wonder if they feel confident just trying to pressure some more.
Yeah, I would say if you're OG, you would still feel pretty strong. I feel like Chu has had a lot of impact in these fights. Very good that they do give the Aegis to Noob. He needs it. He did buyback in order to help you obtain this Aegis in the first place. But a lot of, like some of these items, the Bloodthorn, yeah, it does help you passively, but the Orchid didn't really get you too much. The good thing is for Kayori, he did finish up the Hex now. Very, very big deal.
They can use that one to set up for these fights, take these key pickoffs, either BZM or Lifestealer. Would be super clutch for them. Bloodstone done on BZM. Of an interesting choice there for himself, as they have taken the tier 2 tower both top on the side of Oridu and then the tier 2 mid for OG.
I like the Bloodstone build with the tankiness. If OT ever tried really hard to kill you, well, first of all, you're very tanky yourself. You have the Nether Shawl, the Spell Amp. You also have Yuragi, who can protect you. He can infest you, give you a lot of this HP, and then suddenly it's even more. The Greaves on Taiga as well. So yeah, big fan of that build.
Top side, they still need to deal with this pressure that's coming in from these illusions, whittling away the tier 3 tower, killing it off, and having the Plague Wards too set up and keeping that tier 3 tower being brought down. So they're going to send back one to try and deal with this. It is going to be the Zeus. A lot of heroes from OT still in the area.
I do like the pressure on the tower, but OG are doing a good job currently of just having BZM here. He should likely know that they're just hiding. But Omar, he has stolen arrow, and the Hex, as we touched on, it is completed. So OT looking for something more aggressive.
And that tower almost all the way dead. Well, bottom, they haven't been able to take the tier 2.
Tower. Okay.
Can they keep pushing for more down bottom? Because they're not going away up here. Eventually they kill off those illusions, drop down a bomb. When they show up with more, it's back to the races. And yeah, DM, he's going to force them back. It is at least Kyrie for the moment.
Okay, he's going to look to buy a shard or the... I would say gem is maybe higher priority for now, like for this map to get all the wards going, make sure that you come back, and most importantly, these Hawks. Like when you play this stale game against Beastmaster, the Hawks on the map, they just do so much.
Shutting those down and making sure that there's not a good opening for him is so important, as they did catch sight there of Omar heading away. Now the Moonlight Shadow used, BZM farming up, spots themselves the puck. DM nearby those illusions, sending in his creep nearby. Ooh, thought about the roar there. Instead, gonna roar onto the illusion of the Naga Siren. That's not what he's looking for, but Yuragi's on him. He's down to solo T2000, the Glimmer, but he's gone. They got him. A big Veto ulti, though, as everybody tries to get out. They infest away with Chu, and Omar gonna go down too. Chu could think about reinitiating. The panel laughed about it, but the techies cometh as they try and chase him down. Doesn't have a blast off available again, but another huge win as they kill off the Naga Siren, and OG now have a net worth lead.
I mean, Chu is just owning these fights. He's getting the best blast-offs ever. Maybe I jinx him a little bit.
The jinx is normal.
Yeah.
But does manage to get away for the moment.
Okay.
Nope. Blast off.
No
Finds
way.
him. The stun. Oh, Cho! He did it. He takes him down with the Aegis. DM gives the tip. And BZM wanting to set up on him now. Arrow. Oh, connected Taiga. He finds his man.
No.
And OG, they are cooking right now. Unreal.
Oh, it feels good to be this good. I'm sure OG are feeling this way right now. 90 seconds on the puck. Remember, he bought back earlier. OG are up 3k gold now.
What a turnaround that they've had in another game. OG, they're just finding the right moments. DM on the back of this Helm of the Overlord. This BKB just puts out so much additional physical damage onto Yuragi, who is taking that tier 3 tower. Now, they do need to be careful. There's a lot of spam coming from Oridu Thunder.
They can keep slowly poking. At least the puck is dead. Maybe take the tower. I don't know if they want to commit to the racks. Let's see. I could definitely see a way where you just farm the map. But let's see what they want to go for. I mean, they're feeling themselves. They want to go for more.
Plague Ward's down, but it doesn't really matter that much as they run away for a second. Yeah, haven't seen that latent toxicity yet from Venomancer. He's queued up the shard and wants to get it, but I mean, even if you get it, the range isn't that great on it either.
Ooh, I'm just clicking around to see these item builds, and I'm starting to see more and more passive stuff coming out. The BKB on TA2000, I don't mind it, but next item hard. Next item queued up on puck, it's an Aeon disc. And with how these fights are going, yeah, I understand that OG are going on you, but OT, they need to play more together as a team. I don't think it's about the items. It's about how they're positioning.
And that has been a bit of an issue. If you're out of position, you have an Aeon disc, you still might get brought down afterwards, depending upon how it all goes. And Puck, I mean, in that last fight, Chu was just inside of his brain.
Yeah, literally.
Like, he was slaying him.
Yuragi has a full Satanic completed.
And the birds come down onto Omar, tries to back away, does not have the shard for himself yet, hasn't been able to get the gold for it. And now a second root connects onto him. Taiga leaps away, rooted. Greaves backs out. The egg is down.
Okay.
The Hex is there. This is a good fight for him, but the jump away, and then the Infest inside the illusion. He gets out of harm's way. Yuragi dodges the stun, but the Roar follow-up is there. Omar doing a lot in this fight. They've already lost 2. Are they going to lose more?
Oh my God, he's dead.
Yuragi goes down, and OT. They're not going out without a fight. They find him there with the song. Going to catch this Zeus. And will they bring him down? The Hex is there. They got more than enough.
Oh
Oradu,
my
they
God.
find the perfect fight.
See, you don't need defensive items. So finally, they use the Hex aggressively. Kaori just chats it up. He dives in, hexes the Lifestealer, eggs on top, and the stolen Roar as well from Omar on top of Yuragi, who nearly got out by infesting his own illusion, by the way. But yeah, here they combine their heroes, and they get to take the fight. Very nicely done.
Crazy, crazy. Back to 1,000 gold, separating these two teams the other way.
All right, we're back.
As we swing back and forth. OG just a little bit, like you said, too confident in that moment, and they get punished super hard. I mean, now with the sort of switch up that we're seeing, this Hex on Phoenix finding that Lifestealer, what do you think OG's path into these fights need to be?
You might have to think about force staffs yourself. So when someone does get hexed, you get to force them out. Or the other way is that I want to be the one initiating so that when I go in, I pop Rage and I can't get hexed. It can't be like some random in-between stuff where, oh, you know, Taiga leaps in. I think that's going to be a one and done. We won't see that again.
It's fair. And maybe that's sort of the avenue that they need to go for, because they have amazing vision on this team. You're going to have Techie's Minds down, Thunder God's Wrath, you've got Beastmaster Hawks, you've got Moonlight Shadow. And I'm imagining, yeah, you can see already DM knows what he needs to do in this game. He's queued up that Blink Dagger. That's what he wants next.
I mean, help Yuragi to get into these fights, right? We were kind of memeing about some of these jumps, but make it easier so that Chu doesn't have to jump in, because he's been owning with the Blast Off. There's another Hex on Taiga.
They find him with the pullback, with the Roar stolen, and the kill. Taiga going to drop. And immediately, Noob backs away.
Oh, this stolen Roar is going to be applying a lot of pressure. Sure, it didn't really help them get this kill, but him having it and then having Naga being able to play the map, I think the OT, the next 2 minutes, are going to look pretty good for them.
I mean, it's crazy cast range.
Yeah, it is.
With that Eye of the Vizier, too, it's like from crazy far away. And now, Oradu Thunder.
They might be looking for a quick play here.
It can be dangerous going for the all-in, but with the Hex out from Kaori, they find that Zeus lift back. Do they have enough to bring him down? Primal Roar back off cooldown in a couple seconds. They use one on DM. Force Staff keeping alive that Naga Siren, and they still have the Roar on Rubik if they need it. As they set their sights on these tier 3 towers, thinking about going towards mid afterwards. With no BZM, it's so hard to defend this.
All right, OT are back. Someone definitely made a call earlier. Guys, what the hell are we doing? Let's just go in, use our items, use our spells, and let's go play the game. Because now they're showing up and they're just killing everyone.
It's a really impressive showing from them. Because this is the thing too, right? We talked about the mental fortitude required to come back into a game after game number 1, but also within the game itself, they were ahead so far, they dropped the ball, and then they were able to reconstitute themselves, get back going.
Yeah, they just pick it back up. And this Hex, it took a long time, but we can see it. It won them the last fight. Now, again, it gives them this pick-up. And it's just your pos 5 going in with the dive Hex.
I love that. BZM, go. We have
ready.
DC.
No, just go.
Yeah, just go. Don't worry, guys. But Rubik reconnected. Should be back and ready to go again.
Still has the Roar for like 1 more minute.
I mean, you see the concentration on the face of TA2000 right now. The game on the back of him, 300 ping.
That's not good.
That's not great.
Lifestealer is missing. They're talking about Lifestealer right now. Not sure exactly what it is. But it's like, we need to kill him, or when he pops Rage, we now have Roar, we can get him that way. But OT, yeah, I love the fact that they were able to just really switch the way that they play in the middle of the game.
Getting hydrated there as, again, a 5,000 gold lead, but the things to watch for: Zeus right now dead and does not have buyback available to him. Is just 1,400 gold off of it. As Zeus reconnects, they're ready to go. How much do they need to hold this? TA2000 gets hit with an arrow right out of the paws.
That should be pretty free, right? Without the Zeus, I don't see how they can defend this. And then it's on OT. Do they want to poke a second Rax? Get the whole map in control? Let's see.
It's dangerous. Roche is up right now.
Yeah.
That's a really
That should
free
be
and
the
nice
call.
one.
Yeah.
But OT, do they get tempted? TA2000 walking back over to hit the tier 3 tower. Zeus back up in 25 seconds. 2 lanes is very, very nice. But Roche, are they going to give this up?
There's a DD rune up top.
Oh my god. That's so good.
And
All
they
right.
see it.
Yeah, TA2000 going to head on over, and they will probably check Roche immediately. So they see that it's up and going to start trying to take this down. OG, can they get here in time?
I don't think they can. There's also a full BKB completed on Noob. Like, he can go into these fights. All he has to look at is DM with the roar.
Oh, the root coming out from the Hawk. They use the Zeus Nimbus as well to see this. Roche is dropping lower and lower, and I think that they're going to get it in time. Yeah, can't get here quick enough on OG. So Aegis on to TA2000. The buyback status for all of them is there for the timing of it, but Noob and the Rubik, Omar, still a little ways away in terms of gold.
Okay, so for OT, it's going to be time to push out some waves. Bottom lane is a little bit of an annoying spot, starting to push in. There's 2 siege waves as well. So once they get the waves in control, I think they can look for a smoke.
How much does this nullifier from Yuragi change the state of the game to you?
So it's again, how many? There's 2 Force Staffs, a Glimmer Cape. I mean, it will help him get on the target, but I feel like it's for him, it's more about actually getting in the fight, not sticking on someone. The bigger problem is for him to even get to hit someone at all.
Yeah. Well, and they do have the Blink Dagger now done for DM.
Yeah.
Oh, he gets caught with the Hex! Oh, BKB TP out, maybe? No, it's not going to happen. They bring down the Beast, and that was without buyback. So 60 seconds, no Beast.
Okay, that's big. Continue to push in the lanes, another tier 2 tower. Maybe poke up a tier 3 perhaps, or go around the map. BZM wants to maybe take back his own outpost.
And if they were to click on him, they would see that he does have that Blink Dagger now. Might be a signal that there was a, no buyback used in that moment, or no buyback available in that moment.
Okay, it's Tiger. He's looking.
Oh, God. Oh,
they
God.
see him.
Oh,
Hex.
God. They got him. They dropped it down.
He didn't know.
The dust available, and yeah. That one hurts. Now, no Mirana. He will have it back up in 50 gold. This may get that guy a bounty rune.
Well, he wanted to set up, but OT were one step ahead. 12k gold lead. Noob's in a great position again. You have 20 seconds, 3v5.
Oh, and Oradu. Do they spot him? Yuragi's there. Needs to be careful of that Hex. He's going to pop that Rage. Goes immediately onto TA. Going to back out for a moment, and Lightning Bolt keeps enough distance there.
Looking in the back.
Looking for it and finding it. The leash is there. DM shows back up, though. The egg is down, and BZM caught and killed with no buyback on that Zeus.
They got Yuragi as well.
No buyback on Yuragi. They are going to take these buildings down. Oradu Thunder up a magnificent amount of gold, 16k, and starting to hit these, but buildings might just not stop.
What a great play from Noob. He hid in the trees, jumped in, coiled, and then pushed BZM out with the Psychic Headband to actually initiate that fight.
And another roar going to be used, finding this Techie
Stolen
Stu,
arrow.
who had been so annoying for them this entire time.
GG.
GG is called. Oradu, they're pushing us to a game 3.
Oh, I love how they bounce back in this game. We thought OG, they just had it clear, cleanly, but then OT, they win this one fight with the Hex. They must have had a really good communication in the middle of this game to bounce back, and they must be feeling amazing right now.
Yeah, one game away from going to the major for the first time for a lot of these players. And I'm never going to doubt TA2000 Naga again, I promise. maybe a little bit.
I may not even doubt Techies.
Yeah?
I was like, this hero looked damn good.
Though.
Doesn't matter to me. That hero looked pretty damn good.
Okay.
But yeah, Naga Siren, we were maybe hating it a little too much as well. Because, once they bounced back with that one Hex kill, I feel like that was a completely different team.
Right, totally. Yeah, and Kaori making this work on the Phoenix, even though they sort of had that fall off that we saw in there, when he eventually got that item, it was really good.
Yeah, I mean, it took a bit. I think now moving into the next game, that won't happen again. Because now it happened 2 games in a row. I feel like someone stepped it up. I was like, guys, please, let's go together. Let's do shit, play Dota, and if they show up like this in the last game, it might be hard for OG.
It might be tough for OG. We'll see. We're pushed to the distance either way for both of these teams as we head on back to the panel and get ready for the final one.
Ooredoo Thunders, what an amazing performance there. All it really took was one team fight there at the end to really turn the tables, and from there was nothing for OG to do. However, OG stood more of a chance than we kind of gave them credit for. We weren't really in favor of their draft too much, but there was this lull, there was downtime where it felt like Ooredoo Thunders weren't doing a whole lot on the map.
They won, yeah. And I mean, my boy Techies, he may have lost, guys, but
it looked
my
good.
boy Techies,
he looked good while losing.
Yeah, when he had that shot, oh my god, I actually had hope. They made me believe. I was so excited.
Check this Manta dodge.
Okay. Oh, this was really good.
Easy.
Dude, I cannot believe that comeback. Was it the stolen infest as well that saved him?
Stolen infest as well. Rubik was on point. Omar making some really nice plays on the Rubik as well.
Yeah.
Really good spells. Spell steals. Whoa.
Spells in his pocket that he didn't own before.
Spells that have been stolen,
Those
such
ones.
as Roar as well, right? Like
yeah.
turning some of these fights completely upside down.
Oh yeah, it was nice. Oh, look at that, my boy. God, I love Techies so much. God, I feel so bad. But
you want to talk a little bit more about?
No, I'm going to stop talking about
okay.
Techies now.
All right.
But it was good. I think the way that they took these team fights were just so nice for them in the moment. But the problem is, eventually, like OT are ahead. Were ahead, sorry. And they were building towards their timings of like the Hex on Phoenix, for example, right? And we saw that when they did use it in an effective offensive manner, right here, for example, perfect timing.
This is literally the moment where the game completely switches up and OG lose it, right? Up to this point, I felt that OG were in a good spot, and then they tried to assault this high ground against the Puck Phoenix. Like, you have absolutely no business.
Know your place.
Running uphill like that. Yeah, know your place indeed. Like they needed to continue making this pick-off style of or reactive style of a play. They went in a little bit cocky in that last fight. They got punished for it, and from that moment onwards, they had absolutely no footing. Like they were just picked off one by one.
Yeah, you talk about the pick-off style of OG. I see Noob Ender 9-3-11 here. I'm not going to lie. It felt like this Puck was getting caught a lot more than just 3 times. I know he did end up dying with the Aegis at 1.2, but they were really spot on OG, I think, at times to rotate wherever Puck was. And I'm surprised that he only ends with 3 deaths.
Yeah, they were giving the Puck Aegis as well, so that's why it feels more than 3 deaths, because they did kill him.
They did, yeah.
A lot.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. He had to itemize as well. He got the Kaya Sanj, which helped a lot to not be silenced for as long as well. I'm assuming if the game had gone super later, he would have gotten an Eon disc on top of that, because it was a dangerous game. 3 deaths don't reflect. I mean, I think BZM on his Zeus, like that was a very terrifying hero for them to play up against. And we saw that during the comebacks, Choose hitting like these amazing shard silences, but also the damage output from Zeus was just whoof.
It was, yeah.
Yeah, it was.
There was a lot of damage being pumped by that Zeus.
So
definitely.
I do like Ooredoo Thunder's itemization against that. I thought it was really nice.
For MVP, I want to give you guys 2 names. Normally I give you the freedom to choose, but I want to say either TA2000 or Kaori on the Phoenix. They're the 2 that I feel deserve the most amount of recognition.
Yeah.
I think every single one of them deserves a little bit of recognition.
I agree, but I think those 2 stand out for me.
Phoenix perhaps has been a standout player for me. Like TA2000 played a decent Naga game, died only once. It was good, but for me it was the Phoenix that really... he didn't have a lot, but he did a lot with what he had.
Yeah, I think his nice Hex Rush was like my favorite part. That would be why I would give him an MVP, sorry.
MPV.
Yep. I just think in general the itemization from Ooredoo was really on point. Like I said, the Kaya Sanj on Puck I think was really nice. I think the Hex Rush on Phoenix was really good. I like we don't really see that many glimmers nowadays. I'm glad to see Omar and Rubik getting one. And then they have the pipes and the Greaves. All of this like magic damage mitigation versus the Zeus is
the
what
4 staffs as well versus the Life Stealer, the Halberds that didn't really, they weren't as significant in most of the fights, but when they were used, they would change the tide completely.
Yeah, I maybe would have liked to have seen Venom get a little bit of an earlier shot. I think it took him a while. Otherwise, like, yeah, super happy. They did a really good job there.
Massive props to Ooredoo Thunders and Kaori on Phoenix. They're getting out MVP DP. Now that it is 1-1, okay, it wasn't this 2-0. It wasn't as clean for OG as it could have been. It wasn't as clean for OT as it could have been. Game 3 is a really big decider. There's a pressure, but the thing is you will get to stay in Division 1. So I'd like to think that that lessens it for them. OT, we've seen them now in 3-game VO3s.
Bro, let's be real. If you're losing this series, you're gonna cry yourself to sleep tonight.
Yeah,
no one wants to miss the major.
Look, I fully agree, but you have to take it with a grain of salt, okay? You're not gonna be going down to Division 2.
That's not a grain of salt, is it?
Yeah, it is. The opposite. A silver lining.
Yeah,
it is
A
with
silver
grain of
lining.
salt.
Yeah, at least you're not going to Division 2. That's true. But honestly, like these two teams, they just want to be at the major.
I feel like it would hit OG hard. You know what? Yeah, I think it would just because they missed out last tour as well. Whereas for Ooredoo, you're Div 2, you come up to Div 1, you get to stay here.
Step by step, boys, right? Like, you can get to the major next time.
Earn your spot, okay?
I think missing the first major.
There's an order we have here, you know.
You can get over missing the first major, but the second major, that one hits bad. Because now you're getting towards TI, you really need these DPC points from competing. You really want the international XP. Like we talked to pros in the interviews, they're saying, oh, it's one thing to see like China playing Eng, for example. It's another to play against it, right? They need this stuff. I mean, obviously a new big patch will come, but the point is, you want this, you need it, and it's fun and it's exciting. So, yeah.
There's always more to it than just the DPC points, as important as they are. But at Game 3, that's going to be our decider, and it will be happening after this break.
Yeah, nice. Nice, guys. GG!
GG.
Okay, guys, the best.
Guys, one more game for Berlin. One more game, boys.
Watch more. Earn more. Full TV.
We're being treated again with a game number 3, this time between OG and Ooredoo Thunders for the 4th slot to the Berlin Major. You guys over there are excited, Lizard, Sheep.
We are excited.
We are very excited right now.
Very excited.
I can see it in your
cannot express how excited I am
We
right now.
can't wait for this game.
This game is gonna be the greatest game of all time.
Oh, yeah?
The best game.
Yeah?
Goodest game.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
What are you guys looking forward to in game 3 then? Stop.
Didn't say
Yeah.
stop.
Sorry, I didn't mean it.
Yeah? Do you just want yes and no questions?
Yeah.
Yeah? Will there be a brood ban?
Yeah.
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 Nature's Prophet ban?
No.
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 Death Prophet ban?
No.
No.
Beastmaster ban?
Yeah.
No.
Oh.
Oh yeah.
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 Okay, I'm moving
No.
past this.
Okay.
I have words.
That was a great bit for a little bit.
Yeah, like maybe the first 2 seconds.
The first yes, and that was it.
I wonder if Beast will get banned out, by the way. Like, they let it go through 2 games in a row. 2 games in a row it has been picked up, 1 successfully. I believe it was a decent game in the second match as well. He did lose, but like you said, for techies as well. Like, the combo with the Zeus, the spell amp and everything. Fogg was talking about it as well in the green room.
Yes.
Yeah.
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 Pretty solid. Instead, they ban out the Pango instantly in the first stage, which is okay.
That was
bit of
a game 1 ban.
Yeah, I was about to say they banned that.
not in 2.
And in game 2.
Oh, and in game 2 too.
Game 2?
Yeah, in game 2. Yep.
Okay.
That hero is just mega obnoxious. I think that's a very respectable first phase ban. Because everyone's just so comfortable playing it, especially in Europe. Like on mid, it's like you give Pango to your mid player, he's gonna have a good game.
The Respect
it is.
Phoenix ban.
That's
We were talking about this one. Ooredoo Thunder's Entity series. Entity kept banning it against Ooredoo Thunders. We were wondering why. We were like, yeah, it's a good Phoenix, but enough to be a first phase ban, enough to be a
Right?
second
It was like,
phase
come
ban.
on, leave it through. And
Ooredoo Thunder still won that series, by the way, without the Phoenix, and OG now putting a lot of respect on our MVP of Game 2.
I feel like Ooredoo's supports are demanding a lot of respect from all of these teams. Like everyone is banning out at least something when it comes to these 2. Is it the Clockwork? Is it the Phoenix? Like something needs to go through, and Clock did. So maybe they'll pick it up. Maybe it's going to be Clock +1.
Yeah.
Did it go untouched last game? It did. It didn't get banned.
I think what's cool here, though, is OG taking the Rubik, because obviously in game 1 they took Ench on first pick and did really well with it. And now they're taking the Rubik, I guess, away from Ooredoo, because they had such a good game on it last time. Oh,
like
this is a horrible response. I hate that so much.
Why?
I love it for Rubik, though.
Hate Silencer.
You might hate Silencer, but Rubik hates playing against him as well.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. That's a fair point. It's just my problem with Silencer is that I'm hoping this is their support duo maybe in that case. I know like Ooredoo like to play at mid, but when I see a lot of these silencers, because everyone's doing a lot of dual supports nowadays, I see silencer end up getting paired with, for example, some Mirana, and then their support duo ends up being really low damage with no like real way to
global
start
and
fights.
nothing happens after,
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Yep.
And I think the mids also, like whoever your playmaking is, usually mid player, they get a bit lost. They're like, who do I go play with? What am I doing? My supports kind of suck. I can't
Like
make
you
plays.
global silence and there's a Doom channeling Meteor Hammer, you know?
Yeah.
What the hell is
Like,
this? I feel you. I understand completely what you mean, because back in the day, like back in a couple of patches ago, if Silencer is popular, then a hero such as Batrider is also popular. You pop Lasso together with the global, the kill is almost assured.
Yeah.
In this game, I feel like they already have it covered a little bit with the Tiny.
Yeah.
So you already have some sort of initiation, right? Like you global with the Tiny, you can blow up almost anyone without.
But you can do that without global.
Yeah, you can.
Kind of the
sure,
nice
yeah.
part about Tiny.
Yeah,
to be honest.
it's true. It's true. But you can follow up when it comes to any sort of reaction from OG. You can follow up with the global. The only problem is Beast doesn't care about it at all. Like he just has his creeps. They go in.
I have a lot of respect for OG right now. Banning out the Naga. No one wants to see it for a third game in a row.
That's such
Let's
a
be
plus
real.
one.
Let's be real. I did not want to see a Naga again in Game 3 for this series.
Yeah.
I would have been so disappointed in TA 2000.
Yeah.
But now OG have this choice. Do they ban out the Drow Ranger that we keep hyping up of TA 2000? They put a lot of respect in it in the second phase before? Or is there something else that is more looming, more threatening towards the Beast?
There's the Drow. There's.
I think the Drow would be a great ban.
The lane with the silencer maybe isn't the best, but
Yeah. Well, they can put Tiny on +5 potentially, or just pick a whole new 5. Because again, Noob plays this Tiny mid. He usually opts for the Ags Rush build and just tries to scale really fast as a core. And I like that a lot. I have seen it have a little bit of its downside sometimes, because when you have the Ags, you really need like the Daedalus. So in that down period of like, I've just got Ags and the enemy's quite tanky, he wasn't out doing enough damage and then was getting punished in fights. So if it is a core, I just want to make sure that they have a support next phase, if this is a core Tiny, that is doing damage and able to burst and jump with the Tiny, or just like help kill when Tiny goes on someone. I want them to make up for what Silencer is lacking.
They ban out the Darkseer instead, like a combo that goes well with the Tiny.
Yeah.
Like go in, like just the Iron Shell on the Tiny in the lane is decent.
Yeah. Or do have last pick of next phase though, which is scary because you're giving him the option for his like TA, his Drow. He has so many carries he's so comfortable on.
You take the Drow yourself.
So many carries.
Yeah. I guess you could take the Drow yourself, but then they get the really nice core to core matchup. And they haven't exactly banned
to protect that either.
The most, yeah, I mean somewhat, but not entirely. Okay. It's a little scary.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I mean it's gonna be scary whether they pick it or the fact that Order Thunders have free reign to close out their phase with it. It definitely is, I think, the hero to watch for this little bit of the phase. Order Thunders are gonna get to ban and then immediately pick up themselves. A mid laner pickup, is that the safest option here?
Who has? You said Oridu Thunder. I feel like for Oridu you can save the last pick for your mid lane. Keep the Tiny at least hidden for a little while. If you pick another support, you're kind of...
Oh, so an off-lane pick might be the best?
Off-lane or a carry at the moment. Thing is, we will realize where Tiny is going, most likely. Unless you pick heroes that can go on multiple lanes. Like we saw in the previous series, Kotl gets picked up, you don't know anything. Like it can be off-lane, it can be mid. Something like that could happen for Oridu. Keep it still a little bit close, a little bit hidden. But I wouldn't mind seeing that Drow, like everyone hates playing against TA 2000s. TA and Drow, like you mentioned, both of these, are they amazing versus Beast? Well, some not necessarily. Maybe Drow a bit better. Like.
Well, okay, we're picking Disruptor into Rubik. An interesting gambit.
And they didn't do anything that I said. They gave it all away now.
Honestly, I think you were right.
And look, it's not fully given away. It could be a silencer mid.
It's okay.
It's not going to be that.
Stop it. No, I mean, okay, so we got a mid Tiny. This doesn't do anything I asked for either. There's playmake, like I said. I've seen so many of these disruptors that play hardcore side lanes with their mid who just comes in and kills, which is nice. I'm not feeling what the support duo can do. It's very reactive. It's like if you try and go on us, we can punish you very heavily with like global, with the ult.
I really wouldn't mind the Ench here as well for OG. They snatched the Drow.
There it is. You're so good, babe.
Thank you so much.
Well, they do. I hope they counter it well. That's all I'm gonna say.
If I saw it coming, they definitely saw it coming.
Yeah, the second phase, and you end it with Drow and Undying. I think you're super happy if you're OG.
Yes.
If you're Oridu, I don't know how you react to this. Like there are heroes that get on top of her easily, but like this already for OG just looks like such a stable lineup so far. Like there's some Slarks, Spectres for Oridu.
And it's like, how are these supports really meant to like walk into a fight to do anything with Tiny right now? You need someone else that plays with him.
Yep. The other two cores definitely need to be more active.
Yeah.
More on the active side, that is.
Because OG are like they're not gonna do these crazy jumps. Like look at their heroes, they don't do crazy jumps. They literally just come together in a ball and say, we're gonna go push this tower, we're gonna go take this map space, and we're gonna do it with our auras in a nice little...
Go into the Rosh pit, take ages,
group.
methodical, move across the map, take one tower after another.
I mean, Oridu can contest Rosh. I'll give them that. Like if they want to like walk up there with Disruptor and cover it with a global, you know, that can work. So OG do need to be very careful with how they take Rosh.
Are we going to see a carry picked up here? Then you can ban to protect it. You know your lane matchup against a beast. You know your core matchup against
some
the
Night
Drow.
Stalker.
Yeah. I mean, I would probably like to see some like Primal Beast off lane. Because I want to see Oridu really just running at OG. Because one thing OG don't have is the ability to kind of like disengage cleanly. Like if you're able to start running at them with like Tiny Primal and you have glimpses back, I think it's hard for OG to kind of go back in and like protect everyone.
Yeah. like, I'm not sure if TA...
Oh, we're going for the again. Hand camera.
I love this zoom, eh?
Oh my gosh!
What the fuck?
What
Holy
the hell?
shit, the hell?
I was like, who is this man walking in front of the camera?
I was like, why did he do
James,
that? No, James,
come back here!
James, come back!
James! Why? Did you guys know he was coming in?
No, I had no idea he was
I was like, why is this guy? James, you want the headset? Oh, he said no.
Bro,
he said no.
He's such a humble guy. No, dude, come on,
Come here.
You scared the shit.
Yeah, you take this one.
Oh, give
no, you
okay,
take this. No.
What the hell? That's scary.
Dude, what are you doing here?
Hey, dude.
Alright.
You and Lizard can share the same microphone, surely.
yeah.
You're getting
Come,
close
no,
to-
come.
Let's stand on the other side.
Yo, Lizard, you can share my microphone, bro.
No.
All right, whatever.
I've interrupted. What's going on? And also, full confession. No, don't drink that. That's not for children.
That's apple juice. That's some spicy apple juice. He's got
It's
there.
such a nice apple juice.
How's it going?
Oh, it's going great.
Lovely to meet you, by the way.
Oh yeah, we've never met before. Good,
Haven't met.
Oh, nice to meet you.
Nice to see you again, my good friend.
Happy Tea Governor's not here.
Yes, thank God.
Oh, we all know.
Everyone's
This is just a better version of the TI panel now, yeah.
It is.
Oh gosh, we
upgraded.
love you, T. Don't worry about that.
No, I love you, TI.
So we're in a draft.
Yeah, we are. Do you like Veno off lane?
Huh?
Venoments are off lane.
Love Venomounts off lane.
Oh my god.
0 skill, just spam wards.
Walk in there, press R,
Yeah.
walk away.
Yeah. R and just give up. That's how I also play Silencer. Oh, they pick Silencer as well. This is like my team.
The one finger gaming right there. You just press the R button. I'm actually so in shock that you're here.
I honestly don't know why I'm here. I was at a pub.
Yeah.
And then I got an Uber.
Okay. You're like
I was in London somewhere, I'm sure.
London.
I ended
Earlier
up on a
today.
plane here.
Yeah, and now I'm in Romania.
Oh my
But
gosh.
This is just a little run through, which is nice. But you guys have been doing great. I've been watching at home.
Oh, that's nice to hear.
Thank you. You going to any other things this year?
Yeah, we don't care about this draft.
Did you take back the elephant I gave you?
I do. I still have it in my bedroom.
Oh.
We had a little elephant
Yeah.
plushie from TI.
I bought her an elephant plushie.
It just came out of nowhere. He's like, I have an elephant. I was like, all right, thank you.
I was going to use it to set up for a joke, but I wasn't allowed.
Oh, that's a shame. Maybe another time. But while you're here, James, we see our bands. Any insight on the last picks?
No, not really.
None at all.
I'm
You
not
just
paid
don't want
to
to
be
throw.
here.
You don't want to throw any insights out there.
Lizard, tell me something smart.
Yeah, quickly.
I want to impress the ladies.
XD.
Huh?
Something that's good versus Venom, like some hero versus Venom.
Well, that doesn't help me. I'm not that smart. Names. Lizard, use your words.
They're going to pick Meepo, James.
They're going for a mid laner right now. Something
yeah?
that's probably good, to counter Veno in those long fights. Also, you got to worry about Silencer a little bit, but it'll be okay because they can buy a couple of Lotuses, right? Lotus, that's an item. So thinking something like, plays well with BKB.
Oh.
Like a primal. That's everything you described.
Nice one,
What did they
James.
pick?
Primal beast.
Good.
Yeah, everything
we
you
knew
described.
that.
Yeah, great. Two heads always better than one over there, isn't it? It's like Ogre Magi. Tweedledee and Tweedledum.
Yeah, I was actually thought we were talking about the other team, to be honest. Doesn't matter. I didn't realize you were talking about OG.
That's right. Names don't matter. It's all about what they needed, and you're right with that one.
How would you pronounce the second team's name, James?
Orado Funders?
That was perfect.
Was it good?
Nah.
Yeah.
It wasn't.
It wasn't. I was trying to build you out there.
It's not my first language. You should know this as well. English, very hard. For
Oh my god,
players.
it's the worst. It's the worst, I tell you. All right, and then Anti-Mage here. I don't know if you want to hand the headset back to Lizard.
Yeah, we're going to hand it over. Lovely to see everybody.
Yeah,
I'm
you
going to
too.
be backstage.
Well, we'll see you in a little bit while we
warming
finish up
the
this
drinks.
discussion.
So when you're done,
All right, Shibala doing that one. Anti-Mage, last pick for Oradu here. What sort of build do we want to see on AM?
Vanguard, I guess you're going to need against
Bye-bye.
the... Bye, James. You're going to need a Vanguard against the Beastmaster early, most likely, and then he can choose whether he wants to disassemble that into a Battle Fury or go for the Radiance build. So I guess it'll depend. Usually we see Radiance when the Anti-Mage is winning. That's my analysis.
And you don't want to pick a team quickly? OG, OT, remember this is game number 3. This is the do or die for the last major slot. Massive stakes at
I
play
feel
here.
like if anyone knows how to play against Drow Ranger, it should be TA 2000.
That's true. And a Primal should be Wooter as well. We know he's a staple on that hero.
Tier 2000 is on a melee hero, though.
Ooh.
Unlucky.
So you're going for OG?
I guess I'll have to go for OG.
Okay, all right. And Lizard?
Yeah, he's on a melee hero. You heard her.
What can you do?
Wow, my analyst giving the most insane insider info here for our game number 3. It's OG up against OT for that 4th Berlin major slot with Lyrical and Kazu.
Thank you so much, Nat, and our +1 on the panel.
Yeah, love it.
I'm glad he went up there, got a little bit of liquid courage beforehand. Always really important to do that. And we've got Oredu Thunder.
They're really cool, yeah. I love their name.
Against OG. No, an awesome match and a super hype series that we've got ending this out. Again, 1 best of 3. The winner goes to the major. What more could you want out of a freaking series?
Yeah, and then they go with their Venomancer again to give themselves less chance of going to the major. Nah,
Right,
jokes aside, last pick Anti-Mage. It's a hero we've seen more lately, but I'm a little worried when you play into Beast Drow. First of all, Beastmaster, you know, DM going for the... He's played it 3 games in a row now, right?
Yeah, yes.
Yep. The hat trick on Beastmaster in terms of gameplay, but I mean, if they hand you good Beastmaster games, you take those. Gonna lane into an Anti-Mage. Should be doing just fine. And Drow Ranger, there is a lot of tempo on this OG draft.
There's so much potential on this OG draft to just roll over them. I feel like we've talked a lot about this Primal Beast and how strong it can be. By the way, BZM across 3 drafts, he's the one that's drafting, took this hero for himself, and it does look like there's going to be a smoke up as 5 for both teams, missing each other, though, as they each head to the respective offlane of their opponents. And getting down a couple of pretty important wards there as well for Oredu, as it looks like they might try and set up for a kill here, although I don't know if they're going to run into each other.
Yeah, it looks like they likely won't. We'll have to see if one hero from Oredu will run down bottom and like run into this high ground ward with the Primal Beast. I'm sorry, James.
It's all good, I'm sure.
Uh-oh.
I'll take it over.
The Venomancer.
Look out.
He talked about him.
Ooh, careful, careful.
Uh-oh.
You can see these esports bet from IO odds might switch a little bit more with a clutch little first blood into the favor of OG as they pull back. The Veno looks for the catch, the jump forward, but the glimpse to get BZM away from him. And Taiga thinking about going for the full commit, but won't be able to.
Okay.
And did have to skill lift level 1 for Taiga, so
Well,
not necessarily what you want to do.
It's not a full kill, but getting the Veno this low before the lane when they don't have too much regen is very annoying. Veno's level 1 and 2 is already very weak, so this could, you know, play a big role in this bottom lane. Mid lane we have 2 beefy bros that are just going to hit each other and very likely just free farm.
Yeah. Don't expect to see that much in terms of kill potential from this lane, but there is that strong potential for both of these heroes to run around and find kills early in other lanes. They're great rotating heroes, particularly that Primal Beast.
Yeah, and bottom lane, there's going to be a lot of pressure there. Top lane as well. Taiga's done a good job so far with DM. He has the boars. He was able to already deny one of them. As you can see, Venom's getting pressured, but Taiga as well.
Yeah, taking a lot of hits. TA2000 taking Blink level 1 to get in a little bit closer to him there, since they know he does not have Fade Bolt ready. But while TA2000 is having a pretty good time up there, pressuring the Rubik, it's really down bottom where Veno is going to be hurting for a while. No last hits, and Chu just has to do the pull.
Yeah, he's trying to connect it, because just this early laning stage for Veno, especially with what happened before, not easy, as Anti-Mage, Mr. TA2000 should be doing pretty well up top. Some creeps are still chasing Chu. Love to see some lane shenanigans nowadays. I hope this will be altered with in the next patch, which is soon TM to come.
Right, exactly. No, it's true. These sort of lane shenanigans are really weird when they all end up working out this way.
Yeah.
And they are going to be able to connect that one. So Wader will be able to have access to that wave at the very least, but look across all the lanes. They're doing quite well on OG.
Oh, definitely. I mean, if it takes 2 minutes for your offlaner to get his first CS, you know, not the best thing, as Omar's going to try to do another creep pull to help enable him. BZM down mid, doing a decent job, but top lane, once DM gets to his level 3, aka the 2nd level of the boar, I really think he's going to be able to take off.
Yeah, they're going to have to watch out for that. The pressure that you put on with this Beastmaster can really disrupt TA2000's game, and already trying to get into the Ring of Health. But you can see Chu continuing to chase over there. They were able to deny a water rune by Omar as he was also doing these wave pulls, so helping out mid lane while simultaneously securing that the Veno has an okay time.
I mean, Omar's doing a good job. So either you connect the pulls and then your Veno free farms, or you make the Undying chase you, which means that the Veno has a 1-on-1 against the Drow, which is way better than having an Undying run at you. So OT, they understand how to play this bottom lane. It's going to just wait it out a bit. So not too much pressure in this bottom lane, but Yuragi, he is living life.
Yeah, Yuragi is definitely the beneficiary of all this craziness. Like, sure, he's gotten a couple creeps denied out here and there, and like you can see back behind the tower right now, they're trying to mess it up for him a little bit more. But he's already got boots coming out to him, and pretty soon they're going to be able to start putting the hurt to these guys.
Yeah, I mean, he's rushing the treads. He's going to be doing very well. And Veno, not a very good hero to play from behind. Same with Disruptor. So when your early lane goes like this, not going to feel too happy down here as TA2000 looking for an aggressive play.
Oh, going in on Taiga, trying to catch him. Silencer harassment. DM decides, hey, let's go head-to-head. Why not? I'll fight you a little bit too. The Fable comes out. And then immediately will back away on that Rubik as he got brought super freaking low and no regen. Taiga just sitting there, getting a little bit sheepish.
I might have to, probably will walk back to base, look to come back into the top lane. I do think he has to come up here and help DM. I don't think we're going to see some bottle refilling in the mid lane, because DM, when you have this Beastmaster, you really want to help this hero out in the early stages of the game.
TA2000 playing back behind the tower even. Not that concerned at all with no Rubik nearby. DM can't really do that much to try and harass him back, and the Silencer just keeps beating into his butt. Super annoying to deal with.
I do like this Vanguard nowadays as well. It could change this A and Beast matchup a bit as Kaori up top is getting lifted. Have some pressure there.
Okay.
First blood.
That was not the way it was supposed to go. Silencer
not.
just getting beat down as Taiga TP'd back in, and now TA2000, he's got to be a little bit careful. Forced to blink away because the Boars were going to start to head on out that direction.
Okay, I haven't seen this before. Minute 4:30, mid laner is pulling the wave into the hard camp. Just, oh, did lose the flag bear creep though. Well, that's a little sussy, but it happens.
Doesn't even finish off the camp actually for BZM. TA2000 chasing down Taiga. The Boar continues to hit away. They kill that one off with Kaori, but he is starting to feel the burn a little bit on this anti-mage as Chu, they redraw some aggro, drop down the tombstone, trying to find themselves a kill, but the marksmanship, the hit was going off, and the multi-shot wasn't connecting because of zombies. Okay. And now Chu, he might be in a little bit of trouble. Has to back away from him.
At least they dropped very low HP as TA2000. He's being pressured a lot. If he's on full HP, they could be the ones pressuring, but OG are doing a good job at keeping him at bay, keeping him low. And also when DM has no mana with this Helm of Iron Will, TA2000 doesn't really deal too much damage into this Beastmaster.
No. He's literally just chilling.
Yeah.
And, I mean, granted, you are going to see TA2000 get that Vanguard, and that's when this lane probably becomes a lot better, like you're talking about. But at least for now, they're keeping things somewhat even. It's really just this Veno who is kind of hurting right now. Although, Taiga brought low and will take some more burn damage, but gets away on 40 HP.
Supports have gotten really good over like the last 1 to 2 years at taking pressure from their offlaner. You can see they're constantly staying alive on low HP or because of a Fairy Fire. They just truly know their limit, as Taiga is definitely enabling DM here in this early game. And we'll soon see our big beefy boys from the mid lane to get into this game. They both want to rotate.
DM tries to keep his creep alive, but Kaori keeps that pressure on. Where are the big beefy boys going to go? BZM obviously can make a pretty quick rotation, doesn't need anything else, whereas Noob might need either a dive from OG to set up for a kill or getting into his own Blink Dagger, of course.
He's got a Haste Rune, so it's going to be a lot easier for BZM. He did push in the lane, so maybe he is a little more open as he's TPing up top.
Yep, TA2000 in a ton of trouble. He doesn't have Blink for another 4 seconds. Tries to get out of there now. The stun and the pulverize, it's going to be enough. They bring down that anti-mage and BZM, even thinking about looking for more. They have just this giant beast chasing after Kaori here. Well, Tiny making that move, though, is going to set things up a little bit. Very strong, very strong. Taiga throws out the Fade Bolt, just going to kill him underneath his own tower. And nope, now he's in trouble, too. Is everybody just going to die up top here? TPing in the anti-mage, trying to make a solid rotation over. And
refill
a bottle refill. There you go. Okay. Not seen all that often. Is BZM going to onslaught to get away from trouble?
Yeah, Primal Beast Haste Rune doesn't seem too balanced as a quick deny. I've seen way too many denies.
Yeah.
My god, every game you see Venomancer, sadly for him, you gale someone, they just get denied. So Chu gets a free trip back to the base. Can maybe cosplay the courier as well for Yuragi.
I mean, honestly, if there's any hero that likes this more than any other, it feels like it's Undying.
Yeah.
Oh my god, they come back in for TA2000! He's caught!
He has
again!
no blink!
Oh, TA2000!
No,
wait, pulverized himself? But now he has Blink. Is it going to be enough to get away? Hides off to the side. BZM runs into him. And that will be another kill on this AM right as he finishes the Vanguard.
Oh, I thought he would live there after he spell shield the Pulverize. But Blink, maybe not in the best direction, but beautiful play from BZM. Being patient, lingering around. Omar gonna take the active rune away.
At least denying that from him. So the past 2 games, though, that we've seen as... Wait a minute.
Hello.
BZM? Thought that Omar was heading back the other direction, and they just get a free kill. That was not the play from BZM.
That certainly looked like a donation, which you don't want to give Noob's way. He's having a pretty good game. Top of the net worth, 1,400 gold already. He's going to look to build into the Blink Dagger, and he can really push his OT draft into this early game.
I mean, that's incredibly scary. You had this Primal Beast rotate around, kill off the opposing carry 2 times, and then he just comes back and feeds that gold away to the mid laner. If Noob gets off to a hot start, like you said, this game starts to look very scary for OG. So Ordu Thunder getting boots on Omar and continuing to sort of prioritize this mid lane.
And it's really what they need on these supports too. As Silencer, you rely on someone being able to go in. You want to help your mid player to get in there. You're going to have the global. You have Disruptor as well. Who loves to play with that? Glimpse on mid. Another kill. Perhaps.
Yeah. They have a lift to try and get him away, but Chu is going to die there. And it's super interesting seeing the way that this teams are setting up the map. Like, they're basically just jungling on BZM while Chu and Taiga were trying to hold on to that mid lane.
It's definitely benefiting OT, and you can also see the strength of some of these items, such as the Vanguard on Anti-Mage. Traditionally, you would see AM just get kicked out when the Beast does have the Dominator, but because you have Vanguard, you can just chill here. Venomancer, he's just farming bottom, and then your Tiny goes with the 2 supports, and they can kill anyone they run into.
Well, if they can get that online, it is going to be death after death. Tiny trying to snowball into this draft as BZM makes the move with Taiga. They're going to run into this area with Chu. And a whole lot of Plague Wards laid down because they were farming up those camps. So Veno farming, everybody on Ordu Thunder farming. It looks like they're off to a great start.
They should
Blink done at 10 minutes.
Whoa. Yeah, I wasn't even... I thought it would take maybe like another 30 seconds, 1 minute. Here we have the active rune. Tome is going to come out now as well for OT. So it's pretty much smoke time for the boys here on OT.
Now, that does also mean, as they, I think, don't see the Blink Dagger yet, he has this Invis rune, so they're not going to spot it, but they will see, at least for a second, that smoke. They might not have been looking at that area, though.
They had a very good Hawk behind, so when they saw like these people run in and out above the mid-tier 1, they might suspect something to be happening, especially when Noob doesn't show around this crucial 10-minute timing. So let's see if it does get into something here for OT.
Well, right now, they do have, for the Disruptor, the Tome coming out. Wanted to get up to level 6, but isn't quite there. Noob now heading up high ground. They see him, though. A Sentry Ward already down, so they're going to dodge this rotation. And in the meantime, everybody else coming up towards the top side of the map while Drow evacuates bottom.
That's honestly a big deal. Even though you don't find a kill, just Noob being off the map, it forced Yuragi to have to leave the bottom lane against this Venomancer that they crushed in the lane. Yeah. So now he's suddenly going to take over this lane, start pushing the tower, get more network. So OT should be feeling very good about what's happening on the map right now.
So Veno likely to just be going back in towards those aura builds that we talked about before.
Yep.
For OG, I mean, eventually you've got to start sort of taking advantage of these early timings, right? You've got Drow, you've got Primal Beast. This Beastmaster loves to play fast. Do you think that Oradu is going to try and come in and just play this pickoff style? Where do you see them going over the next couple minutes?
I would say OT need to be a bit careful at fighting OG face-to-face. OG right now, they're going to go top, try to take the tier 1, maybe engage into the jungle. Because this Beastmaster with the Tombstone and BZM being around, being very tanky, it is super hard for OT's heroes to fight. So they want more like the small skirmishy. Find a hero, mana void.
All right, and Noob. Now, Static Storm down. It's global. A lot of damage to tank through, and Primal Beast walking away. BZM is going to be brought down. They go for the all-in on the Tombstone, and they manage to get it. But Noob, he might have gone a bit too far. The toss to try and get him away, but the Trolls are there, and they have enough damage to bring him down to death. TA2000 still living through this, and with that Vanguard, he can play as a frontliner, managing to stay back for the moment. But they did take that top tower. Likewise, OT securing bottom.
Ooh, if OG get to take the mid tower from this, then this is definitely a way better trade for them. And yeah, looks like it's just going to be a free one.
Moves on in, takes it down. No Disruptor ulti this time. OT, they got to be careful playing under this Hawk.
And they did use Global Silence there, Static Storm as well, so gonna be a little bit of cooldown on those. We'll have to see how they continue to play the map after, because right now OG, they did some really good stuff. Getting this top tier 1 and the mid tier 1 as Noob.
Oh, where's your Tumblr's toy? He needs it so
trying
bad.
for the glimpse. Slow him with the tree.
Almost there. Omar in range finds it there. And Chu gonna be the one that is left behind. And Taiga does manage not to steal the avalanche that time, instead getting the toss.
There's Yuragi, top of the net worth. Definitely doing well. He should have a pretty good time in this game. You're gonna be able to play on high range. You can get the pike later. Looks like TA2000 is gonna build into a Battle Fury, as we do see him have the broadsword being queued up. So no Radiance shenanigans for him.
I mean, that was the build that I feel like I always like to see more, but I also feel like sometimes it's just losing afterwards.
Yeah, I guess the evasion is nice, but other than that, yeah, I don't see too much impact from it.
If they can get it, Yuragi,
they
chase
will.
him.
High ground ward.
And Static Storm, no chance to get away from that one on the Drow, unless BZM, no, he is gonna die, and BZM actually showed up. Do they have anything to break his TP? Does not look like it. Tombstone dropped up on the high ground. Things getting a little bit weird for OG trying to play the Save Your Buddy syndrome. And against Omar, that's dangerous because if they get the glimpse pullback, it's going to be another kill. So OG thinking they can turn fights and getting punished for it.
Ooh, OT with a very nice grab on the map. They go around mid together. In the meantime, TA2000, TP's bottom, he gets the farm going. And for OG, you need to protect each other a little more. Maybe play more around the Beastmaster, who's by far your strongest hero, but OT making great use of their map movement.
Well, DM, in the meantime, is going to be pushing through this top side, trying to get somebody to return back to deal with that. Silencer obliges, still has access to that global, though. So it's one of those things that I think is making it tough for BZM in this fight, because he can't pulverize when he knows the global is up.
It's kind of weird for him to just like charge in unless there's a Tombstone with him right away, or perhaps also DM. I feel like they really need him. Perhaps they want to wait for him to just get this Helm of the Overlord. The Illusion Rune, it does help BZM.
Yeah.
I don't know if he wants to like wait for the BKB, which is quite far away, but for now, I feel like the game might slow down a little bit over the next 1 minute.
Well, that is definitely going to be, at least for right now, kind of feeling like it favors Ordu Thunder slightly. If you can get this more time for this anti-mage to come online, that's one who they're sort of hoping is going to carry them through this. And if you think back, I think to that series that they were playing as Taiga in trouble, stealing the tree toss. Noob doing a good job of covering himself.
Very nicely done there.
They went for a similar draft on Ordu Thunder to try and secure their spot to the Major the first time. TA2000 couldn't do it on the anti-mage. So far, he's looking pretty good in this one.
Oh, absolutely. As DM, he's going to spot out the TP from Noob. Catches him anyway.
Good job there. Able to go for it.
It's a long TP.
The glimpse! Oh, it's a long TP and he doesn't manage it. Holy moly.
Ooh, that could have been big, as now OG looking around mid. If had he TP'd right away with Noob, you know, perhaps trusting his bro a little bit more. But either way, they do force DM out of this lane. And yeah, OT. And I love that Noob, he always goes for this Aghanims build. He scales a lot on this Tiny. Like this, when he plays this Tiny hero, it's not a joke.
Yeah, he starts really dealing a ton of damage early on there. And when you pair that together with this Disruptor Static Storm, if you manage to find a couple of these heroes, they're going to be in a world of hurt, and you're kind of already bogged down because the Venom's there too. But we'll have to see how it goes. Mid tower probably also on notice in the mid lane. Ordu Thunder starting to build up the Venom Plague Ward army to take this one down.
They're playing nicely as 4. I'm a big fan of that. Not only does it apply pressure on the map, it gives anti-mage like a lot of vision on the map. Where can I farm? Okay, they're all showing to defend the tower. I would say, though, in 1-2 minutes, OG are going to have a couple of times that are really big for them. This BKB on BZM, he needs it so badly against this lineup. The Helm of Overlord as well for DM. And during those timings, TA2000, he will not be ready to fight. He will want to continue to farm.
When, thankfully for him, he does have that Battle Fury completed.
Yeah.
Decent timing on this one right now with the Vanguard and Treads to boot. Now, the thing that's sort of concerning again, I would say for OG is you really, like you say, have not been able to find much value out of this Primal Beast. He almost has that BKB, but 1 kill, 2 deaths. You compare that to what Noob's been able to do on this Tiny 3, 1, and 5. He's been involved in every kill for his team.
these next couple minutes might be the most important of this entire game. If OG get to take over the top jungle with the Overlord, maybe you take the tier 2, you take the Roche, and you get to speed up the game before Anti-Mage does hit this next item. That is really what you have to do, because once TA2000 does get this Manta style, he's going to be ready to join these fights.
Well, gonna have to watch for that and how they decide to orient themselves in this game. As Ancients farming, Pupil's Gift, a little bit more tankability for this AM. And you can see that Ordu Thunder, they're also trying to get some counter pressure there on the bottom side of the map, hoping that somebody's going to come back to try and TP and defend this against the Venomancer. But OG, they've got different ideas. They're heading on into the pit, trying to take down Roshan.
Very good play from OG to, you know, kind of try to just speed up the game. Use the heroes you do have with the Undying, with the ult, you have the Beast Aura. Looks like OT, they don't want to have anything to do with that. They just want to wait. Make time for your Tiny to get his axe. Wait for tier 2000. So both teams playing accordingly.
Right. Wooder on this Venomancer too, trying to get towards a pipe. Has Greaves done already. These items that help them when they're playing in this sort of group-up fashion. Gonna maybe make the difference there. We'll see if it ends up happening or not.
Okay, so bottom tower for OG, still more than half. Next up, it's going to be very important about who's going to get the first tier 2 tower of the game. Take the outpost, smoke across. There's Noob lingering around mid. They see
Spots him, breaks the blink, tries to get in range, needs another ward down, but they won't be able to connect. Oh, that was so close. Taiga couldn't quite get him with those wards there.
Okay, they did get the global out of them, and top lane is very much pushed in. Might just be a little trade going on.
Yeah, that's a first step for OG. Ordu Thunder, though, holding out and keeping this wave pushed in, too, killing off the creeps. They can't pressure that top tier 2 very well.
Ooh, I'm a little afraid for Yuragi's item build. I'm not sure how much I like this BKB rush on him.
Oh, wait a minute, though. BZM, Invis, finds TA2000, just going to go for the Pulverize. Do they have enough damage, though? It's really hard to kill Taiga. No, he lifts himself. Oh, the misplay from Taiga as he ends up lifting just a second too late there.
Ooh, I think they may have had him there. There was also no global available. At least for them, they do get to kick him out. So OT also need to be scared down bottom. TA2000 gonna TP top.
Oh, if they can get out of here, if OT can manage to escape, they drop down the Veno ulti and the Disruptor ulti, stops in the way of it. And Taiga, he might just be burning down from this. That is a Veno ulti, Gale, and everything else used. He wants to try and make something happen, but Omar moves on in. The Glimpse not going to get him.
Okay.
Barely surviving. He even bought a Fairy Fire and Fountain, I think, to keep himself alive.
Oh, he barely got out there. But OT, they're just playing together in small groups. And look, your Tiny is farming mid, your AM is farming top against OG, who are having a great timing with this Aegis.
I mean, this is where OG would want to be shutting down the map, and it's just not happening. Ordu Thunder, they are playing so good around this area and making sure that nothing is connecting.
Ooh, and yeah, I want to talk about Yuragi choosing to go BKB here. I feel like that makes you very committed into the next couple minutes of this game. His scaling is going to drop a bit. He doesn't have the shard to farm faster. He doesn't have a pike to perhaps be more aggressive. So the next couple minutes for OG, they might just be do or die.
They have to find something. And look at that, Curry, he gets away. With all that time that he was spent pushing out that top side, he gets a Force Staff and doesn't get caught by the smoke rotation. This feels really bad for him. But EZM wanting to force the fight. He doesn't pop the BKB.
Stolen Glimpse.
And then they back away. But that Glimpse steal, that might be the difference maker. They find Omar, able to connect onto him with that BKB, but it's not enough. It is not enough damage.
And they get the Tombstone. And look at TA2000 in the meantime.
Taking that top tower. I mean, TA2000, he is online. OG, they're not able to stay on their targets. And, I mean, you got to wonder, in these late-game scenarios, when things start to look scary, are they going to have what it takes to keep up with this super-farmed anti-mage? They glimpse him back now. Does have that Aegis still, does have the BKB. They drop the Static Storm. A pretty bold move. And, in fact, Ordu Thunder now finally taking the fight as the Global comes out, but they've got more than enough to take this. Catches now onto the Silencer, kills him off. OG, they find one. If they can take this tier 2 off of it, it feels okay. But, I mean, Ordu have still dodged a huge bullet over the last couple minutes.
OT are getting so much on the map. They are outplaying OG. I think even with this tier 2 falling, I don't know if that favors them. They want to be getting more. TA2000 and Noob, they're vacuuming the entire map.
Even going to send these illusions out here to block the camps to try and deny out the farm away from OG, since they know that they're going to come back and try and farm it out on the Drow. So that entire side of the map is going to be denied farm. They do manage to take down at least the one blocking the Ancients. But yeah, scary stuff for OG as Ordu Thunder trying to punch their ticket to Berlin. We heard them in that listen-in. That's all they're thinking about.
I mean, they're doing great. How they're moving on the map right now is amazing. Even, look at Tier 2000 now. He's farming his way through the jungle. Look at Yuragi. He steps into this jungle and there's no camps. Now you need to share farm with your Primal Beast and you're 5-manning again against an anti-mage. So I think they're starting to feel a bit of the pressure.
Well, that is definitely what is happening. Now, OG are still incredibly strong when they group together at this point with all these BKBs. Ordu wanting to dodge them out. It might be another Tier 2 tower taken up top as they all smoke behind them. And Ordu, at least now, feeling comfortable kind of giving up this area.
I mean, OG are not showing anyone. It's so easy for OT to just push out waves. You have this anti-mage with 2100 health in a Manta style. You have Noob who can just kill waves from, I don't know, 1500 range with 3 volley. So for you can see from OG's movements, they are not feeling that confident, and I don't blame them.
Right. No, it's scary. I mean, you're shutting down some areas of the map by taking these Tier 2s as DM takes the other one. But, well, I'm wondering if they feel forced to try and just push up this high ground here.
If they force them back with this push, I'm a big fan. As long as they don't commit to some, we need to go take racks now. Then they might just overplay and it could cost them the game. So just force heroes back and then play the situation. Okay. Stolen Glimpse gets Venno out of the way.
Not bad, not bad.
Stolen tree volley.
A little bit less threatening when it's coming from the Rubik. Glimpse pulls back. Yuragi, and now thinking about going high ground. Again, have to be careful about their positioning here with Glimpse ready. Does have that BKB. Toss back all the way. But Yuragi trying to get out of there. Force staff, keeping a little bit of separation. T2000 onto him, but lifted. And then the jump forward, the pulverize with the BAZM connection. With Primal Beast right on top of him. They're bringing Yuragi lower and lower. But it's enough to take down TA2000. Both carries gone. What happens next? OG trying to force them back with axes. The tombstone is down. So the trade-off of cores, Omar could go for a glimpse in another couple seconds, but it looks like they're going to back away from him again.
Okay, actually pretty good for OG. You get the highest net worth core out of the game. Sure, you do lose Yuragi, but you get a lot of HP off the Tier 3 tower. You force all of OT back, so yeah, not too bad. Next objective in this game is going to be this Roche. 1 minute for us to know when it's going to respawn.
4,000 gold lead for Ordu Thunder. Feeling very strong at the moment and in control of this game to a large extent. Where do you feel like Ordu need to go? Is it just a matter of like trying to defend this Aegis, not give it away to OG, or do they want to take it themselves? Like it feels like the way you've been talking about it is that if this goes late, it's going to be a problem for OG.
Yeah, what OT have been doing so far, I love. They go as 3 and they just make space. The other heroes, especially Tier 2000, you get to farm the map, you chill, and they slowly like build it up for him to just easily join. So until Roshan spawns, I think play the map, you know, have OG feel the pressure, and when they go to Roche, when they start attacking you, you fight back.
Well, here they go. Walking forward, Beast, Master Hawk just a little bit away. They know he's there, but they can't quite see it as the smoke breaks. Will they be able to summon another one? They have 9 seconds until it's up. That would have been such a huge pick if they found Noob at the start.
Just barely out of vision.
And now, Ordu Thunder able to reorient themselves while TA2000 continues to farm. And, I mean, you look at this move. They're running across map to try and catch the anti-mage. He knows exactly what's going on.
Oh my God.
Just off the side. Holy moly, that was close.
Oh, that was so close. And now, this is how you take back your own jungle. You force all of OG bottom. Again, we have a DD rune that spawns at a very crucial timing. Tiny DD with Ags and Chrysalis.
Dude.
No joke. Next fight, Noob could just wipe them all out of this game.
Look at the pixels that we have, not just on that almost break of the TP, but then also the placement of the Hawk to almost catch somebody out at the start of the fight. If this goes the way Ordu Thunder's, OG is going to be looking back at that kicking themselves. It was so close. And now, with this type of a control and good vision in the area too, Ordu Thunders, they're well set up for Roche.
This next Roche fight is just so crucial. If Noob can even just play the fight on high range with 1-3 volley with the DD, it can hurt OG a lot. So for OG, you need to use this Hawk vision, try to find a good pick, and go from there. If Yuragi gets to hit, he's still incredibly strong.
Both of these heroes have so much on the line with them. And again, for Anti-Mage, we sort of haven't been talking about a ton. Not great Mana Void targets in this game, but can definitely do a ton of work and stay on top of that Drow. So 27 minutes, next round of neutrals coming up. Roche respawning. And for Oradu, they're just sitting together in a group.
Oradu doing a good job. They're just playing the map and the waiting game. If OG ever attack Roche, they can go fight. For OG, I would love to see them push in the lanes, try to get top lane pushing so that you can smoke into the dire jungle and take it over. But OT are not giving you that time.
Looking for it now.
Skadi completed.
That is a huge timing for Oradu. And I mean, right now OG is so split. A DD there, everybody jumps away.
They're way too split.
Breaking that smoke is going to have to give up his life for this one. Drops in a minute. Does have buyback. I mean, you can't give away this Roche for free if you're OG, but it might just happen.
You need to hawk Roche and try to fight it. I don't think you can give this one up.
This is huge. He's going to do it. TM summons the Hawk, starts walking over that direction. Roche, it was a relatively quick spawn, a minute and a bit. But now, seeing it dropping down so quickly, it's down almost half HP. They're able to take it away. They buy back and start to get ready to run on in. But OT, they're not going to stick around and try and finish it off, playing the safer option. They're not the ones that need this Aegis.
It's good. I like that they back off. Respect the buyback. Again, you can just wait. OG's heroes aren't as mobile. If they want to stay here as 5 and just wait, TA2000, again, he can go back to vacuum mode. Take the whole map, get the farm going. Once they hit Roche, then you respond. As OG, they might do the move we touched on earlier.
Yeah.
Take the outpost, have buybacks ready for this fight, and then try to help Yuragi get this Aegis.
And in so many other times where we've seen these teams, and again, you talk about in that listen-in mode before this game, they were just talking about one more game to Berlin, one more game to Berlin. And now in this moment, you know, some might just go for the all-in play of trying to take Roche there. They're taking the more safe option, the smoke on smoke. They're just going to switch sides, but get down some crucial wards. Now, taking away that vision, Noob. Does he go for the all-in play? They take the ward away and still ready to walk on into the pit here.
This should be a better position for OT if they can just push in the waves with Anti-Mage, because for OG, it's a bit weird to go for the waves. And if they leave this... I mean, OG have a good ward in their own triangle if they want to look to smoke to that.
Getting good vision.
I mean, they even have 2 good wards.
Yeah, this sees everything. They see it all. They see all of these heroes. They didn't have a gem. They didn't have anything. They're in a little bit of trouble. Omar, he's going to get caught. The lift is there to the side. Stolen on the blink for Rubik. The back away Noob doing good damage to Yuragi, but he gets the Force Staff away from him. Noob caught for a moment, but TA2000 staying onto that Drow. No buyback, gone. They bought back on the 2 supports. The control coming from BZM, trying to kill Noob. He needs to do it alone. They don't have Yuragi with them, but the Tombstone doing a ton of work. And now backing away, Taiga trying to get there to help out his buddy, but it won't happen. TA2000 way too strong as the blink was used, but the glimpse is there. Oradu Thunder, they are oh so close.
Oh man, the 2 buybacks coming out from the supports. Help yourselves, re-engage into the fight, and TA2000, he has the Skadi. He knows his job. He just gets on top of Yuragi with the Skadi, and there is no getaway for him.
Unbelievable. I mean, again, you think about how different this could have gone, and the buybacks coming in clutch. BZM, it looked okay for a moment, but Yuragi just got jumped.
I mean, just look, he just sticks on him with the Skadi, and even though, sure, you get the pike off, look how low he is. He's not getting to hit.
Yeah, it was not going to happen. And Oradu Thunder, now with an Aegis in hand, getting that shard. I mean, they're in such a strong position with an anti-mage. What do you want him to do with this Aegis here?
Honestly, you can do nearly anything. Push in the lanes and play aggressive. He's closing in on an Abyssal Blade. Venomancer is getting closer to a Vlad's, so you have all the auras. I mean, look, they should be feeling themselves.
Absolutely. Such a good group of guys playing for a very long time. You think about Witter, this guy's been playing since 2016 for a long time. TA2000, he's been around for forever. Trying to make it to this land for them would be such a huge victory if they can close out this game. But OG, are they going to give them that opportunity? The blink away, Taiga, does he get caught by the glimpse? He's going to get caught by Noob.
I love TA2000's positioning right now. His entire team is bottom, and he's just up top pressuring. With this Aegis, with the Skadi, he has Manta. Okay, getting pressured for now. Global, Manta.
jump away.
Should be all right. Their entire map is theirs now, just because of where they're playing with their heroes.
The 8K gold lead is going to keep expanding unless OG can wait this one out or take a good fight for themselves. But Ordu Thunder, it is their control that they've got right now on this one.
Ooh, okay, for OG, you need to enable Yuragi to play fights. And I feel like that is just a very tough task. Tier 2000 can always just go on top of him, try to stick there. So for OG, I don't think they can dive in really with BZM. They need to protect their Drow Ranger. It is their only way to stay in this game.
Right now, Yuragi does at least have that Hurricane Pike, has the BKB, some amount of maneuverability there, but in a way it feels like they've got to be able to catch that anti-mage with, you know, the Drow just constantly hitting into him with no global up. Otherwise, it's just not going to happen.
Yeah, and for now, he's got an Aegis. He's also getting the Solar Crest from his Venno, which is a great item flying out right now to help him out against the Drow.
Dude, TA2000's had enough. He's like, I've been denied too many times. I want to go to a LAN. I want to go to a major. And they're looking to close this one out, but you can see the wave cutting that's going on. OG trying desperately to hold out. They know that if they get creeps in the base, it is oh so hard for them to stop the push, so they are just not letting that happen.
It's very nicely done by them. DM pushing the top lane with a Zero and 2 Boars. Mid lane being cut by a Dragon. And in the meantime, BZM going down bottom to try and delay this game. Help Yuragi get these items as DM starting to popping off in the network a little bit. Does have the Bongo boots if he wants to complete them. So not the Schlom, but the Bongo.
Right, not the Schlom this game. It maybe needs a little bit more against the AM.
Yeah.
I mean, they're doing a great job. Look at this. Again, in mid, they've got the Dragon there cutting the wave. And they need to come back and deal with this. It is going to get Galed, and now might be in some more trouble as they gank the Dragon, manage to kill it off. And the other thing is that, all right, you're delaying the game, but for what? TA2000 now has an Abyssal Blade looking for more. Taiga up on the high ground, gets the Blink back.
Nice job there.
Has been able to dodge really well with having the Blink Dagger and the Blink stolen from TA2000.
This is a type of position where if you're OT, you need to assign 1 or 2 heroes to push lanes and place aggressive wards that see these rats of OG to get out on the map, right? Because OG, they don't want to fight into you, ever. They're going to keep trying to get out, cut some waves. Taiga's being very annoying with the stolen Blink.
And silence there. Good damage broken for Staff to get to the high ground. TA2000, they didn't pop that global that time. Wasn't too concerned about it without the Primal Beast being there.
Yes, also 1 more minute on this Aegis as, yeah, I would say OG are getting away with a lot at this point.
I mean, I was ready to do my outro speech with OT going to the major, and they have held on in a very good way on OG. This game was looking incredibly difficult for them. Now, TA2000 tries to catch. Does he find him off to the side? No. So, Primal gets out of harm's way, and they have held on. I mean, what is sort of the thing that you're holding on to for OG in terms of a timing that you're looking for? Does the Silver Edge change things at all in this game?
I mean, the longer the game goes, I wouldn't say that OG are favored, but Drow has very good scaling in the game. As long as she at some point gets to stand her ground against Anti-Mage, you're going to deal a lot of damage. You have the Beastmaster helping you out with a clear lockdown all the time as well. So if the game drags out, I mean, OG are doing like an insane job right now. I would say on OT, they should be looking a bit more aggressive. Make sure you kill the wards with the gem and place more aggressive wards. They do have 1 down bottom, but they're not doing the best at the pickoffs right now.
I mean, Dota is such an interesting game in a way, right? Because sometimes when you're in this position for Ordu Thunder, you end up trying to play not to lose, and it gives the other team a chance to sort of come back into it a little bit. They're still cutting all these waves, looking amazing. Their scaling's going to be solid. But you do have to sort of wonder at what point are they going to try and make this all in play. They might even wait for that next round of Roche, and there's opportunities in there to make mistakes.
Yeah, but because right now, OT are like strong enough. If I don't think OG can stand their ground against this Anti-Mage right now, but in 5 minutes, 10 minutes with another item on the Drow, maybe a Hex on BZM even that he has queued up, eventually they have this strength where if they find TA2000 and they can burst him from full to 0, this whole game can absolutely change.
Well, they need to buy the time until then, and they're doing a good job of it, being super annoying against Oradu. Well, down bottom, Taiga consistently stealing Blink, trying to cut these waves for all that he's worth. And, you know, we think back to game number 1. We talked about the fact that Oradu had it. And OG were able to sort of tenaciously hold out as long as they could. Will they be able to do it again, or Ordu just going to keep this momentum going? That 8k gold lead staying consistent.
I mean, OT are playing in a very grouped fashion. I would like it a bit more if they have one guy who can just push out the waves, maybe put TA2000 in a more aggressive position with the rest, because, yeah, I think for now, the name of the game, we can all see it. OG are very happily just pushing out these side lanes, continue to get the gold scaling up, and, I mean, the net worth is not really trickling more into OT's favor.
No, they're farming more of the map on OG. They're not being held into one area, and you look at the map right now. You've got 5 heroes spread all across it from OG, and Ordu Thunder just stuck together in this blob.
I wonder what the comms are right now, as Chu's just dropping a tomb in the enemy jungle, gives himself some vision and farm.
Oh, the Ogre Seal Totem, the Glimmer Cape walks away, no vision, no way to do it, but the Glimpse is going to pull him back eventually. So Chu brought down and punished. They managed to find a kill, no buyback on him. Down bottom, the immediate rotation over here too. Maybe Ordu feeling like they're tired of playing these games and chasing them around. So they will spread out a little bit more and again deal with these waves which are pushing into their tier 3 towers.
Doing a slightly better job now. You want to be really fast and really decisive on these moves. The moment you see someone and you're killing them, you already know that OG are going to run to the other lanes, try to push those in. As we have the stolen tree volley again. Don't think it's going to do too much unless Tiger's going to get himself another 3-4 items. But it looks cool, so I like it.
Love to see that one. And I think, again, there's that fear to some extent of like, you know, we've maybe a feeling almost like we've won. We just need to not throw. Just need to not throw. And I can understand that emotion right now for Ordu Thunder. You know, they're in such a dominant position, but you do need to close it out eventually.
I like this itemization on tier 2000. I think he understands that OG are getting away with murder in this game. He has a Shadow Blade now. He's going to queue into the Silver Edge. It should help him to get pickoffs around the map. He can just go somewhere, try to push in a lane, go invis, find someone with the Abyssal Blade, because whoever he finds, they are dead.
If he can get on top of any target, it is going to be quick murder. But the entire team following behind him on this side. Taiga pushing out this bottom, going for
There's a tree
volley with the Fade Bolt. And, I mean, it kills a creep wave.
Yeah, it helps him do what he wants to do. So honestly, for the position that they're in, this is one of the better spells to get.
Primal Beast queuing up that Hex. You also see that on the Rubik, he's queuing up the Hex for Taiga. And Ordu Thunder not finding targets yet. Up top, BZM waiting for the next wave to come by as he passes by Noob. And nobody dealing with bottom.
I mean, it might just be the third Roche. Like, not more waves are being cut as we have some TPs, but he's just out. You need to be one step ahead.
Oh, and almost caught him there, but wasn't quite able to get it in time. And Taiga pushes this. They need to come deal with this side. Again, Beastmaster is there also. Gets down a ward so they can see them moving over.
Okay, this third Roche is going to be ever so important. OG, they already have Hawks there, so the moment it starts respawning, they will see that. It has to be the one thing that OT talk about right now. If OG gets this next Roche, somehow, I don't know how, but if they do, they are absolutely back in this game.
Well, I feel like the way that this has been going, somebody's getting abandoned from lack of XP or something because there's nothing happening. Just no movements on this map. They get these wards down. You can also see the OG wards as we take a look at the esportsbet.io odds. 5-1 into their favor, but the gold lead sort of bouncing back and forth between the two of them. You see that little perk up in terms of the win percentage. It's getting better as it gets later and later.
5 seconds on the Roche respawn now. They are forcing some heroes to TP back from OT, so this is a crucial timing.
Oh my god, they know about it too. They know that Roche is up on the side of OG. I mean, it might be a crazy all-in play to try and go for it though, but there are creeps that are pushing into this bottom tier 3 tower. And in they go. Dude, dude, this is illegal. This should not be happening. They don't have vision in the pit. They don't have vision in the pit. It was a quick Roach. They're going to get it with the bash. Chu, take aggro. Take aggro from me, goddammit. They're taking it down.
Getting it.
OG are actually going to get this Aegis.
That's an Axe as well.
What in the Sam hell was that? Ordu Thunder. Ordu Thunder!
They didn't know. The Venom Ward ran out. They didn't replace a new one. Oh no!
Critical information.
Uh-oh.
And OG.
Okay, they're smoking up. They have not decided yet who's going to get this Aghanim Scepter on Yuragi, who seems to be desperately chasing Taiga to hand it to him.
Please, take it. Win us the game, Taiga. Put us on your back.
Okay, Tiger has an axe, and we're in the lead now on OG. They finish up their Hex. They somehow got this Roche, which is incredibly illegal. And OT, deep breaths and talk about how to take this next fight, because the last 10 minutes have not gone your way.
They are even more grouped together right now. We talked about this so many times. This team that's so close to the major so many moments. Are they letting it slip away from them now? Oh, wow. I mean, we've seen Ordu come back from moments like this before, but look at that swing that we saw right there. It is still looking so good for Ordu Thunder, but you gotta wonder that swing.
Yeah, it's... I will be a little concerned now if I'm OT. Anti-major scaling, TA2000, he's not getting that much stronger. He does have the silver edge now, but your supports, there's no Ags on Disruptor. Like, you have Veno, Disruptor, Silencer. They're starting to taper off, so Noob think he's going to have to step it up in these next fights and do a lot for his boys.
And the other problem right here that you've got, sure, you have vision from the Venomancer in terms of those wards, but you're playing against Beastmaster Hawk. If they get the jump on you, and that ward back up on the high ground too, they know that Ordu Thunder are here. Yuragi off to the side, wanting to find a pick-off. Can they find Kaori?
Oh, they see him.
The jump, they get him there. Starting to bring him down low. The Hex, but TA2000 right on top of him. Forces away, which means no Abyssal Blade. TA2000 runs through, but he's got a BZM right on top, finding Omar afterwards. What is happening?
This can't be.
TA2000 jumps, wants to find the backline. Does he have enough, though? The Hurricane Pike and the walk away. Yuragi still living through this. TA2000 gets the blink back.
Tree
the
volley.
Damage coming in from that tree volley, but Yuragi is strong. They don't have Silencer buyback. Kezu, what are we watching right now?
Oh my god. OG are coming. I mean, this is their game now at this point. OT, they're starting to crumble as they steal the gem.
Gets it though. Brings it down. Do you dare move on in for a gem?
Let's go, Chu. Get in there and die.
Amar gets back. And OG.
Ooh, that's such a critical ward in the Dire base that allows him to get this fight. BZM charges on like 3 heroes with the Hex. And you can see now the scaling. Yuragi's damage output is starting to be incredible.
And you know, you don't want to read too much into things, but this entire series, when we've been looking at Noob, on his player cams, he's been smiling, he's been laughing, he's been loving what he's seeing. Right now is gamer mode time. It is serious, serious danger as OG have retaken control of this map.
Oh, I mean, you're gonna feel very tense. I've been there before. It's not a great feeling, and you're stuck in your base now a little bit. You know that Yuragi's scaling is really damn high. You've slipped up in the game a little bit for them. They need to do what they did in the last game. Bounce back, talk about what you need to do, how to fight, and how to go together and make use of what you got.
And, I mean, from the other point of view, I've imagined you've won some games where you've come back before Kezu, not to flame too much, but what do you think is going through the OG mind right now? What do you think they need to be thinking about in this one?
They should be, first of all, they're feeling great. They should understand that all we need to do is play on vision, continue as we've done with the Beast Hawks, and if we see a good jump, we can go. Anyone we go on, they just die. As long as they play clean, you know, they don't split up where Yuragi dies twice and some weird positioning, it should be pretty smooth sailing. Take vision, go in, and fight.
They're getting closer and closer to this Hex on Rubik. They have one already on Primal Beast. We did also see for the Drow picking up the Butterfly, an item that a lot of people have sort of been flaming this tour, but in this game, feels like it has some value.
This is a really good one. Look at TA2000. We already said that his scaling is starting to crumble a little bit. He doesn't have a slot to buy an MKB. And Yuragi deals so much damage. He also gives armor to the Rubik in the fights to maybe help him stay alive a bit against the tree volley. And DM, he has 7,000 gold. They might be getting like 3 hexes in this game.
Looking at this one, 45 minutes in, they are going to retake this area. You see a step forward from TA2000 wanting to check, but they immediately take away the vision, and the map is dark right now for Ordu Thunder. The Hex is completed for DM. They're inside their base, and they're not leaving.
Ooh, so far OG, I would say you don't have to force it too hard. You can continue to play the map. Look at all these Hawks all the time. They're giving them so much vision. If you can't go high ground, just continue to scale. You should understand that you feel great. The damage scaling of OT's lineup is so slow.
And it's, again, one of those things where, oh, Noob.
They see him on the Hawk.
The root. The root is on fire. Noob, lifted, pulls him back. Taiga gets him. The Hex, the follow-up. Noob in trouble, trying to keep him alive. The BKB, but the jump forward. He's missing. That is a butterfly on Yuragi as TA2000 backs away, but the big jump. jump, and the force step out, and BZM there to try and help him, but Yuragi is gone without buyback. Noob also dead. There's the Abyssal on to BZM, now in more trouble. Taiga, does he have anything to save? The Gale is going to be there. Forced to have to try and separate, but Taiga's in trouble also. Lifted, killed, nowhere to go, and OG.
That's 4 kills.
What an incredible fight from Ordu Thunders. Now it's OG that are the ones that get pulled into position outside of the base.
Uh-oh, they did it. You can't have Yuragi be in such a susceptible position. OT, take use of that. Bait each. There was a great global to delay the roar, to bait OG further into the fight.
Unbelievable. Back and forth, the pendulum swings as 14 to 21, but more importantly, these buybacks, they had to all in earlier from OG to try and, make these fights work, but then they end up spending all their gold, and now they don't have anything.
Now we're bouncing back the other way. OT are gonna have absolute map control by the time that OG do spawn, as we have the big black dragon doing his work, but mid-wave, no one's cutting that one.
And Chu, he does
recovered the gem.
Have it. Kaori looking. Oh, Kaori hunting. Oh, I got it. Is he able to dodge away from it? Yeah, he keeps it alive. But TA2000, this is what they wanted to do 20 minutes ago.
Yep. Finally they can.
But the glyph is out. Still cutting waves up top, but can't find anybody to cut through the wave mid. With that said, they are going to have Drow back up in 8 seconds. Second round of it. Do they want to use it on Rax, though? Always a little bit of a bold play, but they are going to do it right now. So they get the second glyph out, won't be able to find any buybacks. And Roche capable of responding in 48 seconds again. I have a feeling this time they're going to put some more Plague Wards in there.
I sure hope so. Safe buybacks, putting these Plague Wards. Venomancer is not allowed to step into his own jungle. Or not more than like 500 range. Stay around.
Get back in the jungle.
Wards.
Get over there.
My friend. When this Plague Ward dies, if he doesn't instantly step back to Roche, someone better yell at him.
25 seconds till it's capable. MKB now done on the Anti-Mage. Has invested in it.
Okay, so what is he gonna drop? Fury for the fight?
Yeah, looks like it. I don't even know where it went to.
Oh, his career. He might just sell it, I guess.
But Roche, they obviously will also have Hawk Vision in there.
That should help.
Most likely once they're summoning that one up.
Okay, so we have a Hex completed on DM. A lot of big items as well also on the Venomancer. Rave Pack completed, Solar Crest completed to help out your Anti-Mage against this Drow matchup and this next Roche. 1 minute 40 seconds. The way you play the map now, how you hold your wards, and how you're going to take the next fight with buybacks, it's going to decide the game.
Well, we'll see if they can make the moves that they need to around the map. This is where things, again, get very complicated for these teams. You look at OG, they're already splitting out these side lanes, wanting to push in bottom, and with the Beastmaster summons, it's going to be pretty effective. On the side of Ordu Thunder, there is some danger now that if you try and make the all-in play down a side lane with Anti-Mage, he might just get picked off if he's not with the rest of his team.
I think OT need to now be one step ahead. Talk about how you deal with this bottom lane. Like, don't run into the scenario where Roach respawns soon, Beast is starting to hit my tier 3 tower, suddenly one guy TPs out and then OG take the fight. Be one step ahead of what you do so that you can stay in your jungle together.
And a refresher for the Primal Beast, so he can go for a second round of craziness. Toss charges on the side of Noob. I mean, we have had long games this entire day that have gone the distance. This one, it's not going to be any different.
Oh, this one could last a while. I don't even know if this next Roche is going to end the game. It's going to put a team in a great position. So let's see how they're going to go about it. Buybacks are going to be crucial. Everyone but the Disruptor have it ready. OT ready for a smoke.
Get together. I don't believe that one was under any vision, but... Oh, geez, they're walking out onto a ward! They see him all, they see everything! Yuragi, he's so far forward, they catch him! Yuragi, Force Staff tries to back away, not gonna happen!
Buyback.
Just like that. Oh, Ordu Thunder, though, have they maybe gone a bit too far? TA2000 finds the Beastmaster, DM in trouble, DM dead. They try and find Noob, kill him off, BZM got him in his grasp, but do they have the damage? Noob still living through it. The chase now coming, though. Yuragi starting to beat into him one by one, but Noob staying alive, and Yuragi, he turns, but look at it, the damage out onto all of them. Yuragi living, he's living through it all. Unbelievable, they hold out. 5 buybacks used.
Holy
the whole
shit.
screen is filled.
Okay, lifesteal on the Ancients or run to base and go fight Roach. I cannot... Okay. The fact
Refresher
that Okay. Deep breaths. The fact that he didn't die back there is incredible. He just stood his ground with the life steal. Okay, who's gonna get Roche? Because everyone and the entire family just bought back.
I just saw somebody ping, they have vision. Yes, I think they do.
They do.
Oh.
As creeps are gonna kill the ward in the top lane that they did ping out, so Chu's gonna get a casual 300 gold, 5-man smoke.
If they can find the right heroes, they win the game. Buybacks. Primal, the only one in the game that has it.
He also has Refresher, so him playing in the front line, DM is getting himself an A on this. This could be crucial.
Smoke up also from OG. They're at the ready. 15 seconds till BKB on the drow, trying to find somebody. Chu immediately out in front. Will he get caught?
DM has A on this.
They see Omar. Taiga backs
Tombstone.
away. Got to be careful about this one. TA2000
He
jump
rolled
forward, but he
himself.
roared himself. But instead the Hex now onto Disruptor. Tries to control onto him.
Force
Jumps
that.
through onto all. They don't know about the Refresher, but now they do.
Another
the Hex
Hex.
is there onto the Silencer. One by one. They're starting to fall. Ordu Thunder, they lose both. Static Storm down. And BZM still going to survive through that. But now Roche is back up and OG a 15,000 gold lead.
BZM is chatting it up. He knows he has buyback. He just gets in there, kills both the supports. They have no buybacks. It's going to be 3v5 for 80 seconds, and they're going to get a free Roche.
This is such an incredible comeback from OG if they can make this happen. And for Ordu Thunder, they are still in a position where if they find the right heroes, if they kill the right heroes, they can win the game in seconds, it feels like.
It's time to cut waste for OT. You cannot fight 3v5. You need to delay. They're going to have at least 2 glyphs, as they have one now, and then the next tier 3 will give them one. TA2000 without the Fury. Going to push down some waves, but OG, they're coming down mid.
They need to deal with this. It's a problem. You can't cut this mid wave right now. They do have 2 glyphs available for themselves.
Omar, they're making 3 volley spots next to the tier 4s in the base.
They're trying. They're trying to do what they can, but on the courier. Wait, a rapier.
Look at this. There's a rapier and the tree volleys being set up.
Dude, they're buying branches and putting them. They don't last long enough. They don't last long enough.
Plant more trees.
Dude, the rapier is coming out to him. Can they hold? Can OT hold? They need just a couple more seconds, but OG trying to finish this off.
Oh, DM is cutting all the trees.
He's cutting the trees with the axes. What is this new meta? The jump forward, the Hex.
BZM,
they got him, but the force
force.
staff is there, and now the jump onto DM catches him. Force staff back. BZM control gets him, but the damage coming out isn't enough.
Refresh.
The Hex is there.
They got him.
Stop him. TA2000 is gone, and somehow, some way, OG, they're gonna win this game. I cannot believe it. As they go for the all-in on the Ancient, OG, after being denied, they are going to Berlin.
How the hell did they do it? This game is so insane that it just keeps going back and forth. I mean, DM just leaves his computer.
Let me tell you something, all right? DM, there was some extracurricular activities going out in some pubs. He did not suck today. He was killing it.
He showed up. I think he died once in this game. Ball back, had some crazy roars. I feel for OT. These two teams, they played their heart out. My heart is racing, and I'm not even playing the game.
God, you've got to feel bad for OT. So many games where they were just that close. They were one series away earlier in the season, too. Oh, my God.
If they played a little better, they could have won this game. But OG, they stay in, stay resilient, and they just... what an incredible game.
What an incredible game. I know you're talking about the heart palpitations. I got them, too. My whole freaking body's racing. My God, what an incredible series. And we get another 3-game series that goes the distance.
Oh, my God.
And has some crazy stuff.
Well, congrats to OG. My God. I can't handle it.
Great stuff. We love Dota 2. We love our panel, who we're going back to right now.
Here I thought we were going to be congratulating OG, then it was going to be OT, but in the end it is going to be OG that get this Game 3 victory in such a close manner too.
Oh my God, I can't believe it. What a back and forth game. I could not believe the things that I was witnessing. I was like, okay, all right, Ordu, you got this, guys. You're doing so well. And then OG just takes like an uncontested Roshan. Like how much, like are you just going to free Aghanims onto your like Rubik or something? I'm just like,
they went on the draw, right? On the top top lane fight, they went on the draw because he just bought back. They knew that was their win condition.
I thought it was going to be it. It was like this. You could just see the amount of health left on the crows.
100 HP. And they kill off the AM before they wipe them. They need to all use buybacks. And they were still fine. Even into the ages, they were still fine. But they smoke up, they go onto that high ground.
Dude, that is so,
it was risky.
It was so risky. It was like, I think they thought they were going to be on like up north. Like, okay, we're angling for like this part. Nope. What a play from Rubik, just sitting there, breaking that smoke, getting
Rubik and
them
then
all the
BZM
vision.
just boss.
Yeah.
Primal Beast boss. Just goes in, pops that BKB, runs them down, picks them off one after another. 3 versus 5, they had no chance.
Well, look, we're going to see some highlights here. There's a lot of highlights to go through, so let's talk about them as they come up on our screen because, what was this? My eyesight's pretty bad. 20-odd minute mark?
This was ages ago.
Yeah, and this was when Ooredoo Thunders were in that lead. We thought they were going to be able to close it out off the back of this lead that they were building up for themselves.
Bro, they had the exact same problem again, where OG were just split pushing them all game. It was so annoying. Like, every time you look at the map, there's some DM Beastmaster summons pushing in their wave. On the other side of the map, there's a Primal Beast pushing in a wave. How many times did you see them just, like, TPing heroes back to try and hunt them down?
On the Rubik just constantly split pushing.
Yeah.
He steals 3 volley and Fate Bolts 3 volleys every single wave, and that's it. Like, he'd usually be where the Drow is at the moment, where Uragi is.
Oh, this fight was kind of sad. Like, you watch AM and how hard it is for him to, like, actually get into these fights when OG are looking strong. Right? When they're all set up together and ready, it's like he has to blink in, he has to commit Manta and Silverage just to get out alive, which means he goes in again and he just doesn't have enough, like,
He itemized properly as well. Like the Skadi is so amazing into the Drow, also the Silver Edge later on, so he can get up close and personal. It just wasn't enough. Like the way the Toji play, I can't say that it was pitch perfect, but it was good enough. It was solid under a ton of pressure that last game to the major brings.
It doesn't have to be perfect if you can fight till the end, and that's what both of these teams did. Like, it was such an amazing run from both of them in this game. A lot of back and forth, a lot of tenacity, a lot of great initiations from both sides as well. But my goodness, OG there. What a beauty of a game to watch.
Yeah. I just, right here, we were like, okay, Drow no buyback. This is it. They're doing it.
I will say, I thought the Primal Beast ran into more issues than I thought. It was their last pick, but when you think about it, there were quite a lot of spells that could stop him. You obviously had the Global from Silence. You had the stuns from Tiny. Oh, this was the one that Dro just lived. Yeah.
This is literally the decisive fight, right? Because they decide to turn back, and I believe that was the right call, but for some reason they see that Drow without the buyback, obviously. You get baited into that. Like, she was a tiny little bit out of position.
You know?
But they didn't notice the Beastmaster also coming in close.
Do you know as well, like there, he had the Abyssal Blade that he used on the Beastmaster. I think maybe if he hadn't used it on him and had waited and used it on the Drow's buyback, that could have been the game.
Yeah, but they killed the Beast before, just these things, you know, they look natural, they look like you're supposed to be winning it, and then something like a Beastmaster that bought back, TP to the tier 2, came close, roared you. It just happens. It's hard to anticipate. It's hard to, like, in the heat of the moment, maybe if the game wasn't that important for them, maybe they would have backed out. Maybe they'd say, hey, DM bought back. He has roar. He didn't use it. Like, let's go back. We can't kill off this Drow. They try. They have to use all of the 5 buybacks, and since then, all the way down. There's
a lot of what ifs, but I am very impressed with Ooredoo Thunders. They forced it to a game 3. They had that massive lead. They're going to learn a lot from it. I know normally our MVP will be from OG, but I at least want to have a discussion or an honorable mention from the side of Ooredoo Thunders because I think they put on a great performance in this series and definitely in game 3.
Yeah, from the whole season, I would say that their supports have been stellar. Like, those two are my MVP. Both of them are most valuable players. Like, just surprised with the fact that they're forcing all the teams to ban out their heroes. If it's either Phoenix or the Clockwork, and then obviously TA 2000. Like, these guys, I don't think they have anything to be ashamed of. Like, they came from Division 2, and they're so close to get to the major.
Yeah.
There's always Tour 3.
I really hope they make it in Tour 3. I mean, the competition has been so good in Europe this tour. It's been an absolute pleasure covering all of it so far. I completely agree with you. I mean, that you can make a case for every single player on Ooredoo, but again, like, Kaori has been owning so hard. Like, I think I've seen these absolute MVP performances on his, like, Clockworks and Phoenixes. I've been, like, Noob, especially in some of his games on his Tiny, have been, like, the way that they move on the map sometimes as a team is so fast and, like, quick. It's just they are clearly understand what they're meant to be doing. I think it's just it comes down to, like, lack of experience against other teams where maybe they are just, like, choking these moments or making these small bad decisions that aren't getting them to the major this time, but maybe next time.
A little bit of a rat problem. rat
that too.
infestation that they need to fix.
Yeah.
Once that they fix that, I believe there's so much talent. They can make it to the next major.
But that was an advantage of OG and how they played, how decisive they were across the map, and how they were able to utilize all of those lanes, every inch of the jungle as well. So our MVP for Game 3 is...
I forgot which heroes were in the game.
Just say a player.
Oh, player?
Drow? No?
Drow.
Primal? BZM. That last fight with the BZM, yeah.
BZM.
Just jumping in, going straight in. Like you can play the game perfectly, but in the most important moments you can choke. Like he doesn't choke. That was just that play right there, together with the Rubicon.
I was about to say, I've been so impressed with throughout this series, Taiga as well.
Back on his game, Tiger.
Yeah, or he really kind of always was. And I know he gets a lot of flack, but I've seen some of the games that brought them to win series this tour that allowed them to finally make it to this tiebreaker, to make it to the major, or off the back of Tiger just knowing where to be on the map, making insane amounts of space. That guy is such a god.
Yeah. All right. Well, we can say for Game 3, BZM's our MVP. For the tour, though, we could say Tiger is our OG MVP. But yeah, BZM here, he ends up with the Refresher and the Hex and the Ags 3. Very, very important.
I feel like the BKB
items.
was all he needed in that last fight. That was literally it. Just BKB.
That was the game changer.
The game changer. Rushes straight into them, gives vision to his whole team.
And was that mixed with the Refresher? It was that mixed with the Refresher?
Of course. It allowed him to chase them even further, right?
Yeah.
Like the Refresher, double BKB, even better.
100%. And now that we know that OG are going to be going to the major, massive congrats to them. What are you guys expecting from them? You know, knowing how they've performed, how they've shaped up and really improved over this tour, what are you looking forward to the most to see?
Improving more.
Oh.
They're definitely on a steady trajectory upwards.
Yeah.
If we talk to them right now, which we might, I'm sure.
Eventually, hold your horses. Listen, hold your horses. This man's trying to summon an interview that isn't ready.
Holy.
I am sure that they believe that there's room for growth once again. They lost themselves a little bit after Tour 1 because of some problems, health issues that they had as well within the team. But I think they came back on time and they found themselves. So. That's important.
Yeah.
Getting to the major, just steady improvement until it. Perhaps they can surprise us all.
Well, you don't have to answer, Sheep. You saved. You don't have to think of an answer for it.
I had an answer.
Oh, okay. All right. Quickly then.
I'm just happy to see them. I hope they get to the major and they get to play with their entire roster with no visa issues.
I would like that too. No visa issues for OG would be great. But the interview is ready, Lizard. What you wanted to hear. DM is going to be joining us here.
Yeah, let's go.
DM, hello. Congratulations on taking that 4th and final major slot going to Berlin. How are you feeling?
Thanks. I'm feeling amazing. I think everything is fine. The series was very interesting. OT is decently an opening of the season, in my opinion. They're really good. And this is good to see a top-tier team in our region in D1. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're nice.
You say it was an interesting series for you. It was definitely entertaining and exciting for us to watch, but I want to know, how is it playing a series that goes this long, all 3 games, but to have a Game 3 be so back and forth and feel like at any moment it could be them winning or it could be you guys winning?
I think actually Game 3, it felt really rough by us at some point. I think we missed opportunities in the early mid-game, I would say. But at some point, I think we just play with cold mind and we know what decision should be made. Like when we want to fight, when we don't want to fight, how we want to see our heroes on the map, what we're going to do. And we saw it clearly. And I think it led us to victory in this game. Yeah.
I did notice as well, BZM was drafting for you guys. Is that something that's just happened over this week, or what has caused him to be the one doing some of the drafting, or at least taking that role in the drafting phase?
Yeah, BZM is our new drafter, but I think currently, oh my god, it's actually delivered to me. Right, whatever. So actually, BZM is drafting right now, but it's mostly because he's good at choosing heroes for himself like this. And we are just, we're just helping him. We're doing preparation for 1 hour, for 2 hours sometimes before the games. And we're all talking about the heroes, talking about the scenarios, what we like to see, what we don't like to see. And BZM is capable of picking his heroes the best way he can by himself.
Yeah.
So,
All right.
That's our new strat.
I like it.
Congratulations, DM, on the win. I'm so happy to see you going to the major. I would love to know about you as an offlaner and your evolution as an offlaner, going from even maybe back to Tour 1 to like now. Like especially when you guys are losing and struggling a bit, how do you feel like you've changed your like hero pool or playstyle, or just changed and adapted in any way? Like, what has your journey been as an offlaner?
I mean, to be honest, at some point I was like, I was giving, I think, too much sacrifice to my personal gameplay at the start of the season, and then I actually recognized like the way I want to play is like to be on my hero and probably like a full core at some point. So I turned out to play different heroes at the end of the season because I think it's just more efficient for the team. Like I can play any hero in Dota, like any, but you know, I'm saying about like decent amount of heroes, but I can also play my best heroes, and I can do much better impact on them instead of griefing my team's game on just some random heroes. So yeah, I just got strict understanding what I want to play and what heroes I want to see on my role.
And did that come about as like a, you know, in like a team conversation? And did someone like, you know, Tiger, who has to lane with you, have to change his pool or like playstyle to accommodate that?
I'll be real. We played against Gaming Gladiators, and this series gave us a lot in understanding of, at least for my lane, how I want to see my lane. Because we're doing some decent ideas against bad teams, and they were working. But against Gaming Gladiators, they really punished for it. So we talked to Tommy, and we decided to just change the approach to the lane. So now we're like able to play the weaker lane, or we're able to play the lane that is like 50-50, and in terms of who plays better. Like, for example, against Entity, we have Dracula Doom, they have CK Mirana. In my opinion, this lane is they're a bit stronger, but it can go other way if we just outplay them. So we're just playing for outplay recent games, I think. Yeah.
Hell yeah. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Congrats on the win. I feel bad for you, for your food, and for the delivery guy. You have wireless headset. If you want, I can ask you. You can go grab it. But quick one. How do you feel as a team right now? Do you feel that you've reached that necessary peak to go into the major, or like percentage-wise, what is your power level at the moment?
I think our power level at the moment is about like 60%. We got much stuff to work on. We got really big amount of stuff to work on. But already things we're figuring out, they're working out, and it really empowers our team. I think our every loss gives us a lot, and every win gives us a lot also because Misha is discussing the mistakes we made, like the heroes which we can stick to, and like we growing from every game. So yeah, I think 60% now of full power.
Thank you very much.
And very last question, what are you most looking forward to for the Berlin Major? Is it going to be the teams that you're going to be coming up against, or something else in Berlin?
What I'm looking for?
Forward to?
Probably to play some good Dota. Yeah, guys, I'm really hungry to play some good Dota in international tournament. I'm a bit bored of playing this, gladiator battles on our Europe. I'm not mean gaming gladiators. I mean the teams overall. It's like you come into Coliseum and you're like fighting with other gladiators for life. It's really, it's really hard to stay it.
Yeah.
So I want to play against some other teams. Maybe they're even better. We'll see. Major will show.
Yeah, we will. And look, we're just as excited to see you on that international stage now. But congratulations again, DM, for OG getting that last major slot here in Western Europe.
Thank you, guys. Have a nice day also.
You too. Bye. Thanks for joining.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
He's running. He's like already half off his chair, but it's an apt description. I definitely get it. It does feel a little bit like you're coming into the Coliseum. Everyone is some different form of giant monster that you have to come up against, and they've all got their own different weaknesses.
Especially for OG, because this is the second time that they're in the tiebreakers, right? So for them, it definitely did feel like life or death. You make it to the major or you don't in the last day of the tournament.
I swear to God, DM is like easily like maybe my favorite person to interview.
Yeah, he's up there for sure.
Yeah, I don't know. This man is just like any information you want, you got it. And
he's an open book and he conveys it so well.
I know, he's so articulate about it.
It's like reading a children's book. It's all pictures. And it's
reading a children's book. He's stupid and simple.
No, he explains it simply to me, but the story is so meaningful. It's so meaningful. Shut up. You're twisting my words over there. That's not what I meant at all. We do have to head to a break, but before we do, esportsbet.io, they are our sponsor, and at the moment, they have their new Watch to Earn platform where you guys can get 3,000 free tokens, which is roughly $3 USD per hour, simply by watching your favorite DPC matches. You can head over to esportsbet.io, create an account. You don't even have to start betting to earn those tokens. I'd love to have more of a conversation with you guys, but we're already so far behind schedule. We just need to jump straight into a break, and when we come back, we'll be beginning our three-way best-of-1 tiebreakers between Nigma Galaxy, Entity, and Manaspa.
What the fuck? Guys, what the fuck?
Yeah?
I can't throw. I can't
Okay. What's the other?
I get him.
Thanks, after.
I can buy my guys. Nice.
No buyback.
Careful, Tiny, one shot away.
They're going. Hex Tiny has.
I'm gonna hex him again, guys. I'm gonna hex him again.
Hitron, you fuckers.
Nice, guys. Losing. Fucking.
Welcome back. It is a very short break. Today is absolutely action-packed with all of our tiebreakers. We're going to be heading into our three-way best-of-ones very soon. I got Sheepstick still on panel with me, but Tigov has rejoined.
Hello.
Did you enjoy your little break there? I know that you watched all of OGOT anyway.
Yeah, I didn't really have too much of a break. I had to, oh, this one. I'm not used to this camera. Yeah, I didn't really have too much of a break, and it was great. Bag of series. Hopefully, the elimination tiebreakers really live up to it, because that best of three
was so
historical.
Good. Yeah.
That was amazing. I'm not going to lie. Like the Tundra gaming series was fantastic. It went 3 games. Obviously, that was only for second and third, though. Then you have OG Order Thunders fighting out for that last major slot. And now we have 3 teams, Nigma Galaxy, Manaspa, and Entity. Only one of those 3 is going to stay here in Div 1. It is massive right now. 3 weeks of best of 3s, of 7 series for each team, and it all comes down to this 3-way best of 1.
I genuinely have no idea who is going to survive. Like, how do you make that?
Because you have to win 2.
Well, yeah, but it's like, of these 3 teams, I can't say that one is clearly better than the rest. Because, like, I look at Nigma when they're at 100% and playing amazing, and I'm like, okay, they could do it. But, like, Entity at the same time are a team that's been playing all these majors, and TI, and, like, previously been owning. I mean, they have suffered so badly this tour. They have been looking the worst they ever have, like, to put it bluntly.
Yeah.
But their peak is very high.
And historically, Entity, they have beaten both teams in the regular season, though, right? They beat Manaspa and they beat Nigma. I was about to forget the other team then for a second.
Oh my gosh, T.
It's been a long day. But anyway, so Entity, they're the ones who, on paper, have been the best of the 3 in regards to where they obtained their 2 wins. Right. But that doesn't mean anything in a best-of-1 situation. This isn't like the previous tiebreaker where, you get the bounce-back potential, that second game cushion, that third game, oh, damn, we're going to win it. It's like, you're bad one game. Peace. See ya. You're Division 2. Like, this is the scariest part of the league. These best-of-1s. I live for it. I honestly don't care how long it lasts because it is excitable torture to watch, I guess.
It's been a very tumultuous tour for all three of these teams, and it's crazy because OG was in last place. They were off to a really rough start, and now they've made it to the major. So
crazy.
I know at any point we could have the same. We could have Manaspa turn it around. We could have Entity finally break that 10-game loss streak that they're on. Nigma Galaxy finally figure out what works in which lanes. So it's going to be a lot. Our first series is Nigma Galaxy up against Manaspa. So I guess we should focus in and talk about these guys a little bit more. Nigma Galaxy, I think, is going to be the easiest one to start with because there's been a lot of changes within this team for roles of who's playing where, who's playing what in which lane.
Yeah.
Oh, you want?
No, you take it.
No, you. No, T, please.
Stop doing the British thing.
Oh, okay. I guess I'll go.
Back to you then, Nat.
Thanks, Nat.
Go Sheep.
Okay. Yeah, they said it themselves. They pick what they want based on who wants what. It's like not very much okay, we're trying to figure out who goes in the best lanes. I mean, clearly they have seemed to have figured something out. Amar goes mid, Samel goes safe lane, Mind Control goes off lane. And I think that looks good. And Amar, we even had compliments from Samel himself saying this guy is just a naturally gifted laner. He is not even having to like coach him in the mid lane. He is literally just that good that he's able to transition from off lane to mid, and it's working to reasonable success, I would say.
Of course. T, you get the pleasure to quickly have a chat about Manaspa and them coming into this series against Nigma Galaxy, or this game.
I mean, for Manaspa at least, they're always a team that I'm excited for in Best of Ones. They have those type of lineups that are volatile. I think, of course, if you had to be brutally honest and power rank the three teams in the tiebreakers, they are going to be in third position. They are going to be the underdogs in every game that they play, I feel like. But if they can get some good drafts together, they can easily contend. I just don't want to see Legion Commander carries. I don't want to see OD carries.
Yeah, get that one out. I friggin' hate that.
There we go. But other than that, I just want to see just really nice stable drafts that utilize the fact it's a best of one with high pressure.
Yeah, I mean, maybe the weird drafts can like catch them off guard potentially, but like not too weird. Not too weird. The problem when they do those strange heroes is that they never have like ways to make plays around it. So they'll have like some OD carry, but no one will be able to do anything on the map to like give him a good game. And then they just slowly crumble and die because they get gone on over and over again and lose.
Well, look, here we go on our screens now. The draft for this first best of one is underway. Beastmaster, well, an Undying, opening it up for Manaspa, and then
that's high.
Nigma Galaxy with the Beast and the Shadow Demon. We thought the Shadow Demon was the counter to a Disruptor, but they're willing to pick it up here with no Disruptor even being shown.
This is the first time I don't know what's happening here. It's like everything. Ooh, yay! Ooh. Whimsical tiebreakers.
Sniper!
What?
I mean, okay. It's instant response to the safe lane, right?
This is great, yeah.
Nigma with Beastmaster Shadow Demon, super high poke laning phase with the poison and the axe ban. So now for Manaspa, they need to lock in a carry to deal with it. You know, Sniper is pretty good off there, of course, with Shrapnel. I'd like to see them have a mid laner that can maybe contest stacks or at least fight around the stacks. Don't have to kill them, but just at least occupy that area at times. But so far, it's a very reactionary pick that is potentially punishable. They just need to, you know, ban for it.
Yeah, it's I mean it's a strange one because most people just go for the Drow, but I do like you talked about the lane. It's a really good lane for Sniper, and they should own this one. And I've seen it own this tour. I believe we've seen this matchup. Maybe not with Shadow Demon. I'm not sure who the support will be in that lane. I'm guessing they want SD there just because it's so easy to stack with him. You don't even have to like really leave the lane to do it because of the poison. I mean, Shadow Demon in first phase is actually the most surprising thing to me. If I don't really care about Beastmaster. This hero is usually picked.
Beastmaster, is that?
Beastmaster. but like Shadow Demon, he's usually picked as a response to something like, oh, there's a Bat Rider, we want to have
Disruptor
this.
as well.
Yeah, that's what because we've seen Nigma Galaxy pick it up in the series against Gaming Gladiators, and that was when they opened with that Disruptor, and we were like, oh my gosh, this is great. You can save someone for what, like 3 seconds or at least half the duration of Static Storm, and it worked to varying degrees of success, but it still looked good, the hero itself.
Right, 'cause he's like, I think he's a bit underpicked. What do you think about him in general?
I think underpicked with the correct lineups, and I think Beastmaster kind of gives purpose for Shadow Demon, because Beastmaster is a hero that you rally behind, you can actually buy auras, it's easy to play around, right? So Shadow Demon thrives in this situation because it's like, all right, you go do all the weird stuff, I'll be behind you, I'll save you, and it kind of amplifies your game. So I actually like it as a pairing with Beastmaster, and also it's a nice cushion for a best of one. If the game does get weird, that turnaround potential of SD is always going to feel comfortable. Like we just saw at OG, 100 HP on a Drow, no BKB. Like all these small moments, SD is going to be that hero that will create those moments, and you kind of need that against Manaspa because, again, they even say it themselves. They get carried away in games that they're in the lead. Their comms can get overwhelmed with just hype and, you know, some Spartan, you know, happy vibes. And if you do that against some like SD Beastmaster type lineup, you're going to get punished at least once.
We've also talked about the harassment that comes out of a Shadow Demon Beastmaster lane as well. I think you go the axes and it's just a lot of the poison that comes from the Shadow Demon too. So we've seen it excel in lanes. I think it was a Chaos Knight lane. It absolutely dumps it on too.
It's a really good one lane, obviously, then for the enemy. It's nice if you can get a ward in the like trees that kind of see, you know, because they're going to try and stand in fog so they don't give you one charges. Well, at least Shadow Demon does. So if you can just get as many one charges as possible, you can probably just sustain the lane pretty easily because your lineup is just simply better, especially Undying. One of his problems he can run into is that he uses all of his mana and health, and then he just has to go kill himself and reset to come back to lane. But if you're getting 2 sources of one charges, I think you can just stay there easily.
I think as well from Manaspa, we don't see it too often, but I'd love to see them do like an early smoke pre-rune to block the Ancients. Because I think if Beastmaster SD have a good time top, they're farming, and they're making the stacks, it simplifies the game too much. And we haven't really seen a lot of teams try and block the Ancients pre-rune. We don't really see the cross-river smokes anymore, but I'd like to see that from Manaspa. It will just help, especially if you secure your lane and you're preventing the Ancients. You're preventing Nigma hitting that early stride.
Or it would force Shadow Demon to have to actually go into the triangle as well, because if he's just going to rely on the poison from far away, he's just not going to realize his camps are blocked.
That's true. He walked there like minute 4. He's like, ah. Then he'll wait for his courier, and then it's like minute 5, then it's minute 6. So I think it's honestly a high-value play. Again, we don't see many teams do it, but it could be cool. Nigma, there you go with the Snapfire. Again, just helps cushion the Shadow Demon here. You pick up an SD, he doesn't provide much damage outside of poison, so just throw in some, you know, some cheeky Snapfire, early Mortimer's Kisses, aggressive safe lane. It should be pretty good. I mean, PA is, I mean, if you're able to get a PA, if you're Nigma after this phase, I think that would look pretty good. You've got break against, you know, a lot of heroes here. You blow up the sniper. I wouldn't mind it personally, but maybe it's a little bit too spooky for a best of 1.
It's a bit volatile.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm down for it. I actually really love PA. I think she's also a little bit underpicked just because the break range on Blur now is so small. It's like really hard to find her. It's so small. Like I've seen pucks literally gank her lane, coil her, and she manages to juke the puck within the own coil without breaking Blur. It's actually just nutty. So that hero is cool.
I felt like I was back in England for a second.
Sorry, bro.
Nutty.
Yeah, that's proper nutty, yeah.
Well, look, a Dragon Knight Mirana combo, that's a nice little standard one. It's going to be something good for them. They normally play the Dragon Knight in mid, though. I believe it's more of a Wish hero than it is a Nande one, especially with them already picking up Sniper.
Oh, yeah, Slark's pretty filthy, to be fair.
Saw.
Yeah, I mean, like, you look at the supports, right, from Manaspa. So Mirana, Undying, the entire playstyle from Manaspa is DK jumps in, Dragon Tail, into arrow follow-up, you get 1 kill, you have numbers advantage, then you fight from there. So this Slark, it's just going to be able to tank everything, and if a hero does get caught, you buy Shard, you throw it on them, you're preventing that only form of initiation. So Manaspa's last pick, I think, needs to cushion this a little bit to help them out, because Nigma will be very comfortable with the lineup they have right now.
Yeah, going all in with a DK Mirana into Shadow Demon just seems bad to me. I'm not a fan of that.
That's also true. Yeah, that's another save, yeah.
Literally just, oh, wow, you've been stunned. Oop, now you're in a circle and you're fine. I hate that. But it's I guess you can look at what else it provides, though, right? It's like you have the ability to push and take towers with DK early. You have the ability to abuse Moonlight Shadow to hunt and find heroes on the map, which is maybe why I would like to see some more either like burst damage or jump on their final pick on Manaspa, so that DK's not fully reliant on hitting some stun into arrow.
Yeah, bring back the Tinker. No, I'm joking. No.
Bring back the... Don't do that.
I mean, so like, Manaspa is a team that would play it. They already have Undying Tombstone pretty good. Some DK off lane, you sacrifice it a little bit. The supports don't like playing into it. Sure, Slark Ags is pretty good. Beastmaster Hawk's pretty good, but it's a best of 1. You have enough tools to enable it. There isn't the best tower damage from Nigma. Like, sure, Beastmaster will be that, but if he gets shut down from Undying Sniper, it won't come online early enough. Like, I could see Manaspa being bold enough to do it. They've done it before on pick 23.
Yeah.
Do I want to see it? Probably not. I think there's still one more pick down the line to counter it, but I wouldn't be surprised if Manaspa was to do something as crazy as that.
Yeah. Oh, I wouldn't, yeah. I'm thinking now I just wouldn't mind seeing something really boring. Like, something that buys the Greaves and the Aura items, and then you just have a lineup where Sniper's able to feel safe, comforted by like some melee offlaner with Greaves, a DK, and an Undying with Soul Rip. And then they can just push towers. You know, even a Coddle, actually. More like, go even more into healing so that Sniper's just unkillable.
I don't know how you feel, but maybe an Underlord as well. I don't know if it is really played by Skylark on Manaspa or how he really fares into some of the heroes on Enigma Galaxy.
I think the lane could be hard into Slark.
Yeah, a bit awkward into Slark and Snapfire. There's like catch there and a bit of nuisance. Trying to think of what the Skylark hero would be if they wanted to go down that route. It's not a lot. I mean, you could technically just do some Enigma if you really wanted to. And then it's just like, I Black Hole Slark at late portions of the games, protect Sniper through the aggressive spell usage.
Yeah.
You don't really care about the Slark in lane. Like, I could see Enigma being an option.
That could work, yeah. I'm just like, at this point, I think it's too hard for them to sort of like jump on a DK target. They get stunned. Like, there's no hero that really covers everything they're missing. So I'd rather they just like bolster their strengths of like, let's make Sniper just our win condition and he kills everyone. I guess that dooming a hero makes them not able to harm your Sniper win condition, yeah.
Oh, instant pick Leshrac.
Oof. All right, Doom, Lesh, last picks there. How you guys liking the looks of these two lineups? T, that's not a promising face.
I mean, I just think I prefer Enigma's lineup. It's very aggressive. Oh.
Here we go, yes.
Oh.
I'm so glad we didn't try and play. Don't have that face. We've already seen Amar Slark win this tour. We've seen it. He hasn't played carry that many times, so I actually think an Amar carry success rate right now is through the roof into us too.
I feel like I've also watched him feed his brains out on Slark.
Yeah, it was actually with a Leshrac in the mid lane as well. It was against Entity game 1 when they lost to Entity 2-1 in the overall series.
Yeah.
And Slark was uber aggressive.
I see.
But this is the game for it. This is his bounce back. This is the comeback potential.
Yeah, we're on the up and up.
It's a really good draft. He's on the up and up. I like the Leshrac pick overall. I like the draft overall from Nigma.
True.
Sure, Doom's going to be pretty useful, but I think the Sniper, there isn't enough protection for him that some Blink, Leshrac, some Slark on top of him, Beastmaster Vision will be overwhelming.
Okay.
I prefer Nigma's lineup. Manaspa are the underdogs.
I agree.
Nigma. Well, look, we're going to be jumping into game 1. Before we do, though, esportsbet.io, they are our sponsor. If you guys didn't know, they have their new Watch to Earn platform where you guys can get 3,000 tokens, which is roughly $3 USD per hour. All you have to do is head on over to esportsbet.io and sign up, start watching over there, and you don't even need to bet to get those tokens. But for now, it is game 1. It is Enigma Galaxy up against Manaspa in this 3-way best-of-1 tiebreaker. We have our casters ready. It's OD, Pixel, and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Nat. Yes, it's all going to get very exciting now in these best of ones. Enigma Galaxy up against Manaspa. Both teams doing their best to fight to hold on to the spot here in Division 1. Fog, 2 lineups going into this one. If you're one of these teams in a best of 1, who's kind of got the more secure draft? Who do you kind of feel safer playing behind here?
Well, one's going to be able to transition into this super late game with like this Sniper Doom. So I would say like for that, Manaspa look comfortable if they can get to those later portions. But I like Nigma's aggression, I got to be honest. Sumail playing one of his absolutely most iconic heroes, his Leshrac. Even though Amar is playing Slark, I think we could see one of those situations where Sumail is actually the real carry as this Lesh. But let's see if we can get to the heroes. That's one thing that could be a little problematic is getting on top of the Sniper until they have that itemization, be it some like Aghanims for the snap or something like that, or the Slark just jumping in and finding him with Beastmaster.
Sure.
Let's see. This, I mean, I'm hoping we get something super exciting because we just got to see that last series and it was super hype, so I really hope that these best of ones live up to that.
Yeah, I mean, we've had some crazy games of Dota 2 all today. If you've been watching, you'll understand. We've had a right treat of a display of fantastic play from all the teams really we've got the pleasure to witness, and now let's hope that's continued here with Enigma Galaxy versus Manaspa. As I say, you know, both teams are going to be doing their best to hold on to the spot here in Division 1.
If I'm not mistaken, every series today has gone the distance. I mean, these,
we've
of
had a
course,
lot
are
of long
best of
ones,
ones, but there's definitely potential for this to even go the distance of a best of 1 where we could have that super late game with this Sniper and stuff like that. So,
because when it is a best of 1, right, it's highly likely that we're going to see teams get into a position where they'll have a lead and they're going to be so careful because nobody wants to throw away an advantage in a best of 1.
I'm looking forward to also watch some of these like more unknown, more heroes that aren't really played too much. It's a first 2 opening Shadow Demon. Just pretty interesting. Not many other teams are picking it at the moment. We did see it as a counter versus Treant Protector in the last tour, but that kind of disappeared completely because Tree did. So yeah, it's interesting to see that GH still really does like to play this.
Seeing some of the lane matchups that we've ended up with. I mean, overall, in terms of the laning phase, who's feeling in the stronger spot?
Let's see. Honestly, it's kind of even across. Whoa. What the heck?
That's my password.
What the whoopsie? Well.
Okay.
Top is always, I mean, we'll see. Top's a bit of a struggle always, since they counterpick the Beastmaster heavily. They have the Undying, they have the Sniper. That's probably the hardest one, I would say, for Nigma. The other two lanes look fine. Slark should be able to farm pretty decently with the backup of the Snap versus Desire and Skylark. And then this DK versus Leshrac.
Yeah.
Sumail should have a free time, but might not be able to pressure Wish either. I haven't seen these DKs just win most matchups or come out just complete dead even.
Yeah, solid hero, nice easy attack animation, good damage. You'll get a few denies in the matchup, or at least you should be able to.
GH playing very aggressive with these illusions. I'm looking forward to see what he's gonna, how he's gonna skill and everything too. There's an ability, of course, that most people just don't even know how it really works on the Shadow Demon. The Disseminate, yes.
And what does it do? Explain it.
It's kind of like a Blade Mail Fatal Bonds kind of style ability. You can use it defensively and aggressively to focus fire a target and get that big burst damage, or you can use it defensive a target to kind of protect them. It's cool. It's a really interesting ability.
Something that comes into play later in the game, or you're playing with it in the lane? You're getting points early?
You usually wait later, way later. Unfortunately, it costs 100 mana at all levels, and the cast range, especially at early, is 700, so not really something you want to play around. So yeah, it's usually just Shadow Poison. It's just a standard for SD.
I mean, yeah, the lane of spam really up top.
Sure
GH
is.
with the Shadow Poison, and of course, Spartan hitting back with Decays. Definitely a lane that you want to be getting the sticks nice and early.
Yeah, let's see if they are actually getting it, because I don't see the side of Nigma actually going for sticks. Manaspa already started with them to be able to deal with that spam.
And then, of course, yeah, down on the bottom lane. Do you like sort of the way that things ended for Manaspa getting the Doom for Skylark? He had a lot of his kind of more frequent picks taken away, right? The offlane pool was pretty small by the end of the draft.
Yeah, it's definitely very good versus the Slark. There are, of course, going to be ways to save, and we've seen the incredible plays with some of these 4-stabs from some teams, so maybe there is going to be some potential of that. But right now, I mean, Skylark, he's actually doing very well. 11-4, he has this annoying frost attack creep that's actually putting some pressure onto Amar.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think it's the cosmetics, because he is looking beautiful today. Look at
really
these.
nice.
What is it? Some sort of like Hydra heads or something? It's fantastic.
I've never seen that set.
Yeah.
He's fully decked out. The guitar, we see all the time, but yeah, the snake's so beautiful.
Oh, top lane.
GH.
The zombies are getting him. He's going to be able to buy some time here, but the zombies will still be there. Spartan will get first blood in the top lane.
He's been pushing the limits up top on GH, playing super aggressive. We see the last hits already reflecting that a bit here. Only 9-4 on Nande, but this time he steps up a little bit too far. How much regen do they have down bottom? Amar is just sitting very low. He's just constantly getting poked. Honestly, it's working out pretty nicely.
He's got a few one charges, and he's currently chomping on a tango at the moment.
Yeah, he's got a pretty sizable wave coming in, so should be able to catch up on those last hits. Yeah, Sumail is having a bit of that edge versus the DK, so not this time around. As we were mentioning, the DKs tend to have that beautiful matchup. Sumail, he knows what he's doing.
On top lane.
Nande.
They're trying to go on Nande.
He's deep.
He's trying to stand his ground against Mind Control, but there's a creep wave coming in. Nande's got to be careful.
It's another axe.
And that'll take Nande down. We'll see if Spartan can take him Mind Control and return. He cannot. He'll get a board, but yeah, Nande caught out a little too far out on the lane.
I like that he's actually going for the board levels rather than just going for straight max axes and stuff like that. Sure, we'll see that the stacks and stuff come into play later on, but very aggressive, especially when you hit level 3. The level 2 board is super potent, and same thing with level 2 Shadow Poison.
Nande's got to be a bit more careful. I mean, out of the course so far, he's definitely having the slowest start.
Sure is.
In regards to farm and CS.
And he's got the Undying to back him up, too, so it's all about... I mean, they literally picked this to counter the Beastmaster, and so far, Nigma doing an excellent job up here. Looks like Mind Control will have to take... Okay, he's got a salve, actually, so we'll be able to stick around. I thought he was going to go back to base. That would have hurt.
Bottom lane.
Amar.
Trying to get in onto the Slark, but the cookie's there from Kuro.
They're applying a ton of pressure to him. How much... I mean, again, they're out of regen. They have one more salve on Kuroki, but he's gone through all of his tangos just to keep Amar safe here. And Amar going for... honestly, the build that you like, Owen, or the build that you used to like. He has 2 points in passive. No points in dark path.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you're against a melee. You want to be punching. See Kuro get chased out of the lane here. Skylark and Desire, they'll find him. We'll try for a deny to the neutrals, but not quite able to aggro them in time. But yeah, very much taking that second point. I mean, it's what, 15 seconds up to 30 seconds? No, 20 seconds up to 40 seconds.
40 now. It got
so
buffed.
it feels really nice for the lane. But it can have the tendency to feel kind of bad if you're not actually able to kind of get kills and find those sort of situations where you're standing your ground against the Doom. So we'll see how much he's able to actually battle in the lane.
Spartan does juke the poison. One more and he might go down with a set of axes. Nice juke again. Close, but no cigar.
I mean, it really was, yeah. Let's just say if they were able to get up to a 4th on their GH, they may have just had him in the mid lane.
Sumail getting incredibly
Super
aggressive.
aggressive. He's going to force a TP, but it will get cancelled in. In fact, Sumail's going to be able to turn. Kuro comes in with a cookie. And with that +1, Sumail, he's able to take down Wish.
Oh, that's a big deal, too. It's around the power rune. It's the catapult wave as well, too. Tower taking significant damage. And he popped the DK form.
I mean, Sumail, top of the net worth right now, very much winning that lane. He picks up a haste rune as well. Definitely a high likelihood that he'll be able to get something done with that. Or at the same time, he's now very difficult to be ganked in this mid. Having the reliability of the haste to get away in top lane. Mind control, hitting these axes, taking down Spartan. Got a couple of lanes, well, that's kind of the top and the middle that Enigma Galaxy is going to be feeling pretty happy with.
And Amar is still pretty well.
He's getting the creeps. He's not, getting completely zoned out at the bottom lane.
Nope.
Absolutely not. I mean, it's a close start overall, 3 for 2.
And we have seen Skylark. He's just queuing up the Midas, so it's not going to be the Meteor Hammer this time around.
All right, doing it old school. I can appreciate that.
Yep.
None of this new Meteor stuff.
Pride maybe doesn't want to go too greedy. We have seen a couple of times it backfires if you do have too much greed on your draft, so maybe wanted to have a little bit better of a faster timing and stuff like that and apply more pressure.
See over in the mid. Spartan, he is going to lay down the tombstone. But Sumail, of course, with that haste rune popped, he's going to be able to run away from it. In fact, he's going to try and turn this as well into a play top. He's going straight for the top lane.
He could be in trouble. He looks pretty dead.
I think so. I mean, Sumail causing issues now for Manaspa. With these plays, the aggression in the mid, helping to take down Wish early and now making these fast moves in a move that Manaspa, they were not ready to respond to at all. There was no help coming in for Nande.
A fantastic start from them. They're even going to get the D ward here too, so Spartan immediately loses that. And they already have stacks prepared, so either for the Beast or the Lash to enable him on timing Wish. In the meantime, since Sumail did leave for a second, is going to poke Tower. They're even bringing Desire over, so it's a 1v1 in the bottom lane with this.
It's kind of scary though. If they're getting sort of set up, I mean, Sumail and GH, they've got pretty good kill potential, especially with Kuroki here as well. They're going to get the setup here. Sumail, he's got the follow-up stun. They're going to try and go for Wish. Cookie in for Kuro over the two of them. So they've got the damage to bring Wish down. Spartan, he's also going to fall. See what Skylark can do in return. He's going to drop down the Doom on GH, which will, of course, get him the kill. Kuro not quite able to set up for a deny. They're diving in under the tower here. Kuro's got the stick charges, but Manaspa, they will get the cleanup. Skylark gets the double kill. See Desire with the leaps as he'll try and escape this mind control. He's not going to continue to chase, so Desire will also get out of there. We're seeing the action already speed up here with some early moves around that mid-tier 1. Looked to be an okay start, really, for Enigma Galaxy there in that play, right? We had the two heroes going down on Manaspa, and Sumail survived. But when he goes down, Skylark just sees the opening to just charge in. And Manaspa, they're able to get some kills in return. Some pretty good ones. But straight back in action, Enigma Galaxy, they're sending Sumail up to the top lane. I mean, it's just go, go, go here for Enigma Galaxy. They want to try and get Sumail super hyperactive, really, here. 8 minutes in. They'll take out Spartan and have to set up onto Nande. But Nande's kind of standing his ground here. Sumail, he's actually going to end up getting taken down by Nande.
Oh, and he just TP'd up to go, for this aggression. Uh-oh.
Maybe a little too aggressive there. That's not going to feel good, giving his life away there to the enemy carry. Nande walking away with a smile.
Oh boy, in mid lane also Wish, with Sumail being dead, Sumail no TP, he's going to perhaps be able to get some pressure onto here too. MC, he's in the mid lane, bit of an awkward place for him to be. The bottom lane though, it has been now opened up completely for Amar, so he is getting that free farm, but Skylark, he's got his Midas done. Even after that early aggressive move mid, he still has a very good timing on it.
Yeah, I mean, getting in on the mid, getting involved in those 2 kills, it did him well. Yeah, top net worth, and as you say with the Midas out, he's going to stay there for the foreseeable future.
And
they're ready to go again. They want to fight here, the 2 supports. Here, backing up Wish, Spartan and Desire. They're looking to go. They get the setup onto mind control.
He blocks the arrow.
And they'll take him down. The burst is there, even having Nande around to throw in an assassinate. The team play stepping up here from Manaspa.
Are they going to be able to contest the stack? It is a humongous stack on the hard camp.
What, just 10 minutes in, and how many creeps is this?
It's like a 5 or 6 stack going on here.
They don't have any vision up in Manaspa, so they won't be aware of this. And Sumail, he is going to start clearing it. So Enigma Galaxy should safely be able to take this huge amount of golden XP that they were able to prepare for themselves without any interruption from Manaspa.
Yeah, you know what? Like, Mind Control's death looks maybe a little weird, but perhaps he saved the stacks, right? Because he's walking toward the rune top as they're walking into the triangle, so honestly, that death maybe doesn't feel so bad for MC that Sumail's able to secure all that.
Yeah, and Amar, as you say, is definitely happy with the space that he's getting bottom. He can work on that diffusal blade.
Okay.
We'll see what Manaspa's next move is going to be. What they're looking towards. Wish, of course, trying to get the Blink Dagger online. Interesting to see very much a team that's, they're not about the Meteor Hammers. This DK, this Doom, they don't want to do that. They want to do what they know is kind of tried and tested from before. Midas into BKB for the Doom, and I imagine some sort of Blink into BKB is the plan for Wish.
They want to fight back. I think they know that Nigma's going to try to play a bit faster with their draft, just try to pressure things, so I think they're trying to itemize a little bit earlier just to deal with that as GH. We have a follow catch Spartan. He's going to get purged up.
And he's going to lay down the tombstone. I mean, Desire is coming from the side here, trying to block GH off, and Assassinate's going to be flying over. It's not quite enough to bring GH down. Kuro with the cookie gets GH back to the safety of the high ground.
I mean, but Spartan's fine. Perfectly fine. Super tanky on this Undying, and they will clean up the stack.
Yeah, Nande on track to get a good timing as well with his Maelstrom.
Important to be able to block any of those type of ganks. I mean, they use an SD ult, and overall, I mean, looking at the SD ult this game, he doesn't really have the best purge targets. Yes, versus a Doom, it's pretty okay, and versus a DK, and eventually if he's able to farm an Aghanims, of course it's going to be amazing versus DK, but using the spell on a sniper, it's usually very good versus those melee carries, so it will be maybe a bit difficult for GH to pick and choose his targets. But GH, as we've noticed before, just all about the stacks this game.
Yeah, he's making sure that there's going to be so much here for his team to clean up, and top lane Mind Control, he'll be able to take out Spartan and now start applying suppression to the tier 1 here, which Manaspa, they may not feel too interested in trying to defend.
It was Kisses that they used there to get the kill.
Set up with the Demonic Purge, trying to close the gap with the cookie on the illusion, but Desire, he's more than fine, still got an extra leap to play with. But Manaspa, they are having to sort of vacate this top area of the map now.
But they're making their own aggressive move. Wish, he makes the rotation bottom. This is pretty much going to finish up his Blink Dagger, so feels like for Manaspa, they're going to be able to react. Should be a very kill-hungry game from both sides.
Yeah,
8 to 7 already, 15 kills in 12 minutes.
Yeah, especially sort of what the four of them on each side. We might see sort of Nande sit back a bit and Amar sit back a bit whilst they hit the creeps, at least get that first major item online for themselves, maybe the second one, then they'll get involved. But yeah, outside of that, everybody else, they're down to brawl this game.
I think Amar, with the way that he's building, right, that tells me that he's going to look to play a bit more aggressively.
Yeah, sure.
Right?
Well, gets defusal, and then he's in. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's got, as you said, some save at least. There's going to be GH with the disruption, giving opportunities for Dark Pact or Shadow Dance to come off, and even just sort of Kuro getting a cookie, allowing Amar to reset if he gets in a bit too deep.
But it feels like he does have to probably make those aggressive moves as soon as he have it, because him not going for Echo Saber Ags build, that means he's not going to be that super farmed Slark early on unless he gets some kind of kills and momentum out of this. So we'll see where he goes.
Going to be able to look for Kuro here in the mid lane. Arrow won't connect, but looks like it won't be necessary. Assassinate's coming in. Nande able to snipe Kuro, get the pressure onto the tier 1 tower.
They're playing fast.
Yeah, they should be able to take this tower down. Skylark at the same time headed straight into the jungle to see if he could find an opportunity to catch Amar, but Amar's able to back off. There's mid tower going down. Should be more money here for Nande. Making good progress here as the sniper. 2k lead at the moment now for Manaspa.
Skylark is huge already at this point in the game too. He pretty much has BKB done. 8,200 net worth. He's had a beautiful performance so far in this Doom. And getting involved too. It's not like he's just sitting back and farming.
No, absolutely, yeah. 3-0-1.
Impressive stuff.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, what feels like one of the quicker Midas BKBs that we've seen because of how many Dooms nowadays are opting for the Meteor Hammer, then the Midas, then the BKB. But yeah, going straight for the Midas into BKB is going to get this online for a fantastic time for Skylight. And it's going to be tough for Enigma Galaxy to deal with when he comes charging at them. Highly likely he finds a Doom target each time in the fight.
Who's he going to Doom, though, right? He definitely wants to go for the Slark in most situations, but as we were mentioning, like Sumail, he's probably going to become that carry that maybe needs a little bit more attention, so he might be actually forced to go for Sumail in most of the fights.
Yeah, there's definitely a high chance, especially considering the speed at which his BKB is coming out is going to mean he's going to be able to play so aggressive with the Doom that it's a point where Enigma Galaxy, their cores won't necessarily have like the items to be able to survive through the Doom. They, if he gets in on top of them and can commit with the BKB, good luck getting away from him.
Absolutely. Aggressive moves. Nigma, they've got a bit of a timing here. They have every ult available. How long on Demonic Purge is up, sorry. I thought it was not because the green indicator is not showing for some reason, but everything is up. Bloodstone ready for the Lesh. So it looks like for them, they're ready to fight, but at the same time, too, Manaspa, we were saying, they're ready to fight all the time. Blink early on the DK, the Doom has his BKB, and they're protecting Nande. They're playing in between the positioning where they would expect any type of smoke rotation to come to that sniper. Scan will catch all of them.
All right. Yeah, Enigma. I know what to expect from Manaspa.
They really want to try to find some aggressive plays coming out here. Because Manaspa, they are getting to sit back and farm as a sniper, which could be scary.
Yeah, Desire playing nicely to the edge of the lane, though not stepping anywhere near the stairs. He's going to get a little closer to Sumail, but no sort of positioning for a disruption setup available at this moment in time from GH.
I mean, a very different...
Dropped the dust, but yeah, Desire, he's making sure that he cannot get caught here.
Very different build coming up from MR. He is going for just the straight Lincolns into the Doom. Okay.
Oh.
Wish. Dark Pact.
Going to have the defensive disruption. Sumail steps forward, sends out a lightning bolt. See if Enigma Galaxy want to fight this. They're looking towards Spartan.
They throw
kisses are coming out. Spartan stepping it off.
Max distance.
They'll get him. But Manaspa, they're still looking to try and fight back into this. 4 versus 5. They go back in with the Dragon Tail on Amar. They're peeping away at Kuro. Assassinate flying in as well. The BKB's out, but the Roar's there from Mind Control. Holds back Skylark for now. He's getting in on top of the sniper. Sumail's a problem. He's full HP and he's doing the damage, and Nande can't live through it. As Sumail.
The Doom is thrown out, but he's fine.
I mean, yeah, and Sumail's just going to be able to chase him out. They couldn't deal with Sumail in that situation. They had no clear entrance to the fight on top of the Lesh. Sumail, it pretty much just stays at full HP. And yeah, just the damage is done. You know, you don't kill this Lesh or stop him at the start of the fight. Good luck getting away from it.
I think they're gonna start knowing that it's Sumail who's the carry.
Yeah, you got to deal with Sumail. It's a huge problem for Manaspa right now.
Thing is too is they walked up into the vision, everything. Like Nigma is completely set up for this, and they tried to go for the jump. There's a lot of saves that are going to be coming out from Nigma. They don't even have the depth shroud yet for the Slark, but another potential that can come out there. The disruption, it did work. It stopped any initial go, and yeah, the Doom, he goes a little too far and maybe bakes his teammates.
They put the drums. They're going to see if they can get in onto Spartan. They get the cookie onto the ball.
Uh-oh.
And Spartan's gone.
Huge kills.
Speeding it up Enigma Galaxy. They're taking away that little bit of a lead that Manaspa had.
And this is, I mean, Doom is on cooldown for 90 seconds now at this point too, so it's a big timing here that Enigma's taking advantage of here. And yeah, Mar, I was pointing out, he's going for the Lincolns, so of course a way to deal with the Doom and also the instant jump from the DK, but not something we see too often on these Slarks. It really tends to be just straight Echo Saber Aghanims, but every single player, they have their own build.
Yeah, no, I like it. It's a good build.
I'm cool with it.
It's a good build. It feels nice as well to be able to play with the regen that like the Lincolns gives you as well. You know, you're constantly just out of the map. You always have the mana to play with.
And you can use it on allies. Like, he could actually just like, throw it onto Sumail, and then it's
maybe Sumail's like, Amar, come on.
Yeah.
You know is the real carry. Build a Lincolns, and you better put that on me. We'll see if he does put it on Sumail in the fights, because could be some cute plays to make with that.
Yep. And now we're gonna look to see. Yeah, Sumail. I was expecting. I thought he was gonna wait a little bit longer, but the blinks are gonna start getting queued up. The ways to close the gap onto this sniper. Yep. And Nande, since he went for the greedy Maelstrom, isn't gonna have that Hurricane Pike super early, and I don't think they're gonna have any real force staff to change his positioning to protect him with that early blink if it comes out for Sumail. So
let's have a look here. I mean, Enigma Galaxy, they've pretty much taken full control of Manaspa's jungle.
They feel good.
Gonna start poking at Skylark.
Getting stacks built up.
Yeah, he doesn't want to push it too far there, Amar.
But he forces a Moonlight. And they still have the position advantage here on the side of Enigma.
And again, you know, considering how we saw the play went last time, entering into their own jungle for Manaspa is very difficult. You don't want to walk into this.
No.
You saw what happened last time.
No, definitely not. Now it's a Helm of the Overlord as well, too. It's actually way scarier. And, oh my goodness, that's a full mech for Kuroki. Okay. He was saving up like 1,800 gold. He just brings a full mech now for the next fight, too. So they're super strong. Yeah, they're going to look to hunt.
Absolutely. They know that with the way that they position themselves inside Manaspa's jungle, that Manaspa, the only place that they have to go, it's over to Enigma Galaxy's jungle. So Enigma Galaxy, they're going to sweep back over there with the smoke and see who they can find.
Might just find a support here. Spartan's already bailing. And Desire, he still's got one more leap.
Amar trying to close the gap to get him with the defusal. Slow, but indeed that last leap from Desire should keep him safe enough. Wish also able to TP out, so a good avoidance there of the move that Enigma Galaxy were trying to make. Manaspa, they don't lose anyone.
Yeah, they actually completely skitter away. Okay, very nice. Enigma, though, gonna continue looking. They're hunting. They feel strong. They know they need to keep up tempo to be able to pressure this Doom, this Sniper, this greedier draft that's coming out from Manaspa. Going for aggressive wards. MC finds a better creep. Doesn't want to use the Ancient Night Shaman. Who are they going to find?
He's going to put the Dragon form. They really want to try and fight here, Manaspa. See if they can catch Nigma Galaxy whilst they're a little bit split up.
Can they get on Sumail is the question.
Will be the big catch. Skylark.
Tries, but he's far.
He is. They'll turn towards GH instead. They get the arrow connection. Kuro won't be able to save him, so they get something Manaspa, but definitely not one of the big kills they were hoping for.
Do they get the D ward? Spartan, yeah, he's switching in the sentry, so we'll be able to get the D ward as well. But that's a DK form popped. And not able to get that big snag onto the Lesh.
Yeah, they were close, but somehow just a little too speedy.
And now
Skylark couldn't quite close the distance.
And now he does have that blink dagger, so he can go for positioning. And GH, he's going to be able to respawn in a moment, and maybe we see Nigma again look for some type of play themselves. Is the Hurricane Pike now finished? It is. Okay, so Nande has at least some way to protect himself, break the pounce, etc. if they do get right on top of him. Still very fragile. They are trying to pump him up with tomes. It's all about the sniper for the side of Manaspa. Sumail.
They have been scouted out with the arrow. Desire sent out, so again, another situation in which Manaspa, at least with the hero, shouldn't get caught. Nothing to stop Nigma Galaxy from taking this outpost once again, and maybe considering Roche. I don't know if they'll want to do it. It's not super easy for them. They're going to go for it.
They do kill it pretty fast with Beast Aura and with like the Edict and everything. They do have a ton of damage on Nigma.
True, and they got the little Shredder as well. Yeah. It all adds up. You're right.
And now Amar, he has his Lincolns too, so they do have to be careful, Manaspa, if they don't scout this.
I mean, it's just the three of them as well. Manaspa don't have the full squad around. So Mail is able to get him with the stun onto Desire. That's going to be a dead Mirana.
Scary to walk in. Nande has to be incredibly careful with his positioning.
I mean, they have to bring more over him and Asper if they want to try and push Nigma Galaxy away from the Roche Pit. Spartan is here with Skylark and Nande.
I mean, Wish is taking a tier 2 bottom with his DK form. He pretty much has the whole thing taken out.
All right. We'll see if he's got time to sort of take that and then rejoin the squad around the Roche Pit. He's starting to TP now.
And Sumail is actually starting the fight with half HP,
I mean, as I say, they just don't do Roshan quite quick enough.
Yeah.
It's not slow, but it's not fast.
Scared to full commit, it felt like there. And now,
Skylark.
Do they get the jump on Amar?
He's looking for a target. Who's he want to go for? He'll drop the stun onto Amar, but Amar's already coming with the Shadow Dance. Kiss is coming in from the side. Amar will try and focus the Tombstone and take that down. Spartan will try and heal it up, but the Tombstone will still fall.
That's pretty big
the Kiss is gone, though.
Kisses and Tombstone, two very important spells.
Desire and Wish, they're still trying to wrap around from the side. Nigma Galaxy keeping their distance, making sure that neither Wish or Skylark can get the jump on them for now.
The Roche is sitting pretty damn low, and it's at 3,000 HP right now. Vision was taken over, though, from Manaspa in this area. Still a Sentry Ward on the low ground. Enigma playing very patient here. 25 seconds for Shadow Dance. I think I'd like it if Amar goes for the Shard next item, just for that extra save and extra ways to be able to come in into fights.
Amar wants to lead the way.
He's going to be able to tell where the Vision is immediately.
Be a little careful. I mean, 10 seconds until the ult's up. Doesn't want to get caught before that.
Charging in.
Skylark. He's going to try and jump, but again, not quite finding the Doom target. Not able to drop anything down for now. Sumail. He's going to have the Linkers thrown up onto him, but the Linkers is going to get popped. They turn with the Roar, holding back the Doom. And the disruptions there. They're trying their best to bail Sumail out of this as he's very, very low. And in fact, he's dead. They'll lose Sumail. Doom's going to get dropped down onto Amar. Manaspa, they can look for more. They've taken out Kuroki. They'll be able to take down Amar as well. As Manaspa, they strike back. They take out the three of them. And the... Oh my goodness, mind control. He's going to have to change his underwear there. That was a close one.
Straight into pit. A bit over-aggressive this time from Nigma. Blinking in forward. They just double pop EKBs. And Sumail, yeah, you've got Bloodstone, but there's no one for you to hit. They're both magic immune. You can't even lifesteal at all.
I mean, a bit of an awkward start, really, in that fight from Nigma Galaxy. And I've got to say as well, great composure, really, from Skylark in the way that he held back the Doom, right? You know, it wasn't some sort of case where he's throwing it down, getting caught out by any of these Lincolns, like the Lincolns being thrown onto Sumail. He waits it out, and bam, he's got it ready to ensure that they don't just get Sumail, but they also get Amar.
Did a good job of just controlling Vision too, right? They had that ward down, they're playing around it perfectly, and they're just waiting for Nigma to overextend into it, and Nigma did.
7k lead now, just off the back of that from Manaspa. Skylark, massive. These items are just going to be flying out this game for the Doom. He's working on the Shiva's Guard next. He's going to have it pretty soon. It's about 800 gold or so to go.
That is a pretty big deal that they're going to have
super quick timings.
Especially now that's like, we already mentioned about the BKBs to deal with the last check, so he can't actually get a heal from Bloodstone. Now they'll have that extra reduction. And yeah, he's just going to be super tanky. Things are getting difficult here for Nigma. Skylark just continuously tipping MC. Skylark also big timings that they really have hit in these last few moments is now he's level 15, well, 16 on the Doom. So besides just that Shivas, he can eat the Ancient. So mind control could be difficulties for him to actually control the next few fights for his Ancient. They've set themselves up nicely.
I mean, they're coming in with the Moonlight, Manaspa, but I'm not sure they'll actually be able to start a fight off the back of this. Enigma Galaxy staying under the tier 2 in their own triangle as well.
They can control vision, though, in this area, and vision initiations feel super important in this game.
Sure. I sort of asked that last player, well, Enigma Galaxy, we'll see if they go for a smoke here.
They have the Depth Shroud now finished for Amar, and yeah, they're going to look for something.
Okay.
It's an Alpha Wolf on mind control, so it's not quite an Ancient at the moment.
Doom is going to be back up in 10 seconds, though, so they've got a very small window to fight before Skylark's ready to go again.
They got the roar.
They get the roar. They've got to get the quick kill. They will. Excellent move there, as they're able to pounce, let's say, seconds before Doom's at the ready, and an instant roar from mind control catches Skylark by surprise. He's out for 45.
Tumbler's toy, the dream, jumps him up to get that close distance. Spartan?
Should be able to get another one here. There with the cookie, they'll stop the TP, a double kill for Sumail. Enigma Galaxy starting to get things flowing back in their favor, and see if they can look for more here, cutting the trees down.
It also, by the way, when they killed the Doom, his Midas, Owen. The Midas was fully up.
That's the real damage done there.
Sure is.
Sumail, he's got his full Kaya Sanj complete now.
Amar also does find
He wants more.
Pesky ward. He wants to try to find something here.
Nande. He might get caught by the disruption. No, but Wish is there. Wish jumps in with the Dragon Tail, but Kuro, Amar, and Sumail, they're ready to try and fight this, but the BKBs are out from Wish and Nande. Sumail tries to push back at the sniper for a little bit, but they'll bail out now. Respect the fact that the BKBs are there on both cores. GH, he'll get left to the side. Assassinate's going to be coming in. He's going to try for the TP out, but he's not making it, as GH will fall. As it is for the two cores of Enigma Galaxy, though. Amar and Sumail, they're looking for a fight, but they get away. They force out the BKBs from Manaspa, so maybe opening up another window that Enigma Galaxy could look to try and strike again within.
Manaspa's actually going to be the ones to smoke up. They want to get they want to BKBs, though, so it could be a bit of a risky play.
Well, they've still got the BKB ready to play on Skylark.
Yeah,
it's just Wish and Nande that have to be a bit more careful themselves. I guess Nande less so, as he still has the Aegis. We'll see what they can get.
They get the scan.
Of this.
Scan connects right on top of Manaspa.
Yeah, Nande is going to start trying to use the rest of his Aegis time to get some pressure onto the tier 2 mid. Enigma Galaxy. GH back in a few seconds.
Very back and forth game so far. 1 minute left on that Aegis, 22 seconds left on these BKBs. So they should be able to set up for this tower. Amar tries to approach, but has to be cautious. MC again, he gets a catch.
They're going to be able to get the roar, they get the follow-up, they're able to blow up Skylark.
Sumail?
The stun's there on a Sumail, defensive disruption comes out from GH. Gives Sumail a chance to walk away from this. Nande's going to try and chase, forcing in aggressively, closing the gap on the ledge, but the cookie's there for Kuro. Gets Sumail just out of range.
He's alive.
As Nande, he'll stand his ground with the BKB. But the Shadow Dance is there from Amar. He's in onto the sniper. Amar's able to take Nande down the once, but the Aegis is still there. Amar, he'll lose his life for the effort.
Manaspa clustered around their tombstone. It's a full duration one. Very good aggressive plays. I mean, they somehow get the roar catch, though, on the Doom again. They will be able to find Skylark, but they do lose the Slark, and they almost lost Sumail, too. It's super close to him being brought down.
I mean, great play from GH and Kuro, keeping Sumail alive in that one.
They are double downing a little bit, though. They use the disruption at the same time that they use Depth Shroud and Cookie. They're kind of panicking a little bit to make sure that they can save this Lash. It did work this time, but they have to be careful how they layer their spells in some of these situations, because it could cost them some of these fights.
And a risky move really made by Amar there.
Yeah.
Committing in to get the kill, but it was just the Aegis. He ends up dying. And of course, that does mean that the net worth difference between him and Nande does continue to grow. Nande getting very far ahead, can be on the way towards his next item. He's got the Mjolnir, the Silver Edge queued up as the plan of action for his next item build.
And Wish, he's also now has an Aghanims, so more frontline, more beefiness that somehow Nigma's got to have to get through to get to Nande. And a kind of perfect usage of the Aegis. It was ticking out very soon when it did pop there.
It would have definitely been close.
Looking to get aggressive here. Black Dragon. Amar was farming it, and MC's like, no. Sorry, I'm taking it. It's very low HP, no mana on this Black Dragon. And yeah, we'll have to see if Skylark is always able to eat that in the fight. He looks like he is going to be that target for the initiation every single time, but honestly, it's like it goes both ways. It's like, yeah, you catch the Doom. Sure, he's not going to be able to eat stuff and not Doom, but then it's Nande who has free reign in the fights. And the sniper, he is doing it right now. Going for Gleipnir.
He's actually
next,
changing up what he was considering. As I say, Mjolnir and Silver Edge queued up next, and now thinking more the Gleipnir route.
I thought he would just go maybe something just like a Scotty to deal with the Lesh. It felt like a pretty damn good Scotty game, but looks like he wants to go for more control for his team.
Okay.
Okay. We'll see if he still switches it up.
Yeah, also because I feel he can get away with just being a bit more greedy and build for himself. Honestly, the Mjolnir at least is does a lot for you with the attack speed. But
Nope,
yeah, he's committing for it. Wants to go the Gleipnir route this game.
Okay.
See if that sort of helps him out. Obviously, another way to kind of keep them held back when they're trying to go at you.
Oh my God, Sumail, super. I mean, Sumail just TP'd in Wish's face down bottom. That's some confidence. Desire chasing GH. It's just him and Spartan, though. Nigma, oh, a little awkward.
Not quite able to get him down to the low ground with the cookie.
This is a bit awkward here.
I mean, yeah, Desire is really coming at them with some, like, get the hell out of my jungle attitude.
They were terrified on the side of Nigma. They're like, what is going on? People aren't showing bottom. They must have more in the area. And they did have backup coming. Wish, 18 has been hit, so Black Dragon is now online. Very high levels on the 3 cores. 18 Doom, 19 Sniper, 18 on DK. In comparison to, 19, 19, and 15. My Control is actually the one who's quite far behind. And he's gone greedy, too, on My Control. Not going for BKB of his own to be able to run into the front lines. He's gone Octarine.
Now, Ma still about 900 gold away from having the completed Aghanims. So, Enigma Galaxy, they want to fight.
Can they get the jump, the initiation?
It's a bit awkward now because they've been seen.
Wish
and
is
Wish. He's in with the opening stun. The cookie will be there. They use the depth shroud as well. Now with the jump up the high ground, Skylark is in on opposite Sumail. Sumail going to get protected for now by a defensive disruption. Amar with the Shadow Dance trying to come in. But the Doom got laid down onto Sumail. Sumail's gone. And now Amar, he has to run. He's used his ult. He's got not any other sort of defensive capabilities to play with. Wish is in on top of GH. Manaspa, they'll have no struggle here chasing him for more. They take GH down.
It feels like their damage on Nigma is just so lackluster, even if they roar and try to go for a target.
with the Gleipnir.
Amar?
What?
No
He's
way.
going to have him.
He's got him.
The Lincolns.
Oh, baby.
It saves him. He's going to live.
But the rest, 3 heroes dead, and we're really seeing the power of Manaspa's draft. Look how tanky they all are. Everyone's still pretty healthy. I can't believe Amar lives.
I mean, hey, that's the Lincoln's fair for you. But still, as they're struggling to get his next item done.
Yeah.
Aghanim's still being held back, 800 gold.
They're really struggling to have damage. Everyone just, they all go golden. Everyone just turns BKB on, and there's just nothing that Nigma do. They just run them down. The boots, the bearing, the tombstone, everything, it's overwhelming. Nigma, they have to find some type of solution, but what is really the solution? Because they're getting on top of the sniper, but it doesn't matter. They have enough ways to protect Nande. Next few fights could be big deciders here to see who's going to be able to take it, because Roche, it is up. BKB still at the ready for Nande. BKB soon back up for Wish. DK form back up too, so everything pretty much going to be available for them again too. 60 seconds on Doom, but feels difficult for Enigma to get over there and contest. It looks like it's going to die too fast.
And in terms of the build, what was sort of the reason for Mind Control going for the Octarine rush this game, do you think?
Honestly, I don't know. It feels very greedy. Because now it's easy for them to bypass the kind of lack of frontline that Enigma doesn't have. They can just run right through and pick and choose their targets. Uh-oh.
There we go. Nande has the Aegis.
And a Shard. A pretty damn good one versus a Slark.
I mean, absolutely. We're seeing already how Amar's sort of struggling to get kills in these fights.
And I think Amar is starting to feel pretty desperate in this game. He has queued up the Midas.
I think he's just memeing. There's
surely.
no way he buys this. This is just Amar having a joke with it queued up.
Yeah, but that it usually is a pretty big indicator.
I mean, yeah. Well, we'll see what he does go next. But I would imagine it's not going to be the 40-minute Midas. But you never know.
You never know with him. It does feel like there's very little solutions to deal with this sniper, to deal with this front line. And yeah, Doom, it's back up. So Manaspa, very ready to fight. Another positioning item on the sniper too.
Oh, we're seeing Enigma Galaxy still being able to get out of the map. They'll take the tier 2 bottom.
just have difficulties of protecting themselves.
I mean, Sumail's got his next item done. BKB is going to be flying out.
He's just fragile still. He doesn't have a plate mail, doesn't really have much armor. Sure, he's got the Cloak of Flames, which gives him a little bit of something, and he's got this defensive capability of his allies, but he's super fragile.
True. I mean,
they're running right at him.
He really needs, as has been happening in the last few fights, you know, Amar, you've got to throw that Lincoln's down onto Sumail.
Yeah.
As he has been doing. You know, we've seen a few times where it's been a little more difficult for Manaspa to focus the Lesh with the Lincolns being put into play, but honestly, they've been doing a great job with the coordination of being able to take that Lincolns off and still landing the Doom on Sumail.
Yeah, they don't really, I mean, even though they have all the saves, it doesn't feel like they just don't have the protection for him. I think they're disseminating him, they're throwing the Demonic Cleanse onto him too as well, Boots of the Bearing, but it doesn't matter. They're just sticking onto the Slash. Because honestly, they're just ignoring Amar. He doesn't do any damage. And a full Lotus now, I mean, Spartan, wow, he very farmed on this 5 Undying.
Manaspa, they're ready to go again.
Sure are. DK, Manta is done.
Yeah, he's huge, Wish. I mean, all three of their cores in a fantastic spot right now. 14k lead for Manaspa.
He's got a gem also too, so they're just running right in.
See who they can catch. Enigma Galaxy, they're on the retreat.
Amar will be okay, but they immediately lose that ward. Fresh gem put onto this DK.
They know that this wave's still getting pushed out, so they may kind of sweep the tree line.
Oh, MC might get caught here.
See how thorough they are with the search. Skylark. It's going to cause MC to have to pop the raw on TP. Does save him, and Skylark in return did pop his BKB, so a little bit of something there for Enigma Galaxy. Mind Control gets out alive.
That was a little weird. I wish had Blink. It had come up like right toward the end of it. He didn't. I guess he just didn't have the moment there to blink in. But
a little bit of mercy.
Whatever. Yeah, maybe a bit.
He's like, well, you've used your raw. What use are you anyway to the team? We'll let you live.
Full control now, though. With that gem, they're taking out everything.
I'm watching. We're all watching him. That purchase is not going to happen. I mean, what is he going to get? Scotty. There we go.
I mean, it's
no 40-minute Midas today.
It's still not much damage that he's really going to be dishing out. Yes, it's going to be great for the BKBs to get the chase out, but these fights, they really just
need
don't
long
do damage.
Fights. And to have long fights, they've got to keep Sumail alive.
Yeah.
Like, they need this Leshrac to not die, not get doomed, which is proven to be so difficult to do. If somehow, some way, Enigma Galaxy can allow Sumail to live for...
Mar?
He should be fine, Manaspa. They've got Nande leading the way. I mean, he's feeling confident with this minute and a half left on the Aegis.
There's a gem on Amar, but they're catching him.
He's going to be forced to put the Shadow Dance.
Base ward. And they're knocking on the front door. Wish. Pop Samantha.
Sends the illusions over. See how good Enigma Galaxy's high ground defense is.
Uh-oh, and now even though you've got a Lincoln's, now there's a Doom with a full Aghanims. Skylark is huge.
Yeah, he's going in. The fortification will come out, but Enigma Galaxy, when it sort of comes to being able to safely spam out the waves from the high ground, it's not really that strong, right? It's difficult for them to defend.
I mean, no BKB on their beast. Their front line is, honestly, it's just non-existent. 17,000 gold lead. Brax dropping. 45 seconds still on Aegis.
Mind Controller coming with the Roar. Sumail tries to follow with the stun, but the force is there. They'll get Wish off to the side. Sumail continues to come in with the BKB. Skylark with the Aghanim's Doom. He's looked to try and stay on top of the Lesh, but he gets kited out. Sumail's able to keep his distance. See the Kisses coming out in return. Enigma Galaxy, they want to get back in on this Amar. They'll look towards Spartan. Yara gets sent back though and will connect onto Amar, so a fair bit of time where Amar's not able to punch. They'll cook him back to safety. Spartan, he's able to heal up with the Soul Rip. He'll live.
20 seconds on Aegis.
Nande, he was able to turn back there and do a fair bit of damage as well to Amar. Amar has to be careful. Get back towards the fountain. But they do manage to push them back, and they do keep the melee racks alive. So at the end of the day, it's successful defense here for Enigma Galaxy in a tough situation.
They wanted to get something out of this, though. The fact that they couldn't even get a single kill when they're in like a bit of a positional advantage for a second there is pretty painful. They're going to look for a smoke, though. BKBs, how long on Lash? It's 30 seconds on the Lash tracks, but 30 seconds also on the cores.
They've got to go for moves like this. They really have to try and catch Manaspa by surprise. The kind of the last 15 minutes or so of play, it's been Manaspa just in charge.
But how do they get an initiation? So as we said, there's no Blink Dagger on
It's just
MC.
kind of Amar pouncing in, but look at this from Manaspa.
They know.
Very, very safe, up to the high ground. They know that Enigma Galaxy is completely off the map.
The initiation's just awkward now. It's like MC, yeah, this Octarine, I feel like it hurts because he doesn't have BKB and he doesn't have Blink. So starting fights for them is still very awkward. And as you said, they need long fights, but they can't have it really be too long because if they can't get on the sniper, he's just going to kill everybody also. So just difficult fights for them to take. And they are getting, honestly, they're getting outscaled pretty heavily.
Oh, nice find here, though. They do get the Trickster Cloak.
But
I'll
there's
pass that over to Amar.
DD top rune.
Ooh. Here we go, Nande.
He's ready to hit.
Find the Penta Edge as well. Let's see which one Amar favors here. If he wants the survivability of the Tricksters or the extra aggressive potential of the Penta. BKB is now done for Mind Control, so yeah, more chance that he'll be able to step into the midst of the fight and find his raw target without any interruption.
They're soon going to have triple BKB on them. Amar has switched the itemization for now.
He needs, yeah, he just needs an item that's going to allow him to just get in and live, really. I mean, because as it's been the last few times, he's kind of having to start the fight off with the Depth Shroud and then into the Shadow Dance, and once those two are gone, he's having to pounce out, so not really finding opportunity to really beat into the targets that he wants to.
He needs some way to just be able to build like 40 essence shift stacks, it feels like, because they're just super lackluster in damage, and they just continue to grow on Manaspa. Stronger and stronger. Octarine now for the DK also. They're scaling it just way better than the side of Nigma so far. And also taking these constant fights 17 to 18, but a 16,000 gold lead.
Yeah, quite a significant gold lead, despite the kills being as close as they are. I mean, of course, they are the team with the Doom, but yeah, this lead, it's beyond just the Doom factor. This amount of gold.
They also have a Philosopher's Stone too, right? So little things adding up. Spartan been switching it in.
I'll see what they can find with this here. Wish very, very ready to play with his cooldowns now with the Octarine done.
They're so well protected too, because like Spartan honestly having such a good game, having this early Lotus Orb.
Galaxy, I don't know if they'll expect them to be coming from this angle. Amar, he's going to be able to pounce out away in time. Kuro, he'll get a little bit of time spent in the disruption here from GH to live a little longer, but the death still inevitable.
Godly positioning there. As soon as the sniper's on high ground, you have to just run from the side of Nigma.
Yeah, it did look a little risky there, Amar, despite the fact that, of course, his ult would have been taken off him. Took a bit of time before he turned and pounced.
Top tower's getting hit. Mid-racks also in a second.
What are they going to do last time? Kuro was quite a key part of defending. They need the kisses, really.
I mean, they need absolutely everything on their side for Nigma. And even with everything, they can't deal with this overwhelming push. I mean, Wish, he's just splitting up the illusions, doing the DK thing.
Just hitting the barracks.
Hitting MC also, too, so he has full vision.
Force out the fortification.
Amar, he's trying to get the farm. He's made his decision to go for the Scotty now instead of that BKB. They're probably just discussing internally.
It's a tough choice. Yeah. It's a tough choice. Elite, BKB, sure, it's going to help keep you alive a bit more, but you need something that's going to be a bit of a balance of allowing you to actually do some sort of damage or be some sort of hindrance to the enemy when you're hitting them. So indeed, Skadi, he is going to be able to get the gold for that, get that sent out to him.
It's nice versus the range core, right? Versus the sniper and versus the DK when he's in the form. So that's probably what he's looking for. They're going to look to go at this timing.
They need this to work, Nigma Galaxy. Otherwise, this game may fall too far for them to recover.
They need to get a wraparound. They cannot approach the fight from a normal angle. If they do, they're probably just going to run into the tanky core. So they have to find the wrap. Gem on Amar. He's walking in. They see Nande.
Oh, Nande!
Okay.
He's going to be able to force out of the second pounce. Amar still trying to close in on this. He'll put the Shadow Dance. Sumail jumps forward. But in fact, the Raw... Let's see with the BKB here.
Building up the stacks.
Yeah, Amar, he's getting the hits off. He's getting a lot of them. The Essence Shift is building up.
The Doom on the Shadow Demon.
So the fight has been split up, but indeed, GH is kind of happy to tank this Doom, I think. If he can sort of get away from the fight as well, there might be a bit of a chance for Nigma Galaxy to find something. No, it looks like they're just going to bail out. They'll let the supports go down. They'll escape.
He got Essence Shift stacks, but he still doesn't really do too much damage.
Yeah, got up to a healthy 20. Not a bad amount, but still not able to find any kills overall. The only sort of saving grace maybe being that when the two supports, Kuro and GH, are back up, there'll be a very slim window where there's no Doom or Dragon form.
20 seconds on Roche, though.
Yeah.
It's going to come right back up as those supports do respawn. Yeah, it still feels like Amar just has to have so many stacks up to be able to take any fight. Now the sniper, he does have a Scotty.
Yeah, he's got his own Scotty now. I mean, Anande's just massive.
He's super tanky. Now MC does have a Blink Dagger, though, so he can actually perhaps pick and choose which roar target he wants to go for, because it feels awkward so far. Yes, he's gotten a couple roars on the Doom, which felt pretty okay, but most of the times he's just roaring the DK, and Wish is like, okay, cool. That's kind of my point, is to eat that roar so that my sniper can do his thing.
Yep.
And yeah, Roche, it's back up. they're going to kill it super fast too, and it's an Aghanims.
Who's taking the Ags?
That's actually a great question. They all have.
Well, I mean, I guess you just give it to Nande or
Amar?
Oh, this is risky. I mean, Roshan's falling fast. I mean, Amar, is he going to be able to make some sort of a steal? Sumail's ready to pop the BKB. They're going to look to jump in. They're going to try and get the steal off. They're able to get the Aegis. Amar, he's able to snatch it. Snatches the Aegis here. MC also able to get the roar off onto Nande. Amar trying to look towards the sniper.
No
Jumps forward with the pounce. Sumail's been focused by the Doom, but Amar, he's still fighting throughout it all. Turns towards Skylark. They're able to bring down the Doom. Now they can look towards Wish. Amar, he's building the stacks up. Nigma Galaxy. This fight, it's going to be theirs for sure. 3 dead on Manaspa.
Can Nande get out? Oh, he can. They got it. I think they got everything,
Well,
though.
what did they get picked up?
Ag's Blessing is on the Lesh. He ate it. They're going to get the kill. I didn't see who got the cheese. That's the only one I lost track of.
I don't know. Cheese went somewhere, but indeed everything else. Nigma Galaxy, that is exactly what they needed. They were one fight away, really, from this game being absolutely over, but they get to the pit. Amar gets the Aegis steal. As you say, Sumail grabbing the Aghanims.
They were so quick. I think they caught Manaspa completely off guard. They were like, oh, yeah, we're going to get this Frosh. But then what happened to Nande? Did he bonk himself out? I think he did. I think he concussive grenaded himself out of the pit and then had to force himself back in.
Yeah, gave him all the space needed to be able to get the pickup on that one.
Oh my!
And you know, it's pretty much the full duration Doom. Sumail was able to lift throughout it all. Amar giving him that backup with the Death Shroud thrown down. And then, as we say, if Nigma Galaxy can draw out the fights, the Slark becomes a problem.
This is insane. After the last series that we just got, I cannot believe what we're witnessing right now. Bringing it back from what? It was like 18,000 gold lead. Yes, of course, the Aghanims Blessing does shift things massively, but woohoo!
Huge fight, huge moments here for Nigma Galaxy.
And how many would they have to use? Only, I believe it was just the one buyback from GH, so they'll have buybacks available. And now they have comfort of Aegis. They have comfort for Amar to finish up perhaps a damage item or something like that too. And very close to 25. So those Essence Shift stacks will be able to build up when he hits that also.
Yeah.
I cannot believe what we're witnessing right now.
And very well played as well between sort of Sumail and Amar, how you know they were able to kind of keep the distance around that AoE Doom that was dropped down on Sumail. Sumail being very much respectful of the space that Amar needed to be able to get his spells off. So well played and dealing with the threat of the Doom incredibly well.
And I mean, Amar shows himself in mid.
He feels strong. Dragon Tail will catch him. They're in on top of him with the Doom. That's the Aegis gone.
Uh-oh.
Oh, you have to turn and take down Kuro as well. Let's see if they can go for round 2 onto the Slark.
They are.
They're still in on top of him.
There's the Doom still.
It's lasting a little too long here for Amar to survive through disruptions there for GH.
It's going to be just in time.
It's going to allow Amar to get the Shadow Dance off, and he's out with the pounce. GH buying time here for Amar to get out there. The jump out there from Skylark. He's in with the Infernal Blade. The Assassinate's coming in, but Amar, the Death Shroud gets laid down, and that pounce back up in a second, but the Dragon Tail stun catches him. Amar will fall. Manaspa, they get the kill.
Oh, he played he played so far up. He was showing in the mid lane. They just full commit onto him. Oh, Amar.
And down the mid, Manaspa's ready to go here.
Oh, they did
80 seconds without the Slark. May have to consider a buyback. We'll see how much damage to the base they're happy to take, Nigma Galaxy.
How are the BKBs looking? The BKBs are down for Manaspa, and Sumail, he does have that Aghanim, so he could pump out some big damage if they're not careful. But they are being careful. Aghanim's also now for the Shadow Demon, so triple purges.
Huge pressure coming in. They'll lay down the Tombstone, setting up the space here to take some further barracks away from Nigma Galaxy. As Amar, he's holding on to the buyback for now. Mind control, he's in with the jump, and there's the buyback from Amar. Skylark gets in on top of Sumail. Amar, he's going to look towards the sniper. They're in onto Nande. Nande goes down. We'll see the BKB TP out from Skylark. He'll escape, but the chase is there from Amar. Over towards Spartan. Another pounce connects. Spartan will fall.
And Wish.
Get Kuroki in return. We'll see if they can chase Wish here with the overwhelming blink. Sumail closing in onto the dragon. Blink's back up though, and Wish, he'll make it away with the blink and the flicker. So the base, it is defended, but it does cost the buyback there from Amar.
Good simultaneous jump coming out from them. MC just waiting, I believe, with the ninja gear, waiting for that opportunity to go for Nande. But yeah, now it's back the other way.
I mean, they've got to try and force out some of these buybacks.
Sure
they've got a good chance to do so, of course. Tier 2's already taken. They can run this down mid and start hitting onto the high ground barracks.
There's no glyph also, and they do have level 25 on Lesh, so those towers will drop quickly. Roar is back available. Manaspa has to be careful who they show. Amar, and we did see him also hit 25 in that last fight as well. Sumail starting to... Oh, I think he... I was like, does he have Shard? I think he was prepping the stuns, but he doesn't have it. Now he does.
I mean, maybe it was just sort of trying to go for the mind games in case Wish jumped in for a Dragon Tail.
Maybe something like that. Or maybe I'm blind and I didn't see that.
Worth a try.
No, he did get it afterwards. Okay, yeah. Big wave pushing top, though, so they actually are not going to be able to go for this push. Sumail's got to deal with it. Whew. Things are tense, but base damage, it's critical on the side of Nigma. They have literally just those 2 Raxes left, and there's no tower either.
And of course, the buyback situation from Art, that's the big one right now. And of course, still for the 2 supports of Nigma Galaxy, Kuro and GH, with their buybacks on cooldown. If Manaspa is able to find a fight in these next moments, high likelihood that this game will get shut down.
Have a moment to take a look at all these levels, since we did see a couple 25s also coming out. Doom has now also hit 25, so he's got the AoE break as well on top of everything. Pretty damn effective also versus the Slark. He can't really stand his ground and build up any stacks versus that.
Yeah, that's true. It does make a huge difference against the Slark.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Causes some big issues. And I mean, GH, he went for a very greedy build this game. I didn't want to point it out until now, but not having a Force Staff on him could still cause problems for Amar. Because I'm seeing Kuro's putting in work. Like, he's trying so hard to, like, cookie, Force Staff, move this Slark out of the AoE Doom, but just hasn't been happening so far. So GH, he is going to go back for that Force Staff, but he has built pretty much all for himself this game. Even though he has, of course, done great saves with his disruptions, he needs that way to push him out of that Doom.
I mean, as well, we have Kuro's queuing up the Eon Disc for himself next. I'd also kind of like to see him just pick up the Shard.
I agree. I was literally going to say the same thing.
Getting that extra jump range to save people that are caught under the radius of the Doom can be very, very nice. So we'll see if Kuro does think back and decide to grab that, because it absolutely can make the difference. That extra bit of a jump range, it gets you. It can get your Slark out of there.
Every little thing matters at this point.
They need to be able to save Amar and Sumail. Or at least one of them. And that's obviously the kind of strong point of their draft. You know, if only one of them's getting caught by this kind of Doom focus, then a high likelihood that the other one is going to live long enough to do some damage.
For now. The problem is there's also going to be the refresher very soon for that Doom too, because of how fast he does get the farm. But the smoke, the fight's coming out already. Manaspa.
Mind control. He's going to get found. See if they want to try and fight to help him out here. Disruption of the cookie trying to get him away. It's already from the side. Skylark stepping in with the AoE Doom. He's closing the gap onto Mind Control. As Mind Control, he managed to get out of the range, and that allows him to turn with the Roar, but he still gets taken out by the damage of Nande. Sumail trying to turn, but the BKB is already out for Skylark. Bounce forward from Amar, he's playing aggressive, he's looking towards Skylark, looks towards Desire, but Desire's able to leap away in time. Wish, he'll jump in for the back lines, looking to take out GH, but you see Amar, they get the kill on a Skylark, and Sumail, he's pushing in for more with the Nihilism, closing in onto Desire, double kill for Sumail.
Manaspa's got to run. They're on Nande.
He's going for more. Sumail's jumping in on the high ground. Amar, he's in on top of the sniper, he's up on a cliff. He's going to try for the TP out. They got any sort of angle to cancel the TP. Kuro tries to get him with a cookie, but not quite able to land it on top of Nande, as Nande will manage to escape. Spartan, he's not likely to be as lucky as Pounce is there from Amar. The TP's put to a stop. Enigma Galaxy, they find another fight in their favor. They do have to commit the buyback from Mind Control, but they continue to close up that lead that Manaspa's been holding on to for quite some time.
Wish tried so hard to catch GH. GH, I think, used, I don't even know, I think 2 or 3 of the demonic cleanses on himself to distance himself. The fight is super split, and it's like, where's the DK?
I mean, yeah,
the
Wish
DK's not there to help him.
We saw him kind of jump off our screen towards the south, trying to chase GH, and as you say, that
they needed him.
Yeah, they really did.
But at the same time, it's just difficult for him to really pick and choose, because he's like, I have to stop these saves that are coming out from this pesky Shadow Demon and this Snapfire. So it's a decision he went for. It didn't pay off for him this time. 3 heroes dead. How many stacks are built up on Amar right now, too? He has 108 agi, so he's starting to hit hard.
Oh, that's big.
Wish. He's got to be cautious.
Coming across. House won't connect, but it's going to force Wish to put the BKB.
Amar.
I'll try and turn here, but Amar perfectly fine.
That's Trickster Cloak to dodge the stun. Cute. How long on Roche? 15 seconds. Sumail, he's going to go back and deal with top.
Yeah. They don't want to try and push high ground right now. Enigma Galaxy, both Spartan and Skylark, they're going to be back in the game.
Sumail has a ton of gold right now.
What's he considering, do you think? What would you like to see? Honestly, he's going to have to get rid of something. He's going to have to get rid of one of his slots.
Oh, and I'll be real, I actually think he could buy a Moon Shard and give it to the Slark.
And Kuro, who's just able to snipe their gem. I think the courier was coming out to retrieve the gem or something, but Kuro's able to find it.
It's a long Roche respawn.
Right, they got 3 gems right now in Enigma Galaxy?
I think they do,
They do.
I mean, pretty important for them all to hold it. Silver Edge Slark. Oh, Slivered Sniper, and we've got a Rapier. Nande, he's committed.
I mean, we have seen the last few fights.
Oh, no way.
Nande has been dealing the damage. They need to close the gap on this sniper, otherwise he will kill them all.
I can. God. Best of one with the rapier in it on. Oh, man.
26 to 26, 54 minutes in, and only 1k gold within it.
This is unbelievable.
It really could go either way. We've had some close games today, but honestly, this might even be the closest.
Really does feel, and it's all going to be up to these jumps. Who's going to be able to, it's going to be a multi-doom. Is it going to end anticlimactic? Are they going to be able to get that rapier?
Still a minute and a half as well on Roshan, so Enigma Galaxy, they won't be able to kind of get the fast respawn on it that they may have hoped for as they're hovering around the pit. They're going to opt for the smoke instead. They've got to respect the rapier, though.
Amar has gone full. He's gotten the refresher. And they have the nags now on the Snapfire, so extra ways to close the gap. Sumail, they find Wish.
They will. They're in with the pounce. Wish pops the BKB. Return and be able to get the Dragon Tail stun off onto Amar. Jump forward from Sky like he's in with the AoE Doom. He's closing the gap onto the Slug, but Amar's able to keep the distance. He's going to be fine. He's considering if he can get in on towards Nande, but Nande's very deep in the fight. They can't get to the sniper. They'll settle for Skylark instead as they bring down the Doom. Sumail charges towards Desire Amar. He's able to get in with the pounce on the Spartan. Nande, they've got to save, and the buyback comes out from Skylark. He's TPing over. Sumail getting incredibly low. The stun comes out. Sumail, he's going to get saved by the disruption. He's surviving throughout it all. Nande trying to get the perfect position at the side of the fight. Turns back towards Sumail. Sumail's healing up with the Bloodstone, but it's not enough to survive through the damage of this Rapier sniper. Amar sniped down by Nande.
I'm waiting to see the damage that Nande did in that fight. Okay, it was actually only 7,000. It felt like a lot more, but I mean, the rapier choice is definitely beautiful from him there. They can't actually deal with the damage he's doing.
Maybe more.
Uh-oh.
Wish.
Sumail.
The stun on Sumail. Backup's not quite there for Wish. Wish he might have gone a little too deep.
Whoops.
He got a little carried away there. They just took a great fight. They just knocked Amar out for 100 seconds, but Wish... Yeah, I think, you know, sometimes kind of you get carried away, the emotions get high, and you're just in go mode. But there was no one else to go with him. So just like that, Wish is also out for 80 seconds. And Enigma Galaxy, despite losing Amar for 80 themselves, they'll get a little bit of respite.
But they're going to get the Roche. Nande going to have a blanket now of an Aegis to protect himself.
Who's getting the Aghanims this time? Which support takes priority, Spartan or Desire?
Honestly, I don't even know. Either one. They're both kind of useless at this point in the game, so whatever.
Bottoms. Whoa, that's...
Wait, that's a dieback.
I guess he just didn't expect Enigma Galaxy to be making a play whilst the rest of his team was going for Roshan, but he went out on his own down bottom, and yeah, he's out for 2 minutes, Skylark.
Uh-oh.
They may have got the Aegis in the... I mean, I tell you what, Nande's got his work cut out.
They're going to have...
All on the sniper here.
They're going to have a window of 60 seconds when Slark respawns to be able to go for an aggressive play here. And MC, he's actually starting to get the push going a little bit onto bottom side also. This game is absolutely nuts. And that was the Hex reveal, by the way. Sumail, he did commit the gold after having to use his buy, swapping in his Shivas and his Bloodstone back and forth.
Okay.
And that was what allowed them to get the catch. Yeah.
All right.
And he's level 29, and close to 30. A little bit tankier, 4,300 HP now. 3 minutes until we've got these tier 5 neutrals as well. And Mind Control has also hit 25, so the Roar cooldown very fast, and he also, of course, saw the refresher.
Well, what is the cooldown without an Oxarine?
22 seconds.
22-second cooldown Roar. Yeah, that's super low.
It's pretty nuts. Yeah. And I think this Ninja Gear, it's been doing quite a bit of work for Mind Control. He had a bit of difficulty early on finding positioning, but this Ninja Gear plus his Blink allows him to pick and choose his target pretty freely. Everything is going to come down to the plays. Who are they going to be able to grab? Is Nande going to be able to protect himself with this Rapier? See buyback status. DK and Shadow Demon, only ones at the moment. Slark, Amar is getting closer and closer to having his buyback again. 800 gold away.
Manaspa, they're going to be so cautious about leaving the base, even though they have this Aegis on Nande.
GH, he does have 4-staff finished up a few moments ago as well, too. And we've been seeing, honestly, his Demonic Purges have been really nice to just keep the distance away from the Doom, right? We see Skylark blink in a bunch of times. He gets purged, and he actually can't stick on the targets with that AoE Doom, so GH has been doing some good work here.
They're going to take the risk. They're going to look for the fight outside of the base.
See what they find.
Mind Control, TPing over to join the rest of the squad. Enigma Galaxy completely as a unit.
Amar is desperately looking for a place to farm to finish up his buyback. He keeps looking for creeps, but there's nothing around him. We'll find some now. Not going to be enough for the buy.
Off. Yeah, I mean, at the moment, if the fight kicks off, if they get a kill, he'll have enough.
They've got the push going bottom, and Black Dragon is going to shove it in. And Sumail, it looks like he's maybe setting up to see if someone reacts to it. He's TPing bottom very early. The other boots of travel. They do have boots of travel on mind control.
I mean, you know, if you're Enigma Galaxy, are you sort of in a position where you are going to have heroes kind of looking for these rat plays, or do you not need to do that? You just want to fight as a 5-man?
You're going to have to try to just fight at this 5-man, but maybe you won't. I mean, it's tough to really say. It's really going to be all about vision, and maybe they do just wait for these tier 5 neutrals, or set a trap for the tier 5 neutrals that we have seen some teams do. Manaspa's always going to have the lane push advantage since they have those two lanes pushed in already with the Rax advantage. So Enigma, they always have to react to these side lanes a little bit.
At this point of the game as well, what do you think the next big item is going to be for Wish? He can get the Blessing sent out, giving him that extra slot.
They didn't get an AC, huh? I mean, that was probably one of them, but that was ages ago, so I'm not really too sure. He might just go full damage at this point. Maybe some nullifier or something to focus fire things. Not sure.
Maybe a
It's tough to
Rapier
say.
himself.
Maybe.
The game is in Rapier territory. We're hitting 60 minutes. I mean, and as it is, Enigma Galaxy, they've been pushed back. So Manaspa will have control of the map for the 60-minute neutrals.
They want to go for this high ground though with this Aegis. Wish. 14 seconds till DK form. They're taking out the final Rax. It dies very fast. So Megas.
Spartan laying down the tombstone for vision.
Very likely the Megas are going to be
Nande,
better.
he's positioned pretty aggressively. Of course, still has the Aegis for a minute. We'll see Skylight getting in with the Doom onto the two of them. He's on top of Sumail and GH. Amar trying to look towards Nande, but he gets knocked back to the side by the concussive grenade. Amar will jump forward again. See now Skylight having to back outside of the base here. He's trying to retreat. The Doom's going to be coming to an end shortly. Amar still surrounded. He gets caught by the arrow, but the Dart Pack was there in time, and Amar is able to pounce back up to the safety of the high ground.
Uh-oh, Manaspa.
And now he's ready to get back in. Jumps back over towards the Undying, takes out Spartan. They're out with the retreat. The BKB's there from Nande's tipping out. There's no one to find him. Nande will get out alive. Desire also able to escape.
Oh my god.
But Enigma Galaxy, they hold, they push them back, they get the 2 kills, and honestly, just a lot of chaos that Amar was able to very successfully create. He sort of just jumped into the midst of them, and it's sort of a panic set in for Manaspa. They were trying to deal with the Slark, but between the Shadow Dance, the Dart Pack, and the Depth Shroud, they couldn't quite deal with him. Refresher as well, the 2 rounds of it.
Exactly.
He was just sort of this hero that they couldn't see, they couldn't touch, and it gave all the time for the rest of Enigma Galaxy to deal with the aggressive jump from Manaspa.
I mean, the way that the fights are just getting split up is crazy. Skylark, he's going for the right targets. He gets on GH, but they're actually just playing so well. They're distancing and playing with each other.
Oh, here we go
and
as
here
well.
we go. Here
so
come
what are
the
we getting?
neutrals.
The big stuff here. Apex and Seer Stone. Who's going to be taking what?
GH definitely takes Seer Stone.
Yeah.
Super good on this
Absolutely.
Shadow Demon who doesn't have any cast range.
I'm honestly, Trish the Cloak's been doing Amar great stuff. Does he want the Apex still over it?
I think he does.
Yeah.
It's too strong.
It's so much agi.
Yeah,
Plus 70. It's coming out to win. Book of Shadows, that's great for this fight.
Oh
Mirror
my
Ship,
god, they got blessed.
They're getting the good stuff here, Enigma Galaxy. They really are.
And Manaspa, they can't come out to get any of these. This could be huge windows. Aegis, of course, was reclaimed. Scary moments for Manaspa.
I said it's all on Nande. Nande with the damage. If he can just hold the high ground.
They even get the arc. All these items are so good.
They really did kind of hit the jackpot here with these neutral items.
I mean, there was a time for people who remember the Rapier play with Sumail and stuff like that, with the Blade Mail back at the Boston Major. This is also versus Spartan, so it could be some kind of weird reflection plays that bring back some memories. Who's gonna carry that Arcanist armor? I guess they give it to. Does anybody want to carry it? I mean, it's pretty damn good this game to deal with Rapier, but Fallen Sky.
I mean, what are they getting on the side of Manaspa? Fallen Sky is.
That's it so far.
Skylark can play with that if he wants to.
Okay, and it looks like they're giving it to Wish, and Wish has queued up his next item right now.
All right, for Wish instead. Okay, sure. There's good
Queued up
stats
there.
as well.
Mm-hmm. Gives him 2 ways to initiate too.
Yep.
Can be pretty nice in this game. Neck and neck buybacks. They're all about to be back up, Owen.
Oh my
We're about
goodness.
to have
We're
all 10
gonna
buybacks.
we're gonna have like some 10 buyback fight. Yeah.
So, I mean, outpost control definitely going to be important, even though there's tons of... Actually, there's so many boots of travel 2s at this point, so maybe not as Amar.
I mean, 20 seconds until his refresh is back up, so he will only have 1 round of the Shadow Dance, the Dirt Shroud, if he goes in now. They find the Giant's Ring on Manaspa.
Oh, these fights are going to be tough to keep track of. Book of Shadows, of course, too. These so many different forms of protection.
Meanwhile, Amar, okay, we'll get a free pick onto Spartan outside of the base. Spartan will buy back immediately. The Roar holds back Skylark. Both Skylark and Sumail did use their BKBs hit.
That's a waste of Doom. That's a very big deal. He does not have the refresher just yet. He doesn't want to commit the gold. That is pretty massive there for the side of Nigma.
But look at these dragons.
You're getting distracted by the dragons.
Look at that. glorious. The true sort of end game boss that Enigma Galaxy are having to deal with here.
I mean, they're going to have their own dragons, too.
Oh, that's true. Here we go.
Oh, my God. Look at it go. It's huge. What is going on? It's even bigger.
It's terrifying.
Oh, I love it. 64 minutes. Doom, he has committed the gold, so no buyback on Skylark.
What's he committed it for?
Refresher.
Refresher, okay. I mean...
Yeah, they're not actually carrying the Arcanist armor. Okay.
Arcanist armor? I mean, who's sort of got a slot for it?
I mean, it's MC, but MC is just more about positioning. He's been holding Ninja Gear the whole time.
Yeah, honestly, having that kind of, especially with kind of low cooldowns as well, the uptime on the smoke is massive. Yeah. If he gets a raw, it could be a game-winning raw. Desire, he's on the cliff. They know he's up there.
Uh-oh. See you later. 115 seconds.
That's
gem
a gem
on the floor.
Now back to having complete control of the gems here. Enigma Galaxy. And what do we got? Oh, Nande's at least got the pirate hat. So he's going to be making money. And of course, that attack speed is nothing to laugh at. This sniper's going to hit hard and fast.
I wonder how much it actually increases it. He's actually pretty close to having the maximum attack speed.
I think so,
anyway.
right, with the moon shard. And
I mean, but even before that, he's pretty close to having it, to be completely honest with you. He's 0.31, so I wonder how effective it is really going to be at the end of the day. BKB now for Amar, so another form of protection. And he's going to soon be able... Oh, actually, did he actually commit for it? Or I think he sold it right after I said that. He did. Waiting to be able to maybe buy that Aghanim Blessing plus BKB. Dragons. Mind control dealing with the lanes. Keeping himself ninja geared up. These fights are so crazy. 2,000 gold though. The Doom still no buyback, so dangerous positioning from Manaspa.
The pirate hat is definitely going to help sort that. You know, bounties are being dug up here by Nande, so helping close the gap for the Doom.
Yeah, they still haven't found those other two neutrals. Haven't been giving the opportunity. Sumail walking up. It's a scary place to go.
It is, because Nande's got a lot of damage.
Oh, whoops. I think that was Kuroki's force staff. Push Sumail in a little deep.
Excuse me. Careful, Kuro.
This is super tense.
I mean, they have got a lot of ways that Sumail can survive.
Roshan's back up.
Between what's sort of the nihilism and also the fact that Kuro does have the Book of Shadows as well, and also pop that out onto him, make sure that put him into a state where Nande can't attack.
They have like 100 different forms of saves. It really feels like they have even the the gobble up that we're mentioning also from Kuro. He can use it defensively. They have the disruptions.
Sure.
They have so many different things that they could throw onto him. And yeah, Roche now it's scouted. MC he's pinging it.
Sumail, what's he going to do with the money? What can he do with the money? Yeah, refresher for the backpack. It's probably going to be the next thing.
I think refresher, and honestly, I really want to see him pick up the moon shard and give it to Amar. I think that's.
Mar's
already has it. Okay,
he's already got it.
JK.
Yep.
Okay, cool.
And they'll also have this Roshan, as Manaspa won't be able to step anywhere near there. Who still needs an axe on Enigma Galaxy?
Nobody.
The drums of Slog!
Don't do it. I mean, why not? Sure.
Hey, well, he's the only one who didn't have it, right?
Yeah, of course. I mean, they
here we go. You thought they weren't... We've seen him a few times today. We're going to see him again. The drums of Slom. Honestly, that's correct. We've just literally never seen anyone buy this item. It's been, 3 games today we've had the drums?
3 games now. Well,
this one... What's going on?
We don't count this one. Come on.
Well,
this one needs given to him.
He
didn't buy it.
Slom.
But he didn't buy it.
I mean, he was going to.
Okay, maybe he was. Maybe I don't think he was.
Here come the drums.
Tense state. How are we looking on buybacks? Still 1,500
How are we looking on money
on
Nande? Because Nande was getting a lot of money up. He's getting a Swift Blink next. Okay.
Okay. Not having the secondary rapier, I guess.
I don't know what he's going to take out for the Swift Blink. Everything else is kind of important.
Might be the Silver Edge.
I'll take that. Sure. I guess the break itself is not really too...
No.
It's not...
Maybe.
Super necessary.
Who knows? It's all up to execution at this point. As Enigma really making magic happen this game. What looked like an almost impossible game to recover. They fully have done so.
I think at one point they were about 20k behind, or close to that.
Just about.
And then that whole sort of fight kicked off around the Roche pit. Amar makes that steal, and suddenly things got a lot more complicated for Manaspa. And Manaspa, of course, by no means out of this. A good high ground defense could absolutely shake things up once again.
We could be in for the long haul. I mean, we already are, but could be even way longer, honestly, at this rate.
Yeah. we've had honestly some crazy games today. If you didn't catch any of the earlier ones, you should definitely make sure you're able to do so. I will warn you though, this one might be beating them all so far. This is it's getting even crazier now.
Yeah, especially now GH,
68
he has a refresher shard that he's picked up, so now it's 6 demonic purges, 6 demonic cleanses. Doesn't even have the mana for all this. How long till Doom buyback? Skylark, yeah, getting closer and closer. 1,000 more gold. Dying. Spartan deciding which talent he wants to go for here. Does he want to get reincarnation? Something you don't really see too often. The Undying level 25.
Not at all. Not at all. We don't get to enjoy this much.
Maybe holding the skill point until something happens in case he like gets picked off.
Well, that's the
doesn't
thing,
want to
right?
waste it, right?
You can control where he uses the reincarnation.
Absolutely.
Maybe he wants to die, use the buyback, and then have it for the next fight. Even though, of course, his buyback's still on cooldown for a minute, and a minute and a bit.
We're gonna get ward positioning here.
They're coming out at the base, though. This is
they broke the Lincolns.
A bit of a risk.
Amar.
Sumail will put the BKB. Gonna try and turn towards Wish, but Wish is able to keep resistance. Mind Control's in with the Roar, but the Roar gets reflected, and Nande's doing the damage. Mind Control's in trouble. They'll lose the Beastmaster. See if they can chase for more here. Wish looking over towards Sumail. Sumail able to get the blink off in time. They'll close the gap on Kuroki instead. Manaspa, they'll slowly but surely be able to take out the two of them. The Book of Shadows buying some safety for Kuro, but he'll still go down. Nande with the double as Manaspa, they hold.
Okay, and it looks like he got rid of the Hurricane Pike, by the way, and he's gotten his Swift Blink on
All
Nande.
right. Oh, yeah, that makes sense, right?
Yeah,
he's got enough positioning. And
he's 25 anyway, so he's the attack range talent, so.
That's true.
Yep.
No, that is true. He's got that to make up for it. Mirror Shield, balancing all things. They also get one themselves. Definitely going to be... someone's going to want to hold that. Probably... Actually, who does want to hold that? Or are they not? Do you kind of favor the other items
I think you
they're
give
carrying?
it to Doom.
Probably right. He's the one going in. Yeah, he's the one going in. And you don't need this... Stygian Desolator. Beautiful.
I think he should...
honestly,
I think he maybe swaps that in. Or just swaps between both when he's digging and whatnot, whatever.
Sure, yeah. I mean, I don't know what's better for sort of the DPS, so that insane attack speed or the Stygian damage. He's actually going to send the Stygian back. He just wants to keep the attack speed of the Pirate Hat.
Okay, sure. Why not?
Yeah.
Whatever. He already hits incredibly hard anyway,
He really does with this Rapier. I mean, look at this. We've incredible swings this game.
So much still, it's all about like these positioning. Who's able to get initiation? Who's got the high ground? If Manaspa has high ground, they're always going to have a bit more of an advantage, as we saw there again. 40 seconds until My Control respawns. All buybacks going to be back up except for the Undying, who doesn't have gold.
And he'll have it soon, right? With a few rounds of the Pirate Hat. How much is he off?
1,600.
I mean, with the pace that this game's going, they'll be able to hold back until they can get that. Honestly, for Nande, the next thing to do really is just get buyback gold and get a backup rapier.
He pretty much, yeah, he's going to
get another rapier, hold it in the base, and have it for the buyback.
And he's got to dig every single time it's up. It's been up for 5 seconds. Not dig.
Come on.
Dig. Okay, good. 162. So 10 more digs.
It's a lot of money.
9 more digs in order to have the Undying's buyback.
Yeah.
72 minutes in.
I mean, they don't want to push right now, Manaspa. They don't want to push. They'll wait out at least the Aegis. It's soon to expire on Amar.
They're starting to get more defensive items, too, to be able to protect this sniper. They have a Lincoln's also for Desire, and a DD has spawned bottom.
Ooh, where's Nande? Get
He's
over
running
here, Mr. Sniper.
He's booking it.
Grab that double of damage.
0.28 attack speed. Yeah, he's peaked now.
Is he actually? I was gonna. What is the max attack speed nowadays?
I think it is about like 0.28, right? I thought it was actually. I thought it was 0.31, but I'm wrong. You can check.
I don't know. It's just showing me a graph that's really confused me. He's a max attack speed.
He's pretty much there anyway. What's the difference between 0.28 and 0.27, right?
Dagons are coming out.
Okay. Oh my God, I've like so many flashbacks to so many different games throughout all the years. These Dagons are the clear illusions, though.
That's true. That is definitely super effective against these dragons.
He tips him. He's like, "Oh, that's smart. I like that."
Are we still in this? GH is doing it now. I remember sort of a game where like Puppy did this on his Prophet.
Yep.
In fact, that game I think Puppy rushed Dagon.
I think,
but it was to do with some like Naga Siren and the illusions. So, these players they know the counters for the illusions. So next time you see your support rushing Dagon against the enemy carry Naga Siren, you know they're just following the footsteps of the pros in.
Yeah, or the 73-minute game where there's a giant string DK with the Manta. So
that's
true.
Important. All it takes is that one little Dagon to get rid of these dragons.
It is important. Yeah. Just anything about vision, anything about controlling the aspects to be able to get into the team fights. Spartan, he will grab his reincarnate talent now. Finally, it took a long time to be able to do it, but He's carrying the Stygian Desolator, by the way.
Spart, who is? Oh, come on now.
He wants some fun, too.
I mean, it's obviously great for the push.
Sure.
You know what I mean? If it ever gets to the point where they hit the buildings, getting the hits in.
If he gets one hit on anyone with Flesh Golem and with the Stygian Desolator, they're going to get shredded.
That's true.
That's kind of cool.
He is going to be this fantastic offensive frontliner for the sniper. Absolutely, if he gets that debuff on someone. Amar.
Manaspa, they're going in.
I'm going to get the Hex off onto the side for Spartan. Spartan! We'll get the BKB off. Amar. He's going to have to be careful here with the Shadow Knights coming to an end, and the Doom's closing in on them. They're in on top of Mind Control. He's ended up getting caught out by the Reflected Roar.
Deleted.
Mind Control's gone. They had to get back to the base. Enigma Galaxy, they've got to be on the retreat. Let's see Wish trying to chase.
Skylark's in.
He's in again. He's able to make the jump up to the high ground. They'll take down the Slug. The ones, the buybacks are coming in, but Skylark, he's closing the gap on Sumail. Sumail will be able to keep his distance and pop the BKB. But underneath the tower, Kuro's taken out. It's a dive from him. The Roar's there, though, onto Nande. Amar, he's in onto the sniper. They've got to kill this sniper, and they're able to do so. Nande goes down. Amar takes out Spartan, and Amar picks up the rapier.
And they're also going to get Wish, too. He's broken.
See if they can go for Spartan again. They certainly can.
Oh, my God.
Right, it cost them 4 buybacks, but they hold. And, of course, Nande, he had enough money for the backup. He had enough money for the backup. So the defense is there for Enigma Galaxy, but it is an expensive one. 4 buybacks used, but Amar, he's now sporting a rapier.
I mean, for Nande, they went up super aggressively into high ground. They just jumped right on top of him. They all stacked up. A bit too aggressive from Manaspa. Costed a lot of buybacks, but
I mean,
there's win conditions now.
But I mean, for both sides.
For both sides.
For both sides. This is the thing, you know, you've just brought back us 4, 75 minutes in. Are Enigma Galaxy going to be able to find the confidence to push with this, or are they got to sort of just wait it out again? We'll see. Again, this fight, you know, Manaspa, they really wanted to force this against Skylark going in super deep. It was a pretty good start here with the fact that the Roar gets reflected onto Mind Control, and he's taken out immediately. But as it was, you know, they chase and they chase, and at this stage, buybacks, they will do that. They will allow you to turn a fight around in a game that's this close.
And they get this control, really. These hexes, these roars that are coming out, all these refreshers and everything, too. Enigma, they're looking to go for high ground here.
It's a huge risk, though. They've used their buybacks. If they fail this push, they will lose the game.
I mean, honestly, the GH is doing some incredible invisible impact. You're seeing all these cores. They're doing some crazy stuff, but honestly, GH...
Was it Demonic Purges?
He purged
just everything
6
everywhere?
people. Or he purged 6 times in the fight, if I'm not mistaken there. And it's a break, too. So it does make a difference versus this DK, who's honestly super tanky, but not if he's broken. This is nuts.
I mean, 6 terrifying minutes, honestly.
6 terrifying minutes, and the most gold I think we're going to see on some heroes ever. 21,000 gold on Sumail.
Yeah, that's insane. I mean, he's just got nothing to spend it on.
Yeah, there's literally nothing you can do.
Yeah, treat GH to a Moon Shard, you know.
He could have one.
Yeah, just buy the boys a Moon Shard.
They're too. I mean, at this point, they're just focused. Roche, 10 seconds.
And neither team really wanting to start something right now.
No, it's terrifying to go anywhere.
It's far too risky.
Doom and DK have buyback, but Lush does. Roche.
Enigma can go for Roche.
Did they scout it? I think they did scout it.
You know, they can absolutely start looking for Roche if they want to here.
But Manaspa's coming out. How long on the reincarnation, at least from the Undying? It's still got a long time.
Only Sumail with buyback on Enigma Galaxy. Anybody else gets caught and it's gone.
Things are starting to get a little crazy.
FPS,
yeah.
All game. Well,
All game.
He's been doing all right if he's playing on 50 FPS. Not bad here from Spartan, but we'll go for the reconnect here from Manaspa.
So tough to keep track of every single one of these spells. It's pretty nuts.
And I think, you know, we're pretty much guaranteed to sort of pass, I believe, the 78-minute mark. I believe the longest game we'd had in this tour's Western Europe region was Uradu versus OG. Not today's games, but the other day where we had a 78-minute one. This one, it's looking to pass that point. So if you're here, ladies and gentlemen, you are here for the longest game we've had so far this tour. And still a game that it's uncertain who's going to take it. Enigma Galaxy, they may have the gold lead, but that only means so much at this point. The thing that really matters are those buybacks. As you can see on the left of your screen, the overall status for Enigma Galaxy's buybacks is not as comfortable as that for Manaspa.
Can they get on GH though? I think he really is probably going to be one of the bigger priorities at this point. He has the 25 as well too, so his potential of like 6 purges, 6 cleanses, quad disruptions. He has crazy things that he can really do with this, and he's always going to have positioning too with that Seer Stone. So honestly, it's like you want to doom cores, but you also might just want to put a lot more attention onto the Shadow Demon who doesn't have buyback. And MC, we do see him now. He has, I mean, he's probably did it a while ago and we didn't notice, at least I didn't, but he's been swapping in the ninja gear and the Arcanist armor a bit too. So.
Okay, he's at least carrying that out.
Yeah, it's pretty important.
Team.
Every little thing matters at this point.
Absolutely, you want to throw that in for the team fight, especially after you sort of use the jump from the self-smoke of the ninja gear.
Oh, don't pull up an arrow stat at 80 minutes. Wait, what the? Wait, dude, what if he misses the triple arrow? Does that count as 3 misses?
I think...
That's his bullying.
I don't know, yeah.
I actually don't know. Wish continues to send his annoying illusions. I'm starting to get FPS lag as well with these double giant ring dragons everywhere.
My goodness, so many dragons.
And he can make illusions of the illusions. Dealing with the push every time.
Wind Waker. I mean, he's 9 slotted here on Sumail. I guess what if you want to be, well, if you want to count the neutral and the Aghanims Shard, then he's 12 slotted. 12 slotted less racket.
How do you swap in all these items? This is so difficult, the Roche.
They're going for it. Manaspa's heading over. It's still very scary for Nigma Galaxy.
The wraparound, they're getting the high ground. Desire gets a ward down.
And Wish is still sending the illusions in. Again, they have this vision advantage, Manaspa.
They're on Kuro.
He's going to get in with the jump onto Kuro. Nigma Galaxy, they might just want to leave Kuro behind. He's been caught by the Doom of Skylark. Do Nigma Galaxy really want to try and fight here? They've got to bail. They've surely got to bail. Kuro's gone. They have to retreat. They have to get out of here, Nigma Galaxy.
Can they get away, though? Can the cores get out?
GH is away, and they will. They'll manage to disengage.
They prioritize Roche.
Yeah, Manaspa, they know they get 1 kill, and they know that Nigma Galaxy has to run, so they'll get the space themselves to finish Roche. And does anyone even still need the axe? Would Desire still not have one? He doesn't, so I imagine they'll go... Oh, actually, I guess the sniper also didn't have one still, right?
Sure.
Yeah, he's just going to take it.
Why not?
Take it, get the Assassinate upgraded.
Even though he hasn't even used Assassinate in probably like 20 minutes or something like that, might as well give him that too. He's hanging on to the Refresher. I thought they might give it to Spartan for double Tombstone or something like that. Spartan also has a Lincolns, by the way. Everyone's starting to get pretty much 6-slotted. Big moment there, though. 50 seconds, no snap. They might be able to get the Mega. Of course, Nigma can deal with the Megas. Sumail prepping the stuns. Manaspa. How do they enter?
Oh, the arrow. Sumail's in! He's going to try and jump forward with the Nihilism, but the Beekeeper is already out for Nande. Nande turns over towards Sumail Lamar. He's trying to get in onto the Dragon Knight. The Wind Waker here from Sumail, allowing him to disengage from the fight. Now, but Nande's still closing in. The disruption comes out from GH. Arrow won't quite be there to follow up, so Sumail will still live. Another defensive destruction from GH, giving an extra chance here for Mind Control. Livy pops to refresh. He gets the blink off. The Undis is back up. He's into the fountain. Nigma Galaxy, they'll be able to survive, but indeed the damage to the base has been done. Mega creeps are out for Manaspa.
Nobody died. I mean, the disruptions from GH super
He's
clutch.
saving him.
He did have to use his refresher though, so that is 1 full set.
Goodness, he jumped in there. Careful.
More jumps up.
They're under the tier 4s. Kuro's going to be back in a couple of seconds. Mind Control, look for the roll. He's going to get reflected by the Lotus Storm. Mind Control dies.
No buyback.
He's out for 2 minutes.
Amar,
he jumps in. He will get the BKB off, but he's gone. Out without buyback. Manaspa, they can look to push up for more. Skylark's in on top of Kuroki. They'll turn towards Sumail. The second dude gets laid down. Sumail is able to bring down Spartan the once, but Nande's in, takes out Kuro, turns towards GH and Sumail. There's no buybacks left to be had here for Nigma Galaxy. Sumail will fall. Slowly but surely, and GG, it's called.
Oh my God.
As 81 minutes in, Manaspa, they'll be able to take the first game here of this best-of-1 tiebreakers.
Well, that starts everything out for us. How the hell do we follow up this? 81 minutes after a crazy best-of-3. Spartan cannot believe what he's seeing. Honestly, Nande's decision to go for Rapier in even 20 minutes ago or whatever.
This game, he did Nande.
It was really smart.
Yeah, they needed the damage from him, and he delivered.
Yep, and he got, a couple of these situations, sure, he got maybe a little overzealous with positioning, but across the board, I would say Manaspa, super well-played game, going for these... what can you say? I mean, it's crazy. There's too many things to even sum up after such a wild game, but they were able to address most of Nigma, and they do persevere with that last fight, of course, to secure them that Roshan and be able to finally go for the push.
Yeah, well, what a game. What a back-and-forth game. I mean, Nigma Galaxy, they really gave it their best sort of fighting chance, but yeah, that final moment, I think buybacks were still on cooldown just for like a minute or so. it was that last bit of a window that Manaspa knew that they could punish, they could go hard, and yeah, at that point, no buybacks. It's going to be GG. What a start to this best of 1 tiebreakers. We'll let the panel, of course, explain what this means as the games do continue. But as we begin this round of tiebreakers, Manaspa, they'll win the first best of 1 against Nigma Galaxy.
Oh my goodness, if this first best of 1 is anything to go by, then we're in an absolute treat, because 82 minutes here for this game between Nigma Galaxy and Manaspa. It wasn't the fact of how long it went, but it was the back and forth, the team fights going every which way. You know, someone might get the initiation, but it doesn't mean they're going to come out on top in a team fight, T.
Yeah, you just, honestly, this game, it doesn't matter about the quality of it at this point. It is the fact that it's a best of 1. It's, you know, Manaspa are in the lead, then it's like, they kind of throw it away a little bit, they get a bit overconfident, you get a Doom pick off over here, DK dying over there, and then suddenly Nigma's back into it, and now Manaspa, it's like, okay, cool, now they need to get back into it. They wait 60 minutes, but then they try and go for bottom racks, but then they don't get the tier 5 items, and then they die themselves, and Nigma the entire time is trying to get Amar into the game. Like, this is exactly what you want in a tiebreaker. You want this, like, 80-minute slugfest. You want this potential hope, and Nigma, they really now want it to go another tiebreaker, because they kind of want redemption. They want to beat Manaspa.
I friggin' hope they do.
Yeah, I mean...
All right, boys, call it in. We lost 1 game. I'm done.
Peace out. See ya.
Yeah,
let's be real. I mean, the impact of the 60-minute items, too. I loved seeing the Dragon Knight Dragon Form take up half of the screen there.
Sometimes you wish for the Ogre as well with the Bloodlust, just to make it even bigger.
That would be really sick, yeah. I mean, it's like, there's just so much stuff happening all the time. It's like, okay, we have dragons, and then Shadow Demon's like, well, we also have dragons. What now? And there's just so many of these annoying freaking dragon illusions going around, bothering everyone, giving this vision, making it so hard to play and do anything.
All right, I'm going to ask a question that's going to sound stupid, but I'm hoping you know the underlining meaning for it. But this game obviously could have been closed out so much quicker for everyone.
Right here. You're probably going to ask, maybe, but this is it. When Manaspa doesn't get the Aegis and this all shenanigans afoot.
This should have been it for Nigma Galaxy.
I mean, the flip side, it should have been it for Manaspa. Like, the fact that Manaspa were at the Roshan themselves, Sniper then concussive grenades, I think, again, fights were kind of messy, away from it. Slark gets it. Like, this entire game, look at Slark's inventory right now. It doesn't really have, like, damage items. He was kind of like an enabling core. In the end of the game, Amar also finished the game with Aeon Disc, Refresher, BKB Lincolns. Like, they needed this Aegis on Manaspa to win the game out, but because they didn't, it went a lot longer. And yeah, Enigma put up a good fight, but always lacking that extra bit of damage.
So what was your question there?
It was going to be, could the teams have closed it out quicker? Where would have been the turning point or itemization for that to happen?
Wonderful response, T.
It was that clear. I knew
Massive.
it was coming.
Very astute.
He knew. But there was a little misplays by Manaspa, obviously for both teams, but I think Manaspa stand out a little bit more to me because there were times that a hero or a player would be picked off somewhere alone, or, you know, he would get gone on and the team would just kind of leave him. And so it is at this point where if Manaspa want to be able to take the next series, they're going to be coming up against Entity. It's so hard to reset, but how do you improve on those things in such a short time, Sheep?
Oh, wait, for Manaspa?
Yeah.
They play right next, right?
Yeah, winners go straight in.
Oh, God, I have no idea. I mean, there's like, when I see the mistakes, it's not stuff that you can really improve in the short amount of time. It's kind of like, Manaspa were doing Manaspa things where they get a little bit overexcited. Like, you know, Wish Dragon Knight is just like in the enemy base kind of alone for some reason, and I have no idea why. And like Skylark just keeps dooming himself and going, I'm going in, boys! It's like, you probably should have just doomed the enemy because you kept getting kited, but like, what can you do? Yeah, you know, honestly, if they were able to take their excitement there and push it to a win here, maybe they can pull it off against Entity as well, you know? Like, don't try and fix too much stuff, because then you're just going to get in your own heads and you're just going to like lose what makes you special.
Let's try and hype them up a little bit more. An MVP has to be awarded here. So who on the side of Manaspa is that going towards?
That little sniper only died 5 times. That's pretty impressive to me.
Oh, that is in an 82-minute game.
Yeah, it's got to go towards Nanda, I believe. He did 105,000 damage again. It was an 80-minute game, so the stats are kind of padded a little bit. But yeah, 21, 5, 13. He had the confidence to go for Rapier when the game got a bit rough. I think realistically there were times where, again, they could have ended it earlier. But he at least played a stable game and was able to play behind the wall of aggression that Manaspa did provide. 81% kill participation as well on a sniper in an 80-minute game. Still pretty damn impressive.
You know, he didn't even do the highest hero damage in the game.
Who did?
Funnily enough, Samael did it 105.4k damage in the entire game.
There we go.
That's insane that both these cores are doing the exact same amount of damage.
Any other mind-blowing, mind-boggling stats coming out for damage taken, dealt, healing?
I can do another mind-boggling one. Ahmad did 36,200 damage in his slot.
Oh.
Oh.
Well, I wanted to keep it on a positive note, T. Keep hyping up Nande sheep.
Oh, okay. Nande, let's go. Rapier, love that guy. Da 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 da. No, he was sick. I don't know. I feel like so much happened in that game. It's hard to break down each individual thing. It's just I'm super impressed by like his positioning in the game, his ability to play this game, and not feed out of his friggin' mind.
Can I just say, we've had like one of the, I'm just going to say it, the best Western Europe day this year. This has to be it because we've had so many 2-0s and finally we get like these insane 3-game best of 3s for both series.
I've been awake since 5 a.m. Can they just stop going through an hour plus?
Please.
I'm going to cry.
It's like a 15-hour day for most of us here. It's like, whoo, please.
I don't know what's going on anymore. The games are like, so much is happening. I'm like, I don't know.
Yeah, that's 10 heroes fighting.
There's a lot of spell. Like I know Samael's just used nihilism and he's doing a lot of damage again.
Damage go big.
Ooh.
No, I think for Nigma, though, if you want a positive light on them, the fact that they did have a sacrificial Slark playing and they were still able to keep a Leshrac scaling within the game, it is testament to Sumo and his playstyle and his mobility, and also, you know, GH and Kuroki with their supports, you know, the cookies, the disruptions, like they did the cool things to keep the game going. I think other teams would have just been slapped aside by this lineup from Manaspa, so that's pretty cool that they could take it that far. But again, Manaspa, it's less screaming in game, calm down a bit, and
no,
maybe,
keep going, hype it up.
I mean, like they're currently screaming. I'm sure we probably have listen-ins. They're probably like 150%, right? If they bring it to like 145, 135%. They could maybe be Entity.
Or I reckon they go up to 180%.
Oh, damn.
That's my vibe. That is my vibe. I don't want Manaspa to go, oh, guys, we got to calm it down. We got to calm it down. Okay, all the vibes are shit. We don't want to play anymore. It's just up. Just do it. Like all the way up there.
Do you want to? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Look, I'm hoping that we can go to a break because we do need to have Manaspa and Entity. That is going to be our next series. We're going to jump to a break. Hopefully give some of these guys a little bit of a break. And when we come back, we're going to have an interesting surprise for you on the panel.
I can go. Dash, he jumped in.
Naru.
Just hit.
I blocked. Almost dead. He's dead. I'm gonna shot him. He's not getting. Kill him, guys. Kill him. Block him. Right for the chip. Nice, very good.
Beast after. Look, beast. Rush beast.
I'm coming.
He's stepping out.
I don't think we have arrow. Oh, go to the rush.
welcome back. It is our second best of one here. Manaspa took the first one off of Enigma Galaxy, which means they will be facing up against Entity now. And I told you guys I would have a surprise for you on this panel. Well, the surprise I'm happy to introduce is going to be Kezu!
I love Kezu. He's so cool.
Thank you.
It's been almost a whole week since I've had you on panel, Kezu.
Happy to.
It's so nice to have you here.
Who's this guy? I don't know why he's here.
I didn't realize I was a fourth person.
I was cleaning the bathroom and I thought, what's this? It
We're
looks
like, we should
shiny.
bring the janitor on for once.
Yeah, so, I put down my mop, picked up a headset, and here I am.
Wow, that's actually crazy.
I was going to be mean and say after your performance today, it's no surprise you become a janitor.
Damn.
Really cool. Really nice. Insulting your panelists right off the bat.
Congratulations on third, mate. You did fantastic. It's nice to have you in studio as well,
Get
Quinn.
used to it, by the way. She does this every day.
I do
Just
a
kidding.
little bit. No, it is really great to have you, though, Quinn. I appreciate you coming on down for the panel on this game. Well, what were your thoughts on Manaspa versus Enigma Galaxy?
I mean, it's
Yeah.
it's classic high pressure game for like pseudo elimination. A little bit of that going on. Yeah, I don't know. People make mistakes. People do silly goose things.
Yep.
What was the silliest thing you saw from Manaspa?
There was a lot of blinking in and dying randomly for no reason.
Overplaying, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay. And what was the best thing you saw from Manaspa? I've got to build them up, you know?
They did kill the enemy throne.
That was good. I like that one.
I'd say if they could do that next game,
They might
Yeah?
win.
I would say of all the things they should do that game, they should take away, they should kill the throne.
Okay. That's a very good piece of
This
advice.
is how he
This
won the
guy's
major.
good.
This is how he won the major. He has the
Is that
secret
you
strat.
sat your team down?
Sorry.
You sat your team down and you're like, guys, new strat for today.
I figured it out.
We killed the throne.
Try it on for size.
Wow.
And then we'll dabble in it. You might like it for one game. We might not do it for the next
Let me know
one.
what you think.
Yeah. And they loved it, clearly.
Yeah,
Worked out.
Oh, not today.
One game. It worked out one game.
We killed a throne.
1 out of 3 ain't too bad, you know?
Oh.
Thrones did die.
Thrones
Some of
did
them were
die.
ours.
Yeah, unfortunately. All right, so Manaspa, you told me what you liked about them, but I want to hear from my other panelists. I'm sorry, Quinn, this isn't just all about you. Kezu, like I said, I haven't had you for a little while. So Entity Manaspa, you've at least gotten to cast some of their games. How are you faring for them the last week, and now that they have to play tiebreakers?
I feel like Entity have been fairly disappointing lately, so I hope that in the couple days leading up to the tiebreakers that they could talk a bit about how they want to play and what they want to pick, because I feel like they've been a bit all over the place. I would say that Stormstormer and Katomi have to do way too much for this team. I would like them to build it a bit more together and then go together in the mid game and try to play the game together, because, yeah, like I've said, I feel like they've been a bit of a letdown. As for Manaspa, a bit shaky, as we usually see in these tiebreakers. You have a lot of games to play. It takes a long time, but Nande, I feel like he keeps impressing me in every game that they play.
Mm-hmm. And do you think he's going to be the wow factor today, Sheep? Do you think that's going to be the standout and potentially a make or break for Manaspa?
I mean, yeah, I think he's just been consistently awesome, like Kezu said. So if he just maintains that consistency into this game and Entity maintain the not so greatness that they have had this entire DPC, then yes, I think it will work out quite well for Manaspa.
Quinn, did you win your series against Entity? I don't actually remember. This isn't a flame.
We did.
Probably,
Okay,
yeah.
We did.
all right. Okay.
Probably.
Probably.
I mean, they had a good score. Entity score not
did.
so good, so biological.
Yeah, I mean,
they did lose to Order Thunder, so I just had to double check.
we
True.
did. I appreciate you making sure. That's qualities of a good host.
I wouldn't want to
Fact check.
mistalk.
You know what happens when you assume.
Exactly.
No, so I mean, Entity, it's funny. They won their first 2 series, and 4 of their games they had Disruptor, and then the next, 46 games they lost with no Disruptor.
Yeah.
So it's annoying because they knew going into this series, there's not going to be a Disruptor, and they're going to have to be, I don't know, they just have trouble finding Fishman heroes recently, I think. They've been trying this Elder Titan and have had very little success with it. Their DP hasn't been working. They've been getting all their heroes that aren't Disruptor, and they're just losing with all of it. So you're, in this weird position where, what do we actually believe in or want to pick? We lose with everything. It's like when you're in a pit that deep, it's strange to find a way to dig out of it.
Well, look, I have a way to help you guys. That's our sponsor, esportsbet.io. If you guys didn't know, they have a new watch to earn platform where you guys can get 3,000 free tokens, which is roughly $3 per hour, by simply watching your favorite Western Europe DPC games. You can head on over to esportsbet.io. Start earning now. You don't even have to place a bet to get those tokens. Now that one's out of the way, Sheep, I haven't really heard from you too much more other than the
Warp.
If Nande stays consistent. So Entity, I do feel that there's a little bit of issue maybe on some Stormstormer heroes. Whilst he's been playing great, I do think it's very easy to telegraph or to pigeonhole himself. And then Toby, I think, is also maybe the question mark right now for Entity in their playstyles.
Is Toby the question mark?
I'm not going to flame people like that. We talked talked about this.
We can't flame people like that.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I do think Stormstormer has like, he's been having a bit of a rough time recently.
He has, yes. And they like will first pick phase his heroes, like his invokers and stuff, and it's still not working out, which I think kind of sucks.
The crazy thing about the invokers, we could see it first phase, and then the next game we could still see invoker, but it's last pick, and that's what worries me. That is what worries me the most. Is it's the same hero, and you're willing to have it your overall
but
last
in
pick?
that one they had a Chen, which I don't believe in.
Okay.
I think I would take the Chen out of that equation, and then maybe the invoker fares a little bit better. But that's the thing. It's like they're picking weird heroes, like you talked about. Just like they played with like the OD, they played with this Chen. It feels like their drafts are a little all over the place, and also still like from last tour, like they're playing with Rubik's like super high priority. Which I don't know how you feel about this, but I feel like the other supports just seem to be in general much stronger. Like you talked about them wanting Disruptor, right? But there's also like Ench and Undying and stuff that seem like they are more useful.
Yeah, I mean, there's this also this weird thing where Entity they first picked Dirge every game last season, and now Dirge gets like, I don't know, you lose like 1 HP or something, and now they just never pick Dirge. Like, what happened? Everyone's picking Dirge. Why don't they pick Dirge anymore? Like, it's so good for this team. There's like weird things like this I don't really understand.
I fully agree, because there was a series this week, and Entity just ignored it completely. Like, it was left in the pool, it was unmanned, unpicked.
Here it comes.
And absolutely snapped away.
Manaspa doing them a favor. They banned DP. New strat.
And there's the Disruptor ban, of course.
Of course. All right.
I have absolutely no idea what Entity is going to pick.
Marana, Beast. Oh, Beast is banned. New. Oof.
What do they like against Dirge?
Zap, potentially.
Okay,
Marana, potentially.
That's
+1.
possible.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because Entity likes melee 4s. They like tinies and clocks and things like this, and those are not heroes you want to pick against Dirge, really. Okay.
Oh, boy.
Well, you're wrong.
I was wrong. She was right. About the bottom.
Yeah, so you can't talk anymore, Alex.
Yeah, let's go. Oh my god, they went straight out of the gate with a non-day Morphling.
Okay, hold it. I don't know if you saw the game. They 6-7 Morphling once in the
Let him cook? Did he win?
Let him cook. I'm trying to think. I'm pretty sure they lost.
Okay.
Because I said there's no way that this can win.
Do you remember the series?
No. But if you pull up the order buff and you see a 6-7 Morphling somewhere.
Entity only, I'm sorry.
Pull up Manaspa.
Okay, I'm pulling up Manaspa.
You can check it out.
Okay, I'm going.
So yeah, they love Morphling. Nande is very good on it. I would say this first 2 support opening of Rubik Marana doesn't really inspire me too much, but you know, it is just a whatever support opening. So if you can set up for your next picks, it's probably fine. I would want to pick my offlaner out of phase.
It was against OG and they won.
There you go. So they won with 6-7 Morphlings. So
And it was with Undying.
there you go.
Sick.
All right.
But
They're running back what they know.
Okay, but the problem is next phase they had a Marana and that's been stolen, so Entity actually planned for this.
So it's actually over.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Oh damn.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think the DK ban from Entity is nice. This hero's been sort of on the up and up recently. They just won with it.
Yeah.
I think banning things that are like good in late game or give you ease of execution whenever it's, you know, choke mode, I think is very nice. You ban DK, you ban stuff like Doom, you just ban stuff that like makes it easy for them to play. On the flip side, Entity has some of that. You have like Rubik throwback to save in late game. You have Potamult to like give you help in team fights in later game. You know, maybe they pick some Pangolier that like out the face, something like that. They can flex it mid off. You know, just some stuff that makes the game easy for you. Get some game counters from Morphling. Get stuff that, you know, if it happens, then you can still win the game.
Can we have like a counter in the corner for every time Quinn makes a choking noise?
He always does the hands as well, so when the camera's not showing, it's quite sad. He's just like off camera.
I have a genuine question off the back of that, right?
Yeah.
What is the difference between having a one-dimensional strat or like an easy-to-read strat and having an easy-to-execute strategy? Like, where is the line when it's too much, this is one-dimensional and we know how to shut it down, to this is now easy to execute for you, but you still have multiple win conditions or whatever?
I mean, I think it might depend on how well a team is adapting. There are some teams, maybe like a Manaspa, who's not really going to counterpick your strat that hard. So you can go down this line of like, we're just going to pick this strat, and Manaspa's also just going to pick their strat. And you're going to end up with like sort of 2 very different lineups that don't necessarily counter each other per se. Right. They're just people picking like their comfort zones, because I think both of these teams are like, they're not super like counterpicking. So probably for both of these teams, you can just sort of like show whatever the heck you want early on, and neither team is really going to counter it that much. They're kind of just going to pick their favorite heroes.
I mean, Monaspa pretty much just want to pick heroes and play lineups that just run at you. So I think I agree with Quinn. They're not going to like look too much at what you have. They're going to have SSA Spartan. He's going to play Disruptor, Snapfire, or Zombie. And he's either going to run in first or maybe Cookie in first with Snapfire and give you all the damage. And then he yells at the rest to go in. And that's how they want to play, no matter the heroes they have. It's always the same.
Yeah. Oh.
Mr. Damn. The man. Quinn needs to play game show.
Oh.
Yeah, I was gonna say at this point we've had the Undying reenactment and the Lycan reenactment.
Yeah, I mean, there's the offlaner at the phase, like you said. There is a Doom ban. I don't. This lane might be rough potentially.
Or Entity.
Yes, for Entity. I think Undying Morphling would probably have a rough.
Very free time.
I've seen that matchup before, and Lycan came out of the lane crying. Sounded almost like Quinn.
He should.
Yeah.
You heard him.
I did. I heard.
It was sad. He was licking his wounds and everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Between
So
his legs.
yeah.
Like Giga out farmed. It's like, how do you? And yeah.
Yeah, and maybe they have some idea, like they want to do some Ursa on 18 and do like Ags Ursa biting strats. That's like some stuff that scales pretty scarily late game. Maybe that's their, hey, we've got our wolf can always bite our bear in the butt eventually, and we're chilling. Watermelon.
I think my favorite thing is not saying anything when a hero gets picked and just seeing how you filled the void of the silence.
I like
What about
saying
the hoodwink?
fruit. Squirrel.
Watermelon. Squirrel.
Hero.
Nice.
Yeah.
You didn't have a noise from Dying. What was that?
I did have
he did.
Yeah, he did.
Oh, sorry. That one went under the radar for me.
Sorry, I give it a hearty chuckle.
Yeah, I mean, now with these two heroes picked, maybe the Ursa becomes, even more of a reality. Watson has a pretty big hero pool. He could do something like a Monkey King. There's the Ursa. I mean, everyone kind of stole this duo from Tundra, this Tide Hoodwink. They picked it at TI. It's just like a very strong lane. You have this Gush with the Q. Like, I don't know, it's an obnoxious lane.
I would have preferred like some Monkey or Ursa type hero because it makes
Naga.
the lane better. I feel like in Naga, you can maybe try to emulate something that Tundra do, where you play the map very open with some Moonlight Shadow, you have all this vision, you have summons, you have illusions.
Yeah.
It's maybe not my favorite type of pick, but I can see why you want to do it. Tide is a fairly immobile hero, as is Undying. You can maybe try to choose your fights. So yeah, it's, if that's their idea, then I can kind of get behind it.
If Manaspa want to run at you though, or just be able to put themselves out on the map, isn't it kind of sad here that Entity have basically given them 2 free lanes already?
Yeah, I mean, Monaspa definitely will not have issue farming in lanes. I mean, there's this other strange dynamic of, Entity has a whole lot of poke, a whole lot of chip, and not much actual oomph type of damage. And when you're playing against Dirge, you're playing against Tide, you're playing against some borderline unkillable morph, how are they killing a morphling this game?
Yeah.
There can be some weird point where if Monaspa are getting items, but suddenly Entity, you're looking at them, are
we can't.
All right, go Rat.
Yeah.
Perfect. So what you're saying is we're in stall for another 60+ minute game.
I didn't say that.
I'll say it. Very likely, yeah.
Split across the map.
I mean, the thing is, if Entity fall behind, they will not be able to fight for a long time, and they are very good at just being very annoying on the map, like Tundra would be if they're behind. Where 3-3 is going to be in a lane with Lycan, you have Skeeter pulling around with some illusions, you have some random Moonlight Shadows where you're like, okay, maybe they're coming, let's back off. Whereas Monaspa, they're a bit more slow. They need to get more, net worth on this Morphling and then kind of go with that. But for Entity, this is where I feel like usually Stormstormer just has to do a lot for this team. So maybe it's good that they're giving him a later pick in the draft. They're banning OD, which I feel like would have been very not good for Entity's draft, unless it has some insane matchup and then goes from there. But maybe they can show me something that's cool.
I actually wanted to ask, because we have a mid player, how does it feel when you have a draft like this where both mids are left for last and the pool kind of narrows down pretty hard? How does the dynamic become of picking in the last phase for 2 mids?
It's pretty weird. You have to think about you have to have some there's a pool of heroes that both teams are looking at, and sometimes it's similar and sometimes it's different, and you need to think about what each team wants and then ban some crap that you're not interested in that they are. You have to find the in-between heroes, and you also kind of need to start thinking about unorthodox picks, because
Tinker,
likely Tinker, because likely you're not going to get Pangos and
does
Bats and standard stuff.
Yeah.
Does Wish not play Pango? Wouldn't you just insta-lock Pango here?
I don't know if he does play Pango.
We haven't seen him play Pango at all this tour.
I think he's actually not a Pango
How do you
player.
not play Pango in 2023?
Like this?
I mean, I guess so.
Play Tinker instead.
His Tinker is pretty based. I will not, hate on that. He's probably one of the best ones, but
maybe even a base cigar.
A very base cigar, X2. But how do you not? So, what is if he doesn't play Pango, what do you think he should pick here? Because every other hero, Tide wants to chill, Morph wants to chill, Undying isn't gonna do anything, and Hoodwink wants to play with someone
what
and
about
actually do something on the map.
Yeah, I was gonna say, does Wish play Ember?
Yes.
I could see Ember.
I was going to say, does he? We haven't seen it. Again, this tour he hasn't played Emperor at all.
This guy, what is his pool?
Tiny, clearly.
I mean, Tiny is a hero that's not the easiest to counterpick in lane unless you want to pick the super obnoxious heroes, which I don't know if Stormstormer is going to pick Necrophos or Viper or something here. You know, it's okay. It gives them a stun, whatever. It's not particularly good against Entity's heroes. I don't think it's like a great tiny game, but it's all right for what Manaspa has. Maybe not the best pick, but I think it's something they're comfortable with. They have a pretty solid lineup. Yeah, okay.
Someone, who does play Pango.
The other player who actually does play Pango, he will pick it up, sure.
Yeah. I mean, Pango very good for Entity's lineup. You know, Pango against Tiny is not the greatest matchup for Pango, but it's like fine. It's like a totally drawable matchup. You can even win on Pango if you're good at the matchup. So, I don't know. I think the Pango and Tiny picks sway it a bit more to Entity for me, just because Pango's kind of a rigged hero.
I agree.
I don't know. There's a world where lanes go poorly for Entity and they go rat mode, and Manaspa clutches it up.
Yeah, it does seem kind of hard for them to deal with the rat mode though, because like they don't have any natural bot spires really, and dealing with that seems so hard. But they have really good bursts. So like if Manaspa ever playing on Vision, they can just blow up someone on Entity so friggin' quick and turn the fight.
Yeah,
I mean, I would say that it has a lot to do. If I can see Nande perform again and they do well in their lanes and they get to like kind of ball up and dictate the early game, which I feel like they have to, otherwise they just auto lose. But I have a bit more faith in this Pango. I feel like the hero scaling is very strong. You have a pretty decent Lycan game. Sure, his lane isn't too good, but I think the way the game will play out is that Entity will delay. They will hold the game. Pango will get a couple items, and every time he rolls, they all want to cry.
All right, I want the minute mark for how long you think this game's going to go, because we have had some absolute bangers today. We've had so many hour-long games. Whoever gets the closest, I'll buy them a pizza.
Damn.
Okay.
Oh, I don't want a pizza.
Okay, then I'll buy you pasta.
44 minutes.
56.
44?
Yep.
44. Well, I gotta write this down. 44. Yep, 56.
And I'll go 60.
60, perfect.
Wow, you're gonna $1 me. Okay.
Yeah, pretty
That's
much.
not $1.
I would have $4'd you. Anyway, we can argue about this off camera. We're gonna watch
66.
We're gonna watch Entity up against Manaspa, and our casters are OD, Pixel, and Fogged.
Thank you very much. Now, yes, time for another best of one here in the three-way tiebreaker. This time, Entity versus Manaspa. Fogged. What have we got with the drafts? Well, we've got the, you were very much saying to me you like to see the Nande Morphling. It came out early in the draft. Do you think Entity's coming with some solid response to Morph, or could this Morph do it for Manaspa? Because Manaspa, they win this game, they're staying in Div 1.
I mean, they definitely have answers. I think I'm always just astonished because Wish, like they're saying, he doesn't play the Pango. It did feel like a perfect pick for him to be able to go for it, but he stays with his comfort. Yeah. He goes for his Tiny that maybe could actually cause problems, because I think this Pango pick is actually perfect. This super space-making hero makes space for the Naga. Same thing for Lycan to make space for Naga. So perhaps Entity is going to be able to do it, but Manaspa, they've made magic happen time and time before when they've had Nande on this Morphling, and he is set up for success in the lane. He's got an Undying backing him up. He's versus the Lycan, so I got like a 55% faith on the side of Manaspa. Even though I do probably prefer Entity's draft, I believe in Nande Morphling.
All right, well, let's see if indeed Nande can get the win here for Manaspa. Honestly, his contribution in the last game, it was
he played
very
so well.
Impactful. Sniper with the rapier, doing insane amounts of damage and being the exact kind of the dream sort of carry that you need in these best of ones.
Yeah.
Let's see if Entity have it in them to be able to trip Manaspa up, and of course make that third best of one that we'll be going into today count for something.
Yeah, and let's see if Entity can just fix the issues that they've been having. They are on a 10-game losing streak.
Oh.
So it's been a bit of a rough time for them.
10 is a lot. I feel like everybody knows. Everyone probably watching, we've all been there. We've all had a 10-game loss streak, but have we had an 11-game loss streak? You know what I mean? 10's got to be the limit. You know what I mean? You don't have more than 10 losses in a row. Actually, maybe some of you guys and girls watching do. It can be rough for some of us out there in the ranked world, but 10 losses? No, that's. I'm sure Entity's going to try their best to put a stop to that here.
People get full red pages all the time.
How many losses actually is a full red page? That is actually it's more than 10. I think it's about like 13 or something.
Something like that.
I'm checking out. This is what really matters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
You have 11 in a row lost already.
What? Shut up. Anyway, no, it's 11. 11 games would be a full page of red losses. So Entity,
so this is the one.
This would be a full page of losses for Entity. Ain't nobody want a full page of losses.
Tons of tips coming out, and of course, other thing we do have to point out is Fishman, it really has been the story of just him not being able to get his heroes, getting his Disruptor and dying. Again and again, teams have really just learned how to address Entity's drafting problem, or draft, their smaller hero pools in a lot of situations. So let's see what he's going to be able to do as this Marana. This looks like a pretty strong lane that they're playing up against too. It's the Tide Under the Hoodwink, a classic that we see Tundra do all the time. So let's see if they are going to be able to set up this Naga for success.
Now your fish.
Got to reset myself still a little bit after that last game. The rapiers and everything were a bit wild.
We really have had some crazy games today. It's been a fantastic day for Dota 2. I'm sure some of you in the chat will have been with us throughout it all so far. And we hope that we can continue to bring yet another banger of a game here.
We're staring a lot at how these lanes end up going. Mid, as Quinn was saying, this can be a winnable matchup for the Pango. Most of the time we do see the Tiny pull up a little bit ahead. It's a very skill-based matchup just because that base damage advantage. So we'll see how Stormstormer is able to do. Yeah, it does look like, but honestly, like 3 pretty strong lanes, I would say, for the side of Manaspa.
Okay.
Oh, look at those denies. He got 3 of them. I'm just staring at mid.
Yeah, see if Wish continues to crush it here with these early denies.
Wait, whose courier died? Oh, I guess there is a Mirana on one side, so we do see these couriers tend to drop. Wish, yeah, he knows the matchup.
This is almost more fun.
Oh, good stuff.
Does get the range creep, nice. Yeah, good stuff.
Playing nicely with the shield crash.
All right, things kind of evening out there with these first 2 waves. Bottom, yeah, they are actually getting a decent amount of harassment onto Skylark here. Doesn't have an... Does he actually? Okay. I was going to say, does he not going to bring something for like maybe some armor, but no, it's not the case right now for Skylark. So we'll be harassed a little bit from the Riptide that's going to come out at level 2. And the extra right clicks is going to come out from Fishman. Top though, I think this is going to be the biggest struggle for me for Entity. Toby, how is he going to be able to do? He's had a lot of rough games recently. Of course, now he's playing one of his more comfortable matchups, but he is versus this Undying, which is always very annoying to play against. They are going to have also, in mid-game and stuff like that too, it's going to take, of course, time.
They're going to go for it.
Toby.
They're going to go for it. Tombstone's up.
He's dead.
This is its first blood for sure. Oh,
they want to give it to Nande.
But Nande's not quite in range.
Oh my goodness.
Oh.
That was quite a bit of a mistake there. Whoops.
Yeah.
But I mean,
sometimes you just got to take the kill.
Oh, and honestly though, this also is pretty brutal.
This is also kind of patchy. Yeah, that's true. I mean, what's he going to do? Deny to neutrals? Probably, right? And then TP back out?
Deny to neutrals or deny to a tower?
Deny to the tower,
One of the 2.
You've got to look to do that because you need to get back to the lane ASAP.
And Katomi, he's trying to hold the wave as long as possible. Yeah,
so
we'll see Toby suicide.
Goes down to the tower and means that he will at least have that TP to get back up to the top lane. So yeah, not the first blood, but still very much a rough couple of moments there for the Lycan.
I wonder if that actually feels maybe worse. I don't know. It takes him so long to come back up here, so... Yeah, we're going to see Nande get that free farm mid, seeing a bit of a trade back and forth, and bottom, Watson is able to get some farm versus Skylark and Desire. But yeah, giving Nande Morph a good start here. The dream really for Manaspa. Sure. He's played so well in this hero so many times.
And it's what you say, it's a nice lane for the Morph and just overall a good game. I mean, what are sort of the biggest threats to the Morph this game?
Diffusal timing for the Pango, and then the eventual like super late game stuff like that. But also something that's kind of overlooked a lot of times is just damage reduction. Howl plus Fade Bolts, even if it's, there's going to be Dispels and stuff like that for the Morphling. These things can add up when he's just standing his ground inside some of these fights. So we'll see how he's going to itemize to deal with it. He concentrates bottom. Skylark, now he's fine. He's got the 2 points in passive. Oop, takes a tower hit, but should be fine. 2 points in passive plus the Anchor Smash. Should be able to withstand pretty much any pressure.
Yeah.
Fishman.
Yeah, Ring of Health as well.
Yeah. So. And he is going to go the Meteor Hammer build, so okay, cool. See a bit of a split, especially from some teams, how they do want to go for this item, but this one versus the Nagasar honestly does feel kind of nice, especially just being able to poke the tower constantly as top again.
I mean, Katomi stepped right up there.
Way too far.
This will be first blood. Yeah, this time Spartan, he'll take it. He's not going to wait around trying to give that one to Nande. Yeah, they're playing this top lane very, very well. I mean, they've played it many times before. The Morph and Undying, it's a solid combo here for Manaspa.
It's tough to play most of these like strength heroes versus it. But Toby, all in all, his last hits are pretty decent. 20 and 3. But yeah, giving up that kill. Nande off to a fresh start. Seeing Stormstormer though, he is actually doing incredibly well in this matchup. 26 and 3 to the 22 and 3 of Wish. So first a couple creeps, we did see Wish get the denies, but there's been actually no more denies somehow.
Back up top. Got to be careful how how much they commit kind of towards, even towards Spartan in some of these situations, because it's not too difficult for Nande to waveform over in joint.
Yeah, and you have to
get
be
low.
you have to be very aware of the cooldown as well on Tombstone.
Yeah.
Like you should know that's like that 90-second cooldown. So right now you can get a bit aggressive onto him, but in 20 seconds or so, have to be careful how far you step up because either one of you will just die immediately.
Radiant are scanning.
Stormstormer.
Making the route up here.
It's going to be able to get the refuel with the bounty.
Okay.
Okay, so yeah, top lane, as you say, Tombstone's back up.
Gotta be
Toby and
careful.
Katomi, they have to have that in mind.
Yeah.
They cannot afford to get close, otherwise they will die against these two.
Lane at least is, I mean, in a pretty okay spot. Actually, not right now. It comes back into Nande's favor, and you see Spartan, he's already positioning himself to go for aggression here. He's taking a beating, though. These wolves, they do hurt. First rotation, we're seeing both of the 4 positions. I mean, Katomi, he wants to leave top just to be able to check the rune, because he knows now, at this point, that Desire is going to start checking runes and stacking, so they do have to help out their mid laners to get this rune in. Stormstormer, he's hit 6, but so has Wish. Who's going to get lucky?
Spartan.
Spartan.
He's got one more decay, but the walls will be upon him.
He could just die here. 1 or 2 more hits. One more from Katomi. He's got a Fade Bolt as well. Got some.
I mean, Toby's got to be a
Toby
bit
stepped up
careful
too
here. He's
far.
standing his ground against Nande.
He
He's
gets
dead.
him. Oh, boy. He can't be
Nande
giving these
just
kills
with
to
the,
this
the
morph.
straight up outplay. I mean, Stormstormer will at least swing over and help clean up. So I guess at the end of the day, they were just trying to bait Nande into a bit of action to buy time for Stormstormer to come over and kill him. But Nande getting a kill on the way out there.
Crisp rotation from Stormstormer. I mean, a natural one as well, too. He was already just kind of like walking up there after not getting the rune. Not bad, not bad. But definitely not wanting to give these kills to the Morphling. It's already level 5. A very good start for him. But on the flip side, we do see Watson. He is having free farm as this Naga Siren. Desire, though, Meteor Hammer, it's about to be online. So he can actually start to apply some pressure onto this Naga Siren. And even the tower, so they do have to keep someone down here. What the what? Desire, sorry, Sarlark, my bad.
That's right, it's getting late.
Yeah, it's getting late. My bad. Wish. It is spotted, so he goes invis, but it's under this ward here, but still looking to make this aggressive move. Katomi, which way's he gonna go?
Yeah, no hesitation. We're dropping down the Tombstone.
He does.
And
he actually gets the drop stun onto the Tiny, but it doesn't matter. I mean, Wish, he's still here.
He's leading the way here. They might be able to look for Toby as well.
Sure can.
Avalanche in from Wish. Stormstorm's going to come in with a swashbuckle and Rolling Thunder to try and help out, but already Nande claims the kill.
Can they get Wish? He's pretty tanky.
And again with another pass by the Rolling Thunder. Arrow will not connect though. Rolling Thunder again will come crashing past. Nande, he's going aggressive onto Fishman.
The leap.
Won't quite be able to connect with the waveform, but Desire's in with a bushwhack. As they'll catch the Mirana. See if Stormstorm and Katomi can get some sort of a cleanup here. They're chasing down Spartan. And Spartan, he can head over to the Ancients. Actually, there's no Ancients there at the moment, so Stormstormer will be able to snipe him with the swashbuckle. Nande, though, he'll manage to walk out of this one. So again, you know, Entity getting some kills at the play top, but overall, Nande getting involved in this early action and able to walk out alive.
Stormstormer is getting a ton of kills here. 2-0 and 1 with his rotations. He's gone for Corrosion, so it's not going to be that super early defusal we do see sometimes, which I'm a little bit curious about, actually. I know Corrosion's a great item on this, but it feels like in this game, the diffu is just so valuable, especially with this type of start. But either way, little nitpicking stuff. As bottom, we do see Skylark. He's bullied the Naga Siren out of the lane, and he's actually taken a very early tower. He could look to swing towards mid very early on in this tide.
I mean, top. Stormstormer is just continuing to make these aggressive plays here. Look for these kills early on.
Nice body blocks.
Get the decay off Spartan, but Swashbuckle's back up, and Stormstormer claims another life.
This last pick Pango, looking pretty good right now. He's very high levels also, level 8, so matching that Tiny with that rotation. Wish, though, he is going to have a very early timing on his Blink Dagger. They're going for the sneaky arrow. Won't be able to get it as bottom.
Oh.
He cuts the tree.
He is. He's able to put a stop to that bushwhack connection, so Watson able to live. Top lane, they're going for Nande. He'll simply TP out. Oh! that crit coming in there with the ult will allow Toby to take the kill. He needed that crit, and he'll get it.
Oh, that's beautiful timing there, too. Now they can get the tower as well. That was literally split second there. Perfect crit. And Watson, he's actually the one who does dodge the gank, because you were saying, of course, the Quelling Blade to cut the tree. Big start for Toby. One of the better laning starts I've seen him have in some time. Stormstormer.
They're getting the kills and they're building a bit of a lead now. Entity. Katsuomi with a stolen bushwhack. He's going to be able to use that against Desire. Desire will be able to turn with the original bushwhack in return to catch Katsuomi, but the damage is done. Fishman with a double. 8-6 now. Entity starting to just show sort of better control over the map at this point.
Better
These
rotations.
moves that they're getting away with, yeah.
Yeah, just really nice rotations from the two supports playing with Stormstormer, who has an Arcane Rune now too. Skylark. We'll get that Meteor Hammer down, but yeah, Arcane Rune, one of the best runes, of course, you can get on the Pango, especially at this point early. Wish should be fine, and Wish, he's about to have Blink Dagger.
Yeah.
So still very fast timing for the Tiny that's going to look to be able to kick up the pace, but honestly, with the Morphling Undying lane, they're not that far ahead, even though they're not actually ahead at all. Even though they got these kills early on because of these rotations that's come out from Stormstormer. It's a 3K lead, actually, for Entity already.
Yeah, very impressive start. And honestly, the most of that a lot of that lead really is on the fact that Katsuomi's pretty rich on this Reboot, right?
Yep, he's level 7 as well, too. Some very good spells he can steal this game. Spartan, he'll be okay. He almost gets walked down from a creep plus a wolf.
I mean, they're going to try and make a play towards Nande. They know he's farming on his own on this part of the map. They're coming in with the smoke.
They've got the bushwhack too on the Rubik.
Oh, there's the opening. He's shifted up a fair bit of strength. It's going to be enough to buy him some time. Wish comes in with the jump avalanche and at least hold back Katsuomi and Fishman. See Stormstormer still looking for Nande though, and he'll find him. He cannot run from this Pango. Stormstormer dominating now. They will lose Katsuomi off to the side, but they get that big kill. They take out Nande.
He truly is owning. Is he going to get caught, though? He might.
It's a very high-value kill if they can take him down. He'll have Swashbuckle back up in a second, but Desire catches him with a bushwhack. See if there's any way he can play his way out of this one. He'll try his best.
He'll make him work for it at the least. It's another blink in 2 seconds with an avalanche. They got him. Big money for Wish there.
And that's going to do a good job of pushing him towards his next time. Meanwhile, in the mid, Skylark very close to being able to take down this tier 1 with the pressure that he's moved over to put on it. Another round of the Meteor Hammer, and that'll do it. Tower goes down. Arrow does connect.
Do they have enough to go from, though? He's got max crack in an Anchor Smash,
it's very difficult, especially with Wish hovering around at the side, ready to jump in if necessary. Also able to pick up a regen rune. Spartan's also around to play around the mid lane. They're going to look to try and make the move towards Toby top with this smoke.
Yeah, Toby's been left alone for quite some time up here. He's 1-3-4, but his net worth is very, very good. He's going to have very good timing.
He knows as well. He's already backing away from this top wave. Knows that this sort of swing's coming in from Wish.
And tons of space being made for Watson. Top net worth now on this Naga Siren. Even though he did get pushed out of lane a little early on, of course, versus that Tide. Yeah, they're making so much work. So many movements coming out from Stormstormer. His defusal, 400 gold away. So going to continue to build the pressure and shut down Nande, who's at bottom of the course at the moment. Only by a small margin. But he is about 800 gold away from that Naga. They're going to give him some of the stacks, all the neutral items. That will almost put him back to even with that.
Well, the line's been drawn here by Entity. They want to sweep through the jungle of Manaspa, maybe considering the fact that Manaspa might get baited towards making a move on Toby as Toby starts to push that top wave again.
Yeah, I think they're expecting this movement. They also have, I believe, Vision for a quick second. They saw Wish making the move over.
Wish would be a pretty nice catch, but Swashbuckle won't quite tickle him.
Doesn't quite have the defusal yet on Stormstormer either, which is a massive increase in damage. Very deep aggressive vision, though, that they're putting down on the side of Entity. They want to control this area.
I mean, do Manaspa want to fight into this?
Fighting into Skylark is still a little bit difficult. They're going to look to go for the jump. They're on Wish.
He tries with the combo onto Katsuomi, but indeed Stormstormer's got the Rolling Thunder up. Comes across the Ravage. It's going to catch on to Toby. They have to follow up Meteor Hammer, but indeed the Stolen Ravage feels like it does even more in return. A Desire, he's getting focused down by the Wolves. He's trying to run. Stormstormer also chasing out Spartan. Both the supports are gone on top of Wish as well. 3 dead on Manaspa.
I mean, Wish, he jumps into them there and allows him to just get a free initiation onto him. A very over-aggressive play gets punished.
Yeah, and Katsuomi's Ravage ends up being way better than that of Skylark's.
Absolutely, he did not cover it. Ravage just started casting Meteor Hammer, so he just kind of gives him the option to steal it.
Yeah, that's not going to be the combo when there's a Rubik in the game.
No. And mid, yeah, Toby, he's getting significant tower pressure off of that too. And now the Diffusal Blade, I believe it is, about to be finished up. And Watson, he's just soaking that space. Entity, looking very good right now.
Let's see where they go for next now. Still holding on to this lead, Entity, and yeah, feeling very safe in the fact that Watson has had such a free start to this game now.
I mean,
good timings. I mean, if he's able to get that heart online in good time, it's going to be difficult really for Manaspa to make a move to kill this Naga Siren once the heart's online.
Absolutely.
Very tanky.
It's going to all be up to Nande really at that point to be able to deal with him and dish out the damage.
Yeah.
And yeah, Nande, he has been slowed down a little bit here in this game after those deaths. Skylark, yeah, he just has to be way more careful about how he uses his Ravage and Meteor Hammer combo.
Yeah, I'm sure he's not going to make that mistake again. He will be dead though.
Stormstormer is, I mean, he's playing one of the best games that we've seen from him in some time. 5-1 and 6.
I feel like we do get these games sometimes where it's like, how on earth did this team, you know, a lot of these teams, when they get this last pick Pango, you know, when it's in the hands of a player so comfortable upon it, it's, you know, there's definitely going to be an element of regret you feel from an Asper when, you know, if this does end up going downhill for them against this last pick Pango that Stormstorm was able to get in this game.
The hero has an 80% win rate, as we see there, pretty much 78.9. I mean, it's pretty crazy. As Stormstormer also gets a rune, so he's going to be able to top off. He's going to be able to keep his presence on the map. He is everywhere. I love that he's also, this is the second time now I've seen him bring out, he brought 3 clarities earlier, now he brought 4 clarities. Sure, he's got the regen, but you can see the idea behind it. He's just trying to keep his presence on the map constantly to keep slowing down anything that Manaspa can really do early. Yeah, it's absolutely working. Manaspa looking to make another smoke play. But yeah, very difficult to ever find Watson.
They want to try and connect with Skylark. Ravage is back up. Nande's still not quite in a state where he wants to get involved himself.
He's got the Manta, so maybe he can look to get involved here soon. Of course, he wants to get Aghanim so that he can always turn into like the Naga Siren and stuff like that and steal the stats, and that's going to take a lot longer. But he could look to get involved with this team soon. But Entity, they're the ones making the first move.
Kanaomi's still got Ravage to play with.
It's about to wear off. Does he just throw it out?
He does.
He does.
Throws it out onto Skylark. As Skylark getting caught once again.
And Spartan even being ran down by some illusions here. Things are accelerating very quickly here as Toby, I believe his Helm of the Overlord is finished now too. They could probably go for a Roshan pretty soon.
Kanaomi's thinking about going for Spartan. Swashbuckle won't miss.
Just off the mark. Yeah, they can just walk into Roche though. The space has been made.
I mean, what are you going to do? You have no Skylark, what, for 10 seconds? When he's up, there will be Ravage, but this Roche is going to go down pretty fast, pretty safely as well there with the illusions and the summons out.
There's no way they can fight here. Uh-oh, Manaspa. 1 or 2 of these mistakes so far this game have really compounded, and also just the very good movements really on top of that from Entity have just been beautiful. Everything just really, Stormstormer is super clutch this game. 12 of the 14 kills are just because of his rotations. And yeah, they give him the Aegis, so they're really prioritizing just making sure this Pango has the best game ever. And I'm sure Watson's also saying, I'm not even in the game. Like, I'm just jungling. You're making all the plays happen, so you take Aegis so you can keep posing a threat.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I mean, what is the move here for Manaspa now that Entity has this Aegis?
It's not easy because Stormstormer is just always the first one making the move. Tombstone on the high ground. Spartan.
I'll see him there.
He's trying to pretend.
He's got the backup of Wish, honestly. Nearly gets Fishman, but the leaps will be enough to save him.
Wish. Does he have them? The zombies, they give vision. Oh. Can't quite. Every single time, it's Stormstormer. He's doing the first move. Toby, he's got his shapeshift back in a second. They can start pressuring top tower.
Yeah, very hard for Manaspa to turn up and defend these sort of objectives.
It's also because it's under vision. That early ward that Katomi had placed on high ground, they see everything. So they see Skylark just walking in toward it here top. And they don't even have to commit for the tower. They're just letting the Granite Golem do it. Almost fully brought down. Watson, we'll run right into Nande. Nande, pretty low on the HP pool. But Watson does get forced away. And Watson, I mean, he pretty much has the hard finish.
Yeah, it's just massive. These timings are coming out perfectly for the Naga Siren in this game.
They're definitely going to lack a lot of damage to be able to deal with him until that Morphling is fully online. Nobody else really touches that Naga.
Oh,
Mike issue.
Mike? Yeah, I mean, they're probably not going to be able to dive in on this, right? They do have the Aegis, but Rolling Thunder's actually up in a few seconds.
Oh, his mic is dead. Uh-oh.
It's dead? Oh, no.
They're applying so much pressure though at this point. Manaspa, you can just feel that they're totally on the back foot, just having to wait and wait and wait. And the waiting game doesn't really feel like it benefits them as this Morphling, even though, yes, it's Morph versus Nagasar and stuff like that. Nobody else really deals with them, and there are a lot of things to actually address this Morph. Overwhelming damage, really, from the side of Entity because of how Stormstormer's been able to have this start. Level 13 on the Pango. Echo Saber done for Wish, so still a decent amount of farm for him, though, but yeah, definitely not feeling that same impact by any means compared to him as the Pango.
Radiant are scanning.
Their thing is, too, is like looking at their heroes. BKB... Oh, we're going to wait for that in a second. Stormstormer's in.
Yeah, he's in. Oh, Desire trying to push himself back with the ultimate himself. But Stormstormer, he'll be able to sweep through the trees, find the setup. They take Desire down.
Oh, and he gives up Sharpshooter. Oh, that's definitely not one you want to give up when you have Tidehunter, especially, too. You can just break the Tide down. They can focus him.
We gotta watch out for the players from Katomi now. If he gets a good setup for the Sharpshooter, they'll get easy kills with this.
Wish. Waiting last second for the blink. Skylark is in position.
Oh, he's got this Invis rune. That's the Ravage.
They just don't have damage to... They don't have damage to deal with in Snagasarn, and still they get the top tower. Outpost being taken as well.
How close is Skylark as well to his Aghanim? It's just about 300 gold until he's got that completed.
Okay, so maybe they're going to wait for that, plus Nande having his Ags so that he can actually look to be able to fight early on. But are they going to be too far behind at that point?
Yeah, 8k gold lead at the moment for Entity. Early moments as well, just 20 minutes in.
And yeah, still having the stolen Sharpshooter. Fishman, he also has a mech, so yeah, limited damage. It does feel like on the side of Manaspa, and now even more so with the mech on top. And they're even still setting up. I mean, they placed the same ward that they placed earlier, and it's still not dewarded. So they've just had full control of the Manaspa jungle, kind of the entire game here. That's the first Ags. Nande, he's about to have his finished up as well, too, and let's see if they are going to look to make a move with that. Maybe wait for the Aegis to expire also. But will it be enough for them to be able to fight back versus this Pango? As I was saying before, problem with this Pango also is the last big Pango, and when you look at the heroes on Manaspa, no one really wants to build early BKB. So this Rolling Thunder, it's going to connect every single time onto everyone. Like, this BKB timing is going to come super late from someone like Nande, and same thing for the Tiny. So, yeah, roll is going to always be super disruptive. Yeah, Entity playing fast. Keeping lanes shoved in, either from Helm of the Overlord or from those illusions, and then sweeping across the map to look for any of these Manaspa heroes.
Won't catch them this time.
And I believe, yeah, Nande. He's got Ags. Doesn't have the 15 talent just yet, but he's got level 2 Morph. Let's see if they do look to fight. So they have, as we mentioned, Ags on Tide. They're about to have Ags Morphling. He's about to have talent. Could this be something that lets them fight versus this Pango? It still feels difficult, but they do probably want to use some type of timing here because they're getting out-farmed, getting outscaled.
Yeah, Watson's just getting absolutely huge. He's
yeah.
sort of a full item ahead.
And he knows what to build, too. He's already got the Lincolns pretty much, I mean, getting close to being finished. So he's going to be able to counter that Aghanims of the Morphling in a lot of situations if they don't break it initially. So, okay, they are smoking. He's got the talent. They've got all the stuff that we were talking about. But no BKB, so do have to watch out for this Pango. They need to find Stormstormer.
Yeah, they can't afford for this move to go wrong.
No.
Manaspa, they're down 10k. They've got to make this work.
Who are they going to find? I mean, they really have to find Stormstormer.
Entity, they're playing so careful.
Yeah, they know this movement's coming. They see the way that the lane positioning is. The bottom tower is just getting knocked on for free.
And we'll be able to find anything Manaspa for now. Entity, a step ahead of them.
Great reads all game. First 23 minutes looking super smooth.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, bottom tower is cutting the wave. The Black Dragon is going to continue applying pressure onto this tier 2. They've got to address it. Wish, he's getting closer and closer toward BKB, but Courier will die to the Dragon. He actually just walks it right through. And yeah, just every minute that passes by, it's like an extra 1,000 gold or something like that.
They're getting richer and richer on Entity.
And there's the Lincolns, so he's got that counter versus the Morph. The Ags Morph, that is.
And Watson. Gonna just be able to walk in onto Skylark. They've got the follow Rolling Thunder back into the arrow. As they'll just lock down the tide here. Skylark, he's got nothing to do.
They just eat the tombstone as well, too. They're just chasing forward.
So if they can dive in for anything more here, Toby. There was Spartan a desire, but they'll be back up to the base.
But they get a tier 2 out of it. They do not care about this tide anymore. He is not tanky.
And not the sort of strong frontliner anymore that Manaspa want to be able to rely on.
And he's in no position to really go for a Ravage because it's just a Pango rolling on him and some bunch of illusions and stuff like that hitting him. And it could just get stolen immediately, as we've seen Katomi already get it once. It's like Manaspa, it's like they need time, it feels like, but time, yeah, just not in their favor whatsoever, especially with Watson just full control.
No, I mean, the only one on their team farming is Nande.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody else is falling behind. As meanwhile, over on Entity side of things, Stormer, and Toby in great spots. They're getting their farm and you know, their big items around the corner. Toby's nearly got his AC.
Damn.
Still half the recipe away.
Look at that GPM, 700 in comparison to the 570 of the Morph. I mean, Watson has literally just gotten to play PvE mode because his team's just applied so much pressure throughout everything. The dream situation for a Naga Siren.
I will see a significant difference in the amount of CS that Watson's been able to clean up in comparison to Nande this game. Of course, he is a Naga Siren, so
sure.
It's, you know, it's going to be easy in that regard, but still it's definitely exaggerated by the fact that his team has just set up the map in a way that Manaspa's never really been able to get towards him.
They literally never found the Naga. Like, Wish just never found him. Roche, 40 seconds. Yeah, we see that win probability 82%. Yeah, and it's definitely feeling that way.
Yeah.
Big items coming out very soon. As you were pointing out, the AC, I believe, is going to be done now for Toby. Stormer also getting closer and closer toward his Aghanims. Things are just feeling more and more difficult. I don't know how Nande's going to do this on his own.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
It's just so hard for Manaspa to sort of step away from the safety of their towers.
And Roshet's about to come up, and it's going to die so fast. The AC aura, all that armor reduction that's going to come out from Riptide as well as the Pango too, it's going to die in seconds.
They could just go straight in
without
a sort of care in the world here, Entity.
Let's see how long it takes. What was it, like 8 seconds, 9 seconds, something like that? Incredibly fast. And now, an 8, I mean, does Watson even need the 8? Just doesn't matter. He's going to take it. Who'd they end up giving that shard to?
I think they gave it to the Lycan.
They gave it to the Lycan. Yeah. I like that.
Extra
honestly.
pressure.
Yep.
Oh. Watson, he's looking to lead in and start the fight himself now.
Wish actually jumps in.
He's jumped in with the combo.
Do they have the burst?
They don't have anywhere close to the damage needed for Stormer. Stormer only taking about half his HP and damage there.
Dead.
He tries to TP out, but with Watson on top of him and all the illusions, there's not a chance of escape. 2 dead on Manaspa.
They can't do anything.
This game really feels like they can't. Entity too far ahead, and this Naga Siren Watson completely out of control already.
400 last hits at 27 minutes. And yeah, there's the Axe Pango also. They have full control. There's nothing. Yeah, it's literally, a whole game is on Nande, and it's not an easy game for this Morphling with what he's up against. He's even getting out-farmed now from the Lycan. He's got no space. They're going to be trapped in their base. And, oh, a DD spawns top also. Another fortunate thing for Entity.
Skylark has managed to find his blink, so some sort of way of starting off the fights, which they are going to need when it comes to these high ground defenses. You know, Entity surely close to being at the point where they want to try and push high ground.
But they just can't even... They attempt to go for the burst onto the Pango this time around, but Stormer is just too farmed at this point.
They're going out for another smoke.
Feels like a desperate one.
It really does.
Level 18 on the Morph.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Can they find anything?
Dire are scanning.
Waves are all shoved in. I feel like Entity's going to have a read of this in a second now. Top lane's pushing in, bottom wave's pushing in, mid also from the Wolf. All sticking together. Spartan walking up recklessly into the high ground.
Well, he'll die for that. They'll get in with the attempted Ravage, but indeed Stormstormer, he's able to avoid it, and now he's ready to fight back. Wish pops the BKB, but cannot stand his ground against the Naga Siren. Skylark trying to escape, the stun comes in once again from Stormstormer. Watson turns his attention over towards Nande, catches him in the root. See Nande, he'll turn into the Pangolier. Watson with the song, buying time for the backup of Fishman to come in off that buyback, and the song into the arrow, catches Nande. He's out of the game. As 20k lead, Entity just continue to crush every moment of this one.
That could just be it. I mean, this felt like it was the desperate move for them. They don't find anything, and Stormstormer, yeah, a well-deserved tip. He is part of 20 of the 22 kills. He has done everything for them, it feels like.
He really has.
The last big Pango.
It's again one of those games, as I say, that we've had a few times. I don't know what it is about the Pango. Sometimes people forget about it, and it gets in as that last pick.
I mean, Quinn said it, right? Wish doesn't. It seems like Wish just doesn't play it. He wanted to go for his tiny. He wasn't able to find much success with his rotations. Yeah, and it's been the Stormstormer show. Rax is dropping.
Up to the high ground they go.
Yeah, that feels like it.
Of course, this does mean what the
next game.
Next game, it absolutely counts for something now. If this does end up with Entity taking this one, you know, that's them potentially beating Manaspa. And Manaspa, of course, they beat Nigma. So the Nigma, they will have a chance to go up against Entity. And if Nigma's able to take out Entity, we'll be going to another round of the tiebreakers. But of course, Entity looking very good in this game too, honestly. Coming in, we're game to the tiebreakers series. If they can bring this level of performance against Nigma in the next game, the next best of one, it's going to be tough for Nigma.
Absolutely.
They're looking pretty on fire today here, Entity.
Honestly, all of them really
far.
are. Like, every single one of them has carried their weight this game. I mean, Watson hasn't really had to do too much as the Naga Siren, of course, but he's carried his weight in just finding all that farm, while Stormstormer's just applied so much pressure, and oh my god.
In the mid, Spartan's gone. And Stormstormer, he's looking to dive in for more.
Sure is. Wish.
He has to put the BKB. Just due to the threat there of Stormstormer diving in on him.
Onto the Rax, pushing the top wave. They have creeps entering in a second. This Rax will die in seconds. Manaspa, they do have that tier 2 bottom. Nande getting closer and closer to Scotty, but yeah, he just doesn't have the damage to deal with everything here. Yeah, they just didn't find anything on Manaspa to be able to connect with like their tide, their ravages and stuff like that. We saw just really the one, and it was actually the Katomi Ravage that was just way better.
Full BKB on Nande.
Okay. He does feel his damage is still very limited with this. It's just more protection to deal with this mana burn and stuff like that from the Pango, but...
Yeah, and after being able to kind of do so much on the sniper last game to get that win against Nigma Galaxy, he's just not in a position to do the same as the Morphling this game.
And it's one of his most comfortable heroes.
Yeah.
He's just, really struggled from those rotations from Stormstormer.
28k lead here, 32 minutes, and an insane amount of net worth advantage here.
Yeah.
Close to the 1k a minute. Very, very few teams come back from a spot like this.
I mean, just still very much so, like kind of gushing over the way Stormstormer was able to play this game. Yeah, 22 out of 24 kill involvement. Everything has been a bit because of this Pango, and I mean even Fishman too. 7-2-13. He's part of a lot of kills too. Full Hex, another answer for the Morphling. They're cruising at this point. An arrow even connects onto Wish. Can't quite commit onto it though. Entity being very careful. Even though it's in firm control, not wanting to risk literally anything.
You've got to play it safe in these best of ones. You don't want to be the team that throws a 30k lead in a best of one.
At 30 minutes. 1k per minute.
You close this one down very safely.
Pretty difficult for them to throw it. I think they'd have to dive and die probably 2 to 3 times, something like that with everyone. As Stormstormer's in, Ravage.
It's going to come out here. I mean, Stormstormer
they
is
found him
dead.
Once.
We'll see Toby, though. He's wrapping around from the back lines, and the buyback will come out from Stormstormer. They want to try to close this final fight out, potentially, and indeed Nande caught by the stun. He's still able to put the Manta, but the Hex is there. They're turning around, and Fishman getting pretty low. Had to use the leaps to get away, but Skylark will get taken out by Kataomi. Over to the side, telekinesis up on a Wish, and Stormstorm with the Rolling Thunder's up. He'll come crashing into the Tiny, and now blink up to the high ground and turn his attention over towards Spartan instead. Spartan goes down. Wish to slowly but surely fall as well.
Nande somehow barely gets away. Gets hexed in full controlled after that arrow, but will be able to sneak himself away. But yeah, now Skylark, Toby giving him the high five. Nande's TPing back in.
Okay, he wants to fight this. And be able to take down the dinosaur.
But
it's
no,
just the two of them left.
He's in an awkward
It's
spot.
just the two of them left. Skylark, he'll get taken down by Stormstormer. 4 dead on Manaspa. Entity, they've got the whole lineup up and ready to push. Nande trying to scramble desperately back towards the Phantom, but it gets caught with the bash of the swashbuckle. The bushwhack. He's holding back Entity, but not enough time to allow Nande to escape as Nande falls. Entity, they're onto the tier 4s. The buybacks are there for Manaspa. Nande coming back into the action. But the base getting taken down bit by bit here by Entity.
One last fight.
And the Hex is already caught onto Nande. The arrow's there as well.
No more fight.
Nande's out for 100 seconds. GG, well played is called. Entity will take this best of 1 against Manaspa, and very, very convincingly as well. This was not a quick stop, but it certainly was a stop.
Stormstormer God this game. He really did everything, it felt like. Controlling every single one of the fights, just doing great with every single rotation. Great itemization. Standard itemization, of course, but yeah, the dream really for Entity there. Setting up Watson to just have an absolutely free game on Naga Siren. Manaspa, they go for this tiny pick. They leave the Pango.
Sure.
Definitely a big risk.
Yeah,
it bites him in the ass.
It really does. This was a rough game indeed for Manaspa. So Entity taking this game does mean that with the next best of 1 between Entity and Nigma, and if Entity can get that win as well, they'll be staying in Division 1. But if Nigma can get that win, we could be going to another, well, we will be going to another round of tiebreakers if Nigma's able to take that best of 1. Honestly, though, after this, I mean, what do you think?
They look
I imagine
very dominant.
Nigma, they would have been watching this.
Yeah.
Into the next one, what are you making sure that Entity don't get, or that they're not able to do?
I mean,
what's their strengths here that they managed to kind of just blast away Manaspa with?
You definitely don't want to be leaving like Pango as this last pick. I mean, this hero, as we've seen time and time again, I mean, Quinn even said it, this hero's kind of busted in a way that if you do get some type of an advantage, and they're playing versus like no BKB lineup, the Pango can just thrive. So at least that type of adjustment they want to be able to get rid of, but they got to just be careful because Entity, they definitely look like they're playing some really good stuff, and they break the loss streak.
They did.
They break
Yes,
the
as I
loss
said,
streak.
nobody wants a full page of kind of the red losses, and indeed, after what you said, 10 games?
10-game
loss streak. They put an end to it, and when it matters the most now, as the tiebreakers continue to get even more exciting, a lot riding on that next best of 1, as Entity, they take this best of 1 against Manaspa.
They do, and oh my, we are on our way to reset this tiebreaker. I got my lovely panel to help me talk about this one, because Kazu, you were the closest to the game time there.
Yeah, of course. L to all of you guys.
L nerds.
Actually, did you
I
guess?
didn't even guess. So my guess
you
is
knew we were gonna
35
lose.
minutes.
We like Fortnite.
Whoa, we only did it here.
Whoa,
It's
what
right,
did you
I'll save you guys.
He meant like
League of
2
Legends.
weeks.
Yeah. We love Fortnite Dota, where we play every 2 weeks. Isn't that right, Kazu?
Indeed.
Yes, I love spaces of time.
Wow.
All right, let's break down this game because we didn't have this 80-minute slugfest that we saw in the first series this time around. Manaspa really just weren't able to get into the game at all. Entity slowly clawing a lead for themselves. This Naga looking fantastic, then being able to close out the game. Morph wasn't what you guys said. He wasn't unkillable, and they did have enough damage on the side of Entity.
Yeah, I mean, this Pango hero really just showed why this hero is like first phase, why it has 80%. Like 80% with like whatever it is, 15, 20 games. Like that's unheard of. That's ridiculous.
And the heroes often pick not last, as in this game.
Yeah.
It's usually picked earlier, which shows even more like the strength. It just makes your draft so nice. You have damage, you have teamfight, he can roam. He has usually nice laning, and I think this also shows why, well, first phase Morphling just isn't very prominent. It has a lot of issues in the game, and like a lot of things it doesn't like, which is why you usually see it later in the game. But Entity, I feel like they did better than in some of their last drafts where they connected their draft. They started this draft with like some very open stuff where they're very lucky want to play the map, then they go with the Lycan, more run-in, and just look good.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think it's very it's very hard to close out. We talking about how hard it is to like kill a loss streak. Like you just keep losing and you're like playing worse and you keep losing. And they found a way to like pull it together, and they looked better in this game than they have in like probably all of their losses. I think all their losses, they looked pretty lost.
Yes.
And they didn't in this game. They looked like they were playing Dota.
Yeah, it was so nice. You just, every time you look around the map, especially at Nande, you just see a Pango, a Rubik, and a Mirana on top of him, just like stunning you again. You're being rolled on.
And again.
And he's just like, oh, I can't deal with this, guys. TPs, help me. And they just can't do anything because they're all behind because no one's been having a good game. So yeah, it was just impossible for him to play.
Quinn, how much does breaking a loss streak help with the mentality? Like, a lot of people right now, I would say for the next series, it's going to be Entity up against Enigma Galaxy. A lot of people would favor Enigma Galaxy, but now that Entity's broken that loss streak, do you think that there is this, I guess, unspeakable buff that happens?
Yeah, I think it's absolutely game-changing. I think the like relief, you feel like, oh my gosh, we can win again. Because when you've lost that many times in a row, you actually forget how to win. Like, you're like, I don't know what we're doing wrong. Like, maybe you don't feel like they're playing that bad, but they still are losing. And like, why? Like, what is happening? And you win, and you're like, okay, we can win again. Like, I remember, I have confidence again. It's been renewed. It's been restored. I am refurbished. and then you can go and you can play the game and you can win again.
Are you furniture? I'm refurbished?
I am. I'm a rocking chair of Dota.
He's back.
Out of every piece of furniture, you want to be a rocking chair.
I'm pristine, and I've been, once again, I'm refurbished. It has to be some
but why
old...
a rocking chair?
Because it has to be old furniture that's become new, and
True.
You see what I mean?
Yeah.
And so you only equate rocking chairs with old.
What do you equate?
Sort of.
Give some more options, please.
Mothers hold babies in rocking chairs, which is fresh and young, and I mean, it's a newborn.
I mean, the baby is not the
but
mother.
That's what it said.
The chair itself is quite old.
All right, whatever. I'll give you the rocking chair. I'm not going to get into any more of an argument here.
I agree with Quinn.
What furniture would you be, Heather?
A bed.
A bed.
With you know who.
What would you be, Sheep?
I don't know. What is old? What is an old piece of furniture?
Do you have to be an old? You just have to be refurbished.
Yeah, but that would you'd have to be old to be refurbished.
No, you can refurbish something new. I don't know what the point is, but you can do it.
I'd be a mirror, I think. You know how they have like the nice framed mirrors? That's what I'd be.
The ornate ones?
I'm purely just a reflection of you. So if you don't like me, it's because you don't like yourself.
I would be a nice bowl that holds fruit.
Okay. Now we have to argue about MVP though. MVP.
Okay.
For this series on the side of Entity.
I would say Stormer, not only for having very high impact and sitting on the Morphling, but also for, I think, breaking his like streak of like rough games and turning that around and having high impact in a game, I think, is MVP worthy for Daniel Storm.
That's very good. And I would agree with that.
What a last name.
I don't know. It was something German, but I didn't want to like go too far.
I forgot, but isn't it? I feel like it's his real name is actually close to something Storm.
Is it?
Is it?
What?
Actually, I don't know. I feel like
Guys, let's Google it.
Maybe it's Lindau or something.
Storm.
I don't think
Daniel.
it is.
Why is is this more important than Kezu giving us
Storming
the
Daniel Schotzau.
Don't get the
Schätzau.
German to pronounce
Schätzau.
it. Okay.
It's supposed to be.
What did you say on panel?
Shut up. It's supposed to be an O with dots on the top, but he probably wrote it OE so that people like us on a panel that aren't German like me can also read it properly.
He's very inclusive.
Yes, he's very nice and very open. But either way, I would say...
And a great player.
Yes. He was able to play Pangolier. That's already MVP worthy for me.
Very
because
cool.
his counterpart apparently could not. Because it would have been an insane Pango game also for the enemy team.
It would have.
Good items, but they didn't do it. So overall, yes, he did great.
Yes. Oh, thank you so much, Sir Kezu.
You're welcome, guys.
Sheep, anyway, anything else you want to add on the MVP of Storm? And honorable mentions, actually.
No, here's the thing. Insania told me I'm terrible at picking MVPs. Therefore, I will never disagree with a professional gamer on my panel.
Insania on Discord? Could you call him up? Ask him who he'd give MVP to?
Insania, who would you give MVP to? He said Stormstormer.
Oh.
Damn.
Nice to know that you're all on the same page. When coming into the next series for Entity, they're going to be coming up against Enigma Galaxy. I want to ask you guys some questions about it, but I just got told to go to break. So we're going to go there. When we come back, it'll be another change up on the panel.
Watch more. Earn more. Full TV.
Welcome back. We have our third and final game here in this three-way best of one tiebreakers. This microphone's in my mouth. Sorry about that one. Joining me on the panel, the only change up now is Kezu. We got him off. I'm like, Kezu, mate, you got to go to sleep. You've been up too long.
He needs to go to that bed.
Quinn, though, he's fresh. He's a gamer. He actually only woke up 5 minutes before his series.
That's true. I slept until 9 a.m. p.m. I don't know what I was saying.
When did you play? 2.
Yeah.
The losses hurt, you know. It muddles your brain a little bit. But
we can't trust anything he says.
Exactly.
I mean, he sided with Manaspa's draft.
Wait, really?
No, I didn't.
Oh my God! Wait, you believed it?
Revisionist Randy.
Yes, he did.
He did.
Yes, he did.
You're gaslit.
Quinn, look at me right now. Did you side with Manaspa? Be honest.
He's lying.
I feel like I'm playing Mafia. What's happening?
All right, guys,
No,
we gotta
he's
go to
lying
sleep.
straight to
Can we
your
please
face.
I'm gonna get voted off.
All right, guys, come.
Obviously.
Okay. All right, guys.
Oh, we put our hands up. Yeah, we're voting him off. You're out of here, Quinn.
Oh,
let's
All right. I didn't know what was
Rip the
happening.
cord off as well. Just break the whole set.
Someone just pulls me off.
Yeah,
screen.
You didn't actually go for Manaspa, so I apologize for that one. You predicted that one right, so predict this one right now, Quinn. Entity, Enigma Galaxy.
I think Entity, after their newfound faith in themselves, will continue forward, clutch the dub, and end the tiebreaker before Infinity comes around.
But what if...
Yeah, but do you want that though?
Yes.
Would you rather see Infinity or Entity just win?
I think Infinity is a bit, maybe it's a bit sadistic. So let's say just keep it simple, keep it just a normal tiebreaker.
Okay.
Yeah, just a little bit chill.
Now,
He basically wants it to go again.
you say this like you want it to go to Infinity.
He does.
Yeah,
He literally does. He's a
He
man.
actually doesn't want to leave.
If I had free choice right now, it would be we play it again. So Enigma wins. We play it immediately because you're not good enough to win it. So
We're already not going to get
Why
that.
should you be allowed to go to sleep if you're not good enough to win a tiebreaker?
Why do you get to choose?
Yeah, exactly. Why do you get to choose?
Yeah.
We then continue playing. We've been awake for like, what was it, 18 hours
Been
something? 19 hours over
Yeah.
there. Like,
I reckon after NA finishes, we pull them over. You guys go sleep. The players keep playing.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Then when they're ready for bed, you guys wake up, and we just keep going, and the players don't get any rest until they lose or win.
Okay,
or win.
cool.
Exactly.
I'm down.
Because the thing is, though, we started the game with some 88-minute game, and then we got like some 30 minutes. Like, all right, cool. But what if it got to like iteration 3? What new tech would we learn on sleep-deprived pro players begging to stay in Division 1? Surely there's some new strategies that would be
We're going to
coming
get
in.
Just threaten to DQ them if they won't play.
Yeah, exactly. Sorry, your webcam's off. DQ!
That's a level 10 penalty.
Your butt
See
cheeks
ya.
left your chair. I mean, that's a you have 10 seconds in draft now.
I don't know how to recover this one right now, but I'm going to try. I'm going to pull this back. Enigma Galaxy, I mean, they had at least now a break. I'm going to say maybe Manaspa, after going into an 82-minute game, they were a little bit flustered, maybe a little bit overwhelmed. That's why they succumbed to the draft that was Entity. But Enigma Galaxy, they've had their break. They've been able to reset now. They've been able to watch Entity win against Manaspa. So how are they going to be coming into this series? You've already talked about Entity's newfound faith in themselves, but Enigma Galaxy, I mean...
They come in angry.
They're mad?
They're coming mad. They just lost.
Angry
They have
game
something to prove.
I mean, I'm curious if they did Sumail mid, right? They've been doing Amar mid for the last like 4 series or whatever, and then
Yes.
they're like, all right, Sumail mid, it's time again.
Yeah.
They lose. So now are they going to go back to, okay, Amar mid was good, it was fine, it was great, it was dandy, and they're going to go, once again, go back to that, or are they sticking with, okay, for the next 2 series, Sumail is our mid player? I don't know which way they're going to go.
That's the thing.
That's
they don't
the
either.
fun about Enigma Galaxy, isn't it?
Enjoy.
It's
Welcome.
true.
If you guys want some extra fun, though, our sponsor, esportsbet.io, have a new watch-to-earn platform where you guys can get 3,000 free tokens, which is roughly $3 USD per hour.
Okay, sure.
You can
There
head
we
on
go.
over to esportsbet.io. Start earning
Hope you're
now.
happy
You don't
about it.
even have to place a bet to start earning those tokens. Did you have anything you wanted to add in on the discussion, T, about the two teams?
I legit thought you were going to ask me about the tokens for a second. I was like, I got
Any
nothing.
thoughts on the tokens?
I mean, they're tokening. No, I think for Nigma at least, it's like maybe in their draft against Manaspa, they pick this Slark and it's like, Sumo, you're going to play it. And then suddenly they're like, wow, Lesh is insane. And they have this like concept on it and they flex it. I just really hope that Nigma, if we want infinite tiebreakers, I don't want to see Amar play Slark. He basically plays it like a supporting core. I'd never feel the threat that he's going to scale in the game. And I think in best of ones, you don't want that idea. So if I want infinite tiebreakers, Amar either plays carry, but like some Sven Huskar style thing from safe lane, or he just plays mid. And Sumo plays some like PA-esque big boy carry that will win them the game.
What is the difference between farming as a mid and farming as a carry, Quinn?
I think a lot of it is about farming as a carry is just purely about like sort of you see where your team is going and you're going to the areas where they aren't, and you're sort of moving around where your team is. Whereas farming as a mid is farming towards the place that you're trying to kill people in. It's like there's the intent behind it is different. Carry, you're moving according to where everyone else is moving. You're sort of like you're like pivoting. Whereas mid, you're deciding where you want to go. You're directing and driving things. And then farming in those places.
Okay, interesting. Because I've always wondered, like, why is it that maybe Amar can find better sort of farm for himself as mid? Like, it's not necessarily a high priority either, but it seems that it always feels like when he plays, he is a higher priority compared to when he's in a position 1, which should have the farming priority.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's just a very aggressive player. He's someone who likes to put himself in the face of enemy heroes. That's why he's so good at, like, Razor and Mars and Timber. He's a very aggressive, stand there, be obnoxious player. When you're carried, that's not often the role you fulfill.
I mean, you're under-leveled and under-farmed. Or not under-farmed if you're a good carry, you should have farm, but under-leveled at least from safe lane or mid, you have the farm and you have the XP normally. So you just kind of catapult your own game and you play by yourself. And for Amar, with his playstyle, him making his own choices works. So mid lane technically should be a good lane for him. Maybe not immediately. It's like in a couple of tours time, maybe next tour, it's like, wow. But for now, it's like the fact that he's already competing this quickly on mid, it's commendable. Again, it's not helped them survive Div 1 that easily. They're still in tiebreakers, but I could see him morphing into the role, you know, contending Quinn maybe in the future tours.
Oh my golly.
Big calls.
Yeah,
I was hoping you'd actually jump on that one quicker, but thank you, Quinn. We won't talk about it anymore.
I mean, real talk, I actually think he's not a bad laner at all. I mean, we played against him, and he's not like some pushover by any means. I mean, he plays sort of obnoxious heroes to lane against that you can't really like stomp that easily in lane.
Like Huskar?
Like Huskar, that's true.
Oh, he knows about Huskar.
Timbersaw, the Knight of Dragons. But he is not a weak laner at all. Yeah, for sure. Definitely not. I don't think he is the weakest laner in, you know, like this tour or in, you know, ESL or whatever. I think he's quite a solid laner.
So who is?
Let's not talk about that.
He's not allowed
We're not going to get too spicy right now. I was going to ask you about the most picked heroes for these two teams. We had the graphic beforehand, but
I saw a disruptor at the top there for someone.
You did. You did. It was the side of Entity.
It was Entity.
Yep. I had to rack my brain.
I think it was 9 picks.
It was 8.
Yes,
on the graphic.
Took like a photographic image of it, and
I just remember seeing the big number going brrr.
Yeah, and then Snap was just behind it.
Yeah.
And it's not going to get bigger now because Disruptor got banned, which I think is a very good ban against Entity.
Okay.
And yeah, stable.
Oh, you guys look so cute in that 2-person shot.
Kinda.
Oh, hey.
You look cute in that 2-person shot too.
Thanks.
Yeah, I mean, Rubik, they just won with it. I think when you win, you're like, okay, this works. We won with Rubik. Let's pick Rubik again. That was great.
Run it back.
He stole spells, nuked them. It was so cool.
Pretty pog.
Yeah, let's do it again. It was pog. I was pogging.
I was pogging the whole time.
You know, it's a standard normal hero. You can look for like a core and 8th responding to what you see on 2-3. So it's just, you know, it's a solid, chill opener. They, for whatever reason, don't play Dirge. So, you know, that's not in the equation. They don't have to play Ench. So Rubik makes sense. Chill pick. Don't say anything wrong with it at all.
Yeah, for Enigma as well, their second pick response before going to first pick Rubik, they did Snap Tiny. It's not the most inspiring combination, but I could see them doing some, you know, casual Tiny +1. Pretty much anything's there. Pick a letter here. Beast Band out was good. You don't really want to do DP too much. Maybe they do it, but again, it's kind of free choice. I'd rather keep it more open than skirmishing, specifically because it's a best of 1.
The interesting thing is we saw them pick Shadow Demon in the first games that happened in this round robin.
Yep.
And normally I was like, oh, it's picked up as a counter to Disruptor, but they still favored it. Do you think that is a potential chance for them to pick it up here again in this opening phase? Or are you like unsure why they were favoring it?
It's also pretty good against Death Prophet, so potentially doing like some casual SD.
Yeah.
They don't want to play DP themselves, they pick SD, then it prevents it down the line. But again, I don't really want to see Nigma rush towards these type of heroes. I think Death Prophet, Nature's Prophet, these are somewhat understood cores, at least in first phase now, other than, you know, the specialists, you know, the liquids and the other gaming something.
But it's the ease of execution strat. How do you mess up DK Snapfire?
Well, you might get Stormer Ridered.
Storm Ridered? Is that what you
The Bat Rider.
Bat Rider, yeah.
Yes. I mean, I think that is potentially a very good pick for Entity. I mean, DK is very, very, you know, ease of execution, very good scaling. They play it on like 3 roles or something, so it can go to any lane. You don't know that much. So I think for Entity, just picking like a high game integrity hero, a Pango, a Bat, something that gives you like these spells and nukes. DP, I feel a little bit worse. It does have some good quality against Dragonite, but it's also not an entirely one-sided matchup. So I like it a little bit less.
And into Snapfire as well. It's like if DP wants to move to a lane, DK can mirror it, stun, mono kisses. Like, there's a lot of pressure you can apply to this hero, especially because you just hold kisses for the EXO and you can kind of follow around. Again, not the most inspiring 8 pick for me. Like Quinn was mentioning, you know, the back rider 8 special or something, that could have maybe looked a little nicer, but yeah, they go for Death Prophet. Toby's also been struggling a lot on this hero.
Yeah. That was something I was going to bring up because I'm curious, what does a Death Prophet need in her supporting cast to make her excel, right? I know alone Death Prophet is a very sort of, I don't want to say busted, but she is a very powerful hero. But to really ensure she excels, to make sure that it's almost a flawless game for her, one that's almost impossible to lose, what does she need in those other 4 heroes?
I mean, I think a lot of it is heroes that can go in for her or like lock people down, make the fight where she doesn't have to start things, right? She's quite an immobile hero. It's just sort of a blob. So you want, you know, maybe in Entity's case, some Clockwork, some, you know, maybe that Pangolier again, some heroes that can go in and like help play with her. She has these Greaves, she has Zux. She's very tanky, but she just needs someone to start stuff so she can like follow up with damage. You take some Roches, you ball up, you win the game, you know? So you need some of that. You look at Entity's heroes right now, it's too sort of ranged. Rubik's not necessarily immobile, but neither of these heroes is really going in and starting things. So you need some of that. You need some balance to your draft. Sort of in the way they balanced out the prior draft, where they have Naga Nets now and they have Pango in this game, probably looking to do similar things in terms of balancing out their lineup.
Yeah, I would like to see the Clockwork you mentioned a lot. I love that hero, especially here with Rubik as the other core. I would then like to also see another core that can jump and fight, because I think Oradu Thunders earlier in their first game against OG, they really struggled with that. They had like the Naga DP Tide tri-core, and then it was just like, we want to go do stuff, but like we're so slow to get anywhere, and like our clock is like, I want to go in, but it's like no one can go in with you. So as long as they don't trap themselves in that feeling where they can't ever do like be proactive, then that would make me happy if they can have that on their side.
Yeah, it's definitely a solid hero. I mean, Nigma picked it like once against us, and we banned it against them. I think the other games, I think it's potentially a hero we may see in second phase, like almost regardless, like either team picking it if it's not banned. I mean, Entity doing classic Amar bans.
Yeah, it's like,
it's really funny.
Right? I mean, Nigma have pick 18, right? So it's going to be Amar's going to have pick of the litter, see everything he wants, and then maybe lock in his hero. So you kind of need to respect that. Of course, Husker, there's Timber. What else is there in reality? I mean, technically there's still Razor to some degree.
Yeah, I mean, there's Bloodseeker.
Oh,
he can play the Bloodseeker carry. Yeah, I mean, he also does play DK. He was playing it in some pubs the other day.
We've seen it in official as well.
Yeah, I mean, he played it back on OG and stuff too. Played offline with like the 4-staff Aether Lens build.
Yep.
So he does play Dragonite. So they have that flex holding, and they have 18 and 24, right? So in theory, they could hold this, just picks up next, and then they can see what they want on 18. Maybe they know where Death Prophet is going, and they can decide where this Dragonite goes, right? They could potentially get 3 lane counter picks.
Yeah, I mean, all of it right now is like, all of it. I said there's 2 heroes, but we've seen a 3, a 4, and a 5 for their snap as well. So
yeah,
it really is anything, anywhere at the moment. And I wonder how long they can hold on to that. And I also wonder at what point it almost becomes too confusing for you. Like, not necessarily confusing, but you lose track of what really is a better matchup. Do you overlook what are good lane counterparts?
You just get strong lanes, and then the flexibility kind of writes itself. Like, Nigma could open next phase with, like, Enchantress. And now it's like, if Death Prophet goes to side lane, you have some Ench plus potential carry that can easily bully a Death Prophet. If Death Prophet moves to mid, again, you can flex this DK to the very end. If you want to put that matchup, you can. If not, but I'd love to see them go for some Enchantress-style hero that doesn't reveal a lot in your draft. Maybe it shows low control, so it enables these more mobile cores to come into play, but it does secure your laning phase because snaps in one lane, enters in another. It's just aggression coming out in a best of one.
I feel like a hero to talk about though is like Pango, since it did so well last game. Is there like a possibility of like banning Blood here and taking Pango for Nigma, and then you don't have it? Never mind this. Never mind.
I think it's that if Entity want to pick Pango here, they're willing to Bloodseeker for Amar.
Well, that's what I mean. Entity can't really take it, I guess.
But maybe that's like the bait that they're going for. They're like, pick it, I dare ya.
Yeah, I mean, there's a weird thing when you're second pick of like, you have 2 counter picks. So if you like, is the Pango really so good, you're going to sacrifice one of your counter picks and just like show a core. And now you know Pango's mid, so now they get to counter pick mid and they get to counter pick offlane because DK is offlane. You know, suddenly you're really sacrificing 2 lane counter picks. Like, is that worth the value of Pango? Enigma is
no.
Nah.
With Bloodseeker unbanned, I think Entity's probably unlikely to 16-17 it. So realistically, you can get the Pango on 18. Ooh.
Ayo.
Okay, sure.
Bleep
the mood
bloop.
change.
Ball of light.
Okay, I was super sick on Nigma. God, this buffs like so many of Sumail's heroes.
Yeah, I mean, there's like an IO Slark, there's an IO Lesh, there's some solid combos still in the pool, even an
You
IO
named
Ursa.
2.
But
Three.
that's like
That's 3 is good. That's a great number.
You need a 4th?
okay.
Ooh.
I didn't. Okay, so I was thinking of Anti-Mage. It's really good for Entity as like a preventative measure to Leshrac. Nigma don't have the exact same lineup Gladiators had earlier to be able to utilize Lesh into Anti-Mage in that matchup. But I was like, maybe this IO Slark or IO Ursa could be a deterrent for that. But no, Entity, they very confidently just lock in the Anti-Mage. But like Quinn mentioned, Slark's available. There's some Ursa or something. Even some Monkey King. Doesn't feel too bad. Like, tether into to keep him alive inside Wukongs, but...
Yeah, it's possible. I mean, I'm not sure if it's so much of an Enigma hero. I mean, I wonder what they... Marcy.
Could be support. Could be a full Marcy.
I'm checking them all as pubs, don't worry. Give me a second.
Oh wait, it could be a full Marcy.
I think
and
it's
a
offlane Marcy and mid Dragon Knight.
I do think it's going to be Marcy Snap in a lane together, whether it's 4
I'd
or
hope so.
3.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't really know, but I believe that they would be together.
Yeah, luckily for Nigma, he hasn't been playing Marcy in his pubs. So this isn't some wild backs against the wall, lose this division to carry Marcy a Mar final game, potentially, of the DPC tour. So, yes.
Yeah, I mean, it could also be IO Marcy lane, offlane. I think a lot of this lane is quite strong, and it's pretty good against Anti-Mage. You don't really have kill threat because you can blink away, but you just can press the E and just deny all the creeps, and just keep doing that. And what really are they going to do? Aim can never aggress on you because you just press E and you beat the crap out of him. And the game scaling is very good. Like, he gets Vanguard, and you can still beat the crap out of him in lane. You know, you press E and you just punch him. Which is something very nice to have with like all these AMs buying Vanguard, that you still have damage to beat him up even when he gets this item. So it's not like, uh-oh, he has Vanguard, we can't lane anymore. You know, it's potentially there. I don't think it's a bad pick by any means. Quite good against DP as well. Entity has like low ways to kite BKB. When he pops BKB, he just jumps a dude. He's gonna go and they're gonna die. You know.
Do you guys have a preference for
What does he do? What's after the blah that? He goes on cooldown and then comes back up again, and
then once again.
Okay, cool. Because I was worried. Like, it sounded like he got stunned pretty quick there, and he wasn't actually gonna get the full, combo off.
Nah, he got it off. Don't worry.
Okay, he did. Nice.
Yeah, we're good here.
Yeah, anyway, the question I asked was, what position would you prefer it in?
What?
Even though it works in a number of different ways that you've said.
The hero?
The Marcy.
I mean, they're last pick again, so they really get to see everything before they flex it.
But where do you want to see it go? That was my question.
I want to see it off lane.
I want to see 5 heroes before I make that.
I want to see Marcy in the off lane.
I like she said.
I like that opinion. I want to see her buy Bastion. I want to see her punch AM so hard in the face he can't breathe. But also, I kind of
smothers him with punches.
I also kind of wanted to lose so the tiebreak ends. Is there, okay, hold on. Let me cope on that then. Is there a way here that AM can win this lane against Marcy IO? Is there like some, Marana pokes down the IO, maybe he loses some mana, then we like blink on him with AM, just like bang bang, get some kills. Marcy can't lane.
Yeah, enough for Pengu.
I mean, I think they can draw. Like, he gets Ring of Health, and like you can probably draw for a while. I imagine there's some skill element there where if you play the lane well, like Watson's a pretty consistent player. He tends to get farm and not really lose his lane that badly. So I could see them draw this lane.
I'm feeling good.
Tiny, sure.
Tiny.
They just need like generic playmaking hero.
Did they not just beat a Tiny?
They did. That is true.
That doesn't mean they can't win with the Tiny. What kind of
this is
nonsensical stuff
I'm
is
just
that?
saying it feels like Tiny
They
mid.
snapped that TA.
Oh,
TA, damn. Okay.
So that has to be TA mid, right? Interesting.
Wait and watch.
Well, Sumail plays carry sometimes, so he might just go safe lane TA.
Oh, it's also off lane Marcy, like you guys wanted.
Wonderful.
Okay, nice.
Beautiful.
So laning wise, we are going to see the potential aggression of IO Marcy. There is a question mark where TA and DK can go. You could argue that you can just put DK mid. I mean, TA can also just free farm mid. I guess it's just free choice on whoever they want to get 10 minutes of farm into first. So I actually kind of like Nigma's lineup a little bit, and I'm not just saying that for the tiebreakers and to
Not for the
redo it
meme, genuinely.
But no, I genuinely do, because I think this anti-mage, the time it takes for him to get online, there will be a Marcy plus the DK plus the TA, so it's like tri-core scaling whilst entity. It's a skirmishing Tiny plus an early game style Toby Death Prophet with anti-mage versus the world. MKBs can easily be bought if he does a Radiance build, so I think Nigma, as long as they're choke in the early mid game and lose all map, they should be able to outscale quite nicely.
What are some of your thoughts, Quinn?
Yeah, I think the whole triple punchers, they have this DK, Marcy, TA against heroes that are they're a bit papery, a bit single targety. You know, Enigma tries to run in, or Entity tries to run in, some tiny blinks in, suddenly you get trapped, and you get hit by 3 heroes, and Marcy does her thing. We went over this, you know.
Yep.
I think it looks pretty decent for Enigma.
Okay, and very quickly,
it's so free for Entity. Oh God, I can't believe how quickly Storm's going to get his Blink Dagger, and he's going to own the map. It's going to be insane. Bow bow.
Based.
Noise! I love all the opinions of my panelists, but I want to hear the opinions of my cast as well. It's Odie, Pixel, and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Nat. Yes, we're on to the third best of 1 here in this tiebreaker. Enigma Galaxy up against Entity. Fog, we've had the draws. What do you make of this? What are we going to get? Are we going to be able to see Entity secure staying in Division 1? Or could Enigma trip them up here and force another round of the tiebreakers?
Oh, I gotta be real. I kind of like what Enigma's got this time. Looks pretty strong. Watson, of course, a very stable player with this anti-mage, but I mean, looking at the hero matchups, it's going to take him quite a long time to be able to actually match up versus this. So I feel like it's up to Enigma to kind of throw this one away a bit here. They can dictate pace. They can play super fast, super aggressive here. But let's see. Entity, they played super good, right? They played amazing, so they do definitely have that at least going for them coming into this game. But it looks like a pretty tough AM game until he gets like a bunch of items.
And you sort of like the way that they're running the cores this game, Enigma Galaxy, having Sumail take the TA mid, and then Amar, he'll take the safe lane DK.
Yeah.
They put Marcy on the off lane for mind control.
Yeah, I like it. Definitely some strong lanes. Some strong stuff coming up for them. And, you know, you can see what Entity's trying to do because they see, you know, the IO. So they're like, oh, we're trying to pick this AM so that we can counter in case like a Lesher Storm come out. But maybe they get a bit baited. We'll see.
Okay.
I think Watson definitely has his work cut out for him. Same thing for Stormstormer. And Stormstormer, he was able to impress incredibly last time when he was playing his Pangolier.
I mean, what do you think Entity saw at that point at the draft that made them want to go for the anti-mage? And what's kind of changed now that the draft completed?
I think it's what I was saying, the Storm and the Lash and the IO kind of thing, right? So they were looking to kind of counteract that and maybe prevent that pick from happening. Or maybe something else that Watson did see that I'm not seeing. I'm not sure. It definitely looks, on paper, looks quite difficult versus 4 strength heroes and a very hard-hitting Agi hero that can have a good matchup on Sumail.
Well, let's have a look.
Because if Sumail gets like a very good start as well too, he can go for something like early on like the Shard too, that's going to be able to control map, not only of course with just the silence, but just you get the extra traps and all this vision to be able to shut down something like an anti-mage.
And this should be, what, pretty good lane for Sumail?
Yep, pretty good lane. See the meld is super effective.
Of damage, yeah, look at this. How much damage Sumail's able to do with that meld, level 1.
This is the SCA counter, actually, to the tiny mid. They run this all the time, Stormstormer.
He's
got to be careful.
He's getting very, very low here. Yeah, as soon as the level 2 hits, potential kill threat from Sumail, honestly, if he keeps playing this aggro.
That can't be too aggro, though. There is now the stun available, of course, so Stormstormer is doing very good in the last hit matchup up there, 6-2. He's going to need another hailed. He should be fine.
Only just, though.
Yep.
Gotta be careful.
Let's see how top goes, too. I mean, this is a pretty strong dual lane with the IO and the Marcy, especially once they start getting some levels. But, I mean, Watson, he tends to be super stable. So let's see if he's going to be able to withstand the pressure. Right now, looking pretty good, 5-4.
Sure, yeah, had a great game last game on his Naga Siren. Complete free farm.
If they're able to get like ahead in the lanes and stay ahead, then that can be where the key is really for Entity to have some success. It's just if they start falling behind early on, that's where the pressure is going to be mounted from this TA, this DK, and everything like that. So lane's super important. And right now, yeah, first 2 waves, 3 waves, looking okay.
And down on the bottom lane, anything crazy going to be happening down there early? Anyone at risk of dying?
That's probably the most boring lane. It's a safe lane DK, so unless there's some like big mistake made by Kuroki, I think he's the only one that's likely to die down there as top.
They're going for GH.
They're away. Do they got him?
They do. First blood for the top lane. Fishmanning and Watson able to take GH down.
That's actually the dream, because now he's also going to be able to get that Ring of Health. Super important actually for Entity to get this type of start here for the AM. Yeah, if he's able to maybe, you know what, maybe if he's able to get this like Vanguard and Radiance timing, that could be something cool that's able to counteract a lot of Enigma until they do itemize way later on. So, I mean, Watson, like we said, maybe he did see something as this anti-mage even before seeing the pairing.
So far, 11 for 7 against the 10 for 5. Very close on the mid.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Storm, as I said, just constantly being kept low here by the harassment of Sumail.
It's so much minus armor onto a hero like Tiny. With that Blightstone as well, too. It's -7, so he's going to be put way negative even if he's under tower. Seeing the last hit start to pull ahead there for Sumail. And Amar, of course, I mean, him and Toby are going to free farm. Supports could die if they step very far out of position, but Katomi, he played so well on this Rubik last game also too. And looking at his spells to steal, he's got some pretty cool ones. The Snapfire spells are always good. Marcy spells are great, and same thing for the Dragon Knight. Rubik was actually like the counter pick to the Marcy, even when Marcy was very popular. As they get the grab, Fishman. He's got leaps though, so should be just fine. And he might leap in and go for an aggressive Starstorm here.
GH is getting low. Body
blocks from MC. I mean, either way, Fishman's doing incredible work here just to zone them away from Watson. Like, Watson's getting every last hit. It's 23-8. He's going to have a super early Vanguard to actually just lane up here freely. And now getting onto GH again. They need some more regen, or they need to use the sidekick and start healing up GH a little bit here.
This is, he had a dream start on the Naga Siren last game, and we saw what he did with that.
Yeah, this is looking really good. This is going to be one of the earlier Vanguards. Oh, Fishman, he actually misses the kill on the courier.
That was his last leap.
He's got one more, just replenished.
Just came back up.
Yep, he's okay. And we do see the healing now coming in from the sidekick on the IO. But yeah, not slowing down Watson whatsoever. I really thought that they would be able to put some pressure onto him, but I guess with the IO, it's not as strong as expected. And 19-0 to the... They actually have... They have 0 denies. What? That's actually... Okay. It's a bit weird.
Well, you expect this sort of duo to be able to get some denies really against Anti-Mage?
Well, they should... I mean, they're just... The sidekick is... Every single wave, you can use the sidekick on both of you, and you just have a 70 damage on the two of you bonus. So, very surprising to see that they literally have 0 up here versus the Anti-Mage. I mean, Entity. Playing the lane very well. Yeah, Vanguard, it's pretty much done. So you weren't slowing him down before, and it's gonna get even harder now at this point.
I want to see him get a deny now.
I want to see him get a deny. They're not denying at all.
This range creep. Deny.
There we go.
The first deny of the lane.
Sweet.
There we go.
But I mean, yep. Very rare to see that when you see Marcy.
5 minutes, no denies.
Yeah, that's remarkable. I mean, yeah, Watson must be super happy.
I think he is. He's going to feel how kind of great of a lane he's having here.
We are seeing Sumail, though, doing amazing in the mid matchup. These denies, 15 denies now versus Stormstormer. He's already hit 6, Stormstormer only 5. So he can still put the pressure on. Because once you hit 6 on Tiny, that's where it becomes harder for TA to pressure because you get that big bonus to damage and armor that works really well versus something like TA.
Yeah, we'll get the power in here. Regen for Stormstormer.
That's nice. Stacks being made. We see GH, he does back up out of that top lane for a moment, so we will be seeing those stacks for Sumail, and he's going to be like that real carry, of course, this Templar Assassin this game. Okay, 30-1. So, yeah, things are getting better and better now for this top lane. Phase boots are finished for MC, and now they're getting some denies. Keeping MC out of mana, though.
That pretty much means that these two can never really make an aggressive move onto the Anti-Mage. It's pretty much impossible at this point.
Courier does get taken out. Tread's already finished on Amar, so his farm is going to continue to be very good down bottom. He actually puts 3 points in the passive, not even looking to get the stun, doesn't even care to play aggressive. He is playing versus Death Prophet, which, as we've seen time and time again, you can't really do much versus Spirit Siphon. But yeah, not even 1 point to go for like Katomi or anything like that. But interesting. Very passive style.
Yeah, I mean, especially considering whether you have Kura on the Snapfire, but pretty aggressive hero in the lane.
Yeah, I thought maybe they could actually look to get Katomi if he does step up for it. But either way, whatever.
Just doesn't want to die.
He just wants to farm.
Just wants to be able to survive against whatever entity throw at him in that bottom lane.
Yep. MC. He's got a clarity. And he's gonna use the sidekick to heal up here at all. Right now he's holding on to it for some time. Lane being pulled over. That just means Watson, though, free farming under tower. I mean, this is really an excellent start for him in MC.
They're going to go for Fishman, but
here's Stormstormer.
Yeah, he's making his way over.
He's going to be able to get away.
All right, just kind of being annoying here for Entity, trying to make them respond.
MC! Oh,
he got caught by a mana void.
All right, I mean Watson.
Well, Watson's brilliant at the start of the game, just gets even more brilliant.
Top net worth. TA. Arrow will connect.
Should be fine. Refraction's back up in a second.
Misses
and,
the melt hit.
Backup comes in from GH.
Katomi's here, though. The numbers.
That's a male. He's going to get caught by the telekinesis. The cookie's there to get him up to the high ground. They will save him.
GH.
So he should go down. So Tether's back up. And with that, he's able to drag himself away from the line of the arrow.
Nobody died. All right. Initial meld misses. Stormstormer with a nice little illusion play there to be able to protect himself too. And yeah, I can't believe Fishman also survives. So it looks like Watson, as we said, Watson, he can be left alone. He's got his Vanguard. I believe his treads are coming too, so he can stay in this 1v1 versus MC pretty easily. So now it's going to open up movements here from Entity. The two supports can start rotating around. Toby, we also see him neck and neck with the DK, and he has hit level 6. He actually, okay, doesn't put the point in Exorcism though, so playing the lane to just farm. It's a bit rare to see. And we do see stacks being formed. Both sides getting tons of stacks. Are they going to look to try to contest at all? I don't know. Entity, it probably is a bit too difficult with their heroes to actually walk into the triangle here. Sumail, probably going to look to start clearing them right now. And it's, as we said, I think it's a quad Ancient stack. So GH, he's going to help out his buddy finish that off very quickly here. So yeah, Sumail set up for success, but Watson very much so having the dream start on his anti-mage.
And we'll see on the odds provided to us by our partner esportsbet.io. Feeling that Entity are currently the favoured team here in this matchup.
With the way that they played last game, I would definitely agree. And they actually are going to be able to contest Sumail.
Yeah, they might be able to interrupt some of the Ancients left.
Can't get the
toss
arrow.
back. Refraction's back up. So that's enough to save him.
Sumail.
That's all the refraction gone. They're diving in for him, and Avalanche back up. They'll get him.
Good aggressive move. And also, they're contesting even with Watson over here. DD spawns top. MC, Unleash. We'll finish one off.
And does have Kuro here to back up as well.
Oops.
Oh, that weren't the combo.
Oopsie.
Yeah, maybe if that hit as well, it would have been close to bringing him down if they didn't sort of mess up the interaction there. You know, MC tossed him over his shoulders whilst the cookie was coming in elsewhere.
Sneaky aggressive play coming out from Entity. Finds Sumail. And I mean, he got most of the stack, but a good kill there. And Toby, with that space, immediately makes his way bottom tower. Very quickly being brought down. Does put the Exorcism point in here at level 8.
It's super hard for them to make moves on this anti-mage, really.
Yep.
It's just, you know, you can feel it. You know, Enigma Galaxy, they want to try and slow down the AM, but honestly, their best sort of chance to do so is it's going to be when like Sumail has a couple of items and he's ready to come and kind of hit him.
Or when Amar has like a blink or something like that and sneak and catch him off guard or something like that. Either way, yeah, definitely difficult. Entity looking good in this early game for the AM. Setting up aggressive wards too, so they're always going to be able to keep tabs of when the TA does look to farm those Ancients. Giving Kuroki the mid lane. Sumail is just going to be jungling. He is high level on this Sapphire. Yeah, Toby, he's going to have some pretty ridiculous timing on his Guardian Greaves as he's just been left alone on an island.
And nobody at the moment from Enigma Galaxy able to make moves towards kind of the top or the bottom of the map right now. It's fallen back into a bit of a farm fest hit.
Yeah, I mean, Amar, look at this build. 4-0-3, holding the skill point in cases he needs his stun or his dragon form.
Radiant's middle tower is
I don't think I've ever seen that skill build from a Dragon Knight.
Yeah, let's see if he takes the stats over the Dragon Tower. Let's go. Let's go all in.
Oh, God. Stops the stack, Kuroki.
I mean, Kuro, he's got the 6, so Kisses are ready to play with.
This is a very farm-heavy game.
Who does that favour? You're looking at the TA, you're looking at the AM.
Well, I mean, with Watson's start, honestly, probably Watson. And he is set up for success also with like crazy amount of stacks too. Like they're prepping for his Battle Fury timing. If you look at the stacks right there on the right side for Entity, it's what? Also having a quad Ancient stack and a 5x hard camp stack or something like that. So yeah, he is definitely set up to get that insane timing even right after he finishes Battle Fury to get boosted up even more. And Stormstormer soon having his blink too.
Blink on the way out for Amar, and he does, of course, now have the point in the Dragon Tail. So
okay. Time to get aggressive.
See if they get some sort of smoke out and try and get something big done with this Blink Dagger reveal.
They can snowball pretty hard if they're able to find a couple kills because it's going to open up Roshan for them super early on too. Okay, they're actually going to clear out some of the stack here. Just leaving the Ancients, I guess, for that anti-mage later on. And now the Blink is done. So Stormstormer, same timing as that DK.
They want the anti-mage here, Amar and Kuro. I mean, what have they sort of got? They got the Dragon Tail and the Cookie. Still sort of hard to say if that's going to be long enough of a stun for them to do the damage to take down the aim. Even if they commit with the kisses, it's not going to be easy to kill Watson. And Watson's already sort of aware.
He gets the scan.
The scan is indeed hitting.
Perfect. And they're making the heavy rotation over. They're bringing more numbers. And they actually have the stolen Scatterblast too for Katomi, a very, very threatening spell. Amar, he gets got on.
He's going to get found. They've got the opening. Cookie to the side. They're trying to heal him up. GH attempting to get him with the tether. But he's surrounded and will get taken out here by Watson.
And he's looking for more.
They're diving the tower.
MC.
Mind Control trying to stand his ground. They have got the kisses coming in as well. Sumail TP's over. Stormstormer getting pretty low here. The Tiny will die. But the silence, and he catches onto Sumail. He's trying to run away, but Toby's in with the ghost. As Watson is diving in for more. Takes out Kuroki. They take down Mind Control. They are just not at a point where they can fight Enigma Galaxy.
I mean,
Entity, they turn up with the numbers.
Yeah, they even bring Toby with the Greaves to come up top. Yeah, they get Stormstormer, but Tower's going to drop, and that's the Battle Fury done. If he wants to go for the disassemble play, which I imagine he is going to do so.
He's huge here.
He is massive. Even going to take away some of this farm as well, too. It's not stacks, but either way, setting up this anti-mage for a wonderful game. Cannot believe how amazing his lane really was. 3-0 and 2. And yeah, there it is. Battle Fury, treads with a Vitality booster. Ridiculous farm. And as we mentioned before too, look at the stacks.
Yeah, still so much potential golden XP for him to clear up the map.
Is that
Watson?
Is that I believe that is a 6x ancient stack, if I'm not mistaken.
Wait, dude, is it? That's a big
think
one.
So that is a, if I can do math, which I probably can't right now.
That is a lot.
That is a lot.
I mean,
that is a very lot. I mean, he could just
any
go back
chance,
to the Vanguard.
Do you think Nigma's going to wander over to this area of the map, or is it very unlikely?
Nah, no chance. Yeah. I mean, if they do, it's gonna be difficult. They'll be met with pretty much everything. I mean, Exorcism is on cooldown.
I mean, they're going to know he's farming this area with the fact that he's not shown anywhere else.
And it's actually pretty hard for him to... He needs help. I don't think... Yeah, he can't do it by himself. He's going to need someone else to, like, tank or just nuke it for him, too.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, he's actually going to pick back up the Vanguard so he can tank
so he can tank it a little bit more. I think he still needs someone else to help him, though. I really don't think he can touch the
I mean, Fishman wants to stack it again, maybe.
Oh, my God.
Again?
Will he get it?
I think he was a bit late. No,
it's very close.
He's done it again.
Oh,
he's got it again.
My God. It's one of the bigger ancients. Oh, boy.
Watch out. Don't die.
They put down the Verduras Dale, so any extra
I mean, he's getting them with the Vanguard pick back up. On top of, after he's just assembled it for the Battle Fury.
That's going to be some pretty remarkable
this
timing.
This anti-mage is massive.
This is setting some records maybe for how farmed he really is going to be in this game. 4K lead right now for Entity. And Nigma, so far, not really able to get anything going their way. Amar with his first Blink show, just dies immediately. Showing top again, but everything's up. Exorcism's back at the ready for Toby. It's actually about to be level 2 Exorcism, too.
Will show on this top wave. I mean, they could try and dive with sort of the blinking from Amar and the follow-up from the kisses, but looks like they don't want to. They want to go for the play down bottom instead. They don't want to try and play into the hands of the Death Prophet.
Watson just full HP all the time, though, and always has backup of his teammates. They're reading the map beautifully. Again, 5K lead. It just continues to grow, just like last time. Pupil's Gift also. He's getting blessed with everything here. Even if they find him now, very unlikely they kill him. He is super tanky.
He's having the dream game.
1600 HP on Agi Treads. Uncontested game for the anti-mage. Sumail does have Deso at a pretty good timing still for himself with Dragonlance. So I mean, either team at this point right now, if they do get some type of kill opening, they could look straight into Roshan. Level 2 Exo, as we were saying for Toby, the key for that one. And that Deso finished up, of course. But yeah, still very passive game, 2-7, which I mean, anti-mage Watson is super happy about. If Nigma's not making aggressive plays, this is where that anti-mage is able to thrive. They are going to smoke and... Oh, okay. I mean, that's a bit of a blessing.
I mean, do you just go into Roche with the DD?
I think you do.
Yeah, you find yourself a DD try for the Roshan.
They should be able to have this for free. I mean, let's see if Entity's going to make it.
Entity's heading over.
It's dying fast.
It's dying very fast.
Way too fast. Yeah, they got it.
All
they don't even
right,
need a
there
kill.
you go. That DD rune here for Nigma Galaxy. Working wonders.
They're probably like, what the? How the hell did they kill it so fast? But blessed by Gaben. Either way, Watson, though, his Yasha's done. On his way toward his Manta. He's having, as you said, phenomenal timings here. And even Katomi again. He's been farming a lot, just like last game on his Rubik. 5k net worth on this position 4. And has so many different double stuns that he can get.
Yeah, I mean, what are the big ones he's looking for?
Double nukes, sorry. I mean, it's any of the Snapfire spells or any of the DK spells are super nice. Even the Marcy spells can be pretty good if you're able to get the rebound. Enigma, yeah, just very passive this game.
Yeah, only 2 kills right now, 2 to 7. And Entity definitely making more money here with each passing moment. 5k lead.
If Watson's able to just sit back, get like a Manta and a Scotty, he's going to just completely destroy this game. And it's looking like he is going to be able to get that free space right now. Enigma need to find something else besides just that Aegis. They need to find some type of kills here to open up more.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Oh, they can take the top tower here, Sumail.
Okay.
And they will be able to swing back over towards mid, take some of the pressure off their mid-tier one.
And Sumail, he did get the shard, so he does have that silence for his traps available. So I mean, that's one thing that could definitely be able to find Watson if he does get spotted under one of them. So
yeah, I mean, you were saying you like to see this, the shard getting picked up a bit early.
Yeah, it's not every single game, but if you're playing versus a hero where the like a Puck or something like that, an anti-mage, any of these heroes or Amber Spirit, something like that, where the silence is good, I like it a lot.
Oh, Amar.
It's a deep dive.
He's diving in. I mean, mind control's gone straight into the stun of the arrow, but the BKB's there. The kisses are coming out. Get the control onto Katomi. Katomi goes down.
Toby also did use Exorcism. Is he going to find anything with it?
They're going to try and just bail out. And indeed, they'll be able to jump down. Oh, actually, Amar, he's jumped up.
What the? Amar, gotta be careful.
Looks like he'll still have a chance to walk away from this. Toby trying to chase him down, but the trap slows will catch him. There's Nigma Galaxy. They get in, they get a kill, and they force out the ghost. They don't lose anything in return.
Good jump forward, but only getting the 1 kill. Stormstormer, Fishman buying, I mean, this must be one of the earliest gems, but he's playing versus the Templar Assassin, so he's trying to constrict any of these traps that are maybe going to be able to find Watson, so you know, I'm fine with it. I like these gems a lot more lately.
Nigma Galaxy, they'll be able to finish off another tower. That's pretty much going to give the money for Sumail to have the Blink Dagger done.
But Watson now, he does have a Dispel mechanic. The Manta, I believe, is finished in a second here, so he will be able to Dispel, of course, that silence that's going to come from one of those TA traps likely. But starting to shrink things. It's bouncing between 2 and 3k net worth at the moment. Toby. It's a full halberd. Very strong this game versus the TA and Sumail. He's actually the one that gets caught.
They get the jump. The arrow's there to follow up. That's the Aegis gone.
That is a massive grab here, and he's caught between absolutely
I mean, if they got any way to get him out, I don't think they do.
Way.
He's completely surrounded. As Entity, they quickly take him down again.
They didn't even go for an attempt, I guess, at the reload. I think his tether was still on cooldown. It got broken initially, so didn't have the opportunity to go for it there. And a big kill, probably the biggest kill they could find on the map there, Entity.
Yeah, if they take Sumail out of the action, there's no fight that Nigma Galaxy can try and take back against Entity. They just have to get out of there.
And that's
they need Sumail alive.
And that's without Exorcism, right? So a very important way to be able to set that up. Arrow. Not going to connect. And they actually give, I like this. So they had Stormstormer carrying, oh, wait for a second there as they look to get a free kill. They had Stormstormer carrying the gem, but I think Watson probably asked for it. I think Watson's like, give it to me, and then I always know if there's a trap on top of me. And then I'm always safe in order to protect myself. So, yeah, very cool stuff. BKB finished up.
They're coming in with the relocate.
Amar.
Stormstormer trying to cover himself with the Avalanche, but Amar's able to wait it out and still get in with the Blink Dragon Tail.
They have the damage. Stormstormer.
So look, Toby's heading over to try and help out, but indeed Stormstormer will fall. Get the trap slow as well on towards Toby. They're going to try for more. Kuro's in with a cookie. Scatterblast as well. Stuns back up from the Dragon Tail of Amar. They take out the Death Prophet on top of it. Nigma Galaxy, they hit back as soon as Sumail's back in action.
They're getting the